probably heard times before. You have the potential to do whatever you want, and to become whoever you decide to become. You are capable of fulfilling all of your dreams and desires, every single one of them. Do you believe that it's possible? The stark reality is that tamers everywhere do not believe in themselves. They do not believe in the path that lies ahead. They do not believe in their Temtem. They do not believe in their training. If you want to make your future a success, you have got to believe. The only thing that ever stops you from reaching the top of the mountain is yourself. There can be no limits. There can be no slowing down. You're on a fast track to success, baby, and you can never quit. You must believe. Everything is possible. The Roadhouse Rumble is going to tear your defenses apart. It's going to shred you down to nothing. It's going to leave you wishing your mama was still cradling you. You have got to rise above. Be better. Be faster. Be stronger. There's $1,000 at the end of the road. We'll see you on the other side. Temtem up, tamers. The only thing that ever stops you from reaching the top of the mountain is yourself. There can be no slowing down. There's $1,000 at the end of the road. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome to the Roadhouse Rumble. I'm Quarter, and casting with me is the man, the legend himself, Texas Roadhouse. Here is our very first $1,000 tournament coming at you today. We have 7 rounds of Swiss to go through before we even get any further. I'm super stoked. How about you, Texas?
Sir, yes, sir. I am so excited for this event. Not only what the sideboarding does for it, but what it does for the future of Temtem. I mean, could it go further? Is 10 what we're looking for? Are we going back to 8? I'm just excited to see how it plays out here for this tournament.
Yeah, no, it should be really interesting to see. I love sideboarding as a concept. It's been something I've been kind of messing around with the concept of myself in terms of just having things to slot in for your team, right?
Yes, sir. So just to go over real quick what the sideboard is. We got the bring 10 Temps, choose 8 before every single match, even Swiss. But items, SVs, TVs, traits, uh, items, one species of every Tem, that's all locked before the tournament starts. So it's just you bring in 10 and choose an 8.
And right out of the gate, we also do have our first battle selected for us by our amazing organizers in the background. Big shout out to them. It's going to be Senior Plat versus Turby as our first match streamed from the first round of Swiss. Just going to wait for them to be in game there. Just holding out for that cheeky spectate.
Yeah, this sweet first match. So Senior Plat won the Plus tournament last night, and I watched a good portion of it, and he was steamrolling. Now it could have been people hiding things or just being memeing around, but he has some spicy things going on. I'm interested to see how different his team is today compared to yesterday.
Senior Plat is a very innovative team builder, known for using a lot of compositions that a lot of people don't really consider oftentimes. For instance, in the heat of the turbo meta back when, he was a die-hard toxic comp user. One of the people who pioneered, for instance, the concept of Spores Cleric, Nidrasil, and a number of other really interesting things. If I recall correctly, one of the things he's tried to make work pretty powerfully currently has been Rolder. I don't know whether he's still got that on his team, but it's
last night.
To look out for.
Yeah, he had it last night.
Brilliant.
I didn't see it being a huge part of the success, but it was on the team. I will say, I think it's fair to say that Senior Plat might be the best Noxatl player. I mean, he's been playing it since it feels like day one. It's on every team, and he's always first picking, and people are banning it against him because he's just so good with Nox.
And we're in. We also do quick comment towards Turby as well. Very impressive player. Has won his own fair share of weeklies. Another dyed-in-the-wool toxic comp user. One of the few people who's brought Whiplump into the current meta. So very exciting to see what he's going to be doing here with his usual hybrid compositions. Let's see what he's got. And he does still have his Yukama Whiplump and Platimus today. Senior Plat also bringing a pretty diverse team. We see the Nagais in there. We see a Zenareth. Very interesting stuff. Loali respect from both sides as well. Tem that's gained a lot of power thanks to the addition of Resin Trap to sort of supplement its botanist.
Yeah, and so Senior Plat's team is really similar to what he brought last night. It might even be the exact same team. He's got his Nox, the Nagais, the Plat, and of course the Rolder sitting there again. And he did have Zeno. I'm pretty sure this might be the exact same team, and he won that tournament last night. So he's got experience with it. One thing to note that when watching his games last night is his Nox and Nagais were, if one was banned, he almost always first picked the other. So it was like his go-to picks, and it was just Madness buff City with Zeno, Nox, Nagais. He was just pressing Madness buff, opening the game up with it. But that's gonna be a Loali ban there for Turby.
Very interesting to see. Pretty predictable ban on Turby's side. Loali does a lot versus a toxic water lineup, and he's definitely looking to bring his own there. Not sure how that's going to fare if he misfires against Noxalotl if that gets picked. As we do, oh man, Matt Gia hears you and says, "Why not pick both?"
Yeah, they're not. Neither one are banned. I'm taking both of them. Turby placing high priority on the Loali, banning Senior Plat's and picking his own, and then Senior Plat follows up with his 2 prime picks that he loves. Both and Nagais, we all know what a powerhouse Nagais can be.
Yeah, certainly. Especially on a team, you can see how many slow Tems Senior Plat is rocking. I mean, it's clear he's got ways to work around it if it is banned, but at the same time, it just amps up the threat ratio for things like, well, that Rolder boy, for instance, certainly likes being faster. A lot of Nidrasils don't run any speed specifically to both combo well off of Nagais and to work well against Nice. We see a Whiplump pick out of Turby just right out of the gate as well, probably looking to get some early freeze against these two.
Yeah, one thing I'm worried about looking at this is there's not heavy pressure from Turby. So I am expecting if not one, maybe two madness buffs at the start of this game. It's just a low pressure opening from Turby kind of here for the Nagase and Nox. And we're seeing a Zeno ban and a Kinu ban. So Turby won't be able to get as tanky as he'd like.
Now, while we say that, this still isn't the worst environment for him to be bringing things like Mashuk, which I argue is just going to put in a ton of value against what we're currently seeing. Like, you keep it away from Nagase, obviously, and sure, the Narc hit's a bit frightening, but it's going to be sitting there just making all the rest of his temps faster, making it easier for him to potentially lean into the 2 wins that are probably going to help seal this game out for him.
Yeah, so there's 3 main temps here that both teams have in common here: the Mushuk, the Platymus, and the Lawali. And there's a move that is super good that is being just abused by these 3 temps. Urushiol is just such a good move. So I think we're going to see a lot of toxic switch-ins. Urushiol is coming out. I think that's going to be a huge part of how this match plays out.
And unfortunately, that Urushiol is just too good to see. We're not going to see the Rolder today, quite sadly. It makes sense here. I wouldn't pick Rolder into 2 waters, a nature and a Mashuk. Like that doesn't seem like the play there either. I can respect it. Would love to see it at some point because I did not sadly tune into Plus last night. But in the meantime, let's see how this first turn sort of sets itself up as. We've got, of course, the dreaded double madness buff from Senior Plat and a pretty intimidating wind lineup from Turby right out the gates.
Yeah, so these team comps, there's 3 tems that are the same across the board. It's the Mushuk, the Nidrasil, and the Platymus. So these opening tems are the only differences between the teams. And I still think here, if you're Senior Plat, you're looking good for a double madness buff at the least. And if you're Turby, you're probably going to try to get a Urushiol online here onto I would imagine the Geist, obviously. So I'm thinking a switch in, and you probably don't want to bring Mashuk in due to you have the mental from the Geist. So we'll see who he decides to bring in here. I'm thinking it's going to be a swap.
If it's a swap, then it makes sense to potentially bounce to the Platymus on Senior Plat's side, just to sort of protect further against some of the more sort of special options that we can see out of Turby, because that would still open up a good sort of secondary aquatic into things or elsewise. Actually, aquatic's looking very bad here now that I examine it. Not hitting a single thing there particularly well.
Point, yeah. Well, really for both sides, it's pretty weak, right? Oh, so it's not going to be a madness buff here to open up. Okay.
We do see the Nagai's bounce, and the Nidrasil comes out. Probably more disposed to taking toxic hits from whatever's coming at it. Are you going to be right? Do we see the Urushiol turn 1?
So instead of okay, so he's just looking to get early on that next auto, and it's going to go down to 37%. So I think Senior Plat was trying to read the Urushiol onto his Nagais, swap and Nidrasil to block that, and Turby says, no, I'm just going to target your Nox here off the start.
Yeah, very unexpected from Senior Plat's side there. His reaction, it doesn't seem like he expected that, I think is really what I'm going for there. I feel like he wanted the pressure to be on the Nid, predicting that Urushiol that we kind of predicted, but no, it's unfortunate that he didn't get the trance on the Nox there. Just too beefy for it to hit.
This is a weird spot here. Nox's HP is at a spot now that he has +2 special defense where you can't really touch him, or else he's gonna trance up, right? So I don't know what the game plan here is for Turby. I still like Senior Plat's side in terms of pressure. Okay, Nox is on his way out.
I mean, it still makes sense because even if it's gonna trance up, that puts it at such a low threshold that you want to switch it in on a predicted resist hit where it will then be able to take that better. In the meantime, we're seeing quite an exchange here as the tank really levels that Loali, bringing it down to 39%. And likewise for the Hypoxia onto the Platymus, combined with the tank, bringing it down to 30. Some pretty significant damage coming out the gate here. Both of these Nidrasils seem pretty offensively spec'd, given that even with its low base defense, Platymus doesn't usually mind a tank that bad, but that was roughly 8% or something like that. That was reasonable.
I mean, my God, did you see the damage that Senior Plat's Nid just did to Loali? Wow. Yeah, there is definitely some attack in that Nidrasil. That really hurt for Turby. Oh, Flood. Okay, you don't see Flood very often. It's starting to make a comeback here. So speed's going down for both Nid and Mushuk, and we're just taking toxic inks across the board.
Yeah, it's fun seeing Flood because a lot of people have been complaining recently that they don't necessarily have time to turbo up, and a lot of compositions aren't running as many wins. As a result of that, we do see like additional synergy coming out from things like Flood, Platymus having that as another one of the little things it can do over a jack of all trades Tem. Also kind of the Yukama you can pick into Volfi these days. Another reason why you see it more consistently outside of just toxic compositions like what we're watching. Now, who hit John Cena first there? As we do see Nox bounce in as well, because there was a snare on there.
Ooh, I'm sorry, I did not catch that. Did not catch the snare. But Nox does come back in. Spores are coming on here. And Bark shit, yeah, this is all goodness. In. Like I said, Senior Plat and his Nox, he plays it so well, and it's hyper carry Nox time.
Yeah, no, it's nothing's going to be hitting that. Nothing's going to be KOing that Nox anytime soon, and one hit's going to drop it into trance range. The Spores Cleric's always a nice thing to see, sort of an affectionate nod there to its author.
So for Turby, the Whip Lump's going to be pretty important here. Well, +2 special defense on Nox. It can't do exactly what it wants, but to actually kill this Nox, your Lawali, your Whip Lump are your main pieces here. It's just rough because Nox can just hurt them so hard.
Agreed. Like, he really wants good switch-ins to this, and at this point, Acid Reflux is online now. We actually have to be aware of that spread. He doesn't have a real way to safely bring Lawali or Bernie into those.
Right. It's going to be hard to get them on the field without just getting, well, Lawali dying and Whip Lump going to below 50%. So Ninja still has Narco hit online, right? It's been on the field for a while, and it's staring down at this Mushuk. And we saw how much damage that Toxic Ink did to Lawali. I'm curious if it's getting unleashed here.
This instance, I'm actually thinking the Nidrasil might even be resting. 25% isn't that much stamina, and it's not particularly threatened by anything on the board at this point.
He doesn't have to rush at all. In fact, time is on his side with the Nox here.
Matter of fact, it bounces as we see the Platymus come out again.
Here's the Acid Reflux into double Toxic. Not too bad. Hurts the Nidrasil more than it hurts the Mushuk here, and that is going to be Platymus out with the Narco hit. But really, Platymus wasn't a main component of what he needs to win, right? I don't think that's a huge loss. Came in, took some damage, did a flood. Platymus, job well done, right?
While you're right there, I'm a little more concerned about him having blown his Acid Reflux early, because now that Lawali and that Whiplump have a safer switch in here. He's going to be pressuring with Toxic Ink now, which you don't really want to be putting onto John Cena. Like, the Nidrasil slot, yeah, that's a bit more reasonable to put a tank on. It's at least hitting it neutrally, even if it doesn't get the poison ticks that you really want to get on it. It means that suddenly that Noxolotl's kind of just in a bit more danger now.
Yeah, I mean, even though the Acid Reflux is down, the switching still feels so bad at the double Toxic. I mean, when do these two Tems get to come out, the Lawali and Whiplump? It doesn't feel like it's ever a safe time.
Well, we'll see right now as Bernie actually does switch in almost immediately now that Acid Reflux is down. In fact, are we seeing the double switch here? No, we're seeing the Platymus, which at least is there. If we've got a Tsunami on the Platymus, we could see some double freeze come out with a Cold Breeze, for instance. We do see a Turbo Choreography come out on Nox, even more stat ups, as the Uppercut just comes in for some quick, cheeky damage, about just under 20%.
Nox is catching all the buff stats here are just going over. He's looking to go for the quadruple 5 +5 across the board, maybe. But yeah, so keep in mind with the speed up here, he still has a Geist on his team, so that will factor in to the Decidar if it ever comes back online. And now we're in a showdown here of what does this whip lump do, and who stays in, who targets who, a little game of chicken.
I kind of am suspicious about Bernie staying in here. If Turby gets a good double up here, or if he's focusing on a freeze sort of framework instead, I'm not sure if that's going to work effectively on the Nox because of how well it's been buffed at the moment. It may only be +2, but he's not going to be able to get the double up in there before another transproc happens.
Yeah. I didn't actually think about the freeze route here, but I don't know. As time goes on, I mean, are you in such a dire position here for Turby in terms of dealing with this Nox that you're already looking to stall the game out and go turn 30? Because I just don't see how you get to the Nox at this point with this lineup. It's the forever problem.
I mean, I feel like that's more giving him the space to potentially deal with that problem, but this could just as easily be a fake out, trying to ruse a Tink or something else onto the Whip Lump slot here as he then swaps something back out, or just scaring out the Noxolotl as Nidrasil comes in instead.
Yeah, so we're seeing a trend here. Whenever Whip Lump comes out, it looks like the Nox is he's just hiding the Nox and then bringing both poisons. All right, Whip Lump's on the field. Let's go. Let's focus let's poison down this Whip Lump. But that is big damage on a Mashuk, 90%.
Oh, yeah. I mean, granted, it looks like that's a much more speedy or aggressive Mashuk. Normally, you can, if you're rocking full defenses like we used to see, a Mashuk would be living that, but a double up onto the Mashuk is going to take it down with that 90% into that little cherry tap from the aquatic there.
That's another temp sacrificed here for the better of Nox. Just throwing in these Tems. So now we're in a 3 versus 5 scenario. Still Nagai's hiding because of all the toxics on Turby's side. And Whip Lump can't really take another toxic move without just probably dying.
A good question here is the move slot that Turby's got on Bernie at this point in time. If he's packing Blizzard, then he can actually output some pain before he goes down, potentially, depending on how he gets targeted. Now, granted, that's one prio, so we probably would have seen that out the previous turn if that was there. Still, an interesting thing to consider, potentially. Do you think he's potentially looking to bounce with Bernie here, or do you think he's going to try to do more with... it doesn't look like there's going to be a Sharp Rain here or anything, because as we've talked about, this is a toxic board.
I mean, it always feels bad to take a Tem off the field that has 3 toxic ticks on it, right? That just feels bad because damage is being done while the Tem isn't even getting to play. So maybe this is go time. Maybe this is his time to think. Maybe he has a shot at Nox. Yeah, Whip Lump's going to stay on the field, creep down so low. Arushal and the Nidrasil not going to do a whole lot.
The Spores Cleric
healing his butt. And there's the Blizzard you talked about. Oh my gosh, that is full attack Nid, and he just gets hurt by that big time.
Yeah, unfortunately, you do have to sacrifice a lot of bulk to get the kind of damage on both Narcoleptic Hit and Toxic Ink that you want. I run a full attack Nid, for instance, and it is a bit squishier as a result. But I figure that's still a fine trade-off here. As you can see, the Nidrasil's still alive. He has to put a little bit more into it before he goes down, and he's only got one more hit in him. But he does have NATO up now, meaning are we going to see yet another sacrifice in the mighty name of Nox? Or is it buff enough?
Yeah, we had Mushuk die for Nox. We had Plat die for Nox. We have Nidrasil, who literally sat on the field just to get a heal off and take a Blizzard to the face for Nox. This is going to be a 1v5. Well, Bernie Whip Lump dies at the end of this turn. A 1v4 Nox here because Nagai's really is going to have a tough time with the poisons too. So it's going to be interesting to see how Turby deals with Nox.
I'm just hoping that Senior Plat can in fact succeed with this all eggs one basket approach that he's going for at the moment. He's finally realized that Turby is not targeting that Noxolotl no matter how much he wants him to, and brings in the Decidor and Nagais to sort of weather some of this damage, takes 50% as the Toxic Ink goes down on Platimus. Noxolotl's just vibing. He's just sitting around. And Arushal comes out on the Nagais, but it's still... I don't know if we can call 25% comfortable, but it's there as the terror of Whip Lump finally goes down.
Yeah, so he saves the Yggdrasil from the tornado. Most certainly would have died. The guy comes in and takes 75% instead. So he has the option to swap back and then to take something. It depends on who he wants to end here to pair with the Nox. It could have been a situation where he's looking to maybe get one more spores onto Nox before the Nid dies. Maybe that's his game plan there. But in comes Yggdrasil to pair with the Plat, and they're both staring down a monster Nox.
Kind of an awkward set of toxics to match up against an Axolotl, because that acid reflux is still going to do at least a reasonable amount of damage. I mean, sure, Plat's special defense is high, but it's still taking that neutrally, as opposed to John Cena in the back, which can weather that a bit more effectively despite narcoleptic hit. I suppose that Nagai's on the board means that you have to sort of respect the beta burst plays that could potentially be coming out there, or Psysurge, although we do see it swap again back into the Nid. It looks like we are seeing a bit more of that shell game happen as the Nid goes down instead, sort of taking one for the team, allowing the guys to stay on the board, because it probably would have gone down there.
And here comes AoE Toxic move. Going to do decent damage, like you said, since it's even typing. Bring them both down to orange HP, 36 and 46 respectively. And back in the Geist, another Tem that will most likely die the following turn to sacrifice for Nox.
This is the second baton pass Nagais I've seen, and I really like seeing them. It makes it more reasonable to sort of swap them into hits, and especially with Decidora being something you don't want on all the time, it's a nice little slot right there. At the same time, though, I can't say that Senior Plat's in anywhere near a good position here. His sacrifices are a bit awkward when he's OX'd on the Nox that he's taken all that momentum for, and then Nagais is just kind of going down to the onslaught of Turby here.
Taking the speed, Nox is going to rest, so it's a full 1v4 situation here, and it's a lot of work. But honestly, I still like Nox's position. It's not too bad because there's just no direct way to kill it.
We still have the Lowali, which if it gets a cheeky hypo off could do something, but yeah, I'm just looking at how high that Nox is. I want to believe here.
Yeah, the game plan there to flood, take the speed away. So if Lowali does get to come in safely, can outspeed the Nox and possibly kill it before Lowali just dies itself. With that +1 speed, that probably wasn't happening. And then Mashuk comes in. Okay, healing up, putting a heal on John Cena here, the Mashuk, and another rest for Nox.
Yeah, he really needs to get that stamina back up. It's especially if he's facing 4 Tems down the way he is. Action economy is going to be really important here. When your back's against the wall like this, having only 1 Tem to hit back against the 2 coming at you really it's an awkward space to fight from. I really hope that Plat knows what he's doing here with his sort of raid boss Nox that he's going for, because that's a lot of Tems still on Turby's side. That's a lot of things that need to be knocked down. We do see the Lowali come back in there.
Turbo here, so Lowali definitely is priority. Yeah, so Senior Plat wants his speed back, and this might just be matched. Okay, so he's just going to try to wear down this defense. Nox started at +2 defense here, down to +1, and just take it into the negatives so it can finally die is probably the game plan.
Will that be enough, though? Because having that be matched again with Noxolotl up there means that Lowali isn't necessarily going to be getting that hypo off first. We do see the rest, though, come out from both people. The fake outs are real here.
So Lowali got to sit on the field without doing anything. Okay. So rest here, trying to get all the stamina back that it can, and Mashuk is going to be on jab duty, just taking down the defense. At even defense, no plus, no minus here for Nox. Acid Reflex comes out, does kill Lowali. Barely hurts the Mashuk. And another one.
I think this is going to be our first. Yep, this is our first transproc right here. We are going to see that regeneration hit again, which is the perfect jabs. I think are Turby's out here at this point. I don't see him having many other ways. He does have the narco hit on the Yggdrasil, which will hit neutrally, and on the now -1 defense Nox, that should be some reasonable damage.
Yeah, -1 defense. We're going for -5 here. Let's keep it coming. Keep these jabs coming. Yeah, send another one in. Jab and heal, jab and heal. This Nid's gonna or Nox is gonna die eventually. I mean, -5 is no joke. -4 is no joke.
No, certainly, and he has no other way to buff his defenses again, with Bark Shield being the only way that he was able to do so. He's going to do a Toxic Ink on the Nid, trying to, slow the inevitable here, but this is not a good position for Noxolotl to be in.
Yeah, another one. Mushuk's job is clear. Take these defenses down. Here comes the narco hit. Ooh,
and there we are. I was suspicious about how this was going to turn out, but Turby does indeed take it away with quite a decisive victory there. Once again, a reminder to all contestants to take screenshots of that little victory screen right there. It's part of your rules here that our friend Texas Roadhouse has set up.
Yeah, both Nids, heavy attack, big damage there. Those narco hits really doing some huge things. The Toxic Inks were even doing huge damage. We saw little Wally take what was it, like over 60% from just one Toxic Ink before the ticks. So once those defenses come down, boom, Nid just deleted Nox.
Yeah, it was really fun seeing the masters of Toxic go toe-to-toe with each other. I mean, that could have gone either way at first. I don't feel like Nagai's was in its element there at all, however.
Yeah,
felt like an
unusual.
awkward pick into that many other things, potentially to scare away some other stuff on Turby's team, but I feel like the only thing it was really there to answer was the Mashuk.
Yeah, and that's why I was so concerned about the Nox, because without Mashuk, there was no way to kill that Nox once Whip Lump and Wally go down. So when Tems were just being sacrificed left and right, and including the Geist, and Mashuk obviously got to be 4 HP because of spores and just stay alive, that's the clear victory there for Turby to just punch jab it down. So yeah, there's a lot of baton pass swaps from the Geist. I see what was going on there, but I think the Geist was needed to keep the Mashuk in check, because that was really the only out for Turby.
Mm-hmm. It's one that he definitely played to particularly well as well, making sure that he kept a lot of his better offensive Tems in the back, allowed the Lawali to eat the hits off the Acid Reflux, letting Senior Plateau X. Another thing that you can afford to do when you're in a good position like that is just spend your Tems. If you've got 4 and your enemy's got 1, let a couple of them drop. Let them OX themselves. That way you can get the action economy back.
And I see Senior Plat in chat saying he thinks he needed to Madness buff Naga on turn 1. Yeah, I definitely thought that was a route he was going to take, because I saw him do it a lot last night, and really there was just not that much pressure from Turby's side. So it seemed like double Madness just right in his face would have been a high pressure start. And then the Geist could have stayed in and fought every Tem on the field at that point.
All right, just having a look at our other face-offs in this first round, and we've got a couple still going. We've gotten recommendations at the moment to wait for the next round before casting, but we do have sort of a number of interesting matchups that I'm just taking a look at here. For instance, we've got Ricky Town himself versus Neko Blocky, with Ricky Town coming out on top. Little Asia known in game. Number of other people there, including Tsubaki-chan. Who's Tsubaki-chan fighting again?
Yeah, I'm taking a look here. Just getting to it. Going on a list. See Tup Pup. Big fan of Tup Pup coming out with his round 1 win. All right. Tsubaki-chan's fighting a player I don't think I'm familiar with.
Yeah, I haven't seen Unbescammed either, but it's an interesting name, if nothing else. We got a couple other greats in here, including Rishi versus Gag Bomb, with Rishi taking it home. I'm not surprised to see Tut Pup take home the victory there either. Very, very talented player.
Tup Pup, a player who's been around since the beginning, but he's kind of been hiding behind, being mysterious, not playing, not showing things too much, kind of just lurking, and here he comes making an appearance, and I'm interested to see what Tup Pup has for this tournament.
Oh, definitely.
What's going on? So Adakar still in his fight with Haven Uwu. Okay. Yeah, I'm interested to see round 2 what our matchups are when we get there. Gold from Enigma. Someone who I seem to happen every time I play a tournament.
I'm
I seem to always have
very
to play.
interested in how Gold got a buy around. He's a very talented player.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to talk about what I think his team comp is from my experience against him, but I think we should see some fun things coming from him if we get the spectator.
To answer the patronizer, players do have access to other players' teams, even in Swiss. So it does mean that you've got more of an ability to assess what's going on, sort of coming up. You can alter your team as a result of it.
I'm curious. Can we? So for the match that we just watched, can we see what Tems were not brought as the sideboard? I'm trying to find this match. Can we see that? I think we can see that, right? Let me see.
I'm still trying to find out where it is.
Still looking for the match too. Okay, yeah, I don't think we can actually see that when it's over. Okay, well, I thought that would be pretty interesting to see the sideboard.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate, but it's something I'm sure that we'll figure out very quickly.
Sure.
It's one of the side effects of working with new and interesting sort of mechanisms like sideboarding and trying to integrate them into BattleFi is finding ways to work them well. In the meantime, I've got news from on high that we're going to get some music going in here as round 2 is, marching ever closer to us.
All right.
And we're back with round 2 coming at you. We're still waiting for a cheeky game to spectate, but the brackets are open and the battles are flying as far as we can tell. We do have some interesting options, including Gold versus Heron Crane, for instance. Very exciting face-up right there. And some less-known contestants, for instance, STF Nuts and Mad Stats, people I've seen both on this server and in Ranked. We also see old faces in the form of Bilbo versus new faces, such as Joe Summoner, not someone I've seen before either. One of the joys of so many people joining us today for the Roadhouse Rumble.
Yeah, so the Gold versus Heron Crane matchup, an Enigma showdown. That's going to be a really interesting match. Heron Crane, like you said, was on a little bit of a break, came back. So let's see if he's got the rust or if he's ready to go, because Gold's been on fire lately.
Oh man, Gold's finally going to get shown up for leaving Enigma in game to join the E-Girls.
Oh yeah, he says it was just a meme, but it's.
All I'm saying is the E-Girls have a bond that you can't break. Okay.
So I think that is the game we are going to be actually tuning into here once it gets started, which is good.
Sounds fantastic. I mean, it's been ages since I've seen Heron Crane play, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what he does. He's another very innovative team builder, did a lot with Kazuma back in the day. Also known for his Extinction compositions back in the dawn of time.
I was about to say that my last time playing versus Heron was back when we were doing ladder matches on Discord, right? And I kept getting matched into him and getting so frustrated because he had such a good Doom team.
Oh yeah, no, he's one of the pioneers. If I recall correctly, he used Volvir into that?
Long ago, yeah. He had a bunch. His Shuin, he had the whole kit and caboodle.
It's such a nice little setup. It's a shame that it doesn't necessarily perform as well anymore because of how many frustrating counters to Doom exist these days, but it is what it is. When you've got things like Bush around, when neutrality Barnshee is starting to exist again, it's just harder for it to assert itself in the same way. It's not to say that you can't get a couple cheeky games off with it, but it feels less consistent now.
Well, looking at the lineup that he brought, he does not have his Doom team with him, so there we can start off with that. We won't be seeing Doom this next match.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah, so Heron Crane's lineup, looking for some interesting picks here. He's bringing back he's got a Pig Epic. Okay, Pig Epic making a comeback here. And he's got interesting Fire Tem that's been making a recent splash, I'd say. Drakash, right? People used to prefer Mastion, but I see more Drakash than Mastion lately. So,
Gold is actually not even online at the moment, as far as I can tell.
Okay. I was going to buy last game, so maybe he miscalculated the time it would take to play to get to his next match. Interesting.
All I know is that we're not necessarily going to be able to spectate that one just yet, I don't think. Still, we've got our pick of the litter here, so perhaps, I don't know, we're seeing something like Pinia versus Prody could be interesting, potentially. Another really interesting matchup we could see is actually Alola versus Dumaga, two heavyweights in ranked and in tournaments. Dumaga, one of the heads of Enigma, and Alola, one of the spiciest meatballs coming out of Ronin.
Yeah, Alola really puts the hours in. He's constantly playing ranked, doing the TMR leaderboard. I see him fluctuating so much on a day-to-day basis, and he's in every tournament doing well.
But instead, there's one other one that I'm going to quickly have a look at is Classics versus Arkham Knight. Going to be a very interesting matchup. They're both bringing unbelievable builds. I'm looking at this right now, and I'm not entirely sure I believe my own eyes. I'm seeing the double Anna here.
Oh, boy, here we go. Oh, yes. Yes, that's that. Wait, let me fix my glasses. It is double Anna here time. Off the start, starting the match off.
Spider-Man point that none of us expected here. This is fantastic. Now, before we all get too caught up in the memes here, I feel like there is genuinely method to this madness. If we look at the Nagaises on both sides here, it's pretty clear that this is Decidora Anna here, where suddenly your slowest temp, it just suddenly becomes that lightning bruiser. But I'm very excited to see how this goes.
Not only is it double Annie here, it's double Tukai. Did I miss? I feel like I missed a portion. Was I asleep for a month? What's going on here? Tukai really hasn't done much outside of freeze comps, and even then, it's still questionable. And there's really not a lot of freeze elements here. I mean, Whiplam's with it, but we got an Anna here to go with it. We got Cerny. It's like we got a little bit of everything.
I'm not entirely sure what these Tukais are doing. One of the things that I like thinking about with Tukai is taking out all of the other birds with it. If Turok and Tuvine are seeing a lot of play and are frightening against you, you can use them to great ends. In the meantime, though, we are seeing the fabled Anahir versus Anahir Classics bringing the mascot of Exotic French and Arkham Knight just vibing.
Yeah, so Pick and Ban went really fast there. It's hard to really analyze the full back end of it, but the fact that Arkham Knight put a lot of priority on his Barn Sheet here, even into what isn't a good opener here, Double Crystal. I'm curious to see what he has in his plan for Barn Sheet. Maybe he's got some next level plan, because Barn Sheet doesn't play particularly that well into the rest of the lineup the Classics has, and he did first pick it. So,
well, another thing about Barnshee versus these two Crystal Tems is they don't output crystal damage turn one. Like, this Barnshee can assert its dominance for a turn before it has to bounce because of all these crystal bites. Because, I mean, no Gallus outside of two people I know play Glassblade. Everyone tends to run Double Gash instead, which does very little versus this. I'm kind of expecting a heat up off of both these Anahirs, though, if I'm honest. I feel like this is just going to be the, setup turn for everybody. Which does mean that this Barnshee outputting a Hypoxia turn one could be really important, actually, for Arkham.
I'm curious if we're going to see a mirror double heat up and a double switch of Nagas coming in, because I think these Anahirs most certainly wouldn't be paired with Naga. So, yeah, I'm curious what the play is here. Maybe Giles going into Arkham Knight's Anahir, trying to put a little pressure. I mean, this is such a weird opener. It's hard to figure out what the game plan is here for both players, especially when Pick and Ban went so fast.
I'm excited to see what both of these players' game plans are for sure. I think the only missing link here for me is the Tukai, which still feels, if nothing else, like an easy to bring sort of water that does more things that is wind, that has a turn one presence. In the meantime, though, we're seeing the Double Gash immediately out and the Wind Burst from an Air Specialist Barnshee, good to note, can actually take that cheesy status, and the double heat up from both of our turtles. Gallus bringing itself, taken down to past 60% from that Wind Burst alone, so this Barnshee can probably clap it real good before either of these Anahirs can do much, but we'll see whether these two Tems turn into Nagaises by the end of this turn.
That was a solid Wind Burst. Gallus definitely felt that. And now that we have double heat up online, this is all going to come down to what kind of speed and TV spreads we're messing with here. I mean, can the Barnshee kill Gallus before he gets anything off back on the Barnshee? I don't think so. I'd imagine Barnshee's coming out here. And when I look at the lineups, it's actually a mirror match across the board, except for the Gallus and Barnshee themselves. So
indeed,
it's going to be interesting to see.
I don't think that Barnshee's as scared as we might think. If it's packing Tornado, it's probably going to outspeed the Gallus, depending on the speed of this Gallus, right? Unless that's a max speed Gallus or something like a heavy speed investment, that Sharp Stabs might not actually connect before the Tornado.
Yeah, I think it depends on what speed the Gallus has, right? Because I don't know. I've seen Anahirs. Who knows what speed the Gallus has at this point?
I mean, this is the point where if we see some amazing coverage out of these Anahirs, not a very expansive move pool there, but if we see a head charge, for instance, that could make or break things here. Some people in chat are talking about the Sand Splatters, but I argue that's just too low base power for effective coverage here, even with that 4x weakness.
Okay, so assuming that Gallus does die to the Barnshee before anything goes off, if you're Classics, he's taking a long time on this turn, by the way, and he does pull the Gallus out. Are you Arkham Knight? Do you heat up again? And just, oh, okay, no, we don't.
We see Arkham's actually decided to chicken out here. He's brought his Tukai instead. Crowley brought in to soak some of these hits. It does indeed soak that hook kick very effectively. As the tornado comes down, the hook kick did outspeed there. Very interesting to see. But that Gallus is no longer with us. Will this Barnshee survive the... No. Okay, yeah, just completely flattened by that Crystal Bite. Heat Up Anna here is still genuinely a threat. We are even seeing some stamina left on this Anna here. I'm not necessarily seeing any items on it yet, so we know it's not Sweatband. But the real question here is, what are those? Is this Doppel Anna here? Please let it be Doppel Anna here.
Doppel Anna here, yeah. To prepare for the one other player that probably brought Anna here, that would be pretty strange. But you never know. And so now we got Tukai coming in, and we just have a very unusual mirror match here on the board. And your Tukai setup. I honestly think I'd be saying this.
Yeah, no, the Spider-Man point is real right now. Not two Tems I expected to see a whole lot of, but really pleased to see them. Both of these Tukais probably going to be getting some solid dunks on both of these Anahir slots. The real question is, what are they going to be predicting to swap into those? Do you think we're going to see some Valorant?
Oh, so you think they're both going to swap? Just they're both afraid of the Tukais here? If that's the case, I mean, Voloran's so good here. I think Voloran's are going to see some play. It's going to be a game of swapping back and forth, right? The Anahir's on the board, in come the Tukais. Our Anahir's off the board. Here comes the Voloran to put pressure on the Tukai. Okay, take Tukai off the board. Back comes Anahir. So it's going to be just a merry-go-round here, I think, of swaps from either side to try and dodge these attacks that are 2 times effective. But this is still just wild that we're looking at an Anahir Tukai mirror match.
I'm very pleased that the only 2 Anahirs in the entire tournament did pair into each other in this bracket. It's a sign, clearly. It's the language of the gods speaking to us right now. But in the meantime, Rihanna is, in fact, bouncing, as we do see the predicted Valorant swap, on this side at least. The Tsunami coming out from Arkham's Tukai. We're not going to be dealing as much as he wants here. No synergy either, quite sadly. We see the Windburst coming out onto the Anahir, though.
Oh.
Where's that Crystal Bite going to be landing, though? Oh,
boy, yeah.
It does not quite take out the Tukai. Wardrum, however, has finally been scouted. So that's a pretty respectable choice on Anahir. Like, it's all physical. A lot of... bit questionable, perhaps, on Arkham's team, unless that's a physical Valorant, because at least the rest of the lineup that he's got here immediately is special. But maybe the Tems that weren't picked here are also physical. I'm not gonna like attempt to analyze his lineups. He's a far better player than myself.
Yeah, Anahir playing the drums here to get that extra damage out. Almost one-shots the Tukai. And like I thought would happen, we did have a Anahir come out scared of the Tukai. In comes Volorand to pressure the Tukai. So now we're in a situation where does the Tukai come out for Arkham Knight? I'd imagine so, since it can't really do much currently on the field. And I think it'd be in a Volorand of his own would make the most sense.
Well, the amazing turtle dance is going to continue as Tukai becomes Valorant on that side. As you predicted, there's now a Valorant on that side. The Anahir bounces as well, as we do see the Nagais come out. Are we sure that Arkham wants that Decidor out? Oh yeah, no, there's no Anahirs on the field. It's safe. Strange sentence that. Eats the HKS pretty nicely, too. That Tornado does a reasonable amount to the Valorant, but no matter whether it's aerobic or anaerobic, without any immediate debuffs, Tornadoes don't tend to do that much to Valorant. Still a fairly chunky bird, even after the patch.
Yeah, so that is an aerobic Volorant with a sweatband. Throwing out the HKS with no buffs on it. Still did pretty good damage to Nagais, who, like you said, strange vest Nagais. So if Arkham Knight's Volorant is also aerobic, I think we're just going to see HKSs being fired out at each other since the special defenses go down. It's going to be an all-out brawl. Winds, tornadoes, blizzards, just all across the field. It's going to be wild. Meanwhile, the Anahirs are hiding in the back and let the dust settle, the stamina get lower so they can come back and make their appearance.
That's the problem with not running Sweatband or any sort of other support on your Anahirs is eventually, those turtles get tired. They got to bounce. And, well, they'll be back shortly, I'm sure.
So I in this position, I think the Tukai is going to come out. It does come out here for Klazix. And let's see what we're doing here. All right, we're just going to do another mirror.
Yeah, reassert the... If that is another Decidora, then we're going to see once again the rare Decidora mirror match where that does, in fact, reset itself. As turn order becomes sort of standard once again.
Yeah, so here, another HKS being fired out. -2 special defense here. 24%. And Arkham Knight's Nagais is also low. So with both these Nagaises on the field, here we are with the who's got the better Nagais spread. Who prepared to speed creep the other Nagais? Yeah, creeping up the ladder. Is it 2-speed, 3-speed? We'll never know, but we'll find out here on who's going first.
Okay. That would be very interesting to see if either of these players have speed crept like that. That said, the healthier Nagais is going to be the one that has my vote here. Klazix's Nagais is looking a lot better on this field right now with both that double screen and 85% of its health left. We do see the double Decidora standard initiative, folks.
One thing to note...
Anahir comes to the field.
Yeah, in comes Anahir. Is it double Anahir? Okay, Tukak is back, ready for the Anahir. One thing to note is Arkham Knight's Volarand is anaerobic. It did the wind move and didn't get any stat changes. And it also has Doppelganger. That's why he's focusing that slot so hard. Anahir doesn't take that much damage, though. And heavy pressure put on the Tukai here. And now this Anahir kind of has free reign with this Nagais next to it. This Tukai can't compete.
Certainly. Given that now there is only one Nagais on the field again, Rihanna is about to shine bright on this field. Going absolutely first thanks to its abysmal speed. I'm pretty sure, Gulder underspeeds it. That's about it. Anahir is not known for being a fast or high stamina Tam. It's usually some of its biggest drawbacks, but man, it's a shame that only one of these babies is gonna make it through with an unbroken record right now. Oh my goodness, this is the first time I've actually seen this move.
Yeah,
Mineral Hail is a move that I forgot existed genuinely, as we see an absolute curb stomp from Klazix onto Arkham Knight's side, wiping out both the Tukai and the Volarand in one fell swoop. Goodness.
Yeah, in my opinion, and that was the checkmate that was waiting to happen from either side. Who would be the first one to establish their Anahir and their Nagais alone with no other Nagais on the board? And even better yet, if there's no opposing Anahir on the board. Because once you get that set up and the enemy just has regular Temps out there with their normal speeds or high speeds, and you got a heated up Anahir that's going to go first, it's just game over. And Klazix was the first one to establish that board position. And now it's looking pretty...
Said, that's really ballsy from Arkham Knight there, doing another heat up on his own Anahir as the Sight Surge comes down and does take out his Nagais. It's Anahir versus the world now.
Yeah, he just giving a last-ditch effort heat up here, down to 11%, 1 versus 4. Ooh, boy, I don't... if there's a Tem that could ever do it, I don't think it's Anahir, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, this is unfortunately looking like a very done situation here, but Mineral Hail does fall out again, and I'm so glad to see this move, guys. That's a signature move I never actually expected to see, especially in a competitive setting, and congratulations to Klazix for moving forward right now. Absolutely unique game.
Very unique, very interesting, and it was just a bunch of swaps back and forth, very similar board position since it was almost a full mirror match across the board. And Klazix was able to establish the Anahir Nagais setup with no opposing Anahir or Nagais being the main problem to worry about, and was just able to just cast monster heated up AoEs that just ended the game.
Also important to recognize that Mineral Hail, much better technique than I suppose we've given it credit for if set up correctly. That was actually quite the change as a result there. My only regret here is that both Anahirs couldn't come out victorious there.
One of them had to take the loss, so it won't have a perfect win rate in this tournament. But still cool to see nonetheless.
Amazing. truly flawless. This is what I love about the Temtem community. Sometimes we can make any crazy thing work if we put our minds to it.
So looking at round 2 still going on, there's still a bunch of games that haven't been finished. So trying to see some results, some people who won their first game. So Supaki-chan did win his second game, so we have a 2-0 Supaki-chan. Watch out field, because he is a dangerous player.
Just a quick throwback to the game that unfortunately we did not cast. Gold and Heron Crane. Heron Crane did actually take that game away. Senior Platts also managed to scrape out a win against Ether Gray. And Tsubaki-chan did take a game from Silent, one of the rulers of Ronin.
Okay. So Heron Crane. Did you say Heron Crane won? I'm seeing, yeah.
Yeah, Heron Crane did indeed win against Gold.
Okay, so there must not be a lot of rust then. He comes back from his break, and he's taking down a top player and a clubmate. So, all right,
Heron Crane is a powerhouse. He's a very dedicated player, and I sort of put him in a similar tier as Vasi, for instance. Very interesting in terms of how he assesses and breaks down the game. Remarkable to see in action. Still though, we've got a load of rounds left to go before we're even done with Swiss. I'm really excited about the vastness of this tournament. How many people wound up checking in again?
That's a great question. Put me on the spot here. I think we're over 70. I think we got to 70 or 71 maybe. I'm not too sure. 69. Or
nice.
71 players. All right. There's 2 that didn't finish. A couple players didn't finish here. Whatever reason that may be. But yeah, so one thing I wanted to note was my boy Tut Pup did go down to Hightude, who made a deep run in Plus tournament last night. So Hightude now at 2-0.
Goodness, that's actually quite impressive there. Just a quick heads up to everybody listening. There's a variety of voices you'll be hearing this evening, not just myself, but very shortly we're going to be switching over to a new set of casters for further rounds of Swiss. You'll be hearing my dulcet tones in Texas as well once more later on, but it's as we enter round 3, you're going to have a new set of voices just sort of tickling your ears. Still happy to chew the fat with Roadhouse as we wait for that charming moment, though. As there's still rounds left to go, but just making sure that nobody's too jarred by a sudden shift like that. We still have a couple matches left, though, ranging from personal favorites, such as Wobbles versus Sire Blackstore. Alola and Dumaga are still facing off, as far as I can tell as well. As I said before,
I was just about to say players. Yeah, I just popped in and checked to see how that game's going, and we have a 1v3 situation with Cernif left alone on the board for Dumaga. So the classic Cernif carry. So that game might take a while. So.
Oh boy. Well, I guess we got some time to talk yet. That said, if I'm just quickly looking at that one as well. Do we want to quickly just have a look at that, just sort of at the end of this?
To the Dumaga Lola game? Is that what we're... There's still a lot of action left in that one.
We will be getting just the last bits of that on stream. Dumaga versus Alola coming at you. Just the final taste of it. Dumaga may be backed into a corner, but Cernif at relatively full health is a far better Tem to be backed into a corner with. As we're seeing some classic Bush plays right here.
Okay.
It should be coming up on screen in a moment. There we are.
Turn 15 here, 1 versus 3. Dumaga has Cernif, who has some buffs, 3 defense, 1 special defense, and 4 HP, facing down Volfy, Grandpa, and Nidrasil.
I think Nidrasil is about the only thing that Cernif's really scared of. And even then, can the Nidrasil break through plus 3 defense Cernif here?
He's going to keep stacking the defense with Shy Shield. Has a sweatband, of course, and it is settling. So he's looking to just keep this going for as long as he can, and then towards the end of the game, just try to kill the Tems and win on HP, or maybe even take out Alola's whole team.
As things continue, Cerneve will be able to do some damage, but this is one of those situations in which Cerneve's frustrating move pool is going to hold it back a bit, because even with its amazing buffs, it's going to have a hard time taking down an Yggdrasil, which is only taking a quarter of the damage it would normally be taking from those Wuckles, and Cerneve's not looking like it's taking these constant Toxic Inks. It's getting hit on its special defense, getting hit with these poison ticks. It just doesn't like them.
And this could be it here. That's +2 speed Grandpa with Bully activated. Yeah, and Cerneve is down. So Cerneve tried to do Cerneve things there, take the game out, settling, stack it up, but Alola takes down the victory, and there's some Alola chants going on in chat here. So Alola's got a fan base.
Oh yeah. Alola is a legendary player, renowned for his Club Wars performance and beyond. Really glad we got to see the end of that and Dumaga's performance there. Shout out to him as well. Fantastic player. Looking forward to seeing him further on in other rounds of Swiss, perhaps, as we move forward. What other rounds do we even have left what other battles do we have left in this second round?
I see
Penny and Prody finished.
No, they haven't. I'm trying to get into that game right now, see what type of setup we have, if it's going to be going. Do you know? I'm not familiar with Pinna.
I haven't seen Pinna before either, but Prody is another of those. Yeah, going into a Prody game and seeing a single doomed Tem on Pinna's side is everything you need to know about Prody. We are seeing a very classic Doom composition coming out from Prody today. Goodness. Yeah. So, I don't think that this battle is going to be lasting more than 3 rounds, because I don't see any way for this Noxolotl to get this Doom off inside that time, meaning that we'll be approaching our 3rd round shortly, I'm sure.
It doesn't look very good for Pinna, but it's still something I want to tune into because it's so interesting. This Noxolotl is buffed up so big. I think it's +4 defense with +5 special defense is what I saw. So like your dream Nox situation, right? But there's one problem for all that defense. There's just one tiny problem, and it's the skull sitting under its health bar. So
now, if Pinna has Madness buff, he can get out of this in time. Oh, except he can't because he's out of stamina.
I think
if that was a more full stamina bar, or if this is a stamina bug that hasn't been fixed somehow, then perhaps we'll be there, but I'm not entirely sure of that.
We're not expecting that game anymore.
No, unfortunately, that match does appear to be suffering from some buffering issues on some ends here. So we're going to be tabbing away from that one. It is kind of a foregone conclusion as is. I don't feel like that's too bad a thing to bounce away from there. It was, if nothing else, a teaser of what's to come.
Wait, that game crashed me too. So Doom is just powered, actually causing Doom to my computer. So I'm trying to get back.
It extinguishes mine as well. It appears that we certainly do have a contagious element here. Just gonna have to sign back in.
You got to keep an eye on Prody here. He might be on to something. Crashing people. No, I'm just kidding. But Prody bringing Doom to a pretty major tournament. And this puts him at 2-0 if he wins this game, which it looks like he will, right? I think he won his first game.
Oh, that's interesting. Here, one sec. I'll check the standings while you're looking at. Just to quickly highlight here, we have we still have a large number of people. I mean, it's only 2 rounds into Swiss so far, but we have 17 people who have gone 2-0 win-loss so far, ranging from Tsubaki to Sire Blackstar, a wide variety of names here. Some new, some old. I haven't seen Doiko before, for instance, but other classics like Le Mumu and Flowmaster are in there. Truly impressive players to see.
Scared to go back into that game, but I see chat talking about Prody's game. I guess Nox was hurting itself, and Prody's now healing the opponent's Nox to keep it from trance, so the Doom does go off. What a bizarre game there.
Yeah, that's how you keep the Doom going on there.
Prady did lose his first game, though. I was hoping that we would see some late Swiss possible top cut Doom action, and it's still definitely possible, but he did lose his first game. So we'll see how Doom plays out for him.
7 rounds of Swiss, there's more than enough time for him to get that back, and he's already well on his way to it, as we can see from this match.
And the only other game that is still going on is Vinny versus Kakashka.
Ah, 2 players I'm not familiar with.
Same. Okay, we're on turn 15 of this game. Let me see if we can get this one going.
Yep, I'm just checking into it as well. Let's hope this one's a bit more safe for our computers, eh? We're seeing, actually, wow, 4 Tems alive on both sides. None of them, okay, only one of them at green health I'm seeing immediately, so the game's not quite as stally as we might have immediately assumed there, but outside of the Mastio, nothing on Vinny's side's looking particularly happy, and Kakashka looks like we've been seeing a lot of swaps, perhaps, just because nothing there is above 50%.
Yeah, a lot of beat-up Tems here. So a lot of swapping going on in this game. Volarend is juiced up and ready to punish, though. +3 speed on that Volarend for Kakashka's side, I believe.
Well, we are seeing Volfi go down almost immediately here. The plague definitely coming into its own there. Handcuffs Volfi is a nightmare even to other Volfis. You're nobody's safe. You're not safe.
Yeah, Handcuffs. I mean, Volfi is already just a god tier Tem, right? And Handcuffs is just making it even better. It's a great pairing. And now Gauss comes on the field to face down this Volfi. So it's hard to tell without seeing the rest of this match how this plays out, but this is always that interesting matchup when it comes down to spreads and what holds are available here. The Gyalas versus Volfi, because they can just obliterate each other, right? Depending on what's available.
Yeah, this is the challenge of coming in only about halfway through a game, is that we don't get to see what holds, where if that Gyalas has hook kick up and is faster, then that Volfi doesn't want to stick around. But it could just as easily at this point potentially even cave. Actually, with +1/+1, it's probably safe from any Kinu beta bursts that are happening there, but I'm not entirely sure this Volfi wants to stick around.
So we're going to see a Barnchi unload a Tornado on the Volfi. Volfi's pretty buff at this point, +2 special defense, so it doesn't do a whole lot. And Plague does go first, but it doesn't kill, and Gauss has managed to take it down with the follow-up. So close, 1.9%, and then Kinu fails the ability here.
Sad revid. If that was a beta burst, we'd be looking at a dead Gallus, but in the meantime, I mean, you can't fault Vinny for hoping that his Volfi would live in that scenario and trying to get it back in there. Volfi stalls are a pretty strong tactic, as many people can attest to at this moment in time.
So looking at these Gallases, they're both at 1%, 1.9%, 1.1%. So these Gallases barely hanging on to life. And in comes the Mastion, which is the healthiest Tem that's remaining for either side at still in green HP.
I feel like at this point, if Mastion's capable of taking advantage of this opening, it's very quickly going to fall into Vinny's favor. Given that there's so few things left to take hits on Kakashka's side, with Gallus being literally on the precipice of death's door right now, and the Barnchi not having very much stamina left to pressure with, I'm not seeing many outs for Kakashka immediately here outside of just hitting as hard as possible into that Mastio.
Yeah, I don't know if HKS is up for Volarend, but if it is up for Volarend, I think you're sacrificing Barnchi here. You need Volarend to come in on a fresh board so you can go ahead and just destroy that Mastion. So yeah, we're keeping Barnchi out. Ooh, look, these, I'll tell you what, we've seen a lot of Barnchi so far, and they are pumping out damage. Hand Fan, Air Spec.
Oh yes, Air Spec Hand Fan is the most powerful non-HKS special move in the game. It's what I calc against, and it does an absurd amount of damage. However, we do see what I feared here. Mastion just sweeping the board clean with that Meteor Swarm. As only Volarend is left, can a Volarend with 34% take down 3 Tems? I don't like these odds.
This is kind of bad. So it's going to be able to get its possible HKS stuff here. If it's up, kill the Mastion or the Gyalas, whatever one it chooses. Going on to the Mastion here, more HP to take care of. Gallus can still unload for free.
Yeah, at this point, Gallus is still a Tem that if it doesn't get debuffed, it can do a pretty sizable amount of damage. That Sharp Stabs doesn't quite KO, but actually, what health was that Kinu at? There might still yet be hope. Oh no, I don't think Kakashka's gonna. One beta burst and that Valorant's down. Sharp Stabs isn't up. A Toxic Plume will take down that Gallus, but one move away from victory is still unfortunately not a victory. The beta burst is going to confirm it for Vinny.
Yeah, that's minus for special defense, only a little bit HP left. That's a dead bowler. I was about to say, if somehow Toxic Plume can do over 50% to Kinu in some miracle world, there's a chance.
Not without Sparks, it doesn't, I'm afraid. But that was certainly an interesting game to quickly end round 2 on, as we wait for round 3 to sort of kick off. Quite an upset immediately, just from our rounds, from our battles that we've been able to see in this second round. Anahir versus Anahir. Never thought I'd see the day.
Yeah, Anahir versus Anahir, and matched with 2 Kais on either side. And there were multiple times in that game where it was Anahir 2 Kai versus Anahir 2 Kai. Yeah, and it's going to be going. We got both players who are one's 2-0 and one's 1-1. So there's going to be more of that. There's going to be a lot more of that to come.
Fantastic. In the meantime, though, now the moment that we've all been waiting for here, rest from our dulcet tones and a reset into different dulcet tones is going to be coming at you. Please, chat, do. I'm sure you guys are going to treat Potestis and Blue Sapphire very, very well, but in the meantime, they're going to be bringing on our third round of Swiss deliciously into your ears, and it's going to be an exciting time. You'll have plenty of time to hear both me and Texas later on, and I look forward to it.
Yes, sir. We're coming back later on, and let's keep it going. Round 3.
and welcome back to Temporium, Roadhouse Rumble. I am Blue Sapphire, joined by Patessis. We are in round 3 of the Swiss, Alola versus Little Asia. How is everybody doing?
Yeah, thank you very much, Blue. And yeah, welcome from my side as well. We will be here and cast for you the next Swiss rounds. And first up, we see actually both Rise banned here from Alola and Little Asia. And a Wolfie first pick.
It's going to be interesting to see how this will turn about for Alola here. Opens with Wolfie, of course, instantly countered by Little Asia. With that Gaialis, Wolfie, Gaialis, of course, very solid temp to open with. We'll see how he responds. Got his Rise band, actually a Rise band trade. Probably doesn't want to give away that speed control, but aside from that, does allow for a Kinu pairing with that Gaialis, but Little Asia decides against it, wants to keep Wolfie instead. What do you make of this Wolfie pickup early? I wouldn't say Kinu Gaialis isn't that bad as an opening, or is there a different idea here for the side of Little Asia?
Yeah, I'm quite surprised, but then again we see a Gialis and a Drakesh and a Tukai. The mix, all these temps that Wolfie has at least a favorable matchup against. It does quite well. So for Little Asia, I for sure see this Wolfie pickup here just because, well, A, it's a relatively safe pick on the first turn, and B, it will do something in this game for him. On the other side, though, Alola probably thinking the same here.
Picks up the mix to counter that Barnshee, instant retaliation there. Little Asia, it's very interesting because his build does have access to that Grumper. Unfortunately, Alola gives him access to Kinu, but understanding removing those the pesky Volorant, also removing that speed control, sort of forces Little Asia a little bit into a corner. Doesn't feel like Kinu is the most comfortable pickup here, since again the main damage source right now is just Gaialis. So might have to pick up Tukai for the sake of output. Grumper is picked up as well to at least punish somewhat these attempts toward the side of Alola. That Thunderstrike is a lot of damage, and also there's not a direct threat aside. I guess Wolfie and Ninja do affect it that much. So Drakash will be the last pickup, and we'll see how this will play out. Alola versus Little Asia. He picks up Kinu instead of Tukai, and let us see how turn 1 plays out.
Yeah, and the Drakash pickup here, pretty good for Alola. Should do a lot of damage against like this Gialis and the other part of the lineup. Will be good against this Grumper as well. So we are looking here at turn 1, and the most obvious play would be obviously to focus down the Wolfie of Little Asia, but we will see here timely swap out as the Banshee eats Plague.
Ooh, very nice. Neutrality Barnshee eats that very nicely. Wolfie is traded, drops it below 50%. Another double gash will do the trick. Toxic Ink as well on the Barnshee. Very nice swap by Little Asia. Barnshee takes everything and can respond with fighting power. Hook kick is not necessary, as well as Alola has exposed that his Wolfie is not tanky enough to take another double gash to the face. That is very good information for Little Asia, because even if you do attempt to Dust Vortex, that means Gaialis will trade, guarantee on the Wolfie, and if Gaialis is faster, Alola is in a rough, compromised position.
Yeah, and the Banshee here as well. While it did take a lot of damage, it's not very crucial for Little Asia, other than checking the Nidwhistle, and this is exactly what this Banshee does here. Tornado into the Nidwhistle will deal hefty amounts of damage, and yeah, Little Asia for sure is here in the driver's seat. Damage advantage, typing advantage, going in his favor.
Yeah, the big part about this is that Wolfie taking that double gash to the face and dropping below 50% puts a threat, meaning you can't really swap in very safely. Wolfie has to retreat unless Lola wants to lose that Wolfie quite quickly. Mix will come in to take that double gash instead. We'll see how this plays out, though. Tukai was swapped in. Varnshi will also be removed, doesn't want to trade that for anything. Kinu will be buffing the Gaialis as well here, just protecting, raising the defenses for it, and just in case it does Vortex, the double gash will come out as well. Again, Little Asia, as to be expected, read that Wolfie was too low to really take another one of those, but now Mix on the field. Now, Crystal Bite would certainly one-shot it out of the face of the earth, but Tukai, we've seen have been built with special attacks, so not a slouch when it comes to damage output. You have to be a little bit careful, at least on your Gaialis. If you get doubled up here, you will drop fairly low.
Yeah, and well, I don't see the Kinu staying in here. As you said previously in the draft, it's not a very good matchup for this Kinu. A lot of temps of Alola just, very good against it. So I just expect it to be swapped in, swapped out, just for the protector buffs here. And I do think this is why Little Asia actually picked it. You can actually make a kind of prediction play here, doing a double Nash into the mix as well again, so you know for sure mix doesn't go into Puppet Master range, soften up even more. But if Alola swaps in something else, like a Wolfie, like a Drakash, it will still hit pretty well.
Yeah, speak of the devil, he shall appear. It is still instead actually going to be swapped in. Instead, going to take that Crystal Bite to the face, unless it was in fact a Hypnosis. Putting it out on the Tukai, so Tukai doesn't even get an action, so completely shut out. Alola has to take that Crystal Bite with no response, and Drizzle will take that. Very impactful as well. Takes it down to 35% HP, I should say. The Kinu completely uncontested as well. Now has Revitalized, now has Stone Wall available, as well as Turbo Choreography potentially. So again, Little Asia, his Kinu getting a lot of value here because Alola is playing a little bit more passively than I expected.
Yeah, and this tempo just carried Little Asia here in this early game, just from turn 1, being able to have this Kinu in here under, not pressured here just because of the mix, having a really bad matchup against the Gialis. And now we see finally the mix fearing the Toxic Ink from the Nidrasil, and Grumper comes out.
Yeah, Grumper comes out just to pose a threat on this Tukai. So a lot of positional play here. Barnchi as well, very smart decision. Grumper will take that. Absolutely no damage there, no impact Ninja still can do against this Grumper. And now Grumper with Thunder Strike surely forces Tukai off the field here. But will Alola do a double swap? Bear in mind, Alola has done, I believe he's only bursted out a double attack on the first turn, and then thereafter has to play under tempo. Little Asia has had the pace and momentum for the time being. Alola needs to get a good position here, or at least force an action out of Little Asia that we may not expect.
So I see Alola swapping in the mix here for the Nidrasil. Reason being is the Banshee, with any attack going into that mix, will probably bring it down to Puppet Master range. And I do think that might be one of the win cons for Alola here. Just having this mix kind of be uncontested, pretty good against the Banshee. You know, the Grumper with Electric Storm can't really hit it that well. That might be a play for Alola here.
Yeah, on top of Barnchi being neutrality as well, so because of this, a Tsunami doesn't look that nice. Grumper is going to take a decent chunk, but because of the electric typing, of course, only going to be neutral. So Alola, again, will have to be forced to swap. Drakash will be coming in instead for that Sentinel buff on top of just being able to take it. Grumper gets a Bamboozle though, so assuming a Tsunami was in fact coming in, and the read perfectly by Little Asia, Barnshi will not be freezing, and Grumper is perfectly safe. Thunderstrike is now on the field, and a bolt of lightning. Zeus comes crashing down into that Tukai. Out of the field he goes, and Barnshi, with that protection from the Grumper, secures that kill onto Tukai.
You know, it is just a hornless Whiplump at the end, and that little pling that electric damage does to it is not only very satisfying, but also very deadly for that Tukai.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here comes the mix.
Mix coming in. Barnshi for sure dead here, but Barnshi may potentially have a Hypoxia or Tornado to respond, at least to punish this Drakash. Also, I'd like to bear in mind, Earthbreaker is now available on the Grumper. Earthbreaker can do devastating amounts of damage here. Mix is not as safe as you may think, ladies and gentlemen, as it will do a lot of damage. Of course, Drakash as well, not as safe as well. Earthbreaker doing double damage on that Drakash. So right now, Little Asia tearing the game wide open, and Lola has never been on the front seat at all. He's always been in the back trying to catch up here, but the pace is going way too fast. And Little Asia is pulling the gas pedal forward.
On the Grumper.
Crystal Spikes into Mud Shower, punishing the Grumper a lot. As you mentioned, 30% though. But Grumper trades, and look at that trade, significantly better for the side of Little Asia, but of course Grumper is slower in this scenario, as he is seen.
And I do think this particular turn went in Alola's favor. Actually, sure, he has taken a lot of damage from the Drakesh here, but the mix here now very, very fast. Will act first on the board. Will be able to kill the Grumper if it stays in, and then Drakesh all of a sudden is a little bit more freed as well as the mix as well.
Yeah. Unfortunate there. The Grumper is going to go down. The Crystal Spikes did enough damage. The Fire Tornado as well will devastate a lot of damage onto the Wolfie. Grumper has done its job, however, I would argue, as Gaialis comes back in. Now again, Arsenal still available. Sharp Stabs, Hook Kick, you name it. This Gaialis has it. Dust Vortex on Wolfie also online. So Wolfie in a very comfortable spot here, and Little Asia, although losing that Grumper, has done its job, and Alola still has yet to regain some sort of tempo. One solid kill might break it open.
Yeah, and here we see basically the early pressure from Little Asia. We have said that, well, Alola is kind of fine here on this board, but now this Gialis has one protector buff. It's looking really good against the mix and the Drakesh here against both of these slots. Alola doesn't really have good swap-ins. I mean, the Wolfie can eat the Crystal Bite, more or less. But if Little Asia decides this mix is a huge problem, he can just double Nash and into that, and then follow it up with the Wolfie.
Yeah, so Crystal Spikes does come out before the Gaialis, and so does Hellfire, really trying to secure a kill on the Gaialis before it gets a hit off. But Gaialis isn't even close to death. Hook Kick, though, gonna bring Dracash straight into the grave, as Wolfie as well. Dust Vortex to respond. Mix, will he survive? No, it will not. It overexerted as well. So Alola going for the Hail Mary play, at least to provide an impact, but now puts himself in an absolutely devastating position where Double Gash secures a kill onto Wolfie, and this Ninja Shield is helpless to watch. He concedes, and our first game of round 3 we are spectating goes away with Little Asia, as he just contained tempo the entire time, Potestas. I think at that point, Alola never actually had an opportunity to fight back.
No, it really seemed helpless from in the game from Alola's side. The first turn not really going in his favor, and then the second and third, and this advantage just snowballed. What I want to point out, though, a little bit of a sneaky play here from Alola that didn't pan out. But if he would have taken a route like Double Nash into Dust Vortex, the mix here at the very end, that actually would not be so successful, because Alola overexerted with Crystal Spikes, and therefore a Double Nash would have put into Puppet Master range, basically saying, well, Little Asia, you have kind of won, but I can give you the opportunity to make a mistake. And exactly. I do think that's a good point of looking at it. It was basically lost, but he made sure that he might have had a chance.
Yes, he pulled a last-minute tricky move. If Little Asia did decide to be a little bit greedy, as you mentioned, if he had decided to double gash into Dust Vortex instead into the Kinu, it would have been a bit of a disaster. But Little Asia, as I often say, the most obvious play is oftentimes the best play. Just hook kicks into that Dracash, and unfortunately there is no follow-up after that point mix. Just going down to that Dust Vortex as well, significantly impactful. So Little Asia being fairly confident with the damage source of damage output of that Dust Vortex really made that much more clear than it was. Lola, again, trying to be tricky, as mentioned. Definitely nothing wrong there, but being in the driver's seat, Little Asia tried to secure the win, and he gets it. We'll have to see
this was
if we have any other matches.
Our first seed, basically, or one of our first seeds. Little Asia, currently 3-0, up, won every turn, won every match here up until this third round. And Alola actually now dropping, losing his first against Little Asia. So both of these had good round 1 and 2s, but Little Asia came on top here.
Yeah, it was by a significant margin as well. Like, I want to reiterate that. Lola definitely not a slouch, right? So the third game doing Little Asia being able to do that much is quite impactful. It's surprising to me, at least. Lola, a top player as well. We've seen him in several tournaments, able to top 8 cut consistently. So him taking one loss like that is surprising, and it's going to be exciting to see what what Little Asia can do in the future, and if Alola can consolidate or at least try and push forward here, at least get a couple more wins in the bag before moving on. But perhaps just an update on every other matchup here. I believe just a couple more games. Setsuka gets a 3-0 as well.
One thing to point out, though,
Matchup.
and this is kind of new for all of us that have been here in this competitive scene for a little bit now. We have this sideboarding, so scouting your opponent pre-match is very important and is a skill that is required in this tournament that has not been tested that much. Not even trained, even really. So that might have been something about that. That maybe the Little Asia scouting was a little bit better, and had a little bit overall better matchup, choosing the 8 attempts that he did, and compared to Alola's 8.
Well, we'll be right back in a little bit here as we'll be trying to see if we can find any more matches for you. But don't go anywhere. There's still more rounds in the Swiss and for the Roadhouse Rumble.
Yeah, I do think we will skip here and come back when we have round 4 on the way, as there are just a few matches here that that still play, and we update you on the next round, I guess.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Temporium GG's Roadhouse Rumble. We're still in Swiss round 3, and we will be checking out another game in the Swiss bracket of round 3. Right now, we're going to be watching Rakita versus Turby. Right now, it's going to be Gayalis Wolfie versus Zephy. Ninja still on the board with both players having a couple of Tems left. Adhikar not looking so hot with just Gayalis and Wolfie on the field. We'll see if we can somehow pull something through going into the later stages of this game.
I mean, let's hope we can channel the power of the dancing mane going bzzzt and win this one here. As Zephy eats a plague, actually surviving. That's pretty huge here. And hook kick does a lot of damage, but doesn't kill.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, unfortunate. Rakita, aka Adhikar, is known in the community, is looking currently in a problematic position. Wolfie completely out of stamina, did not overexert, thankfully, but Gayalis will be dropping. It looks like we have just caught the tail end of this game to see perhaps his loss here. We'll have to see unless Wolfie pulls a miracle from under his back pocket. This is not looking very good here.
Yeah, and this should be a wrap-up here. But looking at those teams, maybe we can scout a little bit and prepare for the next round here. We see Adhikar coming through with the Rise. And the Chuvine, Kino, Wolfie, yeah, is pretty standard. But the Rise was also something we saw in the first game being actually banned for both players. And Turby a little bit with a hot take with a Platimus here.
Ooh. Yeah, it seems like there are a lot of variety in terms of squads based on really your clan. I fairly see a lot of Noxolotl, especially in that Enigma sort of side, Paradox sort of side, sorry. And so, again, there's quite interesting teams here. Wolf is going to take a lot of punishment, of course, out of stamina. Wolfie forced to rest. Has Bush, but I'm not sure how much that'll save you here. So, again, Adhikar not looking too hot and will probably go down here. I did want to ask Possessus, how is Rise for you? Like, is Rise looking like a solid Tem in your eyes, or well, actually, in the meantime, Zephyr gets Feather Gatling, so Toxic will take it, but by no means certainly was it an easy game there. But yeah, back to what I was asking, is Rise in your eyes, what is the usage of Rise in this meta at least? Or why are people picking up Rise?
So obviously the speed control that Rise gives is not that huge anymore. There's not a lot of turbo choreography that you kind of need to compensate for. But it has a lot of uses just using Roar. It has, you can use it with a lot of special attack investment because that has gotten a little bit better. You don't need the special defense as much as you needed it beforehand. So against these like heavy melee teams running like 6 or 7 melees, physical attackers, and with these like 3 or 4 melees and neutral Tems, the Rise can actually be pretty good because, well, you set the speed down, so the more or less baseline speedy Tems have to compete with your more tanky ones, and then once 1 or 2 Roars come through, it's really a stall for the physical player. And then you can kind of just outmaneuver him. So Rise, less so for the speed control, is just an overall good Tem against, the Cerniefs that are out there. And then just to use Roar and, have these win cons, these Tems that are very stationary on the field, want to have a lot of time on the field, like the Cernief, maybe a little bit like the anaerobic Valorant. You can just shut them down by using Roar once or twice, and suddenly it's a completely different game.
And I would like to ask as well, right? Yes, the Rise is sort of used to reduce that attack, reduce that speed, of course, against those attack-based attempts which you saw so often in the earlier stages of the meta. But I've also seen as well players using Platimus plus an Earth Temp to use that Flood instead of running sort of a Rise. So is sort of a Platimus with Flood, would you say compensation? I mean, I would think it's a bit more situational, especially if let's say you're facing an opponent with more wind Tems. In a sense, would Rise be better then? Or do you think this Platimus Flood is sort of good enough a good enough replacement, at least for these, for instance, Toxic Temps.
Well, how I see it is that Platimus, in this sense, can provide the speed control, yes, but it's not that that it can provide the attack drop control, the attack control. So Rise, while being quite bulky for being not the last evolution, I do think is quite good against these melee temps. That Platimus fills a different role here. Sure, you can have this added bonus in Flood. But I feel like they this Rise is more or less if you want to have a Fire Tem on your team, if you have like a nature kind of weakness, you can use it against to your advantage basically, and Platimus can't really provide that. But Platimus, on the other hand, is good against these toxic type of stall teams. Very different archetype here that we've also seen here on the stream before. Platimus shines there very well. Obviously has problems against even nature to some extent, and wind most certainly. But they're basically very two different slots in a team, or different problems that they solve in team building.
Essentially, they both speed control, but not necessarily not fitting the same role, right? It really just depends on what kind of squad you're running. But obviously, we don't see them in the same team. So clearly, being overlapping in that sense is not, or rather, it is a bit of a reason why they're not picked up together, I guess, is that, yes, they do different things, but the fact of the matter is that they both also successfully cover that specific area. So obviously you'd rather have one or the other, not both, as you don't want that overlap in terms of coverage. And speaking of coverage, our coverage of the Roadhouse A side segue, we almost have the Swiss round 3 done, ladies and gentlemen. Round 4 will be coming fairly soon. I believe only Joe Summoner versus Marnie Farmer is in play at this point in time. We'll see how that match goes. And in fact, as I say that live here, Marnie Farmer takes it against Joe Summoner 0-1. So that'll be the end of our round 3. We'll be moving on to round 4 fairly soon, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll stick around for that. But to test this, I just want to say, while we wait for round 4, what's your favorite temp so far in this meta?
Oh, in this meta? I'm not quite sure yet. I either go with Nagais, even though I didn't have really time to use it yet quite that frequently, or I go actually with Mooflank and Scunch. They might not be the most popular in this format specifically, where you can sideboard if you have a weakness against those kind of teams. Side in just another mental and you should be fine basically. But I really like those. Scunch really proved that from a kind of B tier tem seen like a little bit previously, really could step up and solidify its typing and its role. Same with Mooflank, just a good design, I think. Just as normal attacks, but these are pretty strong. So I find those to be one of those that I enjoy the most.
Yeah, absolutely. And as everybody knows, I'm a big Crystal Gang fan. But we'll have to see what kind of Crystal Temps the players will be running in round 4. But we'll take a quick break here as we wait for matches to begin. So we'll see you in a bit. Hello everybody and welcome back to Temporium GG Roadhouse Rumble. Very quick break here. As we go into our next match, we'll be taking a look at who will be facing off each other. I am Blue Sapphire, joined by Potestas for this match. It's Setsuka versus
Ghost.
Potestas goes blue. As we have Setsuka versus Fazek here. We'll see what these players can bring. And speaking of players can bring, we have a Lawali on Setsuka's team and the Volcrane on Fazek's team. Now that's a tem I haven't heard of in quite a bit, unless it's a Doom comp.
Or it is a Water Custodian, guys. Something that might be pretty obvious in terms of like synergy. Well, what does Volcrane struggle the most with? Water. Well, just, tank that with guys. But probably not this game, as the Giades is picked up here for Setsuka. Both of these players, by the way, 3-0 up, so this is most certainly our top spot here we are looking at.
Absolutely monstrous players with monstrous teams. We'll see if Volcrane can be much of an impact then. This is a very thematical way to open. Volcrane, Naga Issei, obviously both these tems notoriously slow, might go first, or most likely will go before that Gaialis. Gaialis is, in fact, literally the fastest tem in the game, so we might see Setsuka potentially swapping out that Gaialis down the line, or in fact earlier here, for perhaps the struggle is actually, surprisingly enough, if you take a look at Setsuka's team, there's not a good swap in for this opening, for this Gaialis, so Gaialis might just have to eat a face full of embers into Beta Burst here.
Yeah, but there's also one thing to keep in mind. This Giades only has hook kick turn 1. And while that is quite dangerous for this Volcrane, it's not that dangerous for this Nagais. So we might see some shenanigans unfold here with the Nidrasil as well. Usually being quite good into the Deceit Aura Nagais, but we don't quite know if it actually is Deceit Aura, as the Volcrane might also just provide... is
Water
good
Alliance,
with the Water Custodian,
Yeah, Water Custodian. Yeah, double gash opening, certainly not the best. Setsuka, understanding this, might have to be a little bit careful here. Nidrasil is available, so Toxic Ink will do some damage. But yeah, as we mentioned here, this is a bit of a rough position for Setsuka, and any sort of pickup here is a bit rough. I would like to see a Seisma. No, well, there is a Cerny. Right, he's currently choked out in options here, I think. Setsuka struggling to find an answer.
I feel the Seismanch is a little bit stronger here as well, just because of the melee synergy with the Skunch and the Giades. But yeah, that's exactly what he decides to do.
Yeah, swaps out immediately, so Gaialis, Nidrasil will be the opening here for the side of Setsuka, while Fazek will be running that Naga Issei Volcrane. Volcrane from the Jurassic era, and Naga Issei, a pretty big brain underneath that big hair as well. So we have to see what both these players can do.
And we will have to see if Naga Issei can do the big brain moves here. And keep in mind how this Deceit Aura works is, even if Nagais is swapped out, it will still reverse the turn order, the attack order. So that might be something that FSEC is looking here at, as a swap out in Nagais, and then maybe the Volcrane still attacks first.
Yeah, so swapping out. Seismanch will be coming in here for that Gaialis. As mentioned, had to swap in somewhat, but the Beta Burst will be going directly into the Seismanch, so Seismanch may be sacked here instead. Takes it a lot of damage, yeah, as we've seen. Toxic Ink as well directly. Naga Issei trades, and it looks like it's a tit for tat. Embers goes the way of the Nidrasil though, so he lets the Seismanch in. But of course, Seismanch being way too fast for comfort means that this Naga Issei and this Volcrane will still go first. So there's a lot of risk here. Seismanch was most likely going to be swapped out. But again, it just feels so bad to swap out, and what you swap in is the question.
Oh, I do see another line here for Setsuka, because, well, we have seen that it is Water Custodian. Volcrane attacked last here, and that means if Setsuka swaps out the Nidrasil for, let's say, a Giades or a Skunch here, that wreck from Seisman's wreck will completely obliterate this Volcrane with the synergy, and the Nagais is probably going down as well. And with 3 prio, you know, the Seismann might just survive energy manipulation. So FSEC needs to be wary about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want you to focus on the creatures, the art for them. It looks like you rushed them to get as many as possible.
I was bamboozled completely.
You got bamboozled completely by the opponent there, even when they're not playing as well. So both people will be swapped in, and the Seismann will be swapped out for that Kinu, buffing up the Ninja Steel a little bit to survive another Ember Strike. So playing it a bit safe, but Fazek reading it very nicely. Only spread will connect, but only in the Volcrane. So Poison Ticks, abundance. HP, not so much. Ember's gonna trade here, burning a little bit. But, again, the trade going the way of Fazek as he reads nicely that Seismann swapping out. Pretty bold move, but in retrospect, actually, Wolfie was probably the safest swap in here because even if Seismann did decide to wreck, it would not have hit him at all.
Yeah, and being bamboozled there, obviously the line was way more complicated than that if the Deceit Aura actually is on the field. And now it's all back to normal here. But this Nidus is quite low, and we will see if this Volcrane might be able to knock it out, or if the Nidus will retreat, and it will indeed do so.
Ooh, so Sidesmash comes in here. Kinu gets hit with a Plague, so will be trapped in here lest it has Snare. It will take the Snare, so handcuffs don't come out. Flame Meteorite, though, will take Kinu straight to the grave. No, it survives at 3% HP, allowing for the Beta Burst to connect onto that Volcrane, weaken it a little bit more, at least trade for chip damage, and Kinu now is available to sacrifice if it has it, and also this rampaging Seismunch now has access to Uppercut and that Seismunch wreck. You have to be careful. Setsuka getting away with murder.
Yeah, but on the other side here, FSEC here has a couple of good options. This Volcrane most certainly can swap out here. Although you might just see some quick attack here. We see the preparation for the...
so Ninja Jutsu does come out. Yeah, just tries to kill off the Kinu as fast as possible. It did inevitably swap out. Dim Mock is used as well, just going straight through the Volcrane, just doing a lot of damage. It doesn't kill though, so that's a big danger as Sideswatch gets picked off right now. Fazek doing the best work he can. Volcrane gets picked off here, but uses all of his utilities, so it's not even that big of a loss. However, Setsuka, already down a Tem, will have to play with only Gaialis and Skunch on decent health pools, and Wolfie is still available. There's still Surnif on Gaialis to consider as well.
Health is currently well in FSEC's favor here, as well as one can say that Volcrane actually did a lot of his jobs. He basically did a lot of work against the Nidus and the Kino obviously as well, so only thing that Volcrane would be good against would be the Gyalis, and you know, there's just one hook kick I would assume, and this Volcrane is gone. So Volcrane most certainly did all what it needed to do, and it took a lot of damage and work for Setsuka to get rid of it. And
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Setsuka, if anyone who can pull it off, it is Setsuka. I mean, guys, did you know that Setsuka is a two-time back-to-back Pokemon Blue 1996, 1997 World Champion? I mean, this man, he has to do it here. The Seat Aura is played, and Fazek does its job with the Naga Ise. Gaialis will be swapped in here, so this Wolfie will actually go last in this scenario if the Ninja Steel is in fact slower. The Skunch will be swapped out here for the Kinu. Will buff up that Ninja Steel a bit more. It'll be all down to where the Toxic Ink lands. Narcoleptic Hit actually used on the Gaialis, so does neutral damage. Solid work, puts the Ninja Steel to sleep as well. Plague will connect from the Kinu, gets it picked off. And that will be a kill.
Worked out in FSEC's favor, I would say. The Gyalis swap in, a little bit cheeky, because the Nagais wasn't really threatened by the Nidrasil. Well, it kind of was, but you know, Side Search would have gone first onto the Skunch and would most certainly have killed. Now the Nidrasil is asleep, and this looks a little bit awkward here for Setsuka, as Nidrasil won't move, and Skunch might just challenge the Wolfie, but the Gyalis can retaliate for sure with a Crystal Bite.
Yeah, using Narcoleptic Hit, I would have assumed that Ninja still had a pillow or otherwise, but maybe just tried to get the priority move over that Nagaise, but again, Fizek reading Setsuka's moves very nicely. The Gaialis coming in here against the Skunch. It looks a bit rough, but this Gaialis can take a beating quite nicely. It's not like Savage Suplex is available, I believe. Skunch has not been on the... Oh no, Skunch has been on the board long enough for it, so it can Savage Suplex. We'll see what it decides to do, though. Gaialis will be swapped in instead of that Ninja Still. So Plague will come in on the Skunch, trying to kill it off as fast as possible. We'll see how much damage it can do. Exhaust will also penalize it quite heavily. Wolfie will overexert for that. Crystal Ball will be thrown out as well into the Gaialis spot instead of the Ninja Still, so Gaialis will take 40% damage. Savage Suplex will drop. Gaialis does not, though. Exhausts him, but of course with resistance. Will be fine, but Skunch pulling no punches with that damage output, with resistance badge and war drum, doing a total of 53% bonus damage.
That is a lot of damage, and FZEC doesn't really have good swaps here. Gialis is might just be on Sharp Step's duty before he dies, but Ninja Jutsu from Skunch is online, and we don't really know the speed tiers of both of these guys and how they match up against one another. Does Wolfie just rest here, or what does come in here? It's a
swaps out Surnif. Yeah, Surnif has yet to see play here, and of course, now is the moment that everything is so low. Ninja Jutsu is used. He does not want to risk Skunch going down and is forced to use Ninja Jutsu to at least buy himself a couple of turns, or at least a turn, to keep this Skunch in play. Hook kick connects on the Surnif, of course, doing decent damage, but Callosity is revealed, and Callosity shall giveth, as Surnif gonna set himself up with Nagaise as well. This Gaialis and Skunch, both fast monsters, but Nagaise doesn't care.
Now guys will get one turn of attack here, one attack out. A Psy Surge, probably onto the Skunch here.
Whoa.
Front whip.
Actually used on the
Well,
Gaialis.
actually good damage.
Output. Yeah, exactly. Nagaise's Fury will be thrown out as well. We'll see how much damage that does. Does quite an impact, picks off both Tems, and shuts down any remaining retaliation from Setsuka. Just loses 2 Tems outright, and Ninja Still has to do this by himself, and it's not looking possible right now for Zek in a commanding lead, and might just take the bag here as Ninja Still staring down a Super Saiyan and a Green Deer. Psy Surge is thrown out first as Nagaise is often the slowest Tem. Doesn't kill off the Ninja Still. Alert spread his response, so Nagaise will be picked off, but Surnif still has that damage. And Nagaise's sacrifice here is not in vain, as Watercolor Lily surely does the job here for the Surnif. We'll see if that is... No, it survives. Plays a little bit longer, but surely not enough here.
No, this Surnif is extremely bad against the Yggdrasil. Doing only 1/4 of damage, but even with the Plague.
Jesus. Oh, bushes? Okay.
Okay.
Yggdrasil just...
A little bit of BM.
Mostly, I don't think Yggdrasil has gotten the memo that he's supposed to die. Okay, finally puts himself to sleep. No pillow. Again, can't heal from this. So, again, unfortunately, Yggdrasil didn't get the memo that he was the only Tem left on this field. And unfortunately, this is not a possible win. Actually, he does have pillow. Are you kidding me? Is still on the field. Watercolor Lily did more than 5% damage, I'm sure, so this should kill. Oh
no,
my god, there is no way. It cannot, surely, not like this. The Wolfie takes a point damage, but luckily it does not go down, so the Ninjas can no longer heal. They're still tried. I mean, he didn't get the memo. He was so close. Setsuka, if he could purge off alert right now, he would. He is just not there. Plague will finally get the kill, and the nightmare ends for the side of the Zek. That was way too close. Ninja still refused to die, but cut off all heads at the same time, and surely they don't grow back.
What was that, Plume? I mean, okay, the Semifinals doesn't do enough damage, you don't need to use Bush there, but, you can. But just press Dust Vortex on your Wolfie and you're fine, you win this. Instead, going with the Plague, dealing 1/4 of the damage instead of neutral, and oh no. That was actually close in the end, despite FZEC being in such a commanding lead.
Yeah, I think it was just sheer panic. I think that was sheer panic that or rather he thought it was secured. But again, I mean, personally, if I hit a Ninja Steel twice with Plague, I would assume it would die. But it was not the case, and definitely scared Zek there a little bit. If that Ninja Steel somehow purged off alert and just went back to sleep, that would have been an absolute terror to fight. But regardless, gets that win off of Setsuka, but he had to work for it right at the end as well. So that was round 4. Right now, looks like round 4 still going underway. Again, that match was quite close, and I am curious because I've seen quite 2 builds of Ninja Steel so far. I've seen it with Energy Drink and with Pillow. In your opinion, which would be a sort of a better idea of which item would you put on your Ninja Steel if you had to play one?
I do think Energy Drink would be the one, and just because you can do some sneaky plays with, predicting some hypnosis and so on. I mean, granted, it's not the prime target if you want to actually swap that in against like a Grandpa or something, but you can for sure do some plays with it, and I feel like in this scenario, obviously the Pillow was quite clutch here, almost giving him the win, but in the end I don't really think that the Pillow is good in most cases. It just gives a little bit of health instead of just having one attack more is probably just better.
Absolutely. And speaking of Ninja Steel, we'll be seeing Dumaga versus Heron Crane here. Running again, as we talked about, Ninja Steel will be thrown out. The Meteor Swarm is dropped and will do a decent amount of damage here. Ninja Steel will be picked off, so we don't even know which side of the coin Dumaga fits in. Is it the Energy Drink or the Pillow side? But regardless, Sernif going to take decent amounts of damage. The good news is that it is in fact Sernif, and the Rise will set him up quite nicely here. Rise, if it has Roar as well, could control a bit more, reduce that attack on the Masion so that the Meteor Strike will not do as much damage, but Dumaga not looking too hot here. 5v2.
Yeah, and we see the Masion only dropped one stage of speed, so should still outspeed the Rise.
Yeah, Revitalize will come through, and just making sure that Sernif will heal up here, maintain that. Fire Flame will be thrown out, as well as his Sharp Brain, so trying to kill off the Rise. Special attack damage is apparently on the Pig Epic, so quite solid there, but Major Slash will be thrown out, so the Rise pick off is the plan, but it doesn't die, and Heron Crane is unable to secure that bag. Bar Tornado is available, but we might just see another Fire Flame, as of course Rise not the fastest temp in the world, and maybe a -1 speed advantage is still not good enough. Regardless, Sernif on the side of Dumaga has a Sweatband, so can last for ages.
Now is the time for a OG wake up on Pig-a-Pig, targeting the Rise here. As we see the Shy Shield on the Sernif, just trying to get as tanky as possible, as quickly as possible.
Absolutely.
Right.
Tornado will be thrown out, so tried to outspeed the Rise by expending more stamina, but was not the case. But Rise will finally get picked off there for the side of Dumaga. Now stuck with the Sernif. Embers comes out. We'll see what the Sernif decides to do. Has access to Bush, I believe, but decides to stay on ground here. What did the Sernif... Oh, Shy Shield. Sorry, I forgot. But yes, he did Shy Shield, and it is in fact revealed that it is a settling Sernif, as the Embers did not apply Callosity, and of course at the start of the turn we saw that settling buff appear. But is Sernif enough here? Can it sustain past this Master and Pig Epic opening? And if so, what else deals with it? And Hero Crane wants to answer that question for us. Vulnerable will be coming in to do that special attack damage as well. And of course, Master also getting swapped out here as well. Hero Crane swapping in his own Sernif, playing the same game Dumaga is, and saying, I can do it better.
Yeah, I don't really think Dumaga has any good win chances here, other than just stalling out the game for another 20 turns, and I would not think that he can have a health or tem advantage at this point. There will be a bunch of Shy Shields thrown here from Hero Crane. Both of these are settling, and I do think this is the more threatening variant, but
Yeah, we'll have to see. Water-Cutting Lily connects. That doesn't do a lot of damage. Shows that the Cernif hasn't been here for too long, because I would assume that would do way more at this point in the game. But Noxious Bomb, of course, speaking of doing way more, we'll see how much damage that does. Only does about 7%, 8%. So Revitalize laughs in your face.
yeah, and that's kind of the point here. This variant has only damage when it uses Toxic Plume. It's at plus 4 defense here. There's nothing to be done with just physical attacks.
Yeah, and Toxic Plume will be thrown out here. Doesn't reduce attacks because no synergy bonus. But Poison Tick, nonetheless, is a Poison Tick. Now, out of stamina to Bush, actually. Dumaga may have misplayed this a little bit, trying to pressure the Volarant too much. Did not Bush, as mentioned. So, surprising there. Volarant also has access to Hyperkinetic Strike, so maybe just trying to kill off the Volarant before that happens. At least put it into overexertion kill range. So, the incentive to Hyperkinetic is much, much less. Shy Shield again, though, just Hero and Crane playing the same game, holding off. Yeah, and as you've been muttering, this is a bit weird, but of course, again, Cernif versus Cernif, these sort of scenarios happen where if anything goes wrong, if worst comes to worst case, Hero and Crane will at least force a draw in his favor.
Yeah, if it comes to a Cernif versus Cernif, that would also mean that that Hero Crane's Pick-a-Pick would be dead. And, while Fainted Curse got nerfed a little bit, but, you're in chat smiling on him. But, we have seen you. Anna here's next. We have seen that. But, this is still some really nice damage here for Hero Crane.
Ooh. Yeah, severe punish there for the side of Hero Crane. Shy Shield thrown out as well. Just, again, playing the same song and dances, the days of old, right? Just the mating dance of death. As Hero Crane swaps in the Mastion, again, has the Meteorite ready, and if that connects, it'll be lights out for Dumaga Cernif, and his settling is not buffed up long enough, as we saw versus that Volarant. It's just not going to do enough damage here. Bush will come out, so it's going to dodge a Meteorite at least. We'll see if Mastion falls for the same petty trick or if it Embers. Water will actually block that, so Embers will come through and secure that kill as Burn.
No, it won't. The regeneration is first.
The regeneration. Oh, right, it goes first when you're lethal. So no, Cernif will be fine, but surely not. What killed the dinosaur?
The regeneration was applied first, so it ticks first and then comes the burn. If it would be the other way around, it would have died actually.
Yeah, exactly. And it kills himself. Dumaga just says, no, get me out of this game. He will, unfortunately, take that loss against Hero Crane. Wanted to get out of the game as soon as possible, and he, in fact, gets that achievement. And did not want to play out that Cernif v Cernif endgame. And Hero Crane getting that win. I believe Hero Crane's score at this moment is, in fact, after that victory, now 3-1. Of course, not a perfect record, but a very good record going into the next following games, as of course it is a 7-round Swiss, so the more games you win, the better your odds are at, I believe, a top 16 Potestas. Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it is a top 16.
Top 16, yes.
Yeah, so we will see who makes to the top in that case. And again, in that case of Cernif v Cernif, I'm sure Potestas, you made your opinion on it very clear. It is fun.
Interesting, yeah.
Interesting, yes, we can call it that. It is very interesting, of course. Earlier in this meta, when the Scunches and the Size Munches were abundant and running about, people weren't very happy of how fast the games were going. So, of course, people experimented and discovered the Cernif Bush or Shy Shield strategy to repel that sort of idea. But then we had that special attack meta come out. So again, just as the meta evolved, Cernif saw less and less play, at least in some comps, or at least some divisions of the Temtem competitive scene. But Cernif, still very tough to deal with, especially if your team does not work with one.
I do think Kieran Crane was perfectly, prepared for a Sernif here. We have seen the Bastion, and the Piggy Pig also being quite good against it, as we have seen. Just damage that cannot be avoided. Pretty good against that. But what is interesting as well is that we still have people that have not lost the game yet, and that would be FZEC, that we actually have seen here, obviously. Little Asia coming out victorious in this round as well. Classics and Ishia still undefeated as well, so we probably will be looking at one of those players or two in the next round here of our Swiss stage.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just clearing through the stages right now at the moment. Only Devil's Wrath Kakashka versus Devil's Wrath versus Kakashka and Prody versus Rakida or Adhikar still playing right now for the end stages of round 4. Of course, I'm sure those matches will be ending fairly soon. It's quite interesting to see how they'll play about. But yeah, I mean, as we mentioned, of course, these a lot of variety in strategies. I've seen a freeze comp, a toxic comp, a wind comp. So it is interesting.
We have seen some nerfs. We haven't really seen some buffs, and we have seen some good designs and some mediocre designs. But what can be said is that going into this game week 1 or 2, we've seen very linear strategies with just spam melee basically. But now the meta just a little bit, and we can see here, especially given these bring 10 pick 8 strategies, you can have a variety of Tems, and you look at your opponent, you scout a little bit and see, well, I have 10 Tems here, which 2 are the worst or which 8 are the best. It doesn't matter really how you want to look at it, and this makes it so you can bring different tactics that would falter in a, for example, just the ladder. Having, for example, freeze, and you might not have a good matchup in most scenarios, but here you can pick your matchup. You can pick your, if you want to bring it or not. And this is, brings such a nice environment here, seeing a lot of new Tems that haven't seen much play yet. Really excited to see the Swiss rounds. And obviously, I'm quite excited for the top 16 as well, to see what actually comes out ahead, and, what strategies, maybe some cheesy strategies can prevail here.
Yeah, and I've been getting some breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, the Devil's Wrath and Kakashka game and Prody versus Adhikar game currently in a very complex scenario. Both matches right now, as far as we have been informed, are in a very close game, roughly around round 12s and 13s, or in their end games at least. So very interesting there. We'll have to see if we can see.
Do you want to jump into Prody's game, or do we want to join into Devil Wrath?
I am taking a look at Prody's versus Adhikar's game, and in fact, it is Prody's team is quite interesting, running a sort of endgame format versus Adhikar's team. So perhaps taking a look at that game might be interesting for the viewers. We'll have to see if we get that opportunity to you guys, or if perhaps we just wait for their matches to finish here.
I would assume that from first glance that Adhikar will take a lot of time for the next match, so maybe our production team here can get that on the screen for you. Have basically another half match going for you to show.
Exactly. I mean, I wouldn't call this much of a half match. Look at both these teams protest this, as we do have this game on screen. And in fact, Adhikar just concedes. Wow. What a coincidence. What a perfect timing. As Adhikar concedes against Prody's team, it's just way too strong. And I do want to point out to those viewers, if that looked a bit weird, that is in fact because Prody got his setup. Adhikar did not want to have to fight a Doom squad, and understanding that the entirety of Prody's team was at +2 special defense and +2 defense, he unfortunately could not pierce through that and decided to concede, as he did not have the damage output and time was running low on his side at least. So you know, they may have started a little bit late, but I'm sure nobody minds if they immediately end it like that.
No, it's. I mean, just having this side, we might have seen just a glimpse here on screen. You know, Prody not only being up in Thames with his Doom squad, obviously a huge favorable position, but getting a setup on every Tem here, and as well as you know, then having the Doom squad just guess outplaying Adika a little bit, and Adika says, well, you know, I can sit here for another 10 turns, or I can just concede, because at this point he sees the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
And
he sees inevitable coming, and it's like skipping to the end part of Avengers Infinity War. You just sort of skip to the end, right at the end. You understand.
yes, there's
over
3
at that
rounds to
point.
play though, so
Absolutely,
you know,
yeah, exactly.
preserving that stamina not only very crucial in Temtem, but for the players obviously themselves as well.
Yeah.
As you know, this is 7 rounds of Swiss, and that's nothing to, you know, you have to really bring your A game. That's nothing to think lightly of. And obviously, you know, if you are Adika, if you are Prody, you kind of are in contention at least to go to the next to the top 16. No, it's not unheard of. So, you know, you still need some stamina for that as well. So, calling the loss there, and you know, going on, and let's see if Adika wins his next match, or if he can bring it back, basically.
Yeah, well, while we wait for round 5, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a quick break again. Don't go anywhere. Get some rest. Don't overexert. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Roadhouse Rumble, round 5 of the Swiss. I am Blue Sapphire, joined by Potestas for this matchup. We will be taking a look at a couple of games fairly soon here as they get underway, but I hope you had a quick, well, I believe it was a minute break, or at least, you know, not resting too long. Want to get straight back into the action. Don't want to give your opponents too much tempo. We'll be taking a look at Fazek versus Tsubaki-chan as soon as that game starts. And Potestas, we've seen Fazek's team before, and we've seen his matchup before. You reckon he can pull it out against Tsubaki-chan here?
I mean, Fazek most certainly a strong player. And looking at his team, it was, you know, nothing too crazy, but you know, very strong indeed. And he has to prove that he is also good enough to beat Tsubaki-chan. Fzek, if we look at the teams, Fzek didn't had so much wind, and I do think Tsubaki-chan does run an Oxalotl and some other toxic Tems, so it could prove quite difficult for FZek here, as he needs to, think about how to combat that.
Exactly, and both these players currently undefeated, so this matchup will be to stay on that 5-win route, unless by some miracle both players cause a draw, which most likely will not happen. We most likely will see a victor at the end of the match. But as we get the game underway, look at these rosters. Tsubaki-chan, as you mentioned, had that Noxolotl, and now it's gone. Immediately removed by FZek.
Yeah, wise call here. Leaves open a lot of choices here for Tsubaki-chan, as the Noxolotl is not the most aggressive Tem, to say the least, but with this Nitrosil, with this Valorant still here, FZek just says, well, at least I can have my 2-Vine as resistant to toxic attacks and can retaliate with Feather Gatlings.
I was going to mention, would you rather bite the bullet with Noxolotl or Sernif here? I would argue that banning Sernif would have been my choice here. I'd rather eat a face full of acid reflux than try and face off against a settling Sernif, but FZek, he begs to differ.
Well, I can't really say that I want to eat a acid reflux to my face. I guess personal preference, but for certain I can see why FZek doesn't. Double nature starter here.
That's so dirty. Oh
and
dear.
that's also very risky. Because as you can see on FZek's side here, he has the Rise, he has the Vulcrane, double fire here, and he's prepared for the Sernif. I would assume that he picks here whatever, and he will still have one of these fires available for his back 3. Tsubaki-chan's team kind of even picking the Rise here at the very start. If Tsubaki-chan's team, when the Noxolotl is not there, it kind of lacks a little bit of damage. It doesn't really have the pressure, and it does also not really have the longevity. With the Noxolotl in there that really pushes it.
That is incredibly brave of FZek. I just want to point out as well, I was going to say Nagaise ban is kind of forced here, as if you have Rise, you're given a turbo choreography for your team if Nagaise is available, but is brave. He says to Tsubaki, you're bluffing, you're never going to pick Nagaise in this situation, and even if you do, I will be able to deal with it. So again, FZek calling Tsubaki-chan's bluff here, and says, you're not going to do it. Right now, Tsubaki-chan trying to figure out what he wants to get rid of. Vulcrane might be a good idea, but of course, Platimus very solid against that, so might just try and ban a Gaialis here. Gaialis would be solid ban. A Sernif being allowed through might be problematic as well, so might get rid of that instead. But of course, as we've seen in a few matches, Kinu +1 is very good against Sernif, so instead bans the Wolfie here. Lets both options through. It'll be interesting to see what the Zek decides to do as his back team squad, and if Tsubaki-chan is not bluffing with that Nagaise.
Now that the Nitrosil is gone, this Vulcrane doesn't really looks that threatening anymore. Well, you have your Rise fire type, but the Vulcrane doesn't really match up well against the remainder of Tsubaki-chan's lineup. So if they're basically saying, I don't want to pick the Vulcrane if I ban the Nitrosil, and Tsubaki-chan now being able to spot that, not banning the Vulcrane, says, well, if you want to pick it. I have this Platimus that is good against it, this Wolfie is good against it, and this Volerman probably just hyperkinetic strikes it out of oblivion and into its Tem card. So
we head into the match here. Gaialis will be picked up.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, that's all good. As we do head into the game here, Tsubaki-chan picked up the Volerant right at the end, and Gaialis for the side of FZek. We'll see what they do against each other here, as speed down, of course, a projector buff as well applied, so some off to the races here.
Yeah, what I wanted to point out is that this draft is astoundingly, interestingly very balanced for both of these. Tsubaki-chan with 3 natures here gets 2 through on his keen, which is kind of a half a nature as you swap it out most of the time anyway. So FZek here with 2 crystals, but nothing, actually 3 crystals, but nothing too unbalanced here. Very interesting. We could have seen some very one-sided drafts here, I would say. But now we have kind of a standard fight here. How do you see this first turn get along as Tsubaki went deep in the tank?
Yeah, it looks like Fizek will swap into the Sernif immediately, understanding that perhaps Tsubaki might try to swap out as well to defend that Kinu. So Gyalis, Sernif as well for the side of Fizek, and may have read Tsubaki-chan like a book here. Swaps in the Volfi, but into a double gash Gyalis. So will be ready for it. Sorry, not double gash, but hook kick Gyalis. So will be ready for it. Sernif comes in, will just will just shy shield. But now hook kick into that Volfi looks very tasty.
Yeah, but one thing to keep in mind here is Fzek can make a hard read here. Maybe Tsubaki-chan goes for a Kinu, and this would most certainly be his best answer to a hook kick from Gyalis. But then again, Gyalis obviously being very good with just a crystal into that Kinu, if that would happen. So you might see some shenanigans here from Fzek.
Yeah, swap out does come here for Tsubaki-chan. Concedes the idea. He says, yes, you read me correctly, but I will get more buffs on my Sernif. Wants to set that up as fast as possible. Water Cannon Lily will be thrown on that Volfi spot. We'll see how much damage that does. Absolutely nothing on the Kinu. Crystal Bite comes out. He reads it correctly. Kinu was going to come in, but it's not enough damage. The Kinu is set up like a beef cake. Or this Gyalis is hitting like a duck, because right now Kinu surviving that Crystal Bite is impactful. I mean, Tsubaki-chan still has that option, and Kinu with that Rock Shield is actually how he managed to survive that. So Tsubaki-chan getting a solid buff again on that Sernif, and Sernif already scaling very fast. Fizek, we'll see if he can make the pace.
Yeah, but the problem with Sernif all the time is scaling into what exactly. We have a Tuvan here on Fzek's team that is very defensively oriented and will be able to at least, bring a fight with Humiliating Slap as well, lowering the defense again on Sernif, making it a little bit more hard. And then we have some other good options that I can't see because, well, the moves are on their way. Tuvan coming in here. And,
yeah, Tuvan coming in. Yeah, Volfi swapping out as well, as you said. Hook kick comes in, does a lot of damage on the Volarant though, so still quite an impact. Water Cannon Lily will do a lot on the Gyalis, in fact, a bigger impact than I expected. Those settling buffs starting to really affect the HP pools of Fizek's team here, and Sernif so strong on Tsubaki-chan's side. I think it's time for the Rise here. Set that King's Roar up, shut down that Sernif as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I expect another switch here from Tsubaki-chan. He was very switched a lot here basically, and very happy to swap all the time. Also the Kino swapping in here a lot, despite there being a Gyalis. So I can see for certain the Tuvan Crystal Plume Gatling here into that Vulnerant slot, and maybe the Rise coming here.
This is quite an interesting spot for Tsubaki-chan. Right now, the Volarant is a bit low, but Hook Kick dropped it to half. So surely Crystal Bite will probably seal the deal on top of a CPG, if any here. So Tsubaki-chan swapping out won't be the craziest thing in the world. But still, CPG, he might just sack Volarant here for, in exchange, setting up the Sernif, but Fizek is not interested in that Volarant gambit. Rise will be coming out instead to slow down the Sernif, to slow down the Volarant, and Volarant was in fact going to be gambited, so Hyperkinetic Strike going to be thrown out on the Rise here. Was meant to go on that Gyalis, but nonetheless will go towards that Rise. Water Cannon Lily will exceed as well. Rise will take that just fine for the Gatling trade here. Will go the way of Fizek here, as Tsubaki-chan's Volarant is, as it's revealed, anaerobic.
And do you swap out the Rise here actually? Could be a good line here from Fzek, as he really needs to think about, well, how does he play this game out in the very end game? This Sernif isn't going nowhere from Tsubaki-chan. He has Sweatband, he has +4 defense. Sure, it's not very speedy, but that doesn't really matter. So he really needs to think about how to actually kill that thing. And the Rise is probably one of the better options here for him. So preserving health on the Rise, slowly building up a hold for this Roars might be his best chance for a win. Taking it very slow, trying to set up the Rise in a way that it still stays healthy and can roar a couple of times, and maybe then still embers a few times instead.
Yeah, and Fartornado does a lot of damage, believe it or not. So Volarant will be in fact gambited, but it doesn't die. That's going to be painful. Fire Flame is used on the Cerny, so revealing that is quite massive. Toxic Plume even bigger, as the Rise will take direct damage, and it cannot recover that. Right now, Cernif, though, taking Fire Flame, revealing that the Rise does have special attack moves rather than Ambers. Fartornado is potentially in the cards to hit the Cernif with some flames, but the Volarant, so low now though, could just be hit with a Feather Gatling to secure the deal.
Yeah, the Volarant -1 speed should be moving after the True-Vine, so there should be a KO picked up for FZek here, and that should for sure, bring him one step closer to beating that Cernif with a Roar maybe on the backside of that. Maybe even a King's Roar. And yeah, I do think that is basically his only chance to win, making this Cernif useless, because breaking through that Cernif is most certainly a very hard task.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to y'all as well, dropping the 5 gifted subs. We appreciate it, y'all, for your hard work, especially with balancing these temps. I look forward to the Ana here nerf in the future. Tuvan will be swapped out for that mix. We'll be seeing what VOD has in mind here to at least punish the Cernif, and in fact will not punish this turn, wants to regain or at least concede a tempo for at least a different swap. But Tsubaki-chan is red again, so doesn't do any damage with that bowler, and we'll be swapping in the Kinu to provide that protector buff on the Cernif. Just gets even stronger. Revitalize gonna make sure Kinu is healthy. No, it goes on the Cernif directly. So Cernif straight up to full HP for Zek. He's got to be a little bit annoyed at least.
Well, for sure, but he would have even been more annoyed if that Kino actually would have be healed up. And here the speed drops from the Rise come into play, as the Cernif at -2 and the Kino at -1 can't really move. So there's a Wolfie swap in. There's a Volarant swap in.
Yeah, the Crystal Spikes will connect on the Volarant, unfortunately getting picked off, but a lot of stamina expended, of course, for the Mix's side. Cernif will do that damage and puts the Mix in Puppet Master range. It puts him in such a bad position, because now the Mix can have happy fun times in this position with the Cernif. And by happy fun times, I think you all know what I mean. I mean, you can't touch this Mix at all.
And we have just seen how little damage this front whip did to the Cernif. And sure, it is at +5, and FZek Cernif has no defense boosts yet, but this is not really damaged. So, with a couple of shy shields, so I really don't want to see it, but for FZek, that's the winning move here. You just shy shield in the end game a couple of times with the Cernif, and the Mix just redirects every attack onto the Cernif. Cernif then revitalizes bushes, and it's just a big stamina expander for Tsubaki-chan. And when you can't get through the Cernif with your own Cernif, you gotta need some help. But this help isn't really coming because of the Puppet Master.
Right, and right now the Platypus may swap in here, I wouldn't mind, but the important thing to note as well, Potestus, is energy manipulation will be putting a lot of exhaust on this Cernif, and Cernif at -2 speed is not going to go before EM, which means Mix, I've seen, I believe, in a couple of games before, how people play against this Cernif is actually, you EM with Mix, and you just chill there, because Cernif then only gets to do one thing every 2 turns. He has perma-hold due to that stamina limit. Platypus will be swapped in here as expected for the side of Tsubaki. Just wants to punish the Cernif for being here in the first place. On the side of Zek, but again, EM is coming, and the Cernif for the side of Tsubaki-chan, I'm wondering if he's just going to rest, because if you EM and Watercolor Lily comes out here, Sernif is going to overexert, and that is going to be so punishing.
But I do think Tsubaki-chan is not in a hurry to move with the Sernif. I do wonder how FZek wants to combat this Platymus, though. Maybe even throw out the Sernif here, as I would assume the mix sits here pretty comfortably, being able to, well, Energy Manip or Crystal Spikes the Platymus. But he stays in, actually. Targeting the Platymus, I think, and here it goes.
Yeah, Watercolor Lily will go through. Platymus will be the target. Ignores the Sernif completely. A wise decision for the side of Fazek. Urushio comes in, but that's a tickle and a half, and Callosity applies.
It's Callosity.
Fazek, yeah, exactly. Fazek with that Callosity, Sernif is laughing at the face of danger. Sernif takes it to the face, but he just laughs as Sernif raising defenses very fast here. This is going to be a problem. Fazek, again, advantage with the fact that Mix is a better pairing than anything on Tsubaki-chan's team, with his own Wolfie, in fact.
And, well, this just, Tsubaki-chan with the settling, gets a little bit of damage every turn, but he also needed to used a little bit of Shy Shield and a lot of Kino swaps to get this defense up that high, but FZek is like, well, just stand here, and my defenses are getting even higher,
We'll chill. Tsunami won't kill me in a single attack, it's fine.
So yeah, FZek here looks pretty good, despite, not the easiest situation here, per se, but whatever swaps in here for Tsubaki-chan in this Platymus slot will take hefty damage or die outright to just the Water Cutter Lily, maybe a front grip, and some sort of attack from Mix.
Right, and there's still so many swaps for Fazek. Look at his options. Tuvan is still here, Gaialis is still here. So even if he wanted to, Fazek could just play a different game until he has to unleash Sernif and Mix. Aquatic will be coming out. No shenanigans here from the side of Tsubaki-chan. Wants to do as much damage as possible to the Sernif does. At least 15% damage. That's not bad at all for a Platymus, but Sernif just overexerts here. The Water Cannon Lily on the side of Fazek here, doing that damage so that Crystal Spikes will throw it out. Overexertion, not even that much. EM actually going to be used instead so that the Mix doesn't overexert. It does pick up the Platymus, and there you have it. Platymus picked off on the side of Tsubaki-chan. Tsubaki-chan forced to rest, but now Mix gonna play the energy manipulation game, surely. Wolfie comes in, but Wolfie is just as useless as Platymus in the situation. Sernif is gonna be chilling like a villain.
You could also make an argument that, well, the Sernif of FZek here now overexerted, and it's getting chipped down a little bit. It's you're still very, very much in a spot where you chill as FZek and say, well, I probably have this in the back if I play that correctly, and that might include stopping in a Gialis or a 2-Vine here, maybe second off the 2-Vine to then put in the Gialis there safely, just to combat that Wolfie or the Kino that may or may not actually come out eventually. Because Tsubaki-chan at this point probably can't afford to swap out the Sernif. It has too many settling buffs, and he's behind at this point as well. So resetting that hard work he did with this, stacking up these buffs and getting the damage, probably isn't winning for him as well. So for FZek, it's a 2v1 here. He just basically has to worry about the Wolfie, and most of his Tems, actually all of his Tems, are kind of fine against Sernif attacks.
Yeah, I mean, another thing to point out is that, again, it all boils down to that drafting phase. Fazek called his bluff. Tsubaki did not want to run Nagaise, so he banned something else, and he said, Tsubaki, you're not playing that, I know you're not. Kodokan Lily and the 2-Vine will take that as well. Sandstorm has been exposed, used, bagged, and tagged. So Fazek knows this now, has Revitalize available, will just play the long con most likely, probably throw out a Tornado as well, doing decent damage. But Tsubaki with Triple Nature, this is still going to be a struggle to fight back. Rise could swap in here to slow down maybe, but then again, we'll have to see. Plague will be thrown out, some Thuvine will be sacrificed here, so Rise will get a free swap, and perhaps the best play for the side of Fazek, and Revitalize himself, of course, as expected, and Revitalize trade comes out. for that extra 6% damage, or at least if Wolfie takes any form of damage. And of course, Vizek knows this and decides against it.
And here, as I said, like maybe just have this 2-Vine be just a sack here in order to bring in this Giades safely, and suddenly a double dash or hook kick looks very juicy into this Wolfie, and even the Kino gets kind of threatened by it as it is very low already.
Yeah, and I would say Vizek can comfortably just go hook kick into Water Cutting Lily in this Wolfie spot, because either way Kinu either dies or Wolfie dies, and Tsubaki-chan has to decide what he decides to sack here. Most likely the Kinu, because the Wolfie is way more important here, and Tsubaki getting a scale up on that Sternif means that Gaialis probably won't live enough turns to see the light of day, but I mean, we'll have to see. So Tsubaki-chan does swap into Kinu. See, Kinu's the smarter sacrifice here, but we'll see if Vizek reads it. If he sharp stabs into this Kinu, that'll be a way bigger play than otherwise. He actually double gashes, thought that would just be enough to kill off the Wolfie perhaps, or maybe Gaialis didn't get set up at all, so he's gonna take that Water Cannon Lid to the face and just die. The Gaialis gets no opportunity to do anything here. Overexertion is forced on the side of Tsubaki-chan, but front wind comes out and Kino does not die, but Rise can come in. Rise can come in, control the Kino a little bit, but no, Mix decides to swap in instead. So EM is available, and EM will kill Kino before he gets a chance to move. Now, Tsubaki winning now with Gaialis dead. Rise cannot swap in, nor rather Rise can swap in, but right now Wolfie is full HP. Tsubaki-chan still has the duo of destruction available, and this is looking very dangerous now for the side of Vizek.
Yeah, for sure. And this 2.1%, having that double dash instead of the hook kick really made a difference here. Well, I would still say that Vizek is probably in a better situation overall, but yeah, he now has to really care about this Wolfie now. Maybe needs to do something with the Rise, maybe even sacrifice it to the Wolfie in order to, well, yeah, come through with it.
Yeah, so swap out again here for Vizek, swaps out that Cernif for that Rise. So slowing down the Kinu and the Cernif. EM will secure the kill on Kinu as expected, but I think we're seeing a King's War come here soon. The Cernif will just rest here. Expected an EM, doesn't get it. Now, the Wolfie comes in. And the question is, how does Vizek kill the Wolfie? I mean, life's greatest questions, life's greatest mysteries. Now, we'll see if it resolved here.
I do see Tsubaki-chan actually might be able to win this here, as yeah, Wolfie has no speed drops, and therefore the Dust Vortex from the Wolfie onto the Rise slot should get the Rise killed, and then a Water Cutting Lily onto the Mix. That remainder Tem then on Vizek's side obviously also kills. So that would be a line that Vizek needs to worry about, but otherwise, no matter what Vizek does, just the Sandstorm is a huge threat as well from Wolfie. And yeah, Vizek basically now needs to read Tsubaki-chan very heavily on what he does in order to win. Tsubaki-chan, though, only 14 seconds on the clock, did think a lot in this match, and well, did that, he did need to think a lot. He was in a bad spot, but now he needs to move quickly to not lose his turn.
So 30 will be swapped in here for the side of Vizek. Will be paired with that Mix. So Dust Vortex or Sandstorm actually used. The Mix survives. So the Mix will laugh at the face of this Wolfie. Water Lily is thrown out as well. Doesn't do enough damage, but Callosity is procced, and that's important because Psy Surge is coming and it's gonna do a lot of damage on this Wolfie. If this Wolfie dies, it is going to be a disaster. So Tsubaki-chan cannot afford to lose. Wolfie does have Bush. Good news. Bad news. Rise can swap in again, slow down that Wolfie. Mix is safe as a whistle, but decides against it. So Bush will come out here. So the elusive buff will be very annoying. EM though removes that into front whip. front whip. We'll see how much damage it does. It almost drops the Volpe, puts it into threat range. Revitalize though, gonna protect it for the time being at least, so it's not going to die. And Sandstorm gonna make sure Mix has to leave. Lesson wants to be eliminated here. This Volpe is the saving grace of Tsubaki. He's trying to buy time so it survives, but front whip is going to kill it if it doesn't go above 60% very soon.
And one thing to keep in mind is that, well, Bush and Revitalize was used on Tsubaki-chan's side this turn. So, just having the Water Cut and Lily from the Sernif, getting just good damage onto Wolfie and the swap out from Mix into the Rise, dropping its speed, should suffice that Sernif is faster next round and therefore finish up the Wolfie anyways.
Yeah, he plagues instead. Sandstorm not available. Will just trap the Sernif in. Wants to kill off the Sernif to remove that defender. The Watercurrent Lily is going to overexert the Sernif as well. Very important factor there. Wolfie gets picked off, and now Tsubaki-chan has to fight 3 Temps by itself. Now Sernif though low, EM gonna be thrown out. Will Tsubaki overexert here? If he does, he's going to be face checking a face full of fire, and it's not the case. Now, the Sernif from the side of Fizek, overexerted, is guaranteed dead here. But Fizek gets the chance to continually spam EM. Tsubaki cannot safely Water Current Lily without burning through all of his stamina. And again, as mentioned, Bar Tornado is available. You can still King's Roar. You can still see spikes. Fizek is not out of the woods, and so is Tsubaki-chan. Fizek tried to swap Sernif, actually. Surprising there, it was overexerted, so might as well do so. EM is thrown out. Water Current Lily will trade. We'll see if this is enough. Surely it is. The overexertion is not quite there, so Sernif will be picked off, and Tsubaki dodges a bullet just barely because of his stamina bar. Rise comes in now. Another speed down. Bar Tornado, King's Roar, spikes. Now all in the arsenal of Fizek and all Tsubaki-chan can do is chill.
And yeah, this is a hell of a match here. What a game. Now it looks so good for FZek here on the last turn now, but suddenly Tsubaki-chan found a line, found a way, and FZek looks kind of bad here. Tsubaki-chan only has the Sernif here, but at this point the settling buffs should be able to get the damage so high that the Sernif will be able to kill the race in, well, 1 or 2 turns from now. So we will see if Rise can do something about it. Maybe Roar, maybe double Roar, maybe that is enough. We will see.
EM is coming out again. Tsubaki is forced to rest here. This is the power of the mix. This is the power of controlled speed. Fireflame comes out here for the side of Fizek. Just decides to play the chill game. Slowly chipping away that Sernif. He either attacks or he has to bush. And EM is faster for sure against Sernif. So Fizek more than happy to hit an EM every so often for Tsubaki-chan to overexert if he decides to attack at any point in the game. Fizek, again, in a position where he just controls Tsubaki-chan's every move. It is up to Tsubaki-chan whether or not he decides to brute force through this or if he decides to chill. Right now, only 160% bonus damage on that Sernif, but only will might push through enough against this Rise. We'll have to see, but Parfait is finally going to come out against this Sernif. We will see how much damage that does. In fact, it does do quite a bit, dropping to 5.8%. The Sernif Water Current Lilies, it overexerts as well, so it goes all in to try and kill the Rise. We'll see if that does enough damage, and in fact it does. Rise is dead, but so is the Sernif because it has in fact overexerted and kills itself. So again, Tsubaki trying to all in just to stop it from happening, but Fizek takes it with that 0.9% mix. And what a game that was. That Sernif didn't look indestructible at the end there. Fire Tornado ripped through its armor as if it was nothing.
Such a powerful move, this Fire Tornado, and well, it took me by surprise as well how much damage it was, because Sernif was at +2 special defense. It had, it has good special defense here at this point. So yeah, the Rise coming through here and being the real MVP, and that's probably also what FZek here crafted a little bit. He knew this Rise would be able to do a lot of damage, probably some some nice special attack investment as well. So yeah, this game, so much back and forth, such a crazy game. The Cernifs all over the place.
Yeah,
But
and
here we have it.
what
Subaki-chan was defeated.
Yeah, first loss for Tsubaki-chan, I believe. However, well done by the side of Fazek taking that win. Yeah, Fazek taking that win against Tsubaki-chan. Again, what an overexertion defeat. Tsubaki was close, but no cigar. And just like Tsubaki, we might have to rest for now. We'll swap out with some different casters. We're not the only casters guys are going to be talking towards as well. This time you'll be with Texas Roadhouse and Rorzy for the next couple of games. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you, and thanks you so much for staying tuned.
Roadhouse Rumble, round 6 of our Swiss rounds. My name is Rarzi. I'm joined by the man, the myth, the legend himself, Texas Roadhouse. How are you feeling?
Yes, sir. Pretty good. I had food on the way and it was a little late, but I got the chance to eat it because we had the Cerny versus Cerny showdown that ended in dramatic fashion. So it's pretty cool. It looks like we're actually hopping right into the next game here with Mr. Rishi, who's now 5-0, going up against Klazix, who is also 5-0.
Yeah, so certainly we haven't seen anything from Mr. Rishi just yet. Although we did stop by with Klazix earlier, we saw that Tukai. I mean, just so much potential. Both of these tamers already undefeated. One of them has to fall. We'll see who is able to come out on top. I mean, Rishi's been doing so incredibly well. He does have this Cerny Wolfie Kinu that we'd love to see on every single team, but they do both decide to lead with their Volerens as they ban Naga and Rise, respectively.
Yeah, lucky for Mr. Rishi, Klazix decided to bench the Anna here, right? So Klazix showing mercy, leaving the Anna here on the bench. But the Tukai is here, and we do have the Volaren start. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see which one has Doppel, or if they both do, if they just trade into each other. And then Gallus and Skunch to follow up as the opening picks.
And now leading up, we got the Kinu ban on Klazix side. Actually, Kinu ban on both sides, and Rishi bringing that trusty old Cernif in. Knows how much damage it can put out if this is a settling Cernif, and knows how long it can survive with all of those Bush and Revitalize, letting your other Tems do so much damage, and Cernif will be the end game sweeper.
Cernif's making a pretty big impact on this tournament, as the past tournaments too. Is always a top tier pick. You would think you'd see a little bit more fires coming in this, but there really hasn't been a heavy fire presence. So Cernif's been able to just really take over these games and just sit on the field from turn one and just build up settling. And then, so Classic's coming in with his own Gialis and a Barnshee. Mr. Ishii does have a Barnshee of his own that is also picked. And then we have a final pick here. It could be the size much that we actually have yet to see. Well, I have yet to cast, but it is the Volphy instead.
Yeah, we do have Barnshee and Barnshee Volphy, and now potentially a Volphy from Classics as well, mirroring up quite a bit. Volar and Gialis, Barnshee, Volphy. Will we see it happen? No, instead he goes with the Tukai, wants his Water Bird, bringing in so much potential here, bringing just different typings, a little bit of a different expectation out of this Tukai, as not many people have been running it lately.
Yeah, you thought Volphy was OP? No. Tukai's coming in. That's Tukai's OP. So we'll see what Tukai can do here. But like I said, the opener is going to be really interesting here with the Volarend setup because Doppel is such a popular pick for it. So if one of them has it, or maybe they know about each other, we don't know. It's going to be interesting to see who swaps, who stays, and who comes out on top.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we do now see Rishi starting off very quickly, dropping this Gialis back to the sidelines, bringing Barnshee out to play with the big boys with the perfect jab towards this Volarend, leading us to believe doubling in. But we do actually see the other side go first. Rishi's Volarend outspeeding as it is an aerobic bird. And yes, Volarend attacking Volarend, Windblade going over that way. Another aerobic as well. Kind of a strange lead for me. It's a Scunch using the perfect jab into a special attacking Windblade. I was thinking more of a Feather Gatling.
So it's double aerobic. Only Mr. Rishi has Doppel, and the speed arrow is on orange side here. So we'll see what happens here on this next turn. Scunch is working down the Volar, and it was a double, but the Barnshee is on the field to check the Scunch. So that Scunch is going to have to retreat, and what's going to come in to fight this Barnshee is really the question.
Well, I would almost imagine a Barnshee coming on and saying hello, making another counterplay, just Vola, Barnshee. These guys certainly could do it that way. Although the potential is there for Gialis as well. I think that we're at a caliber of play here. Both of these tamers, 5-0, undefeated in this tournament of Goliaths. I mean, they know what's going on. They're expecting potentially this Gialis switch. I would expect Rishi to have something in mind, targeting into that spot and not taking it so easy on Classics.
So yeah, I see it brought up in chat. It was a good point about the speed arrow. So here was actually a downside that they tied on the first move, and it just gave Classics the speed arrow for the HKS, but it doesn't matter because it's coming out, and in comes the Tukai. So both Volarends are going to leave here and be saved, and that HKS is going to be saved for later. And in comes the Volphy, and so it's just all swaps around the board. Only one that stays is the Barnshee, and we have a Barnshee showdown.
Yeah, so it looks like Rishi said, you know, you've got that Scunch out. I know it's leaving. I'm just going to stay. I don't feel threatened quite yet. Even if Gialis comes out, I'll just leave later. There's no reason to act preemptively. Taking the Windburst, though, towards that Tukai, not doing too much damage, as Tukai is a bird itself. So a lot of health remaining on both sides. Not too many buffs so far, not too many items revealed to us just yet, but a lot of this match left to go.
So what I'm interested to see here is the Tukai doesn't want to take the Plague from Volphy. So the Tukai is probably leaving, and if Rishi predicts the swap, which it seems like the swap that would make most sense would be a Gala switch, and instead he sends out the Vortex, it would be interesting to see if he catches the Gialis with that, or how that resolves. Okay, so Tukai does stay.
And Tukai stays in. Gialis does come out for Rishi, and the Tornado going towards Volphy, doing major damage, down to 52%. And another Tornado. Tukai doubling up on this Volphy spot, says, I don't want to deal with your Plagues for much longer. Down into the red, 15%, but Plague does go as well. Exhaustion just a little bit too late to have that impact, but Tukai is now trapped on the field with 34 health remaining.
Classic says, enough swapping. I'm done swapping. Double in, Volphy, boom, 15% right off the bat. And Volphy's a key Tem, one of the strongest Tems in the game right now. So to be able to get that much damage out on the Volphy is pretty huge. And honestly, looking at the rest of the team comp, Tukai isn't that important. I mean, it's bad in the Cerniv, bad in the Barnshee, bad in the Volarend. I don't think you care about Tukai as much as Mr. Rishi cares about his Volphy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with the double matchup, though, it's just everything matching so perfectly. You kind of have to take care of your opposite Tems here. Rishi thinking about the Cerneve. He does want Wolfie for sure, but yeah, I mean, it's a really complex situation when you're playing against such a mirror match team, 3 Tems on each side.
And now we have a situation where the Tukai is trapped. The Volfi obviously wants to kill it. Should have priority now with Plague since Tornado's down. But the Barnshi's going to run away from the Gallus to avoid any crystal attacks. And yet, Tukai's just free here. Nothing it could do being trapped and just being outright slower than a Volfi.
Yeah, so now we have the Crystal Bite going towards Gallus, 43% remaining already, saying hello and almost saying goodbye just as quickly. And like you mentioned, Classics now having to find a replacement for this Tukai. Who does he want to come out? It is the Scunch, mighty old brawny Scunch, saying hello to this Wolfie and Gallus, neither of which would really want to take any of these P-jabs.
Yeah, that Crystal Bite from Mr. Rishi, Classics knew something had to tank it. It was pretty free, so he decided, you know what, my Gallus, I'll let my Gallus just take that hit. I need the Volaren. It's going to be a big deal. And now that the Scunch is on the field, it's just coming right on this Volfi, and Volfi is just going to go down before it gets to move off. And that's going to follow, so now the Gallus is going to be weak to both Tems that are on the field for Classics.
Ooh, but the hook kick taking down Classics Gallus, saying goodbye after just one technique. It certainly was a big one with the Crystal Bite on Wolfie, but I don't know if that's enough impact. This Gallus used to be the mainstay. It used to be the OP sweeper we all needed, and now it's gone down after just one attack.
Yeah, just a 1-2 punch. Gallus comes in, takes an attack. Gallus is on the field, takes an attack. See you later. Mr. Rishi's Gallus is superior Gallus, and that was short-lived over there. And in comes the Volaren, and now a Barnshi. And this is an interesting situation because that Barnshi is in for some hurt. He's probably going to try to get an attack off first on the Volaren, see what he can do before Gallus comes into it. And then we'll see how Scunch plays into this too, because Gallus does have -1 defense. So he can take some big damage as well.
Yeah, and Rishi likely bringing in this Volaren, thinking, hey, you know, Barnshi, Volaren, they're the two choices for Classics. Barnshi will take a lot of damage. I've got Doppelganger's Brooch. I may as well swap up my own Volaren, increase my speed a little bit, do some damage. But we do see the Barnshi, potentially a really good read from Classics, maybe catching him off guard. Although Barnshi is feeling so much pressure, but Savage Suplex going first, taking Gallus all the way down to 0. Barnshi feels so safe now.
Oh boy, what a punch from the squirrel there, right into the chest. Takes him out. Just monster damage, and that's what Scunch can do.
Wow, and then we do see the Blizzard going towards Scunch, but it was bamboozled by that Barnshi, so no more speed increase for Rishi's Volaren, just a little bit of stamina wasted, as now Barnshi Scunch versus Volaren Barnshi.
Yeah, we got both Barnshis on the field here, so now we have a situation where Scunch wants to run away. The Barnshi can obviously destroy it, -4 weakness to mental. But if the Volaren comes in, it's also going to get destroyed with -1 special defense. And he's just going to sacrifice the Scunch. He says, you know what, Scunch, you did your job. You killed Gallus. Just, you're gone, buddy.
Yeah, we do see the Hyperkinetic. I guess expecting Ninja Jitsu, it does come through and is enough to bring Volaren down as well. That's the Doppel Vola gone. And Rishi down to his final 2 Tems. And Barnshi's Bamboozle does beat out Rishi's Barnshi. Beta Burst going into the Scunch that's been bamboozled, and the Scunch survives for another turn.
I didn't even consider the bamboozle to come in to save Scunch. Scunch gets to see another day, gets the Ninja Jitsu off, and Volaren, that's Doppel Volaren with another Volaren on the enemy team, is gone. So that Volaren feels a little bit safer for Classics. And yeah, I see people freaking out. Mr. Rishi's in the chat typing. And he's been losing his Tems here pretty quickly. Gallus and Volaren both disappeared extremely fast. Maybe he needs to focus up a little bit.
Yeah, there's a correlation between not paying attention to your monsters and them falling victim to better play on Classic side. These last couple turns, we do have hard hits going towards this Cerneve, down to 50%. following up though with the water cutting Lily is enough. Skunch wasn't able to survive this one, and now Beta Burst towards this Barnshee. Not going to do too much damage, but actually quite a bit more than I expected, down to 61% and 2 Tems remaining on each side.
Yeah, that was a little bit more damage than I expected as well there onto the Barnshee. And now we have a settling Cernif who just entered the field for the first time, is already below half, and we have a pretty fast bowler on +1 speed. So we'll see how this plays out. Hyperkinetic coming right out. It wasn't used when it was initially on the field the first time, and the Cernif is down just like that. 1 HKS. Cernif got to play 1 round of Temtem, 1 move.
You know, this was looking so good for Rishi just 5 or 6 turns ago. We're only on turn 10 and he's already down to his final Tem. It's Barnshee versus Barnshee and Volerend. Certainly a mountain left to climb. Toxic Plume comes through, but Neutrality Barnshee doesn't mind, won't take any poison ticks, not too much damage. Followed up by the Beta Burst, though, doing about as much damage as Irishi's Barnshee did first. So down to 54% does bring down Volerend later on, though. Now it's just Barnshee versus Barnshee. Low stamina on each side and the slightest health advantage towards Kha'Zix.
Yeah, that was pretty cool from Classic. I think he used Toxic Plume there so he could avoid another minus special defense charge, but it didn't matter. The Wind Burst was still enough. So now we're in a Barnshee showdown. And like you said, it was looking so good for Rishi. And now it's just so close. And it's Bamboozle traded out with an attack. Stamina, very similar. HP, pretty similar. So we have Neutrality versus Air Specialist, which is the main difference here.
Something to pay attention to. We haven't seen what Rishi's item is just yet, but we do know Kha'Zix has that hand fan. If he wanted to go for the tornado, probably won't do as much as these Beta Bursts have been doing, as now Rishi's into the red, 23%, trading back again towards Kha'Zix. Barnshee also 22%. There is 0.5% health difference here, and just the slightest stamina towards Kha'Zix. Whoever gets this next attack off will likely win.
And here comes the tornado. Oh, and it does do it. It was so close. That was really close, not killing there at the end. Holy moly.
Yeah, Rishi does pull it out in the end with the tornado. Outspeeds just enough damage. That was an unbelievable comeback from Rishi.
I'm really curious to know what overkill there was on that move, because that had to be within a couple percent of not killing. And yeah, that was just so it felt like it shouldn't have been that close. It felt like Mr. Rishi had a pretty big lead, and it started to fall apart with this when the Skunch came back on and just started leading Tems. But it came down to Barnshee versus Barnshee, and the Neutrality Barnshee pulled it out.
Yeah, so incredible play from both Rishi and Kha'Zix. Rishi goes on to remain undefeated, and Kha'Zix falls to 5-1 overall score. We do have a lot of games still going for this round, though. Potentially we will be stopping by another one, saying hello, seeing how some more of our competitors are able to stack up against one another.
Yeah, well, I was on my break watching some games. I was kind of bouncing around, and I got to say something. Prote's Doom team is something to be reckoned with. It is honestly the 2 games that I watched of it recently. They weren't even close. They were just concede. The opponent conceded early. His Doom team is terrorizing the field right now.
Yeah, and he has such a nice mixture with that team. He can still output so much damage even without the Doom. But Doom is just such a nice way. You can always deal with that Cernif, with that Noxolotl, anything that wants to tank itself up. Stall the match. Doom doesn't mind 4 turns, and you're gone.
Yeah, Pocus is on the Doom team, answering someone in chat there. I think one thing that's interesting to note about the sideboard and how it affects Doom, when you're putting together a sideboard, I don't think you're ever keeping Doom in mind when you're playing it to go against it. I don't think you're sideboarding against Doom. But for Prody to make his Doom team, I think having some extra choices to either come out of Doom a little bit more or go into it harder, maybe the sideboarding is what really helps that comp have so much success that's having this tournament.
Yeah, so as we have now been talking about Prody, we do have another match decided. We have Marnie Farmer versus Gagbomb, two mainstays in the community. Marnie has been winning lots of tournaments and doing so well, along with Gagbomb, the voice in our ear, always assisting, always helping, teaching all of us how to be better tamers. Turn 8. 3 Tems remaining on each side right now. Gagbomb coming in with his Skunch, Tuvine, and Volarend versus Marnie Farmer's Cernif, Gialis, and Volarend.
Yeah, this looks like a pretty close match. The Skunch that's on the field right now is +2/+2 in defenses. No stamina though, so this Skunch seems to be a bit of a problem and could be the defining piece for how this plays out. We still have 2 Volarends alive. We don't, we'll figure out the doppels when it comes down to it. There's no buffs, so we don't really even know what type of Volarends are playing. And the Gallus is swapped in to activate that Toxic Plume, to get the attack down, to just maybe make that Skunch a little bit more useless.
Yeah, and we do see Volarend holding on to that Doppelganger's brooch, but it might not be enough because both Volarends have the brooch on. Wow, Marnie Farmer's Volarend took so much more damage from the Feather Gatling than the Toxic Plume could have ever done towards Gagbomb's Volarend. That is so disheartening to see at the last moment.
Yeah, the Doppelganger is starting to be such a mainstream thing with the Volarend. Put it on the Volarend. And now this Volarend's barely clinging on here to just 7% HP. The Skunch has a little bit of stamina to work with. We'll see what he opts to go for. Don't really know the speeds right now and how it's going to play out. We'll see if there's any swaps to maybe protect the Volarend, or is it just his time to go?
Yeah, so much is in the air as we haven't been around. We haven't watched either of these tamers yet this tournament. We don't know what they have up their sleeves, what their spreads look like, who's hard hitting, who's physically defensive, who can zoom, and who just kind of sits in a puddle.
Yeah, so this is Gagbomb taking some extra time here to figure out his turn, and I'm curious if he's thinking. I'm thinking Volarend staying here. He has a lot of stamina to work with. He's pretty healthy. He has the Doppelganger, so he probably wants to stay with the other Volarend. And I'm wondering if Gagbomb's thinking about a swap or anything. And nope, he's just going to keep the Skunch out, and it's just HKS, so that opposing Volarend doesn't get to do anything. And now the Skunch gets free reign to come in on the Gauss with attacks.
Yeah, and it starts off the damage with the perfect jab. Gialis only with 1.7% stamina. It's going to overexert if it wants to do anything. And Skunch is just here. He knows what's going on. 45% health remaining on this Gialis and only 32% on the Cernif. Cernif doesn't appear to have any buffs at the moment. We don't know if it's settling or Colosity. So just coming in, if it is settling, a Noxious Bomb might be enough.
Yeah, it was a settling. It did proc there when it came in. Yeah, that was looking pretty rough. The Gauss had no stamina. The Skunch was, like I said, +2/+2, settling Cernif, no stacks, already below half HP. There's really no out there for Marnie Farmer. So Gagbomb's going to take it.
Yeah, GGs are called. Conceding is Marnie Farmer, saying, Gagbomb, you were the better tamer this time. Next time I'm coming for you. Looks like there are potentially still 2 matches ongoing. Don't know how accurate that is, or if we will be heading into round 7 here in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'm tuning in to just some of these players that are remaining. I'm currently just tuned in to Sire Blackstar versus Neo Chatas. And this looks like this one's wrapping up here. It shouldn't be too much longer. And then we'll be on to the final round of Swiss.
Okay, yeah, it looks like Haven Uwu versus Kakashka is over as well. Kakashka's no longer in a match. So it's just Sire Blackstar seeing who will take the final win of round 6 of our Swiss.
So looking at our standings, Mr. Rishi is the final remaining undefeated player. Pretty big there. And when it came to putting this tournament together with Sideboard, Mr. Rishi was actually a pretty big piece of kind of nailing down how the sideboard would play out. Really helped a lot with that. So he helped put that together, and he goes 6-0 in Swiss so far. Maybe that's what he needed, was a little bit of sideboard action.
Yeah, so taking another look here too at some of the other tamers that have been doing oh so well. We have Tsubaki-chan currently 5-1, Frizek 5-1 as well, Little Asia, Ricky-tan 5-1, Classics 5-1, Alola 5-1, Setsuka 5-1, and Ombeskam 5-1. The top 8 are all looking so good. Every single name here is so accomplished and so skillful. Certainly we will be seeing them again.
Yeah, I think we're going to go to a break here while this final match plays out. It's towards the end. There's not many turns left in terms of the turn timer. And yeah, we'll be back with round 7 then.
Roadhouse Rumble, folks. Here I am, back at it again, live in your ears. It is me, Quarter, alongside Texas Roadhouse once more, as we enter our last round of Swiss.
Yes, and there's the standings are looking pretty interesting. There's a lot of players kind of in that bubble area of the top 16, kind of clinging on, looking to maybe make a final push. And just some names we can go over is the first match that we actually casted was the Senior Plat with the Nox. He's in that area. He's in that 4-2 area.
Yeah, no, he's popping off. I'm noticing Rishi up at the top there. 6 wins, the only person with a perfect streak so far.
Yeah, we only got to cast his last game, and it was pretty even, pretty close, Barnchy final, and he managed to eke out the win. Pretty cool.
Oh man, the Spider-Man point. I'm sad that I missed that one.
Then we have right on the 16th spot is Prody currently with his Doom team. So if he wins this last match, most likely we'll get in. And we'll have Doom in the top cut, which is not something I think you get to say very often.
Certainly. Although, that said, if things shift slightly, we could also have Doom in the top cut, Doomaga being just below him. That said, it can be a hard thing to assess these standings at this moment because, like, after this round, we're going to get a bunch more 5-1s on the screen, and if things start swapping around a bit, then it'll jump all over the place. Now, let's have a gander here in terms of who we're going to face off next. It looks like we've got a really interesting match coming up in the form of, what is this, Arkham Knight and Turby? That looks like a good one.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall. We casted I think it was the first match. It was Senior Plat versus Turby, right? And I can't really recall what he had. I think he had the whole Nox Platimus setup is what I think I'm remembering. With the Mashuk and stuff. And yeah,
Yep.
it's going to be versus Arkham Knight. Both these players are 4-2. So both these players desperately need this win to make the cut.
My question is, what else is on Arkham's sideboard? And was that a massive love tap between him and Klazix there with the Anahirs? Are we going to see those in another match?
Oh, was it Arkham Knight? Yeah, it was Arkham Knight with the Anahir, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
Yes.
Just waiting for them to pop on right here so we can take a big steamy gawk at their draft. But in the meantime, this is basically the team I've seen Turby bring to tournaments. It is the team he's most comfortable with. He knows what it's good and what it's bad against. I think that if we're just assessing this by who's comfortable with their lineup, I think that Turby's in a good spot right now. From what I understand from chat, he's also been bamboozling a couple people, suggesting that he's just been bringing in fires instead, and then suddenly it's like, haha, get rused, I was toxic the whole time.
Yeah, he's got that heavy toxic with some water, a good bit of water on his team. He has Ukama.
And we're in.
Oh, what's going on? Okay.
And oh man, yeah, no, Arkham is not backing down to this. He's like, okay, yeah, water's okay. I'll still bring Anna here. It's fine. He is also actually bringing the Freeze Dream. He does indeed have Tukai Whiplum, so perhaps we are seeing the Freeze Dream after all with that. So that's 3 waters on both sides here. Very exciting to see.
Yeah, that's the first time we're seeing that, a 3-water lineup from both players, and he brought the Anna here, even with the threat of having all those waters on Turby's side. So looking at this, with a heavy toxic water lineup for Turby, there's some interesting picks here that Arkham Knight can bring. But he's going to do his first ban. He's hovering the Volorant, and he's moving down to a Whiplump. He seems unsure. He seems unsure what he actually wants.
Yeah, that's one of the challenges here is there's a bunch of things that are just spooky into this team. Like, yeah, the Valorant makes perfect sense just in terms of dealing with another potential frustrating toxic threat. I mean, it's often that you see that get banned. It's not exactly like it had Crystal Synergy here to lower attack, but it's not exactly like Arkham's got many physical attackers outside of your boy, the Turtle.
Yeah, if we did talk about high priority in terms of pick and ban usage, Valorant has to be at the top of the list in terms of what's banned, what's either banned or picked just off the bat. He just seems like the biggest threat to everybody's team, despite what you're running. And Arkham Knight going to open with Sernif Barnshee. I was going to actually mention that I think Sarnif's pretty good here. It has 3 waters you can go into. You ban away one of the toxics, and seeing that water pick first definitely makes it seem a little bit better, knowing that he can ban a second toxic on the second part.
Seems like Turby might want to get his Nidrasil through now then, if he wants to make sure that that's there to face off against this Sernif. But he goes for the Loali instead. Bold choice, I think, given the number of wins that we are seeing off of Arkham's side. But there's a lot of water that could be weak to that resin trap as well.
I wonder if you're on Arkham Knight's side, if you ban Mashuk here to stop the jabs on the Sernif, or if you even care about something like that. Looks like he wants Kinu or Whiplum going back and forth really fast.
Another thing to quickly talk about here is bringing that Barnshee early means that he really doesn't want to bring that Mashuk at all unless he's got a way to deal with that Barn. And I'm not seeing many ways to actually deal with Barn on Turby's lineup here.
Barnshee's pretty good. Super solid pick for Arkham. Bans the Kinu. Okay. So no tanking up for Turby here. It's going to be an honest match. But Arkham Knight doesn't feel the same way. He's bringing his Kinu. He's saying, no, I'm getting tanky. And with the Sernif, we know how dangerous the combo of Sernif and Kinu can be. I mean, the Revitalized synergy, just healing each other and just pushes and life saps, and it's just insane.
Oh yeah, no, the fact that we also do have the dreaded, at least 2 of the unholy trifecta of nature stalls on Arkham's side certainly spells good things for him, provided he can deal with that toxic ink that's going to be, rearing its ugly head.
Yeah, this has to be an Anahir pick here. I don't know, Whiplump feels pretty good, but Nagais, I would imagine, doesn't feel good. Anahir coming in without a Nagais probably feels bad since it doesn't have that speed assist with the Seed Aura. But I don't know when you would ever
still a
bring
fire into 2 natures. It's hard to crunch those numbers and not get a smiley face, especially when you've got a pretty comfortable switch in to that toxic ink. Even with Flawed Crystal, you're not taking anywhere near as much damage just off the base defenses that Anahir has. I mean, I'm a jank master, so I love seeing this coming out here.
So turn 1 here for both players. You'd imagine that the Ukama has got to run. I mean, what's it going to do here? It can't really get off any super effective attack. Yeah, Ukama's running away, scared of the Sernif most likely. And in comes John Cena, who we saw earlier today, Mushuk. Right into the face of the Barnshee, actually. So we'll see if this was read at all or how the Barnshee takes its turn.
Well, if nothing else, that was a very obvious switch into a Water-Cutting Lily. And this Urushiol, how unpunished is it going to be is the real question here. Oh, yeah, no, that's a Hypoxia straight onto John Cena's face. Down to 13%. Swing and a miss, I think, is the best way to summarize that swap. I mean, Arkham definitely made that sort of a heads I win, tails you lose scenario there, because no matter what was there, it was going to get hit pretty hard. Wuckle and Hypoxia together, absolutely nothing except Lowali, which is already on the field, takes those hits.
Yeah, so I see it was mentioned in chat. Yes, Snare did catch, I believe, the sweatband off of Sernif. So
that's bad.
Yeah, that could be a big deal here coming up towards the end of the match when if it's a Cerny versus the world situation or something like that, it won't be able to play that much. But yeah, it was good. Arkham Knight set up a nice little trap there for the swap. Either Ukama's taking a Water-Cutting Lily, which obviously isn't happening, and if the switch is Nidrisome or Shook, you're taking big Barnshee Hypoxia damage. So Whiplump was the only semi, but it still takes damage from the Water-Cutting Lily. There really wasn't an out.
No, exactly. There. The out was on the board. Lowali was the only out that could have swapped into both of those, and it couldn't take those hits because it was already on the field. That's the joy of having to first pick that, or deciding to first pick that and taking advantage of that, rather.
Yeah, it's too early to say how this match is going to play out, but looking back, I'm curious what the thought on Ukama was and how he was going to what he had planned for that.
Oh boy! So we see a cage coming out here from Turby almost immediately. Cage is a very bold decision a lot of the time. We do see, if nothing else, we expected them Shook to go down here, but my question is, what is he trapping those in for?
Yeah,
right? What's he bringing into this?
That's a weird turn for me to really wrap my head around there. I think looking at that turn, I don't know why Arkham Knight would want to switch. I mean, he has a pretty good setup, to be honest with you. So when the Mushuk cages, there's probably not a swap coming in, and then to try and fit in a Rusho, I guess he thought it would be faster before the Barnshee. I mean, because that turn really was kind of tragic. It did not play out that well at all.
Yeah, no, I feel like there was something that backfired there. Another concern that I've got for that is now the Lowali, which is the best switch into the Barnshee Sernif double, as we just discussed, is stuck on the field. Doesn't feel particularly nice there. Especially since we're back to square one here and Muhammad's staring down another Wuckle. Sernif can pretty comfortably OX for that. Like, it's not feeling pressured by this Lowali that's now forced to be here for an extra turn. Barnshee, I think, can even afford to rest at this point, unless he really wants to double into this Ukama to ensure that he gets the KO.
Yeah, as you know, especially when I play, I try to visualize what is the win con for each player here, and I'm just looking at Turby's lineup and what's going on, and it just looks pretty bad. I mean, he has a dead slot essentially in his Yukama slot that it's just going to be whatever comes in is almost dying turn to turn. And he just doesn't have an answer for Cernif on top of everything. And Kinu really, and Arkham hasn't even utilized Kinu because he hasn't had to. So, I mean, this is super bad.
Yeah, no, it's looking a bit frustrating. I mean, the Yukama's good against, well, pretty much just Anna here, and it's taking that Water Cutting Lily to the face this turn. It does live at 23%, so we could be seeing the double OX here, but that Barnsheet didn't really mind that too much, if I'm perfectly honest here. It's going to be taking a double up into both of these, which does hurt, but, I mean, we still have the Whiplump there as well to potentially deal with Nidrasil alongside the Barnsheet. Now, that OX on top of that damage could be... Oh, that's actually enough to KO it. I didn't actually think about that. But
Yeah.
no, okay, so there's the Barnsheet swap, I guess.
Yeah, the damage plus Barnsheet overexerting takes itself out Sudoku style. You know what I'm saying? Just
It dies
kills
the
itself
warrior.
quickly. Yeah. So in comes Anna here, and now that the Yukama's gone, Anna here's a problem. You thought the Cernif was a problem. Well, this little crystal dog, I guess people in chat are calling it, is a problem.
It's obviously a turtle, my dude.
I saw dog being thrown around when talking about Anna here earlier. I don't see dog. I'll be honest, I don't see turtle either. But we'll give you turtle for now.
Look, it's everybody's favorite box of French fries sitting on our screen. It is probably going to be getting that cheeky heat up because Anna here generally needs a heat up to live. Like, it's also one of its only no hold options.
Yeah, you got a lot of people against it. A turtle?
Oh no! Come on, Chad. It's totally a turtle. Okay, we do see the automatic Whiplump swap in here.
What turtles do you see?
Okay, we do
Jesus.
see a Kinu swap onto the Anna here as well. Well, okay, not really a read, but just a nature into a nature, meaning that Kinu eats the tank. It does eat it relatively comfortably, and we're getting a lot of buffs on our Anna here very quickly here. Bernie, however, is kind of, it's salivating, and that Tsunami is perfectly willing to take a fair amount away from something on the board here. I don't think it's going to one-shot the Anna here by any stretch of the imagination, but it's definitely a thing.
Yeah, so the Cernif comes off the field with no sweatband. It needs time to get its stamina back, and now we're going carry Anna here to carry the load that Cernif can no longer take care of. Yeah, I don't think you're worried about the Kinu. You're here just to make sure Anna here can get to a person point, or a decent point rather.
Quick note, that is the snare holder for Arkham, and it wound up sniping what I'm going to assume was the energy drink off of Nidrasil. Everyone is running energy drink Nidrasil as far as I can tell. I know one person who, for a brief period of time, ran drill Nidrasil, which was amazing, but you want the energy drink there for the narc hit, generally.
Yep, so you can attack for free without,
Definitely.
just sleeping yourself. Yeah, honestly, something we haven't seen a lot of in this turn, kind of getting sidetracked, is there really hasn't been a lot of turbo hypno shenanigans at all. I mean, I'm a little surprised by that. I thought that would be on the uprising, but yeah, here we are.
A lot of people have been commenting about not having time to turbo, which kind of makes sense when you think about the way in which certain stalls are happening. In the meantime, though, we are seeing a bit of damage come out against Bernie here. Nothing too big. It's just, an extra little blap as the Kinu eats another Toxic Ink that didn't land on Cernif. In the meantime, oh, baby, Bernie is down.
Yes.
Yikes. Okay, Anna here telling us that we really cannot ignore the damage output that it puts on the board.
Yeah, it's big damage from the Crystal Tiger, Dog, Turtle, Bear combination. And in comes the Loali, and the Cernif's back with some stamina, ready to do Cernif things, since it has just no pressure really from. I mean, it can take Toxic Inks, but it's fine. Relive, it shouldn't be a problem. And Anna here's going to win the game regardless of what Cernif does at this point.
And at this point, Anna here is kind of looking at this board and saying it's free real estate. It's just going to Meteor Swarm here, and
yeah, Bush.
Yikes. Man, imagine a game in which Cernif, loses its sweatband, and it's all right because you've got your Anna here there to support.
Yeah, if you're coming in late to this game, you're looking at it like, man, what happened? Anna here is insane, but I don't know if you can even give credit to Anna here this game. This felt like a Cernif Barnsheet game more than an Anna here game. But the later
No,
stages,
certainly that lead was absurd.
yeah, I think
Oh, Kirby denies us the money shot as Arkham walks away after the concession there. I mean, I can respect it. It's important to know when you when you've got to tap out of a match, but at the same time, I think we all wanted to see that Meteor Swarm land. Either way, though, spectacular match out from both players. It's a challenging thing facing off there, and I feel like misreading the potential switch out on the cage and not being able to, play off of that effectively really cost Turby a lot there.
yeah, I'm still looking back, and I just don't know what the Ukama was besides Anahir. He must have been super scared of Anahir coming in and just not being threatened, so he picked the Ukama solely to stop Anahir, I guess. But yeah, the Ukama felt like a really just super dead slot the whole game, and just was every time was dying. Yeah, so
All right, so we do have some more matches to quickly spectate here. For instance, Rishi and Tsubaki-chan are actually still going at it.
there's some top dogs right there.
I'm really excited to see how they go down. I've been watching a lot of Rishi's sort of stuff on the side, and it's really cool seeing what he brings in here. And I walk in and I immediately see a Noxolotl, a Cerneve, and a Kinu, and a Volfi. My goodness. If we check our battle log here, we will see a Grumper and a Nidrasil already down on Tsubaki's side. We see a Raze, a Mastion, and a Drakash. So that's 3 fires coming out of Rishi. Spicy stuff.
Yeah. The Tem advantage and the health advantage is in the side of Mr. Rishi, but if you look at Tsubaki's side, he has a pretty pumped up Nox, which is it's not rare to see from Tsubaki. We saw that earlier. Nox was a big factor in most of his games. So, but Cerneve's also pretty. Now that I look across the board, Cerneve's pretty big too. So we got 2 monsters, and when it comes down to a 1v1, Nox is going to win that fight.
Oh yeah, Nox wins that fight, guaranteed. If Tsubaki can keep it alive, I think that he's in a perfectly fine spot. The Mastion, I think, is Rishi's best tool against it, though. In the meantime, though, we're seeing the classic exhaustion plays against a Cerneve here, but
Juicy,
the great
revitalized.
wall of nature.
Yeah, the Cerneve is stuck on the field, settling. Not sure how long it's been out here, but it's probably got some good damage on it at this point with the sweatband, so it hasn't been snared off. That's key for Cerneve because it eats through stamina so quickly. So yeah, these double revitalizes just procking off each other, and both Tems just getting bigger and bigger. It's going to be interesting set of turns here. This could be a long one.
No, certainly. Just because there's a little bit of something strange happening in terms of what's on screen versus what we're seeing. There is another Kinu and a Volfi here. We promise, folks. There's a strange visual bug going on with the main Temporium stream, but I'm happy to clear up a little bit of that. Oh man. In the meantime, though, we do have.
Wait, I missed it. What bug?
Oh, on stream, the Volfi and the Volfi on Tsubaki's side and the Kinu on Rishi's side are not showing up for some reason. The strange invisible Tems rise again, much like those ones people kept catching at the side part, right? Popped from the Volfi, which definitely was there, I promise, into Nox again, which makes a lot of sense here. Oh yeah, no, it's going to eat that Water Cutting Lily just fine. Not even 10% off of that, but the stone wall onto Cern is very intimidating to see. We've got our charming dancing man quickly taking us home in the meanwhile.
Yeah, we're back in it now, though, and we just caught double stone wall from each side. So we got a 5-5 Cerneve and a 4-5 Nox in terms of defenses. So this game is definitely setting up to be a 1v1 showdown on the back half.
Yeah, no, this is while this one, it's clear that both players are going into the late game. I think that as long as that Nox stays capable of doing things, and I don't see anything outside of Mastion and Drakash capable of disrupting that at this point. Burns and just the sheer damage output of Mastion is about the only thing that I think has a chance there. Rishi's in a hard spot. body does have Tem advantage, and that's something to respect here, just in terms of what, like, if he can put Tsubaki in the same spot that we saw Plat in, that could be very problems.
Yeah, looking at this, so putting the sleep on Nox, and not a trance sleep, just a regular old sleep. Nox doesn't get a turn there, and we still have both Kinus just sitting here on the board, doing Kinu things, revitalizes and stone walls, and it's hard to look at this game and not think it's not going the distance. I mean, these two Tems won't be able to really hurt each other, and the other Tems are just making it even harder with sleeps going back and forth. And yeah, we got two hyper carries that are just sleeping, so no damage is going to be done this turn.
I'm just imagining two Kinus just sitting there shouting at both of these Tems, "Stop fighting!"
They're trying to quiet the children down, put everything in order.
Feels like right here. At this point, fortunately, Nox can actually press a bit of an advantage here, and certainly has acid reflux up. It does look like, yes, the Drakash is going to come in to eat the reflux because it was at low health anyways, probably not getting more attacks off. Oh, and the Sentinel wakes up Cerny. That's one of the favorite interactions with Sentinel. The fact that you could swap it in, and it just insta wakes up the other Tem, so you get your turn back. Absolutely amazing to see. Also, we get, of course, the charming animation from Reflux there as, yeah, no, that's just some solid damage, bringing Cerny back down to 53 there.
Yeah, Mr. Rishi has a problem on his hands. That's a lot of damage for a +5 defense, or sorry, special defense Cerny there. But Madness buff, it's +2 special attack on the side of Nox. So there's a problem here. There's a clear problem here for Mr. Rishi. How does he deal with his Nox, and how does he even keep his Cerny alive with this Nox just sitting on the field?
Yeah, no, at this point, staring down Nox with double natures feels incredibly bad. That said, Tsubaki's out of swaps. If the pressure can be applied correctly here, we could very well see an end to this in the opposite direction, just through beating hard onto this Noxolotl. It's hard to imagine at this point, but it's still a possibility.
Okay, so sleeps the Volphy here, and another Madness buff. Yeah, let's pump it up. Let's get crazy.
All right, so we do wind up seeing the Madness buff come out again. This is such a strong Nox at this point. Yeah, no, the Battle of the Buffs might leave us here a little bit.
So low stamina, but still decides to throw out the Waterclay Lily. Wakes the Volphy up, so the Volphy gets an attack here. Yeah, that's not going to do too much. 80%. Another Revitalize. We're going to be seeing a lot of that.
In chat, yes, as a matter of fact, Sentinel does proc on switch in. It's one of the better things about that trait. Same with Escapist on Turok. So any trait that nullifies that for the team works on the swap in. Sorry to interrupt you there, buddy.
No, that's fine. So now that the Nox is +4 special attack, just did the Madness buff last turn, we're probably looking to see some of the puke, the black puke, be spewed out across the board, and we'll see who he decides to let take. Obviously, Cerny's not going anywhere. For one, it's caged, but two, it's settling, so it needs all those attack buffs. So we'll see if it's is Kinu taking it, or is he sacrificing Mastion here?
I think Kinu's taking it because Mastion is his only win condition here. Neither of his natures are going to be able to take out this Noxolotl, right? Like, even Cerny, as mighty as it is, with staring down a +4 defense Noxolotl, is not going to be doing very much.
Okay, so here comes the bush. One turn bamboozle. Ooh, goes overexerted to do that. And what? Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? Just gonna sleep the Nox out. So there's a 1 turn window then for Nox to get it off, right? So we'll see what happens here in a couple turns, but for now the board state's not going to really change much. Cerny's overexerted, no stamina, still a sweatband though, and we have Volphy who just recently used Bush and can't really do any damage to the Temps on the field.
We do actually wind up seeing a Plague onto the Nox just to wake it up and let it actually acid reflux. Amazing plays. So we are going to wind up seeing that glorious turn actually come to pass. As yeah, that's all of Kinu's health down thanks to the poison take as well. Big brain stuff right here.
Yeah, what a monster turn there. That damage. Oh no. Kinu's gone. Cernif's at half. And here comes Mastione like, guys, what's going on here? I just making my first appearance. Everybody's dead.
Yeah, no, it's this at the same time, Mastione being untouched at this point is the reason why Rishi's still in this game. Volfi is at this point overexerted. It can't dust Vortex. Noxolotl has its only good special attack down, so it's stuck using Toxic Ink or just continuing to buff itself or hypnosis people if it is carrying hypnosis. It's looking like this Mastione has at least one free turn to just, have a little party.
But how much is it really going to do to Nox, though? I mean, Nox is +4. I don't know how that could possibly be enough combined with the Cernif. I guess we're about to find out. Is this on the Volfi or are we going back on the Nox? It is on the Volfi, right?
No, at this point, he wants to take out the Volfi.
Yeah.
Because now it's, at this point, Nox versus the world, even if that world is just 2 Tems, and lowering the attack with the burn is another incredibly valuable thing he's going to have on his side here. See, look at that Toxic Ink. It just tickled. All of the damage is coming out of the poison instead. Now, that poison's still a problem, but this is slightly more surmountable for Rishi than the situations we saw earlier there. There's no Kinu for shenanigans. There's no Volfi for shenanigans now. It's just Noxolotl.
Yeah, just above 40% HP. Cernif pretty low on stamina. This next turn is going to be really interesting to see. Does Rishi go all in here? Does he wait a turn? Because if he waits a turn, he still has some time, I think, to take a chance here and wait. I mean, I don't think he's killing it at this mark. And Cernif, I don't know if he can afford an overexert.
At this point, if he can keep both of his Tems alive, then he can win by stall if we are in fact going to see that. But Noxolotl's got its work cut out for it. There is every likelihood that even though we're seeing this much damage come out against Noxolotl, it could still very much come back and win this game just by virtue of being very challenging to kill. However, hold on.
Okay, so
Trans just not proc there.
Yeah, because it was off the Ember tick. It wasn't a direct technique, so he goes below.
Of course.
He goes below 30%, but not due to a technique, just the burn effect. So now it's in a weird spot where that's a pretty low amount of HP. I'm getting questions. Is that how it works? I'm pretty sure it's how it works. It has to be a direct attack, direct technique.
No, that does make sense. I haven't seen Nox fall into that range often based on that, but we can see from the direct technique that just triggered it that we are seeing it trigger at that range from attacks. So there is that. Is the flaming meteorite capable of knocking it out at this point?
Oh,
yeah, no, that is clearly enough. It's important to remember that Pyro and Fire Chip, that's a 25% bonus to your damage off of the highest base attack fire in the game with the highest base power fire move. It broke the wall, and through that, Rishi maintains his terrifying streak as we are actually going to be closing out here into our intermission period, from what I understand.
Yep, we're going into a little intermission with some analysis with it, and then we'll be back for the top cut.
All right. Hello and welcome to the Roadhouse Rumble. Man, what a tournament this has been. I'm Presby Kennedy, and we are here on the Pit Stop Analysis desk. Joining me, Fabi, you want to say hello to the people?
Yeah, hello. You've heard me in the Swiss covering some of these matches. Yeah, my name is Fabi, or Protesters. And yeah, we'll be going through a little bit here when we figure out here in the background, setting up the top 16 cut here. And we have seen a couple of really nice and really interesting matches. Some nice back and forth and new temps here and there. Pretty excited.
So I couldn't watch the opening. I couldn't watch the opening two Swiss rounds because I went to visit my grandparents. It's their 50th anniversary. But I caught like just the start of pick and ban phase into the first couple of turns of like Senior Platt versus his opponent, and just what a freaking way to start this tournament. Like I was just so constantly thinking, just like, man, I can't wait till I can go back and watch the rest. And I've got highlights from Swiss rounds 5, 6, 7, and then I've got 2 highlights from Swiss round 7. Just like Bobby, like I'm so jealous of you that you've been able to sit and cast these games all day. Like it has been one freaking heckin' awesome just day of competitive Temtem. So before we get started, I want to, one of my favorite things to do for any competitive tournament, I want to ask you, what's been your favorite Temtem so far of this tournament that you've seen really cool stuff coming from?
Well, I kind of want to say Anna here, but I kind of don't, because when I had this conversation previously, and back in the day, I actually ran a couple of calculations. When you ran the old Gialis and ran it very tanky, you could achieve general similar stats after TV training as Gialis. So it was kind of comparable. Obviously, the typing is and the traits are obviously very worse on Anna here. But it didn't really surprise me that now with Nagais and with all these natures coming in and kind of the desperate need of some crystals that are just sprinkled in there, Anna here makes a comeback and looks pretty strong here, especially if people not prepare for it. So I don't know. I have to say it's probably like Cernif is probably the Tem of the tournament, even though I don't like it. I can't really figure out one specific, there's a couple of cool picks and bands. We've seen Rakesh, we've seen Platymus, nice temps bringing here, doing work, but it's overshadowed by the pure presence of Cernif that kind of took the Pig role or the Gialis role, let's say.
Yeah,
just in representation, basically.
Cernif's so flexible in that when you put it out on the field, most people are going to ignore that slot and just focus on killing the other Temtem. So Cernif can be your hyper carry with settling, but if you run Colossity, it can also be that super supportive Tem of, putting out Revitalizes on the other slot, depending on what you run. If you choose to run Shy Shield or Roots or anything, it can play around with like buffing itself or, defense control and then nature synergy for so many things that it provides.
All that stuff.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I do say Cernif is a good Tem, but on your topic of Anahir, they're freaking, 2 Anahirs in this tournament right now? Arkham Knight's running one, and Klozix is running an Anahir. Anahir has a monstrous set of defenses. The only thing that kind of holds it back is, one, its typing, takes 4 times from Earth, and then 2, it doesn't have the greatest HP pulls. But like right now, where we're at in the meta, so many of these Earth Tems are being pushed out from all of these Nature Tems. Like I kind of agree. Like if there's a time and place for Anahir to shine, it's right now, right before Yaw nerfs it. So we gotta get our Anahir poggers in.
Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind with that is also, we have previously seen a lot of melees coming in the meta, obviously countering Earth, that are now kind of not really present anymore, not in this tournament, which kind of surprised me. I thought we would see much more of just Size Munch, just Skunch and Move Flank. everybody kind of thought they prepared for it, I think. But, with you got to bring 2 mentals, I think, in this meta, because, well, otherwise you would just be run over by them. So I'm here into that, being Crystal, fire against the Cernith, and then Crystal against these mental types. That is basically its spot, right? Can't get any better.
Yeah, I agree. I do want to return to this discussion about Tim's, but let's be conscious of our time. So let's get through these highlights real quick, and then we can come back through this. So in the 5th round, I have my little notebook here because I was scribbling like crazy, like, oh my god, that play. Okay, so in the 5th round of Swiss, Tsubaki first versus Physique. Tsubaki was running a Cernith that they had pretty much super set up. The Noxolotl, I believe, had been banned out because Tsubaki's running these 2 hyper tanks on their team. And Physique actually used a Rise. And this is something that I actually struggled with last night. I played in Plus OP's weekly, and I was running a Colossity Cernith on my team, and I just didn't understand how much the support around Cernith gets dunked on from just a Rise. So while the Cernith was able to stay on the field, that speed control that Physique used Rise for, and just being able to play around water cutting lilies, playing around bushes, and making sure whatever came into that slot 2 couldn't help the Cernith out. And that, every Revitalize would come after whatever Physique was doing, really just inched that game into his favor, and to the point where a +2 Cernith took, not full damage, but reduced damage from a fire tornado, and then, died the next turn.
60% or something. Insane,
That's like crazy, which, we haven't seen an excessive amount of Rise. Of course, we saw Rise crazy pre-Kisawa, but what place do you think Rise has right now moving forward?
I do think
the shout out the Tiki book. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. I do think the thing that the Rise is going for it currently is you don't need to invest in special defense anymore. Like, Rise was good for its typing, but with all these madness buffs going around, it wasn't even enough. So people put in special defense against these wins, against these crystals, to swap Rise in and get this speed control. And now these threats are more or less gone. There's not much of this hyperkinetic strike spam with Piggy Pig and tornadoes. We see it couple here and there with Wolverines and Banshees, but it's not on every team. It's not as spammed. So that makes up TVs, and you can put them in special attack. And we have seen how effective that can be. Special attack being the better of the attack stats for the Rise. And then you still have all the utility. And then a little bit more damage. And I do think that puts it over the edge here against all these nature teams.
Yeah, and so for me, when I run Cernith on my team, one thing that I really think about a lot is that there's only one energy drink you can put across your team, and of course, if there's no Drakash. So a lot of the times when my Cernith's threatened, it's a free swap in for my Kinu. The Cernith might take a heavy hit, but I know I can swap my Kinu in. The Cernith takes a heavy hit. My Kinu's going to out-hypnosis whatever, is out on that other slot. And then I have a free turn to double Revitalize. The Rise just denies that because the Hypnosis is going to move second. The Revitalize is going to move second. It doesn't feel good. So that was really, really cool seeing that being ran. Was there anything you wanted to say on that before I moved on?
Oh, no, for sure. Speed control is less good, I say, because, well, you don't have to counter the turbos. But on the other hand, you have all these 3 prior moves from Wolfie, from the Cerniths, and controlling these made actually more of an impact than I thought, actually. And, coupled with the upsides that were discussed here, I do think Rise is pretty strong right now.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so game number 6. Let's talk about this crazy madman, Mr. Rishi. Moving on, round 6 of the Swiss. Mr. Rishi is moving on into the brackets like undefeated so far. And I feel like Mr. Rishi is sitting there in a pile of sweat in his chair of just like, I had that all along. Like Rishi versus Klozix. He had Barnshi versus Barnshi. The last round of that game was a like Mexican standoff. First one to go for their pistol loses, and the other one, you know, if you hit into a bamboozle or if you didn't hit into a bamboozle, was like the whole call of that game. And going for the tornado that round, just like that could have gone anyway, and Rishi walked away with it. Like that to me like made me jump out and kind of run around my house. Was like, what?
Also, these had like both like 60% of HP left, and both used beta burst the turn before, and it's like, well, you know, they're kind of low now. What do you do? And Rishi's in the end, Rishi's Banshee moved first and won that. Incredible! Like these close calls, Mr. Rishi went through these whole Swiss rounds. I mean, he came up victorious on all of them, but that were some close calls, and gotta give him props. He's probably shaking and really needs this pit stop here to freshen up for the top 16.
Yeah, I really like that, of the presence of mind. I guess it took in that situation to sit and think through those strategies, because like in that moment I was just like, oh my gosh, it's so crazy Rishi took that game. But if you think about the options that were available to the other Barnshi, I'm pretty sure at that point, with the stamina that was on the Barnshi, if it bamboozled to try and move first, it would overexert itself and kill itself. So bamboozle was kind of out of the picture. And
Bamboozle
then,
was out of the picture because it moved second, I think, as well.
No. Hold on. Let's see. Klozix's Barnshi had more speed because the speed arrow wasn't tying. It was just,
but Tornado was 3 prior, right?
Yeah, and Tornado, and that's what I was saying, of like thinking through it. Like it takes a lot of presence of mind to just kind of like weigh through the options and say, this is the one. This is the one. And I respect Rishi for that. Like that was such a great
Don't get
game
overwhelmed. Do the correct move. Click the button and you win. Yeah.
I was on stream last night. Shout out to Vonlin. He invited me to sit in his Discord while he was streaming, and I was playing through Plus's tournament, and he was spectating my games, and like you can just kind of see me falling apart with my tournament nerds, where he's just like, "Why would you do that?" And I was like, "I don't know why he did that." I'm just moving forward. So it does take stamina. All right, so moving on real quick. Oh, was there anything you wanted to say on that?
Oh, no. I just wanted to say that as well. You know, everybody can play like 10 games in a row on ladder, but you know, in the tournament, it's a different scenario, because you know you have to perform. There's no second chance, first of all, and then second of all, you know, you don't choose the time in which you are playing. So you have to play when the call is coming. You know, and you know, you get put on the spot. Maybe you have 10 minutes. Maybe you have 1 minute between next matches if your round goes really long, or you have like 20 minutes because you won really, really fast. But then you have to be on point again when the next round starts. And let's take stamina, and you know, with these high caliber plays, you gotta think a lot. It's quite hard.
Yeah. Shout out to Klozix, who's in the chat, who said it, you know, it was one of his first games using Barnshi. And Klozix is a great player. Not to discredit anything that he did, like he freaking got, you know, this far in the tournament to be at the top of the standings. So
yeah.
On to round 7 of the Swiss rounds. Arkham Knight versus Turby. Arkham Knight was running Anna here, and we were talking about that with like that Anna here. You know, obviously it's only turn 1 play is heat up, but it's just so freaking bulky. You can't kill it on its first turn, so it just gets that heat up for free. And then just everything that Arkham Knight was able to do that game, and then Turby choosing to cage there with the Mashuk. That was a very interesting move, and I don't know what Turby was looking for in that play of maybe like he saw it as he lost the match.
Probably
and that
muscle memory, and there was turbo choreography before. And
yeah,
he
possibly.
last minute switched it to Cage, and then he was like, "Oh well, this didn't work out." Because I had that as well. Like when you switch moves, and you might do some more or less last minute changes, or like even the day before. Like sometimes you look at your tem and think like, "Wait, there was a different move before," and maybe he just oh yeah, I press Turbo. He's dead anyway, so I just do that, and then he caged himself.
Yeah, and I do want to talk about that too, because Turby has been playing in the Temporium daily tournaments. I think he's actually played in every one of them, and he's been using a pretty similar team each time. And not only has he been using the same team, he also did a show match on Plus OP's stream against Tsubaki-chan with that team just to see how it fares against, higher caliber players. And I would say out of all of the players that I've seen playing, and I try my best to watch as much competitive Temtem as I can, Turby is one of the most consistent players in understanding his team, understanding the different elements of it, and playing with it. And like I actually fought him in the Temporium dailies, and those are best of 3 tournaments. And so I did a very sneaky thing, and I spectated one of his matches the day before, and I saw how he was playing his team, and I took notes, and I was like, okay, I'm ready. I'm here. I'm going to dismantle the team. Like I know how he's going to play it. And like I dismantled the elements that I saw him really leaning on, and then he composed a whole new strategy. And it was just as powerful and just as terrifying and just as like freaking crazy. So like seeing that cage really made me go just like, oh man, like he's got a huge understanding of his team, and I don't know what he was looking for in that. So I could definitely see like the muscle memory switch up of just like, oh well, Mushuk's dying, let's turbo here. But yeah, hopefully we get to see more of Turby. I haven't exactly looked at the standings, but I did see Prati was moving on, is what people were saying. Oh,
Yeah, we
and Turby
can.
just falling to the 18th slot. So he's not going to make it into the top 16, but
Yeah, maybe you can go over them really quickly. Exclamation point bracket if you want to have a look yourselves. I want to see how the top 16 cut is generated and who will play who. So obviously Mr. Rishi, and we might be able to go into a little bit of detail on his team. Maybe we see some things that he brewed up, and maybe why he is so successful with obviously kind of new format with like bring 10 and pick 8. Having a little bit of an impact here as well, seeing that many new temps, because you don't need to stick to the cookie cutter 8 that you want to bring. You can bring a little bit more sneaky temps that fill exact roles that you want to have. So we have obviously Rishi, and then we have 3 players with 6 and 1 FZEC, which we featured on stream, Setska and Klasix as well.
Yeah, Klasix in the top 4. Tsubaki-chan going to be going 5 and 2. Little Asia going 5 and 2. Alola going 5 and 2. Hiru going 5 and 2. Iricus going 5 and 2. And Onbakamas, or I'm not going to be able to say that. On Best Cam going 5 and 2,
Yeah,
and that's going to be the top 10.
Yeah, and then Prodi, which we saw on stream.
Can we
Arkham Knight.
pause a moment here? Can we pause a moment here, Fabi? Prodi is running a Doom comp with Pocus on his team. I know everybody says like Pocus is garbage tier right now. Shout out to Quarter. Quarter helped me come up with the Pocus build that I've been running on my team, and I've fallen in love with this Tim. And I would say that this thing, I wouldn't say it's sleeper, but it's got a lot of potential. And you just can't think of it as like the mixed position of like it gets out on the field and just throws out a bunch of damage with like gamma bursts and beta bursts or whatever. It's a really unique Tim that you need to play around with it. But like when it does work, it does work. Like I'm so excited to see Prodi in the top 16.
Exactly what I was hinting. You maybe see some quote-unquote weird choices here in Pokos being quite niche, I would say, or more in the lines of like a Platimus or something from the power level. But maybe your team needs, or you have like a slot for it when you know you're facing a certain team composition that you actually want to have that. And this is like why I love this tournament so much this far, to have these like pocket picks. So you scout your opponent and say like, well, here's my Pokos, deal with it, and your opponent is like, wait, what?
And the coolest thing about
Doom
this,
team itself, and yeah, that team is sweet.
the coolest thing about this too is with the sideboard of bringing 10 Tims, if there's 3 crystal attackers on the other team, round 2, you can just swap that focus out and put something else in. So really interested to see that. But do you want to go on to number 12?
Yeah, we've seen Arkham Knight on stream, obviously. Chatpup, an OG competitor as well, making the top 16 cut, and then we finish out with Kami, Polynucleated. I butchered that, but I'm not going to try again. And Gold as the number 16 spot, just before Gagbomb, Turby, and Heron Crane that sadly didn't do a win just enough. Yeah,
I know.
Basically,
you're in
every
Enigma.
5 and sorry, I just want to point out that basically every 5-2 player got into the top 16. So that's basically the score that you have to do in these 7 rounds of Swift. 5 wins, and you can lose twice to get into the top 16 cut. So yeah, very good win rate.
We did have some big names that dropped out early. I know Dave Goblino was 0-2, so he had a chance to, go ham, but I guess chose not to, of not liking his odds going into the rest of the tournament. Shout out though to Enigma, the Enigma club leader, Huron Crane, returning to the competitive scene. Due to some personal stuff in his life, like he wasn't able to play Temtem for a while, but just coming back with a vengeance, 4-3 in a tournament like this with like the names that are out there. Like my homie was meditating under a waterfall for some time. Just like Turvy just barely not making the cut, Gagbomb just barely not making the cut. And it's going to be great to see Gold. Gold always performs well. So moving into these top matches, like I'm ready for these.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe we can, for time's sake here, as we approach slowly but surely the top 16 here, we can go a little bit over Mr. Rishi's team, because I do think there might be a couple of points that we can look out for. Maybe gauge what we are about to see in these best of 3 nows in the top 16 instead of the best of 1s. And there's like a whole new dynamic then, if you can swap out Temps, obviously. And
we can, if you were intelligent enough to take notes on his team. I am
intelligent enough to get promoted to see these Temps on Battlefy.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and read them out for me, and I'll write them down.
So, you in chat might not be able to see that as well. So I'm going very slowly and systematically. So we have the Dream Team, the Natures, Cernif, Wolfie, and Keen, very standard. And then we have 2 of the melees, Seismanch and Gialis.
Ooh, I like it.
Not like the mono types, so they have like a little bit of coverage as well. And then you have 2 wins in Banshee and Valorant, trying to be a little bit against these like toxic stall teams, etc. And then we have 3 fire types actually in Drakesh, Mestion, and Raze. So basically the Kotika, the top 3 fire types.
Yeah,
arguably.
I mean it's a very strong team just looking at the things. And for anybody watching in chat, we're not like spoiling Rishi's strategy. When you queue up against your opponent in Battlefy, you can actually see what they're running, so you can build your team accordingly. So this information would be available to any competitor. As far as like this team, like it's got great options for damage, and tempo. As far as like, Gialis is such a great lead. If you have situations where you can heat up with Seismunch turn 1, that's always a good lead. Barnshee, Hypoxia, Hand Fan, great. Volarin, great. But then it's also got that triple nature, Cerny, Volfi and Kinu to be able to, play that stally game and just beat out those hyper tanks that you see from other Cernies and Nox. I think in general, those three Tims are, the quintessential pieces of, hyper tanking. Whereas Nox kind of can do it on his own without the support of the three, but I think if you
a little bit different,
spin your bans, if you spin your bans on Volfi and Kinu, that just lets a whole different avenue of strategy together from this team. So yeah, was there anything you wanted to comment on it?
Yeah, I feel like this team building wise, there's a good point, and what we might see in sideboarding between matches in the best of 3 as well. So how I see it is you have the Cernits, Wolfies, and Kinu, and so Rishi obviously really liked his Cernif so far. So he pairs it in a way that you have these toxics, but you have enough wind to compensate for it, at least have a chance, basically. You have to probably ban the winds. But on the other hand, if your opponent brings nature, you have three fire items. So, obviously very popular, bringing like Cernif, Wolfie, Kino, etc. So he's very good against that. And if you look at it, you have still 2 mentals. So if the old, I just bring 4 melee strategy comes along, you pick Banshee or Kinu, have a really good thing there. And if your opponent wants to go in with crystals, you still have these fire types to cover that slot. So he has kind of looked what the meta is currently, what he can expect. And basically had 4, 5, 6 Tems and then build the rest of them in order to counter your opponent's strategies. And going into these best of 3s, I feel like he will be able to kind of dial in and get exactly what he needs to beat his opponent by this strategy.
Okay, so before we wrap up this pit stop and we get back onto the Roadhouse Rumble, I think we need to give credit where credit is due. We have all of these nature tins flying around, I think, for this double fire and triple fire meta that we're heading into, but we also have Neko Blackie, who I think about 2 weeks ago was the first time I saw a triple fire team played in a plus weekly, where I was like, what is she doing? And then I saw it do work and I was like, oh my God, what is she doing? And now we're in this zone where we have Drakash being ran not even as a troll pick, as seriously a good Tim. Rise being back in the meta where it's just oh yeah, we don't care about Rise anymore because who cares about Turbo? But Rise just being solid with the Demoralize and everything. And then Mastion just always going to be solid with that energy drink or the fire chip starting out games as a lead. So that's been it for us on the pit stop. We've got more great events coming. We got more great Temtem action coming up today on the Roadhouse Rumble. So stick around. At Temporium, we are doing wild things all the time. We have daily tournaments going on every single day. So jump in our Discord and join some of those. We're going to have an auction stream this coming Tuesday. We've got Tim Talk on Monday. If you guys love Temtem, you are in the right place. Let's get back on the road. Bobby, any last things you want to say before I turn it back over to the casters?
I mean, talking about credit where credit is due. Thanks everyone for hanging out. We will be heading very shortly into the exciting top 16. I'm really hyped, and you will hear me and my co-casters as well, starting with Blue, Zephyr, and Rossi, which will bring you the top 16 cut. But obviously I need to shout out Mr. Texas Roadhouse that brought you this prize pool, and Temporium in collaboration with Texas Roadhouse brought you this amazing tournament. And we really hope you enjoy it, and I really hope you go a couple of times more. Leave us a follow for this dancing man that is not only dancing very nicely, but also can fix errors in Temtem on the fly. So stay excited, stay cool.
Yeah, I actually lied to you, Fabi. We actually have 2 more minutes. For. So same thing. If everybody is enjoying this tournament right now and you are loving this, make sure you guys come to the Discord. Shout out to Texas Roadhouse. Thank them for sponsoring this great tournament. Definitely our admin, frickin' Liam, went ham with these assets. Like, look at how freaking beautiful stream is, and then all of these great players coming out, man. Like, this game is in early access. We're like, what, halfway through the development of early access? Like, the sky is the limit for our community. The Temtem has the best community. Like, not only is the game well designed, but like the community is just so freaking great that it's like we get to have events like this, you know, that
Look
are
at you,
just
chat.
thrown by us.
4.5 hours in, top 16 cut only coming, and still 200 people watching in early access in Kisiwa. You guys are amazing for sure, man, for sure.
All right, let's throw it back over to the casters as we get back onto the road for the Roadhouse Rumble. Thank you guys for hanging out with us, and more Temtem action coming right now.
You've probably heard this many times before. You have the potential to do whatever you want, and to become whoever you decide to become. You are capable of fulfilling all of your dreams and desires, every single one of them. Do you believe that it's possible? The stark reality is that tamers everywhere do not believe in themselves. They do not believe in the path that lies ahead. They do not believe in their Temtem. They do not believe in their training. If you want to make your future a success, you have got to believe. The only thing that ever stops you from reaching the top of the mountain is yourself. There can be no limits. There can be no slowing down. You're on a fast track to success, baby, and you can never quit. You must believe. Everything is possible. The Roadhouse Rumble is going to tear your defenses apart. It's going to shred you down to nothing. It's going to leave you wishing your mama was still cradling you. You have got to rise above. Be better. Be faster. Be stronger. There's $1,000 at the end of the road. We'll see you on the other side. Temtem up, tamers. The only thing that ever stops you from reaching the top of the mountain is yourself. There can be no slowing down. There's $1,000 at the end of the road. We'll see you on the other side.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Roadhouse Rumble of Temporium GG Top 16 Cut. My name is Blue Sapphire, and the yin to my yang, the straw to my berry, and any other analogies you have in mind, we have Rorzy with me. How you doing, Rorzy?
Howdy. I was told I had to say that when we launched this time. And also the straw to your berry. I want to be the berry. Blue?
You want to be the berry? I mean, I'm not much of a straw though, so it doesn't work really. But yin to the yang, probably. I mean, would you rather be the yin or the yang? That's the real question, isn't it?
I think either one there is a winner. But let's take a look. We are headed into this top 16.
Yeah.
Let's see, we have Classics and Tutpup is the game that we will be hopping on with. We have seen Classics already, but I believe this will be the first time Tutpup has seen the stream.
Yeah, absolutely. We have not seen Tutpup yet. At least personally, I have not seen his team. So it'll be interesting. And we talked about either one as a winner when it comes to the yin-yang. But when it comes to the tournament, there can only be one. And one of these players will be moving to that top 8 once they have surpassed the other. And of course, both players have access to that switchboard. Now, Rorzy, do you have any information perhaps on what they might bring to the table?
Yeah, indeed. I do have their team lists open. It looks like all 10 of Tutpup's Tems. We got Barnshi, Noxolotl, Gazuma, that is nice and spicy, some potential Sparks comp, Nagais, Rise, Volorend, Drakash, Cernif, Kinu, and Volfi. So we see some of the fan favorites here with the Nagais, with the Rise, with the very popular Volorend. Everybody loves watching Noxolotl, and Cernif, which has done so much work for this entire tournament. On the other side of the board, it looks like we have Volfi, Gialis, Ana here. Oh, we've got the Ana here again. Classics. Can't wait. I really hope we get to see that in the top 16. Nagais, Skunch, Kinu, Volorend, Tukai, Sizemunch, and Barnshi. So there are some similarities there. We're both running Barnshi, Gialis, Volfi, but there are still some differences. There are still some playmakers on both sides, making this interesting.
Yeah, absolute animals. These two players, Tutpup, a legend. He's been here a very long time. Klozik's not a slouch either. These EXO players have been stomping quite a few tournaments. Even the dailies that Temporium have been running, I've been tracking, and these EXO players, oh, not only are there Ana here, their poster boy, but so is it in their roster. It does a lot of devastating damage, and we have the draft for you, ladies and gentlemen. Barnshi, now, we'll see which Tems they will ban. Instantly out the gate, Klozix takes out the Kinu, and response met already. So just a trade of Kinus, of course. Pretty much the main ban for teams like this. But on a scale of 1 to 10, how effective do you think this Ana here will be, Rorzy?
You know, it's kind of a tough one for Ana here now. It will always have that power towards Cernif, but staring down this Rise, this Drakash, this Volfi, it's definitely in some danger as well. It might still be a good pick. It could take some of these fire hits a little bit, but yeah, it's looking kind of tough for Ana here. Leading Classics to lead with his trusty old Gialis. Certainly can't do the Gialis Kinu of old times. But now Tutpup, looking at what he's got, I mean, Cernif is always a popular lead. He could go for something like a Fire Tem, Rise, Drakash, try and challenge out this Gialis nice and early on. Of course, that might lead to this Tukai or Nagai's finding its way in, though, bringing water pressure.
Right, absolutely. And Klozix, he could just play standard with a Volfi Gialis as well. Of course, being orange, he gets the option to hold off on that, so he doesn't have to play sort of that safe build. Tutpup, in fact, has to open out of the gate with a 1-2 punch, something that controlled momentum. I think, I'm sure all of us understand that at the highest levels, the blue side is going to struggle in terms of trying to control that tempo, but that is what Tutpup has to do. He has to control the tempo at least, buy himself some momentum, so Klozix has to respond to him. Now Klozix has to deal with this interesting opening. Barnshi, Volfi. Klozix is given 2 good options, but not only that, Tutpup basically gives him a question. What do you run with this? Because you're really concerned about running the Scunch. 2Kai is not very good here. If anything, Valorant is solid. I would assume Wolfie as well is fine. But in terms of maybe Anna here as well. But it'll be interesting. So Valorant will be picked up, and we have the one half of the Fantastic Four on the field for Clausix there. But of course, just getting rid of that Rise. Clausix picking up the Valorant does not want that speed control.
Yeah, of course, banning Rise, keeping his Tems just a little bit quicker, which is almost a little weird with this Naga still in the back. Dropping speed, come on, give it to Deceitor. It's what it loves most. Outspeeding the whole board by making you slower. But now, Tutpup thinking about his second ban, he could always go that route. He says, I can't drop your speed. You're already looking kind of slow on some of these Tems, but no, it's the Ana here that takes the ban instead.
Respect.
That is heartbreaking.
That is absolute respect there. Tutpup respects that Ana here. He says, you know what? I'm not going to bite. Bans Ana here. Says, no, listen, I know you're a very good player. I'm not giving you any chances with some spicy goodness. I'm not going to give you that hot and spicy KFC. You're getting the original piece. So getting rid of that Ana here, making sure that there is no shenanigans that could happen with the Ana here. Of course, high damage output, and the weaknesses are in that relegation of fire, in the relegation of crystal, and also just how effective it is against Cerny. So getting rid of that immediately gets rid of Rihanna, who cannot shine bright like a diamond. So unfortunate there, but Wolfie's going to be picked up for Clausix instead.
Yeah, kind of like you mentioned, picking up Cerny right after banning this Ana here, it tells us the direction Tutpup wants to take this. He wants his Cerny to try and run away with things, potentially settling, maybe come out nice and early, strengthen himself the entire match, and go on through. Ana here was definitely the best challenge that Clausix had against that.
Yeah, and look at this. Draws the 2Kai as the final pickup. We'll see how Clausix will bring this back, or will Tutpup engage in the battle for momentum. Again, blue side, starting with a speed arrow, doesn't really compensate for your position, especially if you get counterpicked here. Of course, Clausix running that Valorant paired with that Gayels. We'll see who takes the first momentum. You have Double Gash, of course, into Feather Gatling, which may potentially be the threat. In fact, that is straight up what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage dealt both ways, down below 50%, all the way to 37 after that Windblade, proving the aerobic Valorant and doubling in on Kialis. On the other side, it was not enough. 0.5% on turn one. Kialis just survives.
My god, the absolute brutality of it all! Tutpup almost instigates Gayalis, took Clausix by storm. The Barnchi is not here to play. He is here to win it all. Gayalis literally on a knife's edge here. He cannot stay in, and Rorzy, this is such a nightmare. I'm getting a strike. He's going to trade Gayalis. He says, bet. He kills off the Wolfie and says, don't, you better not be able to do that again. Gayalis will have to now face check Hypoxia if it is faster, but Sharp Sads will be thrown out first. The Barchi doesn't die, so Hypoxia does happen again. In fact, Tornado was used to try and speed out, but the Barchi will trade and fireworks go off, and it is just game one, round two of the first match, ladies and gentlemen, and there's already blood in the water. Gunshots have been fired, and there will be no setups today.
That was so incredible, knocking down Wolfie, and then Gialis outspeeding Barnshi's Tornado. Sharp Stabs dealing 98% over to this Barnshi. There's so much pressure being felt now on both sides, honestly, but I would argue Clausix had the most magnificent play we've seen on turn 2 of this entire tournament. So now we do have Valorant out for Tutpup, Scunch coming on out for Clausix, and Barnshi just feeling so much pressure. I mean, low stamina, low HP. We already know it's not the fastest Tem on the board, a +2 speed Valorant. It's likely going down here if it doesn't want to swap itself out. This is such a difficult situation for Tutpup already, and he decides to stay in. Toxic Plume will knock Barnshi down.
Removing that Barnchi into a perfect jab, setting up for that savage suplex, of course. But Tutpup gonna respond with a feather Gatling, at least punish the Volant a little bit, and that reveals the double Doppelganger's brooch. Of course, also with no aerobic buff, reveals that his Volant is anaerobic. However, now leaves him wide open to a savage suplex into that hyperkinetic strike, and it looks like Klozix brings back the momentum. Tutpup tried to go out with guns blazing. Klozix responds to the big old shotgun himself, and looks like Tutpup will be bleeding out here right now, trying to recover from that devastating opening.
Yeah, now he's got to decide, does he want Cernif or Noxolotl to come out? Either way, I mean, I would say Cernif. Noxolotl doesn't want to risk any of that aerobic wind pressure from Volarend. But, I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, that Savage Suplex will deal so much damage onto Tutpup's Vola if he decides to stick with it. And certainly, Savage Suplex Volarend will probably outspeed Tutpup's anaerobic Volarend, knocking it down, bringing us to potentially 2 Tems for turn 5.
So devastating. I mean, that Gaialis lived by a hair. So did the Barnshi, but in that kind of trade, you're not satisfied as Tutpup. You sacrificed 2 Tems, the gaveted 2 Tems, to pick off that Gaialis. But this is where Scunch shines the most, right? Cernif has not set up at all. Noxolotl is going to get body slammed to the floor by the Scunch, so you have to be careful. And, well, we don't really talk about Tukai at the moment. Again, Cernif is just such a big problem. Noxolotl shuts him down as well. Tukai is mostly here as a support Tem to that back row, allows you to bring out that wind damage if necessary down the line. But we'll see. Both players thinking very hard here. Tutpup figuring out what he wants to pair with this Volarend. Of course, he also has to calculate, will Hyperkinetic Strike kill me? And he finally comes to a conclusion here, chooses to play the Cernif. But right now, the decision's looking very easy for Klozix.
Yeah, I mean, Tutpup weighing the odds, deciding his fate. I do think he made the right decision with Cernif. Certainly better than Nox, especially if it's able to survive for a little while, start to boost itself up, become more of a menace. But, I mean, yeah, Klozix, he just has so much strength on this team right now. A Wolfie and a Tukai in the back. And like you mentioned, the wind pressure will do so much. And now Tutpup swaps with Noxolotl back in for Volarend, putting it in harm's way of this potential hyperkinetic strike, which does not go for Noxolotl. Hits Cernif instead, down to 40% already.
Absolute devastation comes the way of the side of Tutpup. Cernif sacrifices HP, manages to trade solidly against the Volarend, or unfortunately not traded solidly. Savage Suplex connects as well. So right now, both tanks on the field, but neither set up properly for the side of Tutpup. And for Klozix, again, still Tukai in the back. These Tems are looking very weak on the side of Tutpup here.
Well, it goes along with what you mentioned early on. Tutpup is on the blue side from those pick bans. He started a little bit on the back foot, and he needs to find a way to bring this tempo back before he just gets overrun, as it looks like Klozix is happily pummeling all of Tutpup's Tems into the dirt. I mean, it's certainly not over yet. 3 Tems, Cernif, Volar, and Noxolotl is enough to make it happen. He just has to find the right way to do it.
Volarend will be swapped out here for Klozix for that Wolfie. Wants to keep that safe for down the line. Ninja Jutsu comes out as well. The Cernif has to survive this if he wants a chance. No, it will not. Ninja Jutsu will omaiwa mo shinderu. The Cernif out of this game. Resistance badge makes sure of that. Work narcoleptic hit. One shots the Scunch. No, it does not. Noxolotl does not have that stab, so it will not provide enough impact. Scunch survived, and now it goes from bad to worse. The Scunch gets to live and be used as more fodder, at least for another hit.
Yeah, and I mean, Scunch is kind of low on stamina. It could always just go for the Savage Suplex, kind of sacrifice itself to do damage to Volarend while Noxolotl can't fight back. Plague leads first from this Wolfie. Volarend now exhausted and down to 60. trapped in, but that doesn't matter as Tutpup's on his final 2 Tems, and it is Savage Suplex bringing Volaran down before it's able to do anything. It knocks a lot of left to sleep away.
Yeah, sleeping on the job, Noxolotl, that was not a trance, so only trapped in a position where it's unable to do anything. Fortunately, the Scunch overexerted, which buys him a little bit more time, but to no avail. Tukai, yes, it's still available for wind damage, but it will be the Volaran instead, of course. We will see, but no, it's just over as Klozix takes game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that just had to happen that way. The concede, it was necessary. That game was absolutely over. Klozix starting with so much momentum, dealing so much damage, knocking down that Barnshee and Wolfie on turn 2. That is just so unbelievable. The amount of aggression and power that Gyalis brought through, surviving with 1 HP just for the sharp stabs to almost kill Barnshee. That was massive.
Yeah, I mean, the absolute savagery was so strong. I mean, both players really went out guns blazing. They said, you know, screw defenses. We're going all out. We're going to draw blood. Tutpup, again, had to make a positional play or break something out of the water, at least to get back that tempo, right? You need to be able to push your opponent back, set up, have the opportunity to basically have get the first move off. And so Tutpup tried, but that Gyalis living at 0.5% HP. Now, I mean, that just sort of reveals his strategy now, right? Surely now this time Klozix knows, okay, Tutpup has enough TVs. His TV spread is armed to insta-give Gyalis's or at least pop them as soon as possible. So probably has to be a little bit more cautious going to game 2 at least, because surely Tutpup, if he tries the same thing, at least with a different combination, you are going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, no, we are getting into these pick bans. It doesn't look like any changes were made on either side. Tutpup thinking he has what it takes to turn it around. First ban does come through towards this rise, so Klozix again controlling momentum, as now he is starting on this blue side, wants to get rid of the rise, keep his speed up high, not risk falling behind like he was able to make Tutpup fall behind just 1 match prior.
As blue side, you have the obligation to turn the tempo towards you, and again, as I mentioned as well, Klozix on blue side has the very easiest, most obvious, straightforward option is the Wolfie Gyalis. Now, not as good as the Kinu Gyalis, but damn near close. Wolfie able to set up that Gyalis for the 1-2 knockout blow on the second turn, and of course, shuts out opposing Gyalises from being able to play safely if you are not careful. Klozix can easily choose to go throughout this route. If he picks up Scunch, of course, that leaves a lot of weaknesses. He could pick up Ana here, and in fact, it does. Lets it through. Tutpup removed the Kinu, of course. But now, will Tutpup try the same shenanigans with his anaerobic Volaran and Barnshee? I think it's a bit too risky this time. You basically are staring down old Gyalis versus a new Gyalis on one team.
Yeah, but I mean, certainly this is going to lead to some differences. Klozix getting Ana here through direct challenges to this Kinu and Cernif. A challenge that he didn't have before, despite the fact that he made it work. But now, I mean, Tutpup, looking at what his options are, how does he want to deal with this? I think Drakash just became so much more important. I think Wolfie, he's going to have to defend it a little bit better than he did before. And find some way, somehow, to set up this Cernif, as Noxolotl won't really like the physical damage. Tutpup does decide to bring Drakash as his second Tem. Certainly a good decision, challenging Gyalis very early on, challenging Ana here as well. This is very, very good counterplay so far from Tut. And then following bans, Klozix loses his Volaran, and Tutpup minus Kinu.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Klozix made a very smart play here and forced Tutpup's hand. He knew that instead of banning Kinu, he could easily just force Tutpup to be unable to play Kinu, and that's exactly what he did. Picks up Naga Issei as well to increase that pace of that Ana here. Now this Drakash isn't even safe from turn 2 because of course Naga Issei with that Fury could swap in, and suddenly you're in Disasterville. You're in Pain Town or Pain Train, so to speak. That Ana here, once it heats up into some devastating damage, will be a threat, especially if Naga Issei is able to hit you with Fury. This Drakash will not be standing very long. Tutpup has to find a way to play around this, but considering how aggressively that opening turn was previously, I don't think Tutpup has a choice but to go out gun blazing as well.
Yeah, Tutpup's going to try to match the tempo that we saw Klazix keep last time, bringing his Sernif and Noxolotl. Klazix finishing up his team with the Tukai and his trusty old Scunch. Tutpup now deciding Barnshi or Wolfie, 2 Tems that could be paramount here. I think Wolfie maybe just a little bit more because of these water Tems in Naga and Tukai.
Right. But then I'm sure Tutpup also considering the thought that there are mental Tems, so Barnshi would be a good choice as well, and in fact that will be his decision. Klozix versus Tutpup. Will Tutpup be able to force it to a game 3, or will Klozix close it out with a devastating double crystal opening? Anahir Gaialis, guns blazing is an understatement. We will see how this will play out.
Yeah, devastating indeed. Gialis and Ana here. So much potential damage, but that's on turn 2. As right now, Brianna, the Ana here has to heat up, and Gialis only has his double gash. So not too much potential damage turn 1. Klazix decides he doesn't want to risk taking that damage right now, brings Ana here back, doesn't go for the heat up. Scunch finds his way out as the double gash does go towards this Drakash, dealing quite a lot of damage, and the Scunch eats Mud Shower. That was so good. That read was fantastic. Noxious Bomb as well. Scunch now nice and low, 30%, but still enough to party. Much better taking it to Scunch than Ana here.
Absolutely, but of course, revealing that double gash devastates Drakash like that also implies that he doesn't have to really force anything. He can simply just double gash the Drakash again and that'd be perfectly fine. Not only that, but the Scunch eating all of those hits and the Bowler being anaerobic means that Scunch gets a free reign to perfect jab if he really wanted to. He could also Savage Suplex. The world is this Scunch's oyster, and unfortunately that oyster is Klozix's Tutpup's team here. Swap out will happen. Drakash going to be leaving. The Sernif will be coming in to take any additional damage, at least to tank up these strikes. Double gash comes in, of course, into the Sernif. The Colossity gonna proc. Very smart there from the side of Tutpup. Haito gonna shut down the bowler and doesn't get an opportunity to move. So right now, tempo goes straight back to Klozix. And we talked about this a little bit, but blue side, if they get tempo, that's when you start striking back. And in fact, Klozix takes it. Suddenly in a position where Bowlerin is in danger of Crystal Bite into Savage.
Yeah, absolutely. Klazix knew there's no way that Drakash was staying in, taking this hit, guaranteeing its death before it's able to attack again. So he knows, if I put this Bowlerin to sleep, if Haito Uchi goes first, knocks this Bowlerin out of the turn, I myself have the advantage. I can hit some damage. I can control what is on the field, what is not on the field, where I want to go. And certainly Klazix showing us how blue side can still come back and fight with the right combination of Tems.
Drawing blood immediately, controlling what Tutpup had to do. Again, Tutpup forced to play Drakash in the opening meant that he would lose a tempo trying to consolidate the position. Sernif at 84% will still be tanky enough to fight, but it's this Bowlerin which is the problem. The Ana here comes back in now that the save place is visible and Bowlerin is swapped out. Tutpup again is read by Klozix, understood that the Bowlerin could not be staying. It was way too risky. Crystal Bite is thrown out, dodged a bullet there, but a bullet taken by Noxolotl instead. Water Cutting Lily will be thrown out, most likely on the Gaialis here. No, goes on the Ana here spot, thought he could kill up the Scunch, but instead Ana here takes that with a grain of salt, and the heat up is now due. There is not enough damage on the side of Tutpup to really scare off this Ana here into the Crystal Rain, I believe, eventually. You have to watch out for that as well. Crystal Bite. A lot of options here for the Ana here, and Heat Up is inevitable.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was the biggest benefit that Clausix had from that Hideuchi before. And now the hook kick, though, coming in nice and quickly towards this Noxolotl down below half as the Madness buff buffing up its special defense, knocking it into trance, giving it even more special defense. Ana here does take advantage of this free turn, though, gets the heat up plus attack a little bit, and Fond Whip now hitting that Gyalis like we thought Watercutting Lily would last turn, doing so much damage towards this Gyalis, but still not out of it yet.
Absolutely, and you have to be careful. The Rihanna, he is heated up. He's gonna light him up. You have to be careful, or you're going to disappear from the planet. Rihanna, Ana here, he hits like a truck. I mean, if you thought Gyalis was bad, Ana here is just as bad. You have to be careful. If you get hit with a crystal bite, Noxolotl is good as dead. Rakash eats it, you might survive it, but that's a risk. Barnshi is definitely dead. Volrend taking that as well is a problem. Tutpup running triple tank squad, but this is why Heat Up is so strong. There is no downside, only upsides, and this is why Ana here is so powerful right now. The Gyalis will be swapped out here for the Tukai just to eat some hits. The Gyalis will not be taking this one. Tutpup avoids inevitable death on the Noxolotl, wants that pillow to at least stay in effect. Rakash will be eating the crystal, but if it goes that way, Bush will protect the Surny as it gets synergy bonus as well with that special defense and defense raised. Or sorry, just special defense raised. Meteor Swarm will be used though, so Surny will avoid that. But Meteor Swarm connects on the Drakash and it doesn't do enough damage. Quarter damage is so good as Meteor Swarm was attempting to basically grab everything there, but Clausix maybe getting a little bit greedy in that position.
Yeah, there was definitely it was, I mean, of course, when you look back, hindsight is 50-50. It's not as easy to tell what's coming and what's going when you're in the moment, so it didn't work out this time for Clausix. And actually, I feel like looking at these lineups right now, this Cernif, as it is Colossity, +1 defense, +2 special defense, Clausix's team is largely physical. Everything that'll do damage looks to be physical. So we do have Drakash swapping out now for this Volrend, and Ana here coming back in as well. Doesn't want to take any damage, and guys, that would have been great if Drakash decided to stay, but not as great looking into Volrend and Cernif.
The freeze applied. I'm really sorry, no synergy, so no freeze is applied. Correction. However, Tukai giving a little bit of damage, not significant enough to, to really rustle Tuppup's jimmies, but jimmies nonetheless are rustled. Anaerobic Volrend is in a very safe position here. Tukai, not so much as Noxious Bomb will be impactful, so is Naga Issei. I think right now, Clausix's position, in terms of the temps he has on the field, neither of them are safe, but the good news is that perhaps Tutpup is faster, but it comes down to a gamble now. Naga Issei for sure will go last, but where's Tukai coming in? When is it going to get hit? Or will Clausix have to swap out here into perhaps a... Well, any swap is... It feels kind of bad here at the moment for the side of Clausix. We'll have to see what he decides to do. Clausix swaps out the Naga Issei here for the Gyalis just to make sure that if attack damage does go there, the Gyalis will eat it instead. Tukai as well swaps out here for Ana here, setting up for the double crystal to at least take any form of damage. Front Whip connects on the Gyalis, punishing it, securing that kill on the Gyalis. The Front Whip nicely targeting the right opponent. Toxic Plume connects on the Ana here, does some poison ticks, but not enough to really scare it away. 66.3% is more than enough to stay in. And now the combo we've all been waiting for. Naga Issei, Ana here. Ana here most likely going second by all means as it is a slow Tem and Meteor Swarm, Crystal Bite. The world is his oyster.
Yeah, this Ana here certainly will be going nice and early on, certainly before Volrend and Cernif, but it has to do enough damage wherever it wants to go if Tutpup decides to double into Naga, it's going down this turn. There's no way around it. A Noxious Bomb and a Frond Whip or Water Cutting Lily is enough. So Nagas is certainly in danger. Probably swapping back out here, to be completely honest, but now with Gialis down, don't really want to risk Tukai. And Skunch is pretty injured. I mean, I imagine Tukai is the better swap here, but that is a very difficult situation for Classics. Things turning around relatively quickly after losing that Gialis.
This is incredibly interesting now. Gambits the Gialis, as you said, against Tutpup. Now Tutpup trying to figure this out. Of course, having Orange does not want to give away this potential win. Now, there's still the Barnshi's position is incredibly compromised, I would say. His strengths are now a little bit lessened, but Meteor Swarm goes first, actually, even faster than the Naga Issei. Ulrich survives, so does Surny, so Callosity is applied, but Psy Surge follows suit here. Bowler will go down for sure against that Naga Issei. Ana here opening or position. Cerny trying to Water Cutting Lily will get that off as well. Will do as much damage as possible. If he kills off Naga Issei, that'll be solid, golden, perfect. But it's not. Naga Issei survives at 18.1% HP, and you have to continue fighting through this Ana here, who has enough stamina to heat up again, and I would dare say he's probably allowed to.
Yeah, I mean, the only other options here, we do see Drakash coming back out. Certainly the best of the bunch right now for Tutpup, but it is very low on HP. And Naga's Furies here, that would be kind of a waste if Tutpup decides to swap again, if it just turns into a bait, bringing Noxolotl back out, trying to trance up again, get some more special defense, and the heal itself even further. I mean, Naga is certainly feeling the pressure right now from this Cernif. Even with Cernif on low stamina, if it decides to use any technique towards Naga, it's going down. We saw it do 82% last time with a Water Cutting Lily. This is a Callosity Cernif, not a settling one. That is so much damage on a pretty squishy mental Water Tem.
This Drakash, though, also not feeling very comfortable. I'm sure it feels as if it's on thin ice. Also, don't forget, Naga Issei can now Lullaby. Lullaby is available and could potentially happen, and that would shut down anything Tutpup could do. Of course, that's why Drakash was played. But Ana here, previously we saw it go first before the Naga Issei did. So this means that Ana here could potentially Crystal Bite, try and kill off the Drakash, but no, Front Whip goes first, instant give the Naga Issei, perhaps it rested or otherwise, because it was unable to move. Cernif overexerts for that. Hellfire will also commit into the Ana here, doing a lot of damage, but not quite enough. Ana here got some rest, but the Naga Issei didn't move a muscle.
Yeah, I mean, skipping out on that entire turn for Classics as he does lose Naga, and Ana here just has to rest. It's too low on stamina, can't risk using anything. And of course now it does have Meteor Swarm back online, but it is slower, and this Cernif is not playing games.
Perhaps Classic thought that Naga Issei was faster, but apparently Front Whip was way faster than Naga Issei, and Ana here obviously had to rest there. So perhaps did not expect Front Whip. It is one priority, so maybe just got caught off guard by that. So unfortunate there for Classics. As it is, still has 3 Temps in the bank. Skunch, a very good Temp, can punch the lights out of this Drakash. Of course, now that the speeds have been reset, and the problem still persists for Tutpup. The Ana here is still, well, here. He's not there at all. He's not Ana there. Noxolotl is swapped in, and Classic swaps out for the Tukai. So red right by Tutpup or by Classic, depending on how you look at it, because that quarter damage Mud Shower is excellent. Drakash is punished for its insolence as it leaves the board permanently now. And this Tukai staring down an unset up Noxolotl is very scary, but the Barnshi very good here as well though. But still, Barnshi does a heck of a lot of damage, especially with Hypoxia. We might just see that here. Noxolotl with Toxic Ink, with Acid Reflux, both those moves are very, very good and sufficient. With +4 special attack and +4 special defense, it might not be even put to trance. It is up to Clawsix to shut down this damage.
Yeah, this is a pretty difficult situation. We do see Scunch decides to stay in, facing down this Barnshi Ninja Jitsu towards the Noxolotl, 15% remaining. Knocked into trance, so we won't be seeing Acid Reflux this turn, and Tukai's Tornado should be enough to finish it off, but +4 is always so scary. Indeed it is. Noxolotl, Raid Boss Noxolotl goes down, despite having +5 special defense. But now the exact same goes towards the Scunch. The Hypoxia is more than enough. Scunch finds his way out of this one as well. We're in the final 2 Tems for each side. Clawsix with his Tukai and Ana here, and Tutpup with his Cernif and his Barnshi.
Yeah, right now, Ana here, I mean, we talk about how much it's done, but it's only thrown 2 Meteor Swarms. One of them missed completely, so right now, Ana here has yet to provide the sauce, the special sauce that sets him apart here. Front Whip is devastating, so is Tornado. It is really just up to if Ana here can take those hits. Of course, his defense and special defense are ridiculously high, so it might be good enough. 1 Crystal Blight will seal the deal, but again, the question is if Ana here is fast enough. We saw that he goes even before the Naga Ise, which means it is insanely slow. Tutpup has priority here, and it is his game to win, just to bring it back. We'll have to see. Right now, the moves have been chosen. Let's throw down. Tornado is thrown out on this Ana here. We'll see if Ana here survives this attack. It will not survive, which means the Tukai now stares down the face of death. Death's door awaits him as the Cernif throws out the water-cutting lily. Will shot this Tukai into shreds. Tukai survives, but not enough to surely continue on. Hypoxia on lock, Front Whip on lock, Water Cutting Lily definitely on lock. Water Cutting Lily will be thrown out finally, and Tutpup secures this second game as Clawsix greatly gives him that win, and we go to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, indeed. Game 3. Tutpup able to bring it back, win Game 2 with some really dominating performances. He was able to keep that Ana here completely useless for the most part, even after his heat up. Like you mentioned, the Meteor Swarm doing absolutely nothing to Drakash and the Bush Cernif. I feel like Clawsix needed to get more out of that Ana here. Its typing, its techniques, it brought so much potential into this match, and it just wasn't utilized as well as it could have been because it spent so much time off the field when it could have been online doing damage.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Clawsix, but of course we go into game 3, and perhaps we're seeing a bit of the advantages. I feel as though, again, Tutpup was sort of Clawsix was sort of forced into that compromised position late game. He picks up Tukai, but it's the same in the first game, right? Tukai didn't feel like the Tem to me. At least personally to me, it feels like Tukai has not done enough impact to justify it. And also, I feel like Ana here in that game, at least, was not performing as well as it usually does.
Yeah, Ana here, it might have just not been utilized in the best way, or it could have been really nice reads from Tutpup, knowing what was coming up, what to expect, and how to handle it. But yeah, I mean, of course, that Tukai, it was really brought in, I feel, just for Drakash, which Scunch handled anyway. So it kind of made Tukai irrelevant. It made it a wasted spot that would have been better used on the Wolfie, I feel.
Incredibly interesting. The Wolfie, yeah, as you mentioned, just so many ways to deal with a Tukai, right? I feel as though, I mean, what do you really pick up otherwise? What were Tutpup's, what were Clawsix's options when it came down to that final pick? Because usually the Tukai is final pick, and he does get an option of otherwise. So, I mean, it's quite interesting there.
Yeah, not entirely sure, but now this time we are switching things up. Ana here taking first ban after kind of a questionable showing, so that surprises me a little bit. And Clawsix going for the classic Kinu ban. looking at what he wants to start with. We do have a Naga on both sides now. I don't believe we had that Naga before on one of these teams.
Yes, so one of these things is not like the other. The Tut Pup did swap out Tukai for the Naga Issei, understands. Right, I mean, we sort of talked about it, right? The Tukai didn't really influence that match too much, so picks it up instead. Now, Tut Pup, of course, now we sort of talk about, okay, but now what does Rise do? Because running Naga Issei and Rise together is contradictory, and in fact just helps your opponent. Of course, he also wants to keep those options open just in case Kha'Zix decide to open with a Naga Issei, or at least run it, because then you can choose that Rise, you can play into the Naga Issei, neutralize the advantage there, and then move on from that position. So Rise will be removed. So Tut Pup is now going to play in the same vein, most likely. And the Naga Issei ban feels like a bit of a bait here, but of course, we saw how much impact that did with an Anahir, but Anahir's not here anymore. So again, as I mentioned, it might be a little bit of a bait, but Tut Pup decides against it, wants Naga Issei for himself, doesn't want a direct mimic there. So Kinu picked up for Kha'Zix as well.
I feel like I would have preferred Tut Pup banning this Skunch or Kinu over this Naga. I mean, certainly Naga versus Naga leads to some interesting opportunities, but certainly Skunch or Kinu would have far more of an impact. But either way, we do have Cerny coming out as Tut Pup's 4th pick, Volarend as Kha'Zix's 4th, and now Wolfie finishing up the team. Tut Pup bringing 2 natures. He's got the synergy for the bush along with 2 mentals, and the fan favorite Volarend always doing damage and taking hits. Kha'Zix now deciding between Skunch and Barnshi. Now with this Naga and Barnshi out on Tut Pup's side, Skunch is looking a little bit worse for wear. I mean, certainly it still will have that potential versus this Wolfie, the only type rather, that has that effective damage on the Earth Nature Fox. Although Barnshi does bring a little bit with him as well. He would have that wind to deal damage towards Nagis and Volarend. It would have mental, which is pretty good for this Cerny that we know is Colossity, so getting some special attacking techniques in there would be pretty nice. Although he does still have this Kinu, there's a lot to consider here, and he doesn't have too much time left. Only 15 seconds on the reserve clock. He's got to make his decision, and he does go with Barnshi.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say Skunch might perhaps be useless if you are compromised in your position, so decides to play it safe, picks up the Barnshi. We will see if Tut Pup can swing this back, or if Kha'Zix can close out this momentum swing. We will find out. Kha'Zix again with the classic opening. Nowadays, the more common opening, we see Gaialis Wolfie very solid at preventing any form of counterattack, but of course Tut Pup himself with Volarend Barnshi, absolute brutal at opening that can insta-give targets. Previously, Tut Pup almost killed off Kha'Zix's Gaialis pretty much instantly, dropped the 0.5% HP. Will the Volarend change that?
Oh, so we do see the play going towards Volarend. I kind of expected it into Barnshi's spot, so that is a little bit of a surprise. Followed up by the double gash, though, wants to double into Volarend, not dealing too much damage. And now the Hypoxia towards this Gyalis. Just like you mentioned before, he was able to do so much damage. He decides to double in here with the Feather Gatling. Gyalis down from 40% to 5.6%. This Gyalis is still alive to Sharp Stabs Barnshi next turn if he wants to do so. Kind of why I thought that Handcuffs Wolfie would be trapping this Barnshi in, but instead he has some plans for this Volarend. It's kind of difficult. Maybe let Barnshi survive, but that's so risky now that Gyalis is down so low and there's no other Crystal Thames on Kha'Zix's side. This is a very complicated situation again, just from turn 2.
Yeah, I mean, the threat here is, of course, Sharp Stab into Barnshi. We know Tornado is slower than this Gyalis. That is what took Tut Pup by surprise previously, so he's calculating right now. I'm sure Kha'Zix's also thinking the same. Do I flinch? Because if I flinch, my Wolfie is exposed. If I flinch right now, Kinu is going to take a beating, or my Barnshi will take a beating. Perhaps that would be for the best, but will I sack my Gaialis for some damage as well is another question that has to be raised. The Klozix, he'll have to figure this out, and Tutpup knows Borgi cannot stay in here. He will not win the speed war. It's all up to the Volrend getting the hyperkinetic off before sharp stabs, but that in of itself is a gamble. Is he even running enough speed on this Volrend is the question. We've seen it so many times actually go before some Tems in occasion. So Klozix, the calculations are there, and he flinches. Klozix swaps out the Gaialis, protecting that Kinu, so Kinu will be taking any double ups if Tutpup did decide to gamble, and in fact it did! Tutpup gambled and he rolled sixes. Yahtzee, Tornado connects on the Kinu, drops it to 50% HP. Of course, Volrend now has access to raw damage and will fire off. First of all, the Wolfie will connect on the Bornsey, trap it in as well. Also exhausted for the moment. However, Noxious Bomb will be thrown out. Kinu will be taking this to the face. Will this eliminate the Kinu? In fact, it will not. Kinu survives, and again, right now, Klozix on 2 Tems with less than 10% HP apiece. However, that does not seem like it is a good thing. Now, Gaialis and Kinu, both deathly. Volrend and Barnshee stayed in.
So I got to take a quick moment here for a PSA, as we have so much of this in the chat. Got to let you guys know, my mom bought me this new laptop, and it gets really hot when the chat's being spammed. So now my leg, it's starting to hurt because it's getting so hot. If you want me to get burned, maybe like don't spam the chat so much, guys. If you could just do that, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want you to focus on the creatures, the art for them, guys. It looks like you rushed them to get as many as possible. This has made your creatures look like a weird rabbit and a cute pig. Notice how Pokemon was creative with creatures, guys. They did not resemble simple natural animals, but rather inspired by an animal such as a table and led by imagination. What people loved about Trubbish was the creatures themselves. You should focus a lot on that ice cream because Play is going to connect on the Volrend. Doesn't do as much damage, however, is going to be exhausting a little bit. Sacrifice is going to be thrown out. Kinu, understanding its place, has to sack itself to protect from any further damage, but that exposes Wolfie to a potential double up. Otherwise, there might be a double rest at play. Volrend will throw out the Nox Bomb, perhaps overexerted to do so. We'll have to see. Volrend does, in fact, raise up an aerobic, but overexerts as mentioned. Obviously trapped, but no longer this turn. Barnshee rested, making sure that he has access to Hypoxia and Tornado in the future, but still trapped, so Gaialis is here, and he's ready to get his vengeance at 0.5% at 5% HP. He's probably taking something to the grave with him, and I don't think it's the Volrend. It's going to be the Barnshee.
Yeah, Barnshee feeling a lot of pressure right now. Volrend not able to help out as he just overexerted. Barnshee can't even leave. He is trapped in thanks to these handcuffs. And Glazik saying, Wolfie, you did your job. You're nice and healthy now. Let's let Volrend give it a try, swapping his big bird back out as Tutpup decides to bring his bird away. He wants Cernif instead to start buffing itself up just a little bit slowly. Oh, but the sharp stabs, it does go through to this Barnshee. It outspeeds anything Barnshee could possibly do to retaliate, knocks him down all the way from about 60%, I believe. So that is so much damage. Now we have Nakai's out for this. Gaialis certainly flipping the tables a little bit. Now the speed is reversed. Gaialis won't be able to go first this turn, so it will be going down if it gets targeted and stays in.
And ooh, this is so dangerous though. We know Klozix is running an aerobic Volrend. At least if I remember correctly, that is its position. And Gaialis, do you really keep him in here to I mean, do you really make him leave? Because again, Gaialis isn't very comfortable, but also at the same time, how would you deal with the Wolfie? How would you deal with Naga Issei safely? Front Whip comes out first, of course, so we get the answer. No! Gaialis will be sacrificed in exchange, at least using Front Whip to at least secure the kill. Beta Burst will connect on the Volrend though, does a little bit of damage. HKS was used by Klozix so early with no set up. Will cut the Naga Issei, but it's not quite there. Volrend, now even slower than it was previously, and Naga Issei is nowhere near damage threat. Perhaps with Wolfie swapping in, it might be a little bit scared.
Yeah, Wolfie giving some more challenge. A bush probably would be enough to knock down the remaining 61% on Naga. Cernif, though, on the other hand, feeling kind of happy, as this Volerend on Classic's side is that aerobic. It's likely not going to have the heavy attack investment Noxious Bomb that we see on the anaerobic birds. Cernif just wants to heal, or wants to buff himself up, get his attacks going, deal some damage, become the raid boss we all know him to be. Tutpup does still have quite a bit of an advantage at the moment. Turn 6, he's got 4 Tems remaining to Classic's 3. With this Wolfie and Volerend in the back. Volerend a little hurt, but not anything too bad, especially with that +2 special defense against these special attackers remaining on Classic's side.
Right now, Classic's down to 3 Tems, but it's not that easy for Tutpup. Swaps out the Naga Issei, of course, wants to keep that safe. Volerend comes in instead to eat those hits, and it is anaerobic Volerend. And Revitalize as well on top of it, just making sure the Volerend is very healed up, primed and ready. Blizzard connects, but look at that. It does not do enough because of that anaerobic buff. Plague connects, and the damage is just not there for the side of Classic's. Right now, Tutpup controlling so much tempo, stamina as well in his favor.
Yeah, not too much damage coming out there. Volerend is trapped in, but I don't think it's going to mind. I think that staring down Wolfie and Vola with certainly no doppel on Classic's Vola, as it is holding onto that sweatband, I don't think that it's scared at all. I think Tutpup is perfectly happy. He wanted to leave this Volerend in, do a few more damaging techniques, get some more presence and power, just dominate Classics even more as he does keep up his tempo for this game. And now, looking for this next turn to start, we have to press any key. Can't find the any key. Don't know how to make this next turn start. It's up to these tamers. They got to start it for us.
Yeah, we'll see who draws it first. Who gets the damage out first. The Volerend and the Wolfie. We're gonna have to try something. Hyperkinetic Strike will be thrown out here. Going for the Cernif, understands his special defense, and raise! It cuts the Cernif in half! It drops it to 39% HP! The Volerend tries to go all in. The Volerend as well for the side of Tutpup will be exhausted for this Feather Gatling, but remember, this Feather Gatling is going to be devastating, and in fact it is. The Doppelganger's Boosh making sure that front whip will do special attack damage, but it lives! Volerend survives on the side of Classic's, and Classic's gets to keep that HAS perhaps for another day.
Wow, yeah, that 2% health remaining plus 3 speed. Volerend is still, so much potential because of that speed, because of that hyperkinetic strike, increasing damage the faster that this bird can fly. Classics doesn't want to take any damage right now, though, brings Barnshee out to play, along with Tutpup saying, you know what, Cernif, he's had enough. He's taken his hits. He hasn't buffed as much as I'd like. We're going to give him a rest, bring Wolfie to the field just in time for this Noxious Bomb to go towards Barnshee. 45% remaining. So much damage so early on. Barnshee, hello, welcome to the match.
Volerend, though, overexerted for that, so punished immediately. Of course, not trapped anymore, which means Classic's has to be aware. The the Naga Issei could swap in at any time. The Cernif could swap in at any time. Hypoxia is available. Tornado as well. And speaking of the devil, will connect Tornado onto Wolfie, drops it below half HP. So another one of those will do the trick, but it's really up to who gets the draw first. Plague connects first as well, but it's not enough. So a punish is available for the side of Tutpup. The Wolfie is low, but it trades the Plague. Barnshee does its limit, and what is with these Temps surviving below 10% HP? The Barnshee is cuffed, so it has to go all in. Of course, the Volerend not faster than a Barnshee, so this may come down to it. At least Tutpup's Volerend does not seem as fast as it's supposed to be. So Barnshee could still throw out some damage, but then again, Classic's. We'll see if that Wolfie survives another plague? I don't think so. So it will come out. So another plague picks off the Volpe on the side of top buff, and this game gets closer and closer as Barnchi is now opportune to bamboozle itself to protect from another attack. So Noxus Bomb is attempted but dodged completely. Barnchi now has access to that tornado, hook, line, and sinker, but the Naga Issei is here. The threat lingers, and now Barnchi, a very fast 10 it seems, will now no longer be outpaced. Volpe as well, I believe, overexerted. This Naga Issei and the Cerny still in the back. Tutpup still has so many options, and Klozik has been barely surviving, barely able to fight back. This is so close.
Yeah, I mean, Volarend on Tutpup's side, certainly low stamina, can't go for anything too damaging here. Barnchi tried to escape, but it is trapped and takes this beta burst, which is absolutely enough to go down from this Naga, who's likely full special attack. That was a lot of overkill. Wolfie does rest along with that Volarend, and now it's the final 2 Tems for Classics versus Tutpup's 3. And Volarend on Classic's side, I mean, it is so injured, and it swapped itself out. I don't believe it has Hyperkinetic online right now. It should...
Not even...
I mean, it wouldn't even matter because we have got the Naga out, so
it doesn't matter.
The Seedor is in play. Volarend, because of that +3, is going to die before it's able to do anything.
Certainly, Sciences will be coming out as well. Just declares impact, secures the kill on the Volarend, so does not even get it a chance to mobilize. And now Volpe against the world. You know, this would be a different story if this was the older Volpes with the very high defenses, but Volpe gonna take that hit. Actually, I forgot, it still has the sacrifice buff on top of Protector, so it's not that trivial. Naga Issei get picked off. Hang on, Volpe. Overexerted for that, of course, but still brings it at least to 2 Tems down. Klozix, he's waiting for a miracle. He's praying for one. I'm not sure he's going to show up, though. And now has to face down a Cernif and a Volarend with only Volpe to answer. And Cernif simply going to revitalize his way to victory as Volpe is unable to respond. The Noxious Bombs, the Frond Whips, they will be coming, and this Volpe can only do so much. It pushes, overexerts again. Klozix just doing everything in his power to avoid enough impact. Noxious Bomb is dodged, but the Frond Whip will not. Connects one more time, closing in on that bar. Revitalize, or at least regeneration, brings it a little bit up, but this seems inevitable. Overexerted, no options. No, actually, he gets another plague, but again, not enough damage. There's just nothing here for the side of Klozix, and he does go down. And the game goes to Tutpup, who brings it back from a 1-0 lead for Klozix in the reverse sweep.
Yeah, incredible showing from Tutpup. The first game certainly wasn't in his favor. Classics kept up so much aggression, so much power, and just hard-hitting techniques. I mean, knocking Tutpup down onto his rear end before he even had a chance to start the match. And Tutpup fighting back. You know, he's very, very skilled. Reaching this point, top 16 player, been around for quite a while, knows what he's doing, comes back, picks his fights very, very well, and comes out the victor, heading in to round 2 of our playoffs.
This is what a game, what a series. Tutpup in that first game felt like he lost the blood draw on the opening. However, brought it back by increasing his understanding in the second and third game. So impressive by both sides. I mean, the mind games as well in the draft, I want to point out, we talked about it a little bit more, but when you are blue side, you want to try and at least force tempo off your opponent so that you can respond with something in kind. And Tutpup in that first game, as we keep reiterating, was unable to do so, and unfortunately the lead just became insurmountable. In those second and third games, he fought back harder and hit harder, and Klozix got really close, but in the end unable to secure that bag. And that will be that for our top 16 bracket, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Rorzy, do you have any last words for the audience and for the players?
We do still have just a moment before we're going to be taking a break, heading into our quarterfinals. I want to go over who we will be seeing match 1 of our quarterfinals, we have Mr. Rishi remaining undefeated as he takes down Gold versus Hightude. Match 2, we've got Tutpop versus either Tsubaki-chan or Arkham, as it looks like they're still in the heat of it. If Arkham's able to win, I believe that means we still have an Ana here going forward, as Classics did get knocked out, losing his. Then we have a Lola versus Fezak, which is also a fantastic match. Fezak has been doing so well this tournament, and Alola has been doing so well for so long. And then rounding out those semifinals, Setsuka is already there. Will be facing off against either Prote's Legendary Doom team or Little Asia, Ricky Tan's Speed Demon team. So we have a lot of fantastic matches coming up. Don't go anywhere, you guys. We will be back very, very soon for the semifinals.
And welcome back to the quarterfinals of the Roadhouse Rumble. The brackets are set, and we have some pretty wild matches left to show you. For instance, I believe that the ones that we're eyeballing right now is, what is it again, Potestus? Is it the Hitude versus Rishi match?
Yeah, I believe so. Quarter, I do think we have a lot of nice matches. Obviously, every one of these players had some great games and proved how well they can play today, how they prepared actually for this tournament. So, I do believe we will be watching our number one seed, Mr. Rishi, 2-0 gold in this match in the top 16. So he's coming in hot, undefeated to this point, to the quarterfinals. But Hitude is not slacking as well. I do think we have not seen him on coverage yet, so that will be interesting. He 2-0'd Iraqis, so not slacking himself. Made sure he in his 30-minute break he refreshed himself and got ready, and we are here in the
just have a look at Hitude's team without throwing too many sort of spoilers in there before we get into the actual match itself. It's looking like we've got some very exciting things to see.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Some picks that I thought would be more common coming into this particular tournament that we actually haven't seen very much of at all.
Yeah, exactly. I can see a Grumper here, which I do think we saw once in coverage paired with the Naga. So it's always nice to see. Grumper extremely slow, so there's a combo there. Size Munch as well, which is in a couple of teams, but hasn't been picked that much.
We've seen very little Size Munch this tournament, now that I think about it. I mean, that said, a lot of people do seem to be preparing for it quite a bit, so it could just be sort of the same pig epic sort of issue that we deal with.
Yeah, and a lot of players that are actually successful tend to run the Sernif strat, aka I play only one slot and the other one is Sernif.
Yes.
So, that for sure plays a role in that as well. And
the fact that you get that much. I mean, once Sernif's on the board, it's not likely to leave the board, so its Wuckles are certainly not the sort of thing that you want to be having hit your Size Munch. It's not the sort of thing you can deal with very effectively unless you've already got a Stonewall off on it or something like that. And a lot of people don't even run that on Size Munch. You see very few bulky builds for it.
I don't really know what the role of Size Munch is currently, because, well, everybody just tries to one-shot stuff because that's fun. But it might be more beneficial to get a little bit more defense on this Size Munch, but we'll only see that from Hitude, I believe.
I'm looking forward to seeing how Hitude plays it. Very snazzy outfit on them as well. The dark green, very rare there. And we're coming in hot, as you say, with a Grumper Kinu up front against a Volfi Kinu. Pretty bold right here.
And to notice the Sernif ban, because, well, Hitude has the Wolfie, has the Gialis, has the Size Munch, has the Grumper. Doesn't really want to face this Sernif altogether, and Ishii is still bringing all of his nature gems.
It does make sense for Hitude to be banning the one that he cannot punch in the face effectively right here that does still have a nature attack. I mean, Kinu, I feel like it was going to be slipping through here because the Unholy Trifecta exists on Rishi's lineup. It's kind of hard to keep all of these natures out of the match, but in the meantime, the Bastion does seem like it will get some reasonable work done here with... only 2 of Hitude's slots really walling it effectively, and even then, I don't know how... Okay. I don't actually know how well it's going to do against Grumper, but I don't know how long Grumper is going to stay on the field. Grumper has a history of being a very feast or famine Tem. By the way, we've got a lot to look forward to this match with a 2-fire lineup coming out of Rishi.
Yeah, and this match in particular, it doesn't seem to be that bad, to be honest. You know, it is good as just a Earth Tem against these fires. You know, we see 2 from Mr. Rishi's side here. And, you know, the Electric against Kino and Banshee is not something you have you know, to hide or anything. That's still pretty good damage. So I feel like Grumper is in a pretty good spot and can most certainly do some damage here. That's exactly where you want this Grumper to be.
Okay, I mean, I can certainly see it doing work against Banshee for obvious reasons. And you're not wrong in that Mud Shower is a move that does good things against the very low Spadef Mastion there. But we are immediately seeing a Drakash swap, almost as if just sort of immediately attempting to assert more presence there against the sort of Grumper there. Although, at this point, are we going to see the handcuff trap? Yes, we do see the handcuff trap the Grandpa in. Very common play there, obviously. This seems like a pretty standard opener for both of our contestants here. I don't... Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Hitude has tried to, make the obvious sneaky play here. And I say that because, well, bringing in the Grandpa now, double hypnosis pressure here from Hitude's side. But Mr. Rishi, well, there's a Drakash, right? So that doesn't work because, well, Drakash obviously has the trait that prevents all sleep conditions whatsoever. So with that being said, Grandpa now trying to go on the offense with Hyperkinetic Strike, but not really this much damage. And a Turbo Choreography coming up instead from this Kino.
I have actually suffered the same mistake. If you run a high-speed Grandpa, it is very likely that you will actually outspeed your own Turbo if you try to Hyperkinetic with it. The Hellfire alongside the Plague, though, doing absurd damage onto the Tems on Hitude's side. Not quite tanking out the Grandpa, but at this point, I mean, wow, there really isn't much left there, and it's still trapped in for a term.
Yeah, and this sequence, it can't be right. Am I missing something? This Grandpa was trapped inside and, turned to Hyperkinetic Strike here. Another way around would be better anyways. Now the Gial is coming in. And, yeah, Grandpa now left by the Wind Burst. But here's Bush.
I mean, at least it outspeeds the Bush. That's, thank heaven for small mercies, but Drakash is there to provide that +2 special defense synergy as well. And, oh man, the value from that Sandstorm. Just delightful to see those spread attacks take out a Tem that's that low, alongside dealing some pretty chonky damage to Gallus there. That was just under 50%, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and Gial is swapped in there just into the Drakash. Doesn't seem really good. I mean, Mr. Rishi still has this Mastion lingering around, so that will be good against the Gialis as well. But, on a swap-in like that, getting this low, that's pretty devastating. Now, one has to say, though, this Gialis looks pretty good on this board. It is quite fast without speed, Wolfie and Drakash, and will deal super effective damage if Hitude tries to go for that.
We do see a cheeky swap back into the Kinu just to get the defense buffs onto the Grumper, which is quickly becoming Hitude's only win condition left. Oh no, and the Synergy Hellfire is going to just destroy that poor defenseless Kinu. And yeah, the Synergy burn on that is something I always love seeing because it just hobbles the offenses of other Tems. Imagine how much, like, that would have been over 50% if that wasn't burned.
Yeah, and this Grumper is the only answer that Hitude has to this Mastion, to this Drakash, at least outside of the Size Munch. That kind of looks good on this board, I have to say. There's not a lot of situations where you can just bring in a Size Munch and be like, well, this is the matchup I was looking for. So yeah, he threw it down on Thames, down in health, but might still have a chance here with Heat Up and the Wreck. Gialis is still there for the synergy. Might be able to do some hefty damage.
You're not wrong, but the combination of Team Elusive and Barnshee is going to make it very hard for the Size Munch here to do its job, I think. Immediately, Rishi, following the same line of thinking that I am here, just immediately bringing those out, being like, okay, yeah, sure, you can get your heat up, but have fun doing anything with that. I'm going to do my best to pressure you out immediately. If there's a Beta Burst and a Sandstorm onto that slot, do you think that it's safe for the Gialis to even be there, or does Sun Wukong have to take these hits?
I mean, if there's a Plague into a Beta Burst onto the Size Munch, it's pretty much dead, right? But there's also another sneaky tactic here. You can, because Mr. Rishi is expect a Size Munch wreck, right? But there is a chance of an uppercut, and that's with a heat up. So that would KO Wolfie, even though it got the protector buff. Now, it remains to be seen how fast this Size Munch is, and yeah, if it can outspeed a Beta Burst from Aquino.
Yes, if it can outspeed both of those attacks with that uppercut, then we're looking at one less Wolfie on Rishi's side, and that does put Hitude a bit more sort of in the game here. At the moment, it really, sort of looking at the battle log once again, is Hitude hasn't really done much to Rishi's team outside of swap and take hits, which is always a bad sign from a blue versus orange sort of standpoint.
It's a bad thing to do in an overall standpoint, I would argue. And yeah, you will see the uppercut going before the Beta Burst, not actually killing.
Oh, that's very unfortunate, because the Revitalize is going to bring that Wolfie back up to around 27%, and Wukong's caged in now at handcuffs.
I don't really know what that was here from the Scrumper. One thing that Hitude can't afford is throwing attacks out like that, because, well, that did basically nothing. Now, the Size Munch has access to a Demag if Hitude has a perfect Size Munch, and with 3 Prio it should outspeed the Wolfie. I do think this Size Munch is pretty speedy. So that could at least secure a kill, but would also mean it will get traded.
I feel like that was intended to be a double up onto the Wolfie, expecting the KO. I feel like perhaps that caught Hitude off guard, but we are still going to see the wreck just demolish the Drakash and do a reasonable amount of damage to the Kinu.
And this was a nice read, but maybe it's a little too late, as the Beta Burst will come through onto the Size Munch, and that should be enough to kill it. Yeah, for sure. And yeah, like this, like that. Hitude with the Scrumper and his Gialis left against the 4 squad members of Mr. Rishi's team, Kino included. So this looks like a stomp in game 1, but yeah.
Well, I suppose an important thing to think about here is how is Hitude going to adapt to Rishi's lineup, seeing how he's fared against it in this first game? Because, as you say, this does look pretty crushing right off the bat here. 2-temp differential between our 2 contestants here is never a good thing to see in terms of Hitude's possibility for winning. It does look like this game's a bit over with only Grumper left against the world.
Well, it was the attempt to get the Kinu buffs, but it didn't do the damage, so Rishi for sure taking the win here. And I feel like, don't want to say it was a blue side thing. It was more like a getting caught off guard thing with the cage coming onto that Grandpa turn 1, and then Grandpa not being able to do much damage at all, or do anything at all, basically. So,
actually, that's a very good point. The fact that the speed tiering didn't work the way that Hitude intended for the HKS into Turbo really sort of put him behind, and that's something that's very important to consider.
So I would say even now orange side, which is considered better, obviously, and Hitude might be a little bit more, up to par. Maybe just there's one better swap, one mistake less, and we can see Mr. Rishi maybe taking a loss finally in this tournament. I do think it's a good possibility.
Let's see our game 2 here. We're heading straight into it as we see an instant ban of the Nagais out of Hitude's side and the Sernif again on Rishi's side.
Very interesting that Hitude put in both of the sideboard options in Tuvine and Naga. But Mr. Rishi stayed true to his first team. Thinks it's a good choice, and with these fires changing a Tuvine, I can only agree that this looks pretty promising. Can you find a band?
Looking like the best pick into all of these fires. It can be frustrating knowing that your opponent's team has a very clear Achilles heel that you don't necessarily have the full answer to. Especially since we also see the size munch ban here, one of the better tools Hitude had against Rishi.
3 fires. And then, this Tuvine is not an option, and maybe Hitude was better off leaving its Grandpa in, despite the Grandpa's bad showing.
I feel like oftentimes people are stuck looking at Grandpa in the same role that it filled in the previous sort of meta, where it was, all speed all the time. I've been noticing more and more bulky Grandpas recently that are very frustrating to deal with. One friend of mine, Wobbles, for instance, runs a particularly chunky Grandpa that just has Sweatband and never stops staring. It's very frustrating to play against. But in the meantime, we do have Fire versus Crystal opener here, and of course the Spider-Man Point Volfies. What do we think is going to happen here?
Well, I do think one Wolfie needs to swap, and that's Rishi's. And actually the Bastion swaps as well, so here we go. Let the shuffle begin.
Immediately getting value off of that Demoralize. Very useful against both a Volfi in the mirror match and the Gallus. The Double Gash is going to do the amount of damage we expected it to do here, but the other Volfi is going to get cuffed in, meaning there is potentially going to be an execution here.
And one thing to note is that the Double Gash did not bring this Wolfie below 50%, as we have seen previously on the stream. So this Wolfie is a little bit more tanky, and Gallus needs to commit a hook kick into that slot in order to kill it.
That's a point. We did notice that Rishi's Volfi was particularly tanky from it surviving that uppercut previously, which I think also is not something that was necessarily expected by Hitude. But at this instance, it doesn't even stay in. We've got Akinu swapping into the Volfi spot, helping it survive the hits that Hitude is clearly expecting from, I guess, not the Raze at this point, which is bounced into a Valorant. And instead we see a Plague go off on the other Volfi once more.
Yeah, and this time Wolfie does need to expend a little bit more of the stamina, but Akinu eats this Dust Vortex just fine. Very good swap here from Hitude. Akinu pressured by this Valorant, but Mr. Rishi and Hitude basically swapping at the same time. So this thing that you said, like Hitude always swapping and not being able to attack, both players swapping here at the same amount. So Hitude coming out on top with damage here for sure, going in his way. Also, he has the Kino, so swapping is most certainly in his favor.
Yeah, no, we're seeing some tentative plays here and sort of a lining up of correct play, which is definitely an important thing to make sure you've got when both teams certainly have matchups they don't want to have. That Gallus is still perfectly capable of double gashing that Volfi away. The Grumper's actually looking confident on this board now.
Did these Wolfies actually... No, they didn't speed tie. Maybe I missed something.
No, remember, the Rays got a single debuff off
Oh, yeah.
other Wolfie.
Look at me remembering Rice Matter, not... yeah, but this Wolfie of Rishi, clearly an MVP, surviving that hit here. That must have sting from to the side here. He has the Grumper online, so this Valorant most certainly is going to swap out. Actually, it isn't.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, it's still perfectly capable of threatening this Valorant, especially if it's aerobic, which is more preferred.
Which it is.
Ah, there we go. I don't see why it would leave. It's not going to immediately die to this Wolfie, especially since this Wolfie has just killed itself, trapping it in.
Yeah, but, you know, there's Thunder Strike, and that will be a lot of damage.
Not quite a KO, but 28% is...
What? What are these god spreads?
Rishi is a god among men when it comes to spreads. He draws straight from a very powerful source with them. Very often, it's startlingly easy to make sure that your temps just live a little bit more than you'd expect. Although I did not expect that after.
So you want to tell me that minus he calculated Grumper Thunderstrike into -2 Valorant? I won't believe that.
I don't think he calculated that, but I do think you can calculate other things with a base special defense Vola and come up with a similar number.
Yeah, for sure. Now the Rakesh here on the field, and suddenly, well, Skino doesn't look that great here on the field. The Grumper itself is also not really super good. I mean, the Valorant probably swaps out now, finally. So,
I mean, at this point, does this Valorant really want to go anywhere? It's on a sliver of HP, and it's going to be taking a hit that's going to chonk something else. It's instead just going to go for the cheeky Toxic Plume, read a bit by Hatud, who does get the value off from the Team Elusive. So that only does a bit of damage to the Grumper before it goes down. Alongside the Mud Shower, does squeak it down into the 39% range there.
Mud Shower is exchanged. Grumper doing way more, but obviously being lower to begin with. Now this Marcion coming in. Mr. Rishi only having fire attempts left, and well, there are 2 earth attempts on the field.
Dear, that's not the matchup that I think he was hoping for. But that said, this Grumper only has a certain amount of health left, and Wolfie is not the most durable Tem physically.
Also, the fact that it's Nature Time as a second typing means that these fire attacks will hit normally, but look at this. The Grumper is going down. And push here for Wolfie. No damage. From me to the side, losing the Grumper. And then the bush. Oh no,
That's very large. He really needed that Grumper to do a bit more against these fires. Now with only things that either take... He's got a full health Valorant in the bag. And he still has his Gallus, which can, it can hook kick the Drakash. That's great. It's still looking very frightened against, this full health Mastion. Man, how many times this tournament have I looked at Rishi's side of the board and said, man, there's this full health Mastion just tearing things apart.
Yeah, and this... I don't know. I feel like this matchup, the first one, is also very, very weird in the sense that I can't find a good line that I want to play from either point of side. I mean, sure, there's embers from the Mastion or some attack from the Drakash that does a lot of damage, but I feel like it's not something that I would say, wow, that is the line. Like, I'm sure this Kino doesn't stay in, but man, this fires look awkward and good at the same time.
At instance, I actually almost... Oh, no, he decides to stay in. I was about to say maybe the Mastion swaps, but no, he's going to be pressing here. We do see another Revitalize come out, but we also see a fire tornado drop directly on top of the Volvi, not dealing anywhere near as much damage as anyone wants, but followed up by a much more juicy Embers, hitting the much weaker defense stat of Volfi and putting a cheeky burn on there as well.
Yeah, and this Drakesh, this would be another prime spot for Hypnosis from Hitude's side, but Drakesh is just sitting there, disabling basically the attack that Hitude could actually, that would allow Hitude to actually turn this game around. Instead, well, this Drakesh is exactly there and dealing damage and negating, this tempo swing. Perfect for Mr. Rishi.
Oh yeah, Sentinel is an amazing trait, and I'm really glad it exists. It's precisely what we needed, is counterplay versus Hypnosis, and this is precisely the situation in which it shines. We also see Hellfire here definitely pulling its weight, burning the Valorant for 2 turns, and once again annihilating Kinus left and right. And oh boy, this is going to be a spicy meatball. Oh, that is one dead Valorant.
And was a very delicious meatball, actually, for Mr. Rishi. And proving here why he is undefeated in this tournament. Letting Hitude look like he is a beginner, but obviously we are in the quarterfinals. So, you know, this guy had some really high profile wins on his back, but Mr. Rishi just seeming to have almost the better team here, the team that matches up way better, and just leaving him with better neutral moves than his opponent.
Definitely. I think that a lot of people are currently under... once again, I'm just looking at how little damage has come into this Bastion, which, if it was hit by even neutral attacks at any point inside this, wouldn't be nearly as threatening as it currently is. We finally do see a Dust Vortex on it, which brings it down to under 30%. But it's too little too late as the Volfi goes down. If that had happened like 2 turns ago, that could have meant more here, but it's also, as you say, Rishi isn't letting people take those chances or like sort of exploit those opportunities. He's leaving them with very little as he just sweeps this game up with all these fire attacks.
Yeah, just like that, 2-0, like it was nothing. Very impressive play here from Mr. Rishi. Ishi obviously in game, and yeah, again Hitude, such a great run. Can't compliment him well enough. I mean, he is in the quarterfinals, looking pretty strong, but well, that Free Fires team from Mr. Rishi just seemed to one up the competition today, at least to this point.
Yeah, definitely. Those breezed by, but at the same time, it's very exciting to see precisely how well Rishi is piloting 3 fires within this tournament. He's taking down some giants, as you've said, wins against Tsubaki, wins against Gold, very big names.
And how unexciting in comparison to the other games, this game was more impressive his play from Mr. Rishi. And with that, I do think we will call this the quarterfinals, and next up will be Razi and Texas Roadhouse bringing you the first semifinal of the day.
Definitely. Don't worry, you'll hear more from me later on, but in the meantime, it's been quite a fun time, and like these semifinals are going to be hot
for sure. And yeah, let's hope for some exciting games. This one was not that exciting, but I do believe after this 5-minute break, we can most certainly see some nice action.
Definitely.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, tamers and tamettes. We've heard your demands and we're here to give you what you want, but in a little bit different of a way. We're stepping in to Alola versus Fezek for their third match of the quarterfinals. We are just a little bit behind as they have started. They're on turn 3 at the moment, maybe turn 4 now. And Alola has a casualty, so we are not from the very, very beginning. It looks like Volaran has gone down already. Attacks going back and forth all the way. Wolfie taking quite a lot of damage on both sides of the field. Red and orange health. Alola and Fezek coming in very difficult situations.
Yeah, coming in here, we come into a situation, both this damage is being fired off. We got 2 Volfies on the field, a 2-Vine and a Grandpa. 2-Vine and Volfie both trapped. So this Volfie is most likely dying this turn since it can't go anywhere. The Volfie on the Alola side. So we have 2 Goddesses in the back line. And then our ever favorite Cerneef, as Chad has pointed out, with some copy pastas, and then Rays. So I can't forget Volcrane too. All right, so let's see what's going on here.
Definitely like this rise on Alola's side, pressuring out Gialis and Cerneef, and quite a bit towards Volvi and 2-Vine actually. The more we look, the more we learn. And a little bit of a setup here. Gialis, Volvi on both sides. We do see Fezek bringing his Volvi back though for this Cerneef. Wants to let it set itself up nice and early. And Hyperkinetic Strike does indeed go towards that Cerneef. So a good swap, saving Volfi's life. And Cerneef not taking too much damage, although that play going towards this 2-Vine exhaustion before it's able to get this Feather Gatling off. It is going to hurt so much, although he is able to bring down this Volfi on Alola's side before it's too late. 2-Vine indeed does fall down to its own overexertion. Volfi's Plague killing 2-Vine when it shouldn't have.
Yeah, Volfie gets to take down the Crystal Bird with him before he meets the dirt. So not too bad for Alola's side there, because that Volfie was looking super dead. But hey, taking down the 2-Vine with it, you'll take that. And then now here we got a situation where Rise and Volcrane come in. We're going to see the Demoralize go off onto the Cerneef. And this is interesting because you like the Rise in against the Cerneef, but you're not really feeling it against the Volcrane. So
all it takes is one Stone Ball and a heck of a lot of damage going towards this Rise. Not his big brother, not the Raiken, can't take hits just as well. He's really just around for this demoralized trait and the moral support of Fire Tornado. Grandpa, though, feeling somewhat comfortable. Not going to take too much damage from any Earth technique. Grass either. Volcrane does swap out, though, for Fezek. Gialis taking its place.
Whoa.
Potentially expecting a swap on the Rise, but it didn't quite happen. Hypnosis does go towards this Gialis, which is actually null and void thanks to Resistant. It's not going to have any lasting effects. Now the Fire Flame from this Rise does connect on Cerneef, so it undoes all of the health regen that Revitalize just gave to it, but still not much of an impact otherwise.
Okay, so we have both locations of the swept in now. We got one on Grandpa and one on Cerneef. Interesting switch on the Volcrane, taking it out there. I thought it might like that position on the board against a Rise and a Grandpa, but chooses for the Gialis to come in. Like you said, the sleep's not going to do anything. And now this is an interesting spot because the Rise feels even better, I would believe, huh?
Oh yeah, Rise is absolutely loving this situation. He's got a Nature Tem and a Crystal Tem staring him down. Neither of them can do very much damage. And Rise, with it all to prove, Fire Tornado is online, could certainly mess up some of these Tems. Alola, though, bringing his own Gialis back in, doesn't want Grandpa to take any of these potential crystal bites that do come through towards this Gialis, doing quite a lot of damage. And the Bush from the Cerneef doesn't want to take any of these hits, hoping the Rise doesn't go towards Cerneef. And we do see the Fire Flame hitting this Gialis instead. Nice little bit of damage, and Cerneef's evasion goes untouched.
Yeah, this may be the point of the game where Alola kind of turns away and says, you know what, I'm done with Cerneef. This slot on the right, this is the slot I want, and it just focuses it down. Because going in and out of Revitalizes and bushes, it's just kind of annoying, right? So looks like the focus is on the Gialis. Alola's Gialis taking lots of damage there. just over 40%. So let's see if both Galluses stick around here just to trade blows.
This certainly would be a lot of damage dealt. Gallus is still hitting nice and hard even after their nerve.
Yeah, they're trading blows. Look at that. Ugh. Yep. Water
And
cutting
the
Lily.
hook kick back and forth. Water cutting Lily. So much damage going through Gallus all the way down to 0. Now Rise is free to use this Fire Tornado, though, doing so much damage. Cerny all the way to 0.
Okay, so Lola switches up. Say, you thought Gallus was the target? No. Give me that Cerny. Cerny is gone. It had -1 speed, so yeah, I mean, Cerny was left alone and then finally targeted the Fire Tornado, and it's out of here. Now we have it to a 2 versus 3 situation, and Physics Tems are just all low across the board.
Yeah, his Tems are low on HP, but he does still have the advantage in numbers. And certainly this Volcrane will likely survive a hit or two, as it does have enough HP to survive something. But he does bring Volphy out to meet this Grandpa and Rise. Certainly Hyperkinetic would do so much damage, and Rise just doesn't mind hitting this Gallus. But I'd imagine that means Gallus is swapping back out this turn.
Yeah, looking at it, there's 5 Tems dead, and we're on turn 8. It's just a slugfest, and there's multiple Tems to follow here. These low HPs being shown, but yeah. So if you're on the low side, I think you're definitely looking to stop this Volphy from getting off anything significant onto the Rise. Kind of protect the Rise as much as possible. So we'll see what the game plan is here. The Volcrane will be a problem. Grandpa's gonna have to be the main factor for the Volcrane. So if he blows his load here on the Volphy, he won't have it for Volcrane. So it's going to be an interesting situation here.
Yeah, these players, though, certainly know what's going on. Much higher degree of intelligence than a lot of us in the chat, and certainly than myself. So I do know they know what's going on. Fizek right now thinking, will he be going towards my Volphy instead? Indeed, the Hyperkinetic hitting Volphy all the way down. I almost expected Volcrane to come into that spot. Let Gallus still survive, bring this Crystal Bite towards Grandpa. 44% done. But then it's all on Rise. Gallus falling down. Volcrane last alive for Fizek. And Alola looking in a pretty commanding position now with the Tem and HP lead.
The trades do go out. The HKS was blown there. So we just have a Grandpa and a Rise. Rise really not useful here for the most part. So if I'm Fizek, I'm looking to probably focus this Grandpa, get it down as quick as possible. But it's pretty solid chance that this Grandpa gets off a... Oh, yeah, we're just going to sleep it into another HKS, and that might do it. And
yeah, that is definitely the play. The Roar lowering the attack. Certainly a big hit towards this Volcrane that is physical-sided. Now Hyperkinetic Strike back online for this Grandpa. He will attack first, but if he doesn't do 56.7% HP, I mean, Grandpa has to survive this next hit. He can't risk going down right now.
Yeah, it all comes down to this. From what we can see, this Grandpa doesn't have any stats boost. Well, it has a speed now, one speed up. So we'll see next turn if that is enough to take the Volcrane down, with a little bit of chip damage from Rise to complement it.
You know, I was curious about that, but now Grandpa is also very low on stamina. Hyperkinetic Strike will overexert him, but he does go for the hit towards this Volcrane. It is not enough damage. 0.4% HP. That's 2 remaining, but Rise's Fire Tornado certainly can knock that down.
Yeah. So HKS didn't kill it, but it did enough, right? I mean, any tickle from Rise is going to bring the Volcrane down. And yeah, Volcrane just didn't have the tools in the end it needed to take on a Rise and a Grandpa.
Yeah, so that does see Alola heading into the semifinals, as that was match 3 of the quarterfinals. They did trade earlier on. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see all of that action, but we did see how it concluded. Alola versus Setsuka in the second semifinals.
Yeah, I forget who I was talking to before the tournament started about who do you have as favorites to go the distance or make a final or win the whole thing, and I picked Alola. Alola has been so solid, and I said earlier has just puts in so much work in the lab, you could say, right, of just figuring things out and bringing the tools he needs. Yeah, Alola's a monster.
Yes, indeed. Alola has been making so many waves, doing pretty well in recent Plus tournaments. I know Alola was around in the early days, but for me, myself, and I not here, didn't know about Alola, was kind of surprised to see that name just kind of appear and be so damaging and so reckoning to all of these other names that I had grown accustomed to.
Yeah, I took a break for a good bit before the patch came out for Kiswa, and when I came back and Alola was just like in every tournament doing really well, I just had no idea. I missed a good portion of Alola coming up and playing. So, but since I've been back, yeah, it's just nonstop, top fours, finals, wins. Alola's crazy.
And I can't even remember a specific thing about Alola that would be a defining trait. Like, there are so many others. We have Rickytan with his speed. We have Prody with his Doom. There's always something that people enjoy. I mean, I have my Lowalis. I don't really know what it is that makes Alola tick. I just know that Alola likes to win.
Yeah, I don't think there's a specific tem or comp. I think it's just the meta. He plays the meta really well, the best available, and makes some tweaks here and there. But I don't think there's anything specific for Alola that he brings. But I think we need to talk a little bit about Mr. Rishi here. Mr. Rishi is on a tear, an absolute tear.
Yeah, going completely undefeated, even in these best of 3 stages. 2-0 win over Gold, and then a 2-0 win over Hightude, yet to drop a single match all the way through 7 rounds of Swiss and into the semifinals. He only has 2 more series to go. He could remain undefeated.
Yeah, when I was watching that last match, and there's some talk about the Mastion, the Jakash. The Jakash was just killing like 3 Tems a game. I mean, it just was unable to be stopped. And there's been some other Jakashes brought to this tournament, but I haven't seen Jakash utilized quite like Mr. Rishi's utilizing it. And it just the 3 fire setup seems to be really strong with all these Cernifs and Kinus that are all around.
Yeah, and that just goes to show you, you really, if you take the time, practice with your Tems, learn your team, you can make it work. This Drakash has definitely been gaining popularity these last couple of weeks. This Hellfire synergy with Double Fire, it's really, really strong, but certainly not game-changing for a lot of people who just kind of throw it on thinking, this is what they're doing, so I may as well do it too. Rishi, on the other hand, takes his time, practices, learns the ins and outs of this Drakash, and makes it work so flawlessly. Yeah,
the 2-turn burn from the synergy, I mean, that's just such an underrated part of it. Just the damage reduction is so big. I mean, it's almost like the Tem really isn't taking a turn in a smaller sense, right? So yeah, the Hellfire, great damage, AoE. There's a big reason why Volfi's just. I was collecting stats earlier, and then with all the top 8 comps, Volfi was the only Tem on every team comp, and I think just with all the AoE moves, like Hellfire and Meteor Swarm, these fire Tems are just insane.
Yeah, bringing so much pressure in. I do kind of want to bring attention to some of our players that use less orthodox methods as well. Looking through who we have remaining here, I mean, Setsuka did take down Prody. We won't be seeing the Doom comp coming this far through. Anahirs have fallen, so it is a little bit more typical as we reach our semis. But certainly, this might almost be an anomaly, as we did see, I believe, J-Dragon do so well just yesterday. And I actually received a message as he was playing in that tournament saying, how does J-Dragon do so well with this team using these Tems that aren't used by anybody else, that don't have the most amazing stats? They're not using Crystal Bite. They don't have Hyperkinetic Strike, but he's still finding win after win. So certainly this entire game, people will call it that rock, paper, scissors meta where, you just have to make the best prediction and work with what you've got. While I think that there is, to an extent, rock, paper, scissors, it is certainly, Spock is in there too. There's a little bit more complexity we're working with. The better that you know your team, the better you're going to do no matter what, even if your team building isn't the most spectacular.
Yeah, in terms of teams that are a little unusual, Tsubaki, who's playing right now versus Tuppup, I mean, if he goes on the win and go into the top 4, he has a couple Temps that really weren't that popular. So he would definitely be sticking out in terms of what's being brought to the top 4. He's got a Platimus, which we did get to spectate a couple Platimuses, but he's the only one that made it this far into the top 8, from what I had in my stats. He's got a Saku currently. I've only seen one Saku today. So Saku was not popular at all. So he brought some triple stall, Noxolotl, Cerneve, Saku tech.
Yeah, and Tsubaki, he is running Grumper today as well. But that's Saku, the Saku Noxolotl. He ran that with a Nidrasil and a Kinu in the Crystal Cup and was able to do so much work that Saku, it was hit so hard with its tornadoes, it had its own bark shield, and as Kinu would just buff it up, Stonewalls and Protector, I mean, he had multiple different tanks on his team at any given time. Even if you banned the Kinu, even if you said, I don't want you to have this support 10, he would use Nidrasil's bark shield to compensate and keep his tanky Tems that aren't as common just in the fight, constantly ready to go take the hits and hit harder.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see if we who comes out of this game. If it is Tsubaki with his pretty heavy tank stall lineup, I'd say go up against Mr. Rishi, who has a pretty aggressive triple fire, AoE, just non-stop damage moves being pressed. It's going to be interesting to see how that game develops. Is Tsubaki able to get his defenses up with Kinu swaps and Bark Shield and stuff like that, or are those Fire Tems going to be able to just take it out?
I think that the 3 Fire Tems for Rishi looking into Tsubaki's team is going to be tough, but certainly, I mean, with the way that this tournament's set up, the way that you designed it, Texas, he does have those 2 Tems in the back. I'm sure that Tsubaki has thought about this. He knows that these Fire Tems, if there's anybody bringing in the kind of team that Neko Blocky made popular a couple weeks ago, it would just run through his Saku, his Cerneve, do so much damage. He's got to have something in the back that he knows he can handle these Fire Tems.
I didn't get to watch too much of Neko Blocky. Do you know which Fire Tems? I assume it was probably like Mastion and Cash. Do you know what the third was? It Rise? Was it just that combo for her?
Let's see. At the moment, it looks like Neko only brought 2 Fire Tems into this one. Previously, when she was running 3, it was Mastion, Drakash, and Rise.
Okay. So that it's the same tier that Rishi has. Okay.
Yeah, let's take a look actually what Tsubaki brought with him in the back. Here we go, Tsubaki. He's got Noxolotl, Nidrasil, Kinu, Volorend, Platimus, Grumper, Volfi, Cerneve, Nagais, and Saku. So he does have that Platimus and Nagais for water pressure, along with the Volfi for some earth, dealing some damage to everything but that Nidrasil. Or, I'm sorry, but that Drakash. So yeah, Tsubaki does have some answers in the back for Rishi's team if he's able to make it through Tutpup. I mean, Tutpup has certainly been a big competitor in this tournament, taking down some names that we thought would be making it through.
Yeah, I'm just tuning in the final turn, or not the final. Actually, this match could go on for a while here. I'm just been kind of trying to figure out what I think is going to happen, and it's just a bunch of buffs all over the board here for Tutpup and Tsubaki. So could be in for a little bit of a doozy here, but yeah, we're on a break here, just hanging out, waiting to get the top 4 started, see who our 4th competitor is going to be that joins us. Do you have a favorite, you think, out of the 5 players that are left?
Well, I mean, it's hard to fight against Rishi right now. Just so dominant. I mean, Rishi's been around for so long, streaming, teaching everybody how to play. and increasing and improving on his own, I feel like Rishi has to be the favorite after winning every single match.
Yeah, and another interesting thing, Rishi being the 1 seed out of Swiss. If you look at the other seeds, we got pretty high seeds. We got the 1, 3, and 7 seed, and then if Tsubaki wins, it'll be the 5 seed. So, translating the success from Swiss straight over into the top cut, it's going to be a pretty sick semifinals and finals.
Yeah, and I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head what the prize distribution is for these players. Do they right now, Tsubaki and Tutpup, does the loser lose their prize? Do they have to make semifinals to get a prize?
Yeah, it is top 4. It is top 4 for prize, and as you say that Tutpup does concede. So Tsubaki takes that game, and I think that was game 3. Or no,
let's see. Even if it was only game 2, it looks like it has been awarded Tsubaki-chan the winner, heading into the semifinals to face off with Mr. Rishi.
Okay, so Tutpup making it the top 8 for Club Yep. Same as Pradi, also from Club Yep. So, but there's no more Club Yep members in the top 4. We have what do we have here? We have 2 Ronin, an Enigma, and Exotic French remaining.
I feel like we need to talk about Exotic French a little bit too. They're a relatively small club compared to Ronin, Paradox, Enigma. Yep. Very, very few members, but still always making appearances, making playoffs time and time again. There are a lot of the members, they're who we talk about as just using these very interesting and unique teams so well, finding success over and over through and throughout.
The leaderboard for the TMR leaderboard, there aren't, compared to the major clubs that we see in the club wars, Exotic French isn't heavily represented on there. I think like usually 5 to 6 members. So the fact that I think we had like 2 or 3 in the top 16, so that's pretty sick that such a strong showing with not that many members really present, I would say, in the competitive ladder itself.
Yeah, you're right. I'm scrolling through their club at the moment. I mean, of course, we see Neko, Black King Classics towards the top, both leaders of the club in their own right, of course, playing and succeeding quite a lot. Kyriab also at 1300 TMR, very, very respectable. Silver and Alpha Hero. Let's see, some of the names that we do know, though. Turby's been doing so well in the Temporium dailies. I believe he won 3 of them. I don't know if his streak is continued or not.
Yeah, Turby was, I think, just on the bubble, making it, I think, going into the final game of Swiss. Had a chance if he won his final game. I think that's what that was for Turby. But yeah.
Yeah, I think he finished 18th.
Yeah.
Yeah, so much skill coming out of really just a couple of people there. So very, very impressive indeed.
So we have 2 games, 2 options to check in here for the semifinals. We have Mr. Rishi versus Tsubaki and Alola versus Setsuka. Curious which one we're going to check into.
I believe we're watching both, aren't we?
Are we doing both?
Let me take a look at our schedule. Yeah, you and I have Top Cut SF1, Top Cut SF2.
Doing both. All right. Excellent. That's sweet. I don't know why I forgot that. Okay. What's the first one? Do we know that?
If we go in order of the bracket, it would be Rishi.
It's going to be Alola and Setsuka.
Alola and Setsuka
yes,
first?
Tsubaki. Yes, Tsubaki just played, so it looks like we're going to let him chill out for a bit.
All right, sounds like a plan. So we will be hopping into Alola versus Setsuka for the first semifinals as soon as they are ready. Certainly, they have to decide which teams they want to bring. They know a little bit more about each other's teams now. They're spotting it out. They're doing their research. They know what they want to bring now.
Yeah, as I saw in chat when we were talking about Alola earlier, that if Alola has a a specific Tem that kind of goes to Alola's name. It's Mix. Apparently brings Mix a lot. I didn't really pick up on that watching Alola play. I just saw a lot of standard picks for the most part. But someone said Mix, so we have to watch out for Alola's Mix. And then Setsuka, looking at Setsuka's lineup, only one with Loli, so could be seeing some good Loli action here.
You don't know how happy that makes me. Luwali is absolutely the best Tem ever created, in my opinion.
Boy. Come on. Really, Luwali?
Yeah, Luwali. I was using a botanist Luwali way back when everybody else was saying it was garbage, you can't use botanist, you know, allergic spread's the only thing you got there. I was using it, and I was loving it.
Okay, Luwali just doesn't really look that cool, though. You think?
Have you seen the Luma? You gotta take a look at my character model at some point. I've color schemed myself. All of my clothes perfectly match a Luma Luwali. So I just run around with my own Luma Luwali behind me as a cosplaying Luma Luwali. It's great.
Oh boy, I can't believe what I'm hearing.
But even now, I mean, Luwali in this current meta brings so much potential. It's such a good Tem now, especially on a Sparks team.
You should probably never tell anybody that ever again. You might just want to keep that one to yourself, man. Just running around. Oh boy.
Hey, I'm proud of my Luwali.
All right, so it looks like the game is up. I'm coming in to spectate right now. It's just starting pick and ban right now. Here we go. This first semifinal, Alola versus Setsuka. Two well-known players. So this is going to be insane.
Yeah, of course, and we do see the mix on Setsuka's side too. So maybe trying to look at Alola, say, "Hey, I know what you like now. The chat told me. I've got one too."
Yeah, and so just looking right out, going by typing, we got double fire for Alola. So, I mean, if you're gonna look at typing, fire has to stand out with how much presence it's had so far, and has a good mental presence to battle the triple fighting on Setsuka's side.
Yeah, and Setsuka does decide to lead with this Volcrane, which is a really good idea in my opinion. I mean, Volcrane will do some damage towards Volphy, Mix, a little bit towards Grandpa with the Embers, but of course, this Rise would not like to eat a Stone Ball. But of course, leading the fire for Setsuka means Alola wants to lead water, bringing Tukai through and Drakash. Not going to be too threatened by that Stone Ball, but Setsuka leads with a Skunch now as well, threatening out Drakash very early on.
Yeah, these picks and bans are going so fast. Alola's Mix is banned. The signature pick for Alola banned out. And looks like, considering banning the other Mix back, if Alola doesn't get to play Mix, nobody gets to play Mix. We'll see what Alola goes with here.
There's so many other options though for Setsuka as well. Does decide to ban the Kinu, as it is pretty much all around solid support. If it goes unbanned, it's almost always picked.
Okay, so one thing that I'm noticing here is Lola didn't pick any mentals up in the first phase. I mean, Kinu was banned, but still had Mix. Didn't want to pick up Mix, and now these fighting melee Tem are just open, free reign here. It feels like.
Yeah, that is very true. Skunch, I mean, it does take some decent damage from the Plague on Volphy. If a Hyperkinetic on this Volorando Grandpa hits it, it certainly won't enjoy it. But without that mental, it's not challenged to the point of running away at the beginning of a turn just because Kinu is here.
Oh, look what Setsuka decided to pick there. How you feeling about that fourth?
Oh, my heart is full. I'm so happy.
Yeah, I bet. I bet. Okay, so Volphy rounds out the team comp here, and now a choice between Mix and Size Munch. Looks like it's just a complete 50-50 as Setsuka bounces quickly between the two.
Yeah, I think either choice there would have brought quite a lot to this team, but Size Munch, the unchallenged Earth melee Tem, is just going to be better right now.
Guy in chat's name is Temtem Tebow. Great name, so this is going to be one crispy Luwali. All right. Yeah,
crispy Luwali. That's a
lot of
you
fire.
Don't usually call a butterfly crispy unless it's dead.
Temtem Tebow. Oh boy. All right, so starting it off with a mud shower on the Volcrane. Ooh, that's pretty juicy. Perfect jab, standard opening from Scunch. And then a wind burst.
Wow.
Oh no, just 100-0 on the first turn. Vulcan didn't even get to play.
Wow, what did... So Scunch decides to perfect jab the Tukai, probably thinking there's no way that this Drakash wants to stay in against a Scunch, but it does. Alola makes the read. Alola knows best, leaves Drakash in, and knocks down Volcrane on turn 1.
Oh, that feels pretty bad. I guess Setsuka really was banking on some swaps coming from Alola, especially in the Drakash slot, right? I mean, just having a Tem go down with, I mean, look at the damage that's been dealt back. Only 20% and just one status effect, one minus defense. That's just a horrible trade. It's going to be an uphill battle for Setsuka.
Oh, and something that y'all just pointed out in the chat, right now, this very matchup, there are no repeat Tems on both sides. I mean, we saw some matches earlier that were repeat after repeat, sometimes as much as 3 Tems in common on each team. Now we see the best of the best have their own decisions, want to bring their own favorites through. Now, Tukai and Grandpa, Tukai's Tornado does quite a lot of damage to his Size Munch, but then the Savage Suplex with that minus defense from Perfect Jab, Tukai goes all the way down.
Gunch just feels so unfair sometimes. And now this is a pretty, I'd say pretty free heat up. I mean, taking 40%, 39% for a heat up, I think you take that trade. And now you have, you know, you can leave Scunch in for the wreck. You can swap in for a wreck. You have multiple options here. And obviously Volphy dodges the wreck. So it might not be this turn.
Yeah, wreck would not make sense right now. Volphy doesn't take any damage thanks to his trait. And Grandpa, being the wind type that he is, will maybe see like 12%.
Yeah.
So certainly, though, this Volphy is threatened by Scunch still staying out. And we see Luwali, hello beautiful, making an entrance into the semifinals, eating that plague like a champion, 16% damage. Trapped in, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think Luwali likes it here. Hypnosis coming through now towards the Scunch, keeping Volphy alive at least one more turn.
Yeah, it's a good way to neutralize that Scunch. The Scunch was already causing so many problems with no mental to go at it and just take it out. Let's just sleep it out. Pretty close to the same thing, right? So now Luwali's on the battlefield trapped. We'll see what the next play is here. We saved the size. Setsuka save the Size Munch, save the wreck. So that option's always available, always threatening. Honestly, this turn feels a lot up in the air for me in terms of how this goes. I don't think both sides feel too threatened against each other. So I might just see some damage be splashed out from both sides.
I mean, depending on how this Luwali is built with Setsuka, it could do some decent damage with Hypoxia towards this Volphy. But now Scunch doesn't want to stay out while it's asleep, defenseless and scared. Gialis takes its place as Rise comes out for Volphy, potentially expecting that Hypoxia doesn't want to take quite as much damage, and lowering the speed of this Luwali and Gialis is very big at the same time as the Turbo to increase Grandpa and Rise. We do see the Resin Trap though going for Grandpa instead of Hypoxia, down to 62%. Nice chunk of damage done and trapping Grandpa in.
Okay, so now both Tems are just trapped with each other. Luwali and Grandpa sticking around. Alola looking to take the speed route, wants to control speed on all forms, demoralize and turbos. Grandpa's going to be able to do some nice HKS damage here in a second. We'll see if he decides to hold it or just let it go here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, HKS onto this Gialis would be massive, especially with the Rise going for anything as well. Gialis would likely need its end here on turn number 5. That would be just a little bit too demoralizing for Setsuka. Don't know if he'd be able to recover from that.
All right, so HKS just right off the bat then. Right onto the Gialis. That's a +1 speed, no bully. Combined with the Fire Flame, that's 70%. That's pretty big. And then Allergic Spread comes right back. Not too big of a deal. And then follows up the Crisp Bite. That's a dead Grandpa. Yeah, that Grandpa's dead.
Yeah, Grandpa indeed goes down. It's the Crystal Bite War Drum from the Gialis. That is pretty big. Taking out the Speedy HKS, taking out the Hypnosis before it's able to do any more damage. And now Drakash coming out to meet his fire friend Rise, staring down two Tems that don't want to take any fire damage.
Oh boy, Gialis Loali, run for the hills. This looks terrible. Hellfire, fire tornadoes from the skies. Get out of there. This is bad.
Yeah, this is very, very bad indeed. I mean, Setsuka luckily does have one good swap in this Size Munch. Scunch, I mean, Scunch still has a lot of HP going for it. That's really where we're looking at the moment. Scunch will survive the Hellfire and will get an attack off later on, but I don't think it'll be Savage Suplex. Potentially, I mean, might have to go for the Ninja. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, so yeah, these Tems are coming out. It was just insta-death that they stayed in. And remember, we have that wreck online here. So, okay, well, we're sacrificing Gialis here then. Goodbye, Gialis. You've done your job, but it's time to move on. And that burn's going to be actually a pretty big deal with that wreck.
Yeah, and now following up with the Roar minus attack on the Size Munch. Thankfully, it did get the heat up, so it's not negative quite yet, but it's not as strong of a wreck as it would be. Scunch coming out now as well. Friends holding hands, punching Tems together, the melee duo, facing off against two Tems that don't really want to be here now as quickly as it was.
It is.
Ooh, yeah, Size Munch's wreck coming through first thing onto Rise and Drakash. It's enough for Drakash, but not quite for Rise. That Roar saved Rise's life, 20% HP remaining, but the Savage Suplex. Scunch sitting in the back line saying, hey, you know, you forgot about me. I'm still here, and I want to punch you.
Yeah, that was even with the attack down, bringing it to just +1 attack and the burn reduction. Still just insane damage. And that's going to be Setsuka taking game one. Is there a more satisfying feeling than that wreck just going off? That feels so, that move, the animation, so clean.
It feels so nice when you hit it on the Tems that you want to as well. So often you get everything ready, you're in the perfect position, I can use this wreck, and now there's a Volarend and a Grandpa looking at me, and I can't use my wreck. But you're so right, the animation is just so good.
Yeah, see in chat, some rock bottom spam. Rock bottom. Yes. Size Munch doing some work there at the end. I'll have to give you, I'll have to kind of rub it out. I don't think Loali really did anything. What was up with that?
Okay, that was a bit of a. We saw the resin trap do some damage towards Grandpa. We saw.
It was a bad matchup. It was a bad matchup. Loali, it couldn't do much in that team, I guess, right? But the
I'll put it this way: if there was a Sparks user, perhaps getting a Sparks off that Hypoxia would have done a lot more damage. That's all. Then Loali would have been on.
True. Okay, see. Let's see what changes they make in terms of sideboarding here. The game is up. Pick band starting. And trying to go through the teams quickly and see. I don't think Alola changed anything. And
it doesn't look like they changed any of their Tem choices, but certainly this pick ban has changed. Setsuka bans Kinu first, which means Alola not making the same mistake as last time wants the signature mix, bringing it in first, not going to risk losing its second ban, and Alola banning out that Volphy, letting Setsuka lead with Volcrane once again and trusty Gialis.
Looking at the sideboard so I can say, so it looks like Setsuka didn't want to bring Grandpa or Ninjasil. I mean, he won last match. Why would he really feel the need to change things up? And then Alola is also not bringing in his Ninjasil, and I don't know the last one. But then it looks like both Ninjasils are going to stay behind. And then so the second set of the bans are coming out. Kinu's going out. Taking out as much mental as Setsuka can is probably a good plan. I mean, the amount of work that Scunch was able to do last game was just big.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like Alola's other Tem in the back didn't decide to bring with was Gialis.
Oh, okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Yeah,
so
I mean, there's a lot of
few
fighting.
more. Ooh, Luwali coming back in again. Setsuko says, listen, Texas, I know you don't believe, but I'm going to show you. I'm going to prove it to you. Luwali has its uses.
Check me out this time. You didn't like me last round? Check me out round 2, game 2.
Yeah, heading in now, Alola with that mix certainly will be a different game. And Tukai, I mean, I don't know if Tukai has any turn 1 water techniques. So I don't know how much of a threat Volcrane has right now. I mean, realistically here,
It doesn't. There is no turn water for it. So it's got some wind options. So hiding the mix away because it was going to be most likely a stone ball into that slot.
yeah, absolutely. We do see the stone ball towards his grandpa not doing very much at all, although a little bit more than the double gash, which was surprising. This Volcrane has to be full attack.
Yeah, that's pretty standard. I'd say for the most part. Looking at turn 2 here, I'm looking at the options here. Tukai does have Tsunami available, so Volcrane does need to get out. This could be Luwali's time. Luwali's pretty good as a swap in here.
Yeah, luckily for Setsuka, he does have that Nature Wind Tem. Nature won't take too much damage from water techniques, and Wind won't take any damage from Wind.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But instead, we see the Ginu coming in, buffing up this Gialis just a little bit in turn for the Turbo Choreography. Grandpa and Tukai plus 2 speed apiece, followed by the Tornado onto this Ginu. We've seen these do so much damage before, a little over 40%, so nicely done. Followed up by the Crystal Bite, though, onto this Grandpa that's already injured. 11.1% remaining, 1-1-1. Grandpa's in the red.
Yeah, big Crystal Bite there. The hand fan for Tukai was snared from Kinu. So Alola reading the situation correct, saying that Volcrane's leaving. There's no need to use Tsunami here. The switch, it's just not going to be super effective, and just does a regular Tornado, which does pretty decent damage to Kinu there.
Yeah, and snaring that hand fan, like you mentioned, could actually be very big. His Grandpa's holding onto this sweatband and already so close to falling down. Tukai losing its equipment, making tornadoes more powerful. That's a lot of wind pressure that Alola thought would be sticking around, now pretty much gone.
Yeah, I'm curious here if Alola, who's the one taking the extra time here for the turn, if Alola lets the HKS go, or are we bringing it back later? Because right now, what are you looking to do? Are you trying to kill Kinu? Kinu's probably not staying. Yeah, we're going to save the HKS and use it another time. I like that.
Yeah, good decision indeed. Bringing your cash out, threatening both Kinu and Gialis. Although if there is a hook kick coming this way, that could be pretty detrimental. And Mix comes out as well, though.
Oh.
Yeah, hook kick on that Drakash all the way down to 0.
Drakash, we hardly knew ya. Oh, no. Just comes right in and goes right out. There it is.
At the very least, Kinu is feeling some pressure now from the Crystal Spike, so that's something going for Alola.
Yeah, that's just a full Tem just down, just like that. Yeah, I mean, Kinu loves to swap. Say that mix on the across the field. I love to leave and come back. Please let me give out more buffs. So let's see what Alola has, because that was pretty brutal losing to Drakash like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the chance now, too. This mix could be running Cage. And as it did swap in on its own volition rather than on the death of a Tem, it would have Cage online. So certainly, I mean, Kinu might be in danger. You might not want to try to swap this out. It may be smarter doubling into this Volorend, trying to do as much damage as possible so that potentially you can kill Volorend. But I don't even know. I mean, this is such a difficult situation for Setsuka. Do you leave Kinu in? Or do you save it, try and protect it, risking the Cage?
It's a good question. I'm not sure what Alola runs on Mix. I didn't really get to see if the Cage... I mean, Cage is pretty popular for Mix. I don't know. I think you still try to swap, right? What impact does Kinu really have here for this turn? Like Revitalize on itself doesn't seem very appealing. So I think you're still trying to swap. And then, yeah, so no cage. Probably was a Crystal Spike. We'll see how this plays out. If it's a Crystal Spike, that's just going to do nothing. Let's see.
Yeah, but first comes first. Feather Gatling towards this Gialis down to 80%, so a nice little bit of damage. And the Aerobic plus speed. Now Crystal Spikes does go towards Gialis instead, so knowing Kinu was leaving, didn't want to stay in, and now the Crystal Bite knocking Mix all the way into Puppet Master. 0.4% or, 40. It doesn't really matter. Puppet Master's in play, and now Mix is here to stay.
Oh yeah, you build for that every time. Alola doing the research, doing the homework. Yeah, Rock Shield, perfect spread. Crystal Bite isn't going to cut it. And also good to get that Crystal Spike on a Gialis, because it looked pretty obvious that the Kinu was leaving. And if you're not pressing cage and trying to spike Kinu, you're just asking to just spike a Volcrane. So good switch up by Lola right into the Gialis, who's now out of stamina, about half HP. We'll see what Gialis has in store for us here. Most likely leaving, I would assume. And, it could be a Luwali. Luwali's not too bad.
Yeah, Gialis does have to find his way out. Indeed, retreating from battle. Setsuka choosing Luwali to come back out. Your time to shine, little butterfly. I believe in you, even if some of us don't. The Toxic Plume, though, perfect to do so much damage on the swap. And the Crystal Spikes Luwali down to 37% before Toxic ticks, but Flaming Meteorite now going towards this Volorand. Doing a little bit. I mean, not even as much as the Toxic Plume did on the Wally. Poor Butterfly.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. Luwali just comes in and goes down to 25% instantly. In terms of the speed, I'm curious. There's really no way for this Luwali to get to this mix quickly without the mix beating it. So I'm not sure what the plan is here for Setsuka. This game went from being a position where I felt pretty bad for Alola once that Crash got one shot, but now it doesn't seem too bad. It seems winnable.
Yeah, I mean, getting Mix into Puppet Master, and now Luwali stays in, taking the Noxious Bomb, so that had no impact at all. And the Embers, but Volcrane now also threatened by this Tukai. Alola has turned things around and is in a pretty good position despite having fewer Tems and much less health.
Okay, so this Tukai has everything online. It didn't actually use any of those water moves that have some holds on them. So multiple options here for Tukai. I'd imagine Volcrane's leaving quickly. And if that's the case and you're Alola and you know that, I think you're going out on HKS here. So if you're predicting a swap in the Volcrane slot, maybe you just HKS the Kinu slot. Maybe try to kill Kinu. And I don't know. It's a pretty tricky situation here. You have Grandpa and Volar who both have HKS up with some speed on them, and they need to get a good output of this HKS before they go down.
Yeah, I mean, they could absolutely do so much damage towards this Skunch if they decided to do it that way. But of course, like you mentioned, Volcrane feeling so much pressure, but swaps out for this Gialis or Kinu. Both of them in the 50s for their percentages on health. They wouldn't be able to survive very many hits. I mean, it really here, Skunch has to hit. Well, does Skunch have anything online? It can't use Savage Suplex, can it? It has to use the perfect jab towards Volorand. Or Tukai, maybe. Just get that pressure on Tukai and Savage Suplex later.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the deciding factor. However these HKSs land and what targets they take out at what time, I think that's going to be the deciding factor here. We'll see how Setsuka swaps around and plays around it, because the first one's online right now, and I'm thinking it's going to be unleashed into the Volcrane slot. Turn's about to go down.
Yeah, Volcrane does retreat from battle for this Kinu. Certainly at risk of any of these wind techniques or potentially even the Noxious Bomb if it's red, but we do see the Hyper Kinetic Strike towards Kinu from this Volorand. It does survive with 15% remaining, and Volorand overexerted quite a bit for that. But then just the Wind Burst, yeah, knew it was enough to bring this Kinu down. Thankfully, Scunch did receive that protector buff from Kinu coming out, though, so it'll be able to survive a little bit more as the perfect jab goes towards this Tukai, drops defense just a little bit more. And thankfully, I mean, the only thankful part right now for Setsuka is he doesn't have to worry about Volaren this turn.
Lola went into the tank for that turn, and that turn played out in the most, I'd say, standard way, is what I would say, with Kinu being swapped in and then HKS onto it. Now, Volaran's overexerted, and we have a situation here where you don't want to lose Volaran. I mean, maybe you can try and save for another HKS. Maybe you sacrifice Volaran here, bring Grandpa on fresh, go for HKS, and try to get another kill, and then hopefully that Tukai and mix with Puppet Master can somehow finish this game out. This is actually really close.
Yeah, the health advantage right now for Setsuka is going to be very big. Alola's only healthy Tem is this Tukai, but certainly it's staring at this Gialis and this Scunch, two very, very capable Tems. We could be seeing Savage Suplex, Crystal Bite, everything going through on this Tukai. With the War Drum on Gialis, so they're even stronger. Brawny, Scunch, War Drum. Tukai's in danger. We do see the Tornado, though. Tornado outspeeding anything else, hitting Gialis. Not too much damage, 27% left, and Savage Suplex all the way down to 0 goes this poor Tukai. Now, of course, Gialis will be knocking down Volaren this turn, and it's all up to Grandpa and Mix.
Yeah, there really wasn't a clean way out there for Alola. Something had to die to Scunch, and so it happened to be the Tukai with the -1 defense. Savage Suplex is just insane damage. So now you're with two extremely low HP Tems. Puppet Master is online, but that doesn't really matter much because once one Tem dies, it just opens up the other one. So in terms of eking out a win here, okay, we're going to start sleeping things. That's a good way to go about it.
I mean, it is, but it's also Sharp Stabs is killing this Grandpa. So it's only that one Hypnosis. Thankfully, Scunch is gone for this coming turn, and Gialis is going down, so... Oh, Gialis doesn't go down, survives with 3% left. That was so necessary. That was needed in the end. GGs are called, and Setsuka's moving on to the finals.
That was only +1 special defense. Oh, I thought that was for sure. I mean, I don't think it really mattered, right? That game was... I don't know how Mix comes back from that, but yeah, Gialis even hangs on there at the end. Oof, and Setsuka moving on for Exotic French.
Yeah, absolutely incredible showing. 2-0 for Setsuka, who actually, when we look back, 2-0'd Prody as well. Prody was pretty dominant early on in the Swiss. So very good showing from the Exotic French, making it to the finals. First player to make it to the finals, as Alola will move on to the third place match.
I think Lawali MVP there, huh?
I don't want to talk about it. You know what? The Setsuka moves on, so maybe Lawali will do some more work against a Toxic. You know, maybe if Tsubaki brings like Noxalot, you know, there's potential.
Sure. Okay, so we have Setsuka advancing, and that brings us to our second semifinal, which is going to be the star of the show, you could say at this point, the star of the tourney. Mr. Rishi hasn't lost a single game yet. Triple Fire Comp going up against Tsubaki, who is, if you ask the community who they think the #1 player is in terms of tournaments, most recent tournaments, and the ladder, Tsubaki's probably a popular name that people pick.
Oh, absolutely. Tsubaki was so dominant for so long. Granted, in a time where the meta wasn't changing as much and there weren't as many players innovating, but absolutely, I mean, winning time and time again. Tsubaki, just the most dominant name in the scene. You know, I know he's been working a little bit more now. He hasn't been able to spend as much time, but he's put more work into his TMR, into his ranked gameplay, and he has just shot up those TMR leaderboards from where he used to be. So he certainly is still in it, even with all of these players competing for the #1 spot.
Yeah, and I managed to catch a stream a few times. You know, playing a lot on stream, and actually I've seen him tune in and teach some viewers and watch their comp games. So he's been real helpful for teaching too, which is pretty sweet, having that resource. So Tsubaki, a good guy. Rishi also streams. Actually, now I think we have a battle of two streamers here. They both stream pretty consistently, the latter. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, that's kind of a feels-good moment, isn't it? We two streamers that, like you mentioned, help out so many newer players who are trying to learn about competitive. Now they're putting their money where their mouth is. They're saying, you know what, guys, I showed you a lot of stuff. I kept a little bit for myself. Now I'm going to show you what I've kept. Now I'm going to win this tournament, win $1,000 prize pool.
I wonder if Tsubaki has a little bit of an advantage here going in. I mean, we've talked about Mr. Rishi so much in his team comp and different things he's done in his games, and I think he's been streamed a lot compared to Tsubaki. There could be some, more of a heads up here for Tsubaki going into this that gives him an advantage. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these two play against each other.
It looks like they are in their pick bands now. Mr. Rishi versus Tsubaki-chan. Rishi does bring his 3 fire tems, as we pretty much expected. This has been a mainstay of this tournament, doing so much work for Rishi. Tsubaki, on the other hand, does still bring his Cerny through, does have both of his waters in Nagais and Platamus. Grumper dealing with, I guess, really just Barnshi.
Yeah, Mr. Rishi, ride or die with these 3 fires. He's taking them to the end, it feels like. And I do know from experience that, playing the ladder, that Mr. Rishi, he loves to ban Naga first. He hates Naga. He refuses to play against Naga. So Naga banned, and then the Valorant banned for Tsubaki, who has a pretty heavy toxic presence.
That Naga ban is pretty big, losing out on Fury with 3 fire tems. I mean, Platamus is all that's left here. Not really the biggest sweeper of them all. And a lot of Tsubaki's other tems take quite a lot of damage from these fire types.
Yes, Tsubaki's taking his time here. Every time he picks, he needs to factor in triple fire. So it's pretty tricky. Especially Barnshi. Barnshi's such a good pick for Rishi with the Platamus, Nox, Valorant lineup. So kind of makes Tsubaki think, I love my toxic picks, but Barnshi is kind of annoying.
Yeah, kind of annoying for sure. Toxics, I mean, taking so much damage from that tornado, but along with its mental typing, actually doing some work as well, putting in a lot of damage on tems that you wouldn't think would necessarily take that much, just because it's a hard-hitting special attack technique. In a game right now that's largely physical, tems are built to take these uppercuts, these perfect jabs, these wrecks, and not so much the Psy Surge or the Beta Burst.
Yeah, Tsubaki almost using all his reserve time before his second ban, and he's hovering that Grumper. I mean, Grumper feels super good into Barnshi. And decides last second that Volfi is the most popular tem. 2 tems really. Kinu probably a third. The top 3 are being lined up here to start the game for Tsubaki with Valorant and Volfi.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing so much of these tems. Valorant, of course, has been a mainstay, a fantastic 4 of the olden days. One of the best we've ever known, and the best we'll ever know, probably, as it just has the staying power constantly on our minds. And Rishi does decide to bring this Cerny through, which is, I guess, pretty good compared to Volfi. Although potentially taking some Noxious Bomb damage from this Valorant. Second ban for Rishi goes towards this Kinu. Doesn't want to fight the mental tems. Kind of strikes me as odd that it wasn't Platamus, but I guess we will see how that goes.
Yeah, that's an interesting ban. We do know Tsubaki loves to tank up and go late game, so maybe he just wants to try to nullify that a bit with banning the Kinu. I honestly thought it was going to be a Platamus ban and just really free up those triple fires or double fires, whatever he elected to bring, because Grumper really isn't that big of a threat to fires. He does mud showers, but it's kind of like it's not huge damage, right? So going for the Kinu ban was a little surprising. Then he follows it up with a Kinu and Drakash of his own. He loves Drakash. We've seen some sick Drakash gameplay. And you can almost guarantee if Drakash is picked, it almost feel like it needs another fire to really bring in that the synergy effects on those moves.
Yeah, and absolutely, it will be another fire as Rishi has Bastion and Rise to choose from for his final two. I'd imagine he's going for the Bastion a little bit harder hitting. Maybe Demoralize isn't as important when you're looking at Noxolotl, who's not the speediest, Grumper, who is very, very slow.
He doesn't take Platimus. Wow, that was a really interesting pick and ban to end it out there. I mean, doesn't ban Platimus, doesn't pick Platimus, still picks his fires. Wow. So Cernif was the last pick there. So we do have a pretty late game stall team, but no Kinu to really enable it. So we'll see how these Cernifs, when they really come into effect. Rishi gets to start his off, and it is a little susceptible to some poison damage from Valorant, but it's not too bad. I mean, Cernif's kind of okay with this.
Yeah, Cernif's not too afraid just yet. I believe when we watched earlier, we saw that this Cernif is Callosity.
Ooh.
So certainly if it does take any of that Noxious Bomb nice and early, it's just going to raise the defenses, and Revitalize will come in later, nullifying the damage. So I don't think that Rishi minds that one bit.
Yeah, and I think his Barnshee was neutrality, wasn't it? Pretty sure.
Yeah, I think that it was. I think that we saw the I don't even, we'll see.
Yeah.
I believe that it was neutrality, but either way, right now for Tsubaki, I mean, Valorant and Wolfie leading into this Cernif and Barnshee, we're certainly going to see the Bush come through, but does he want to try and attack Rishi's Cernif, risk raising its defense this early on, or would he rather wait, maybe figure something else out, let some special damage go Cernif's way, potentially Acid Reflux later on?
We'll say in the games that we've seen Rishi play, his turns have always been really quick. Really not a lot of ever using reserve time. And the first turn, he goes over 30 seconds into the tank. So he's either nervous or he wants to make sure he nails his first turn.
Yeah, and absolutely. I think he does want to nail it. He goes for so much defensive coverage, bringing Kinu out. Protector buff plus Shy Shield for this Cernif, and now the Noxious Bomb towards this. Oh my gosh. And it is a settling Cernif. It's not Callosity, so that was my mistake. So Shy Shield was even more important, as it is just the +2, not +3. And Tsubaki, before all of that happened, did bring Noxolotl out onto the field in place of Wolfie, I guess not wanting to risk taking any damage onto a time that he's going to need for Trakash and Bastion.
Looking at it now, this the one side having Kinu and one side not having Kinu feels like it's going to be such a big deal, because it looks like both these players just want to tank up as much as possible, bringing that Noxolotl out as soon as possible. I mean, it does pressure the Cernif to some degree, but Tsubaki loves to get that Nox just running with the Madness buff early.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just buff after buff after buff, and next thing you know, you can't really hurt anybody. But now Rishi doesn't leave Cernif in to buff itself up, settling. He swaps it back out, puts Trakash in to take the Toxic Plume, which was a good read. Not too much damage dealt and only a little bit of Toxic Tick. Hypnosis following up though towards this Noxolotl, not going to let it Madness buff. Doesn't want to risk that special defense increase this early on. Pretty good play so far from Rishi, controlling the tempo despite taking all of the damage, as Tsubaki has not been hit a single time. We still see some buffs. We still see nice tempo for Rishi's side.
Yeah, Mr. Rishi just making his next turn look so obvious with that Drakash swap. If this isn't a Bastion swap in for some Hellfire synergy, I mean, it just screams that's what he's aiming to do, and possibly just destroy Nox before it gets that Madness buff off. But Tsubaki does have pretty good swaps into this. I mean, Valorant can stay with that +2 special defense, but both Wolfie and Grumper take it really well. Wolfie dodges it completely, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Wolfie would be a fantastic swap in here, as we do expect that Hellfire coming through. Bastion's slot, as he swaps in, won't be able to attack that turn. And Valorant could potentially go for, well, let's see, he is anaerobic, so a Hyper won't be doing too much, but we could see the Feather Gatling, we could see another Noxious Bomb, just trying to buff up that special defense a little bit more.
Yeah, Mr. Ishii again going in the tank here on turn 3. He was a speedster up to this point, and here he is. He's semifinals. This is a big deal. This is a big deal tournament, and he needs this turn to go. Even though the turn looked pretty obvious for what the Drakash was leading to, he might be having second guesses here on what's the follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes thinking about just what's the most common, what's the most expected thing to do, you know, you could play that game, but you're not going to get to the top level where Tsubaki and Rishi currently are. So, of course, there's mind games that, you know, if I know this, then he knows that, then I know this, so he's not going to do that. And on and on and on for these guys, but they are on the clock. They have to make their decisions. It's only turn 3, and it looks like Rishi's down to 1:30 remaining. So not too much time to think later on. He's putting so much into these early turns as he does decide to bring Cernif out instead of Mastion, so no Hellfire synergy this time. Tsubaki swapping Volarin out for this Wolfie.
Interesting turn there. What was he trying to do there? Huh. Mud Shower doesn't seem like it was ever going to be good in anything. Interesting. I was thinking that was going to be... that was a weird turn. So the Mastion doesn't come in. He doesn't let any big damage moves goes off. Just brings the Cernif back in, which ran away from the Volarin before, and now it's facing down a Nox. So is this where the settling starts to stack? Is Cernif staying out now with some Shy Shields? We'll have to see. But yeah, I don't know if the Mud Shower, what the goal there was for that.
It would feel kind of weird. I don't know. This Cernif, I mean, it is turn 4. You do want it to stay out as long as possible to buff up settling. But now, if you leave Cernif out, you lose access to the Hellfire synergy with Mastion. You'll never be able to do that if you want to keep settling buffs. Water Cutting Lily towards this Volarin, though, as it swaps in for the Wolfie, along with the Fire Tornado, so not too much damage thanks to all of the special defense buffs. And now we do see the Acid Reflux towards this Cernif, doing quite a little bit of damage, down to 44% before the Toxic Ticks ended the turn at 32 and 20 later on.
Yeah, this is interesting. The +2 special defense Volarin comes in to tank that Fire Tornado, and just the Acid Reflux comes out and does really good damage to the Cernif, and Poison Ticks on both are just good all-around damage. I feel like Mr. Rishi's almost outplaying himself a little bit here with some weird moves that he wasn't really making before. He was more pedal to the metal, you could say, before, and now it looks like there's a lot more swapping, and I don't know. This game played out a little weird from Mr. Rishi's side. I feel like he's behind here at this point.
Yeah, it really comes down to the Mud Shower, in my opinion. That was such a strange technique to use at that time. I don't understand any reason why.
It would have been such a good heat up too, which is what I was about to say right as the turn was taking place. I didn't get to say it quick enough, but yeah, it was such a good heat up turn. Yeah, Mud Shower is just like the worst move to click, it feels like. But Barnshee comes in, takes half damage on that wind attack, and now this is super free madness buff.
Yeah, I mean, after the bush, so Cernif does heal itself a little bit, knocks off that Toxic Tick, so it's at 42% now, working its way back up. Revitalize could come in next turn. And Noxolotl, though, with that Madness buff, he does hurt himself, but he's still in the green, very healthy, 70%. And the +2 special defense, +2 special attack. Next time that Acid Reflux comes for you, Cernif, it will hit so much harder.
Yes, I see some good points, Arkham Knight in the chat. Yeah, so he took the Drakash out, casted Bush, so he didn't get the synergy. So the Drakash coming in the couple turns he was out and went away, his impact was like negative. he feels like he didn't get anything done and just took damage and didn't activate anything. And up to this point, his most impressive temp for me, which I think has been such a huge reason of his undefeated run, has been Drakash. So it feels like it flopped a little bit here in the beginning. And he's back into the tank again here on turn 6.
Yeah, I mean, we are still far from over. We're still on turn 6. Rishi does still have quite a lot of... I mean, everyone has a lot of health remaining. Drakash still about 50, Cernif 42 and healing. And he does still have Revitalize on Cernif and Kinu, so it's certainly not over yet. Just kind of an interesting situation. Yeah, now Barnshee swaps back out, so it only came in to take those hits. Now Kinu coming in, giving a nice little buff towards this Cernif, protecting it from future hits. Tsubaki doesn't want Noxolotl anymore, switches to the Grumper. Grumper Volerend versus Cernif Keanu. We do get the revitalized synergy now, healing up just the Cernif. So I'm sorry, there's no synergy at all. And now Noxious Bomb going right back down to where it was. Still a very good revitalize though, keeping Cernif in the green.
Yeah, this is Grumper's first showing here in this match. Parked next to its probably the Tem it loves to kill the most, Volerend. So yeah, the Nox leaves the battlefield. In comes Grumper. Nox got that free madness buff, so it's gonna forever be a problem. And the more Mr. Ishii plays this out, it just feels more and more like he's almost decided that he's all in on the Cernif. I mean, I don't know. His swaps are just taking hits. They're not doing anything when they come in. He might have just put all his eggs in the Cernif basket already, which doesn't really fare well against the Nox and Volerend basket.
Now Tsubaki swapping Grumper back out before it does anything. I guess just wanting to fight that Drakash. Bringing Nox back in before the Noxious Bomb towards this Keanu, down to 20% into the red. And Keanu uses Stonewall. Yeah, just like you mentioned, really working on this Cernif, buffing up +5 defense now and +3 special defense. Would have been +5 if Drakash had stayed out one more turn for that bush, but neither here nor there.
Yeah, Keanu giving its health pool for some extra defenses on Cernif. Everybody buckle in. We're in for a long one here. We have Cernif on both teams, and a Nox Auto to boot, plus a anaerobic bowler. I mean, we just have turn 30 written all over this match here. So it's gonna be a long one. So let's dig in here. Let's see some Karth emote, sleeping Karth coming in. All right.
You know, as much as we do see that pressure, Rishi does have the ingredients to deal with Tsubaki's stallers. With Mastion and Drakash for Cernif, Barnshi for Noxolotl, and Volerand is already at half health. I mean, you could just hit it with a few more water-cutting lilies and tornadoes, and it would be enough. Yeah, we do see Tsubaki retreating. Volerand for Cernif of his own. Wants to get things started. Rishi bringing his Keanu back, says this protector buff or revitalize later on will be worth so much more than the sacrifice now. And yes, we do see Cernif revitalizing Drakash back up to 70% before the Toxicant comes through. Pretty good swap, not taking much damage from the attack itself, but the 12% from the Toxic ticks is just so much damage in the scheme of things. Drakash back down to 50.
Yes, Raid Ball Cernif using his abilities on other Tems. You don't see that very often. Yeah, healing the Drakash up, but it just kind of goes right back down to where it was. And now this is just a weird situation. Does he finally press buttons on Drakash, or are we just taking Drakash out again and Keanu's coming back for one final special defense buff? I mean, they're both settling Cernifs, so there's a good chance Tsubaki's Cernif is here to stay, even in the face of Drakash, because I don't know, just Drakash it seems like a scared little lizard just running away all the time. Maybe this is just a bait by Tsubaki, maybe trying to get that damage out of Drakash, maybe get it in a trance. There's a lot of options here.
Ooh, and Rishi decides to bring his Cernif back, negating every single settling buff he's gotten so far to give a protector buff to his Drakash. Water Cutting Lily incoming now from the Cernif towards Drakash. Does survive with a little bit of HP left. It'll be 10% at the end of it all. Hellfire coming through. Nice damage towards Cernif, but nothing onto this Noxolotl. Acid Reflux will be more than enough for this Keanu. And Drakash is down into the red. Too far. Toxic Ticks will be bringing him down. Double KO for Tsubaki.
Oh no, yeah, this is unraveling kind of quick here for Mr. Ishii. It's up to Mastion to save us with his damage here to get us out of this turn 30 stall possibly. If Mastion goes down, I mean, it's just I think even with Mastion, this game looks rough. Cernif just got removed, lost all settling buffs. It is really tanky, but it just doesn't do any damage. Tsubaki has a good grip on this game right now.
Yeah, Rishi bringing Cernif back in now. starting the clock over again. As Tsubaki brings Grumper in for Noxalotl. I was thinking Grumper for Cernif, but I guess, oh, he's going for the bush instead. He had something up his sleeve, gives himself evasion for the turn. Mastion can't hurt him. 2 turns of regeneration and keeps his settling buff alive with the +2 special defense synergy as well. That was a great read and play from Tsubaki.
That move is just so sick with the synergy. My God, Bamboozle, 2 turns of regen, and 2 special defense. You can't beat that. That's such a good move with the synergy activated. Yeah, so Cernif comes back out. Here we are. Grumper's looking it down. It's just, I don't know. It feels kind of hopeless. There's not a lot of damage being done per turn. It's just buffs and pushes and revitalizes. So Mr. Rishi's down 5 to 3 Tems. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, definitely climbing the mountain, getting knocked down, crushed by a couple of rocks along the way, but Rishi's still trying to climb. We have to commend him for that at the very least. He's been doing so well this entire tournament. Maybe a little flustered by the name on the other side of this arena, but certainly Rishi, if anybody, Rishi can pull this through today. So we do have Tsubaki now swapping out the Grumper. Only came in long enough to give Cernif that special defense bump, and now Noxalotl finds his way back out. Water cutting Lily going towards this Noxalotl, meant for the Grumper, would have done so much more, but instead revitalize on Noxalotl, healing it so much more than what damage was done. But then Cernif survives with just the 2% remaining. 1 more regen left on the clock, ending the turn on 12, but he's used his revitalize. He doesn't have a bush online right now. Cernif has to leave or die.
That didn't do anything to Nox. Wow, that Meteor Swarm was weak. Interesting. I thought that was going to do a little bit more damage than that. And was Cernif surviving too? Ugh, that was rough. And now Mastion here has options with just constant damage, but it's just not enough to get through these defenses, it feels like. Even if Cernif goes down, which I imagine is being swapped out here, Volfi feels pretty good to bring in. Yeah, there's just a lot of options for Tsubaki and not so many options for Mr. Rishi.
I don't know how much of an impact this Cernif will have later on, though, if he does swap out. Yeah, he does. He decides to stay in, go for the water cutting Lily, maybe thinking similarly to what I was, but only 20% done to this Mastion. Toxic and going in as well, doubling into it before the flaming meteorite, of course, going towards this Noxalotl. Maybe not, of course. Noxalotl does survive. 8% remaining, knocks it into trance, gives it that nice little bit of regen, even more special attack, special defense, and Rishi rests the Cernif, doesn't go for any techniques, not able to knock out this Noxalotl that survived, or do anything towards this Cernif that just won't leave.
Maybe that was the moment to press to go for it. I mean, there's not a lot of settling stacks, so the damage isn't that high, but it was down to 8%. I don't know. It feels pretty bad now with that trance proc in there. I don't know, man. It's so close. It feels like it's so close, but so far from Mr. Ishii. Both these annoying Tems are just down in the teens, and it just feels like you can't get there.
Yeah, you've got 2 of the stalliest stallers in the game right now, just kind of laughing at you, saying, Rishi, you tried. You keep on trying. We're still here. You haven't knocked either of us down just yet. I mean, good luck. Try again next time. Cernif does get the revitalize off towards Noxalotl, instead condemning itself with this Embers on Mastion. Cernif falls down for Tsubaki, but Noxalotl now back up above 50% with 1 regen left to go and so much special defense buffed.
Yeah, Cernif just sacrificed to get the final heal off. Noxalotl wakes up, super healthy now. Looking at like it's time to just do some more acid reflux. Why not?
Did Cernif on Rishi's side rest again? Didn't go for anything towards that Nox?
I believe it did. Yeah, actually, I think it did rest again. Huh.
I guess potentially not wanting to risk waking up the Nox and letting it attack. if it did indeed click on something. I mean, I guess that works. The Cernif doesn't have Sweatband, so stamina is going to be a problem with Water-Cutting Lily and Bush taking up so much. But yeah, I mean, now Tsubaki did lose his first Tem in Cernif. That is a big loss. His only Revitalize can no longer heal anyone other than his Volvi. And Barnshi coming out for Rishi, wanting to challenge this Noxolotl, but +4 special defense. Plague going through to Barnshi, now below 50%. And Water-Cutting Lily on this Cernif towards Volvi, doing so much damage. Acid Reflux, though, on its way out. Cernif, are you prepared? You've got your buffs. So much damage going through. Barnshi goes down. Cernif, after the Toxic Tick, has 5% remaining. It needs to do something, or it is going down this turn.
Yeah, I think that's the GG. Yeah, here it is. That's the concede. The Nox was just so annoying for Mr. Rishi. He just couldn't. It just the poison ticks, the acid reflux. It's just so obnoxious when you can't actually get that kill.
Yeah, Tsubaki does take the win. I want to say it felt close, but it was pretty much in control of Tsubaki for quite a while there. I mean, I think that at the very beginning, things felt pretty nice for Rishi. I mean, certainly with all of that fire presence and no Platypus on Tsubaki's side, it seemed like it was all in Rishi's hands, but maybe a few misplays, maybe a few really good reads from Tsubaki, and he just found his way to the finish.
Yeah, looking back at that match, when I think about those turns, I know he was trying to dance around Trance and not proc it without, wanting to get that kill without procking it. When he brought that Jakash in the first time, I feel like there was a big opening there if Jakash was just more effective to some degree, whether it was all in for a kill because there's no stacks on Nox at that point, or maybe just doing some single target damage to the non-Nox slot, something other than Mud Shower. I mean, I'm curious to see how that game would play out.
Yeah, so we are working into the second game now. Rishi versus Tsubaki in the semifinals. Tsubaki up by 1 game. It doesn't look like they've made any changes to their teams going into it so far. And Rishi does ban the Naga first, same as last time. Tsubaki taking down the Volorant, doesn't want to fight it, leading with Volorant and Barnshi.
This is playing out very similar. I mean, Rishi opened up with Barnshi first last game too, and the bans are the same. Let's see how this plays out. Could be just maybe Rishi thinks there's something he could have done different. He just wants to run back the same squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's as weird as this is. I don't know if running so much pressure with that fire center, I don't know if the fires are worth it. I think, as strange as that sounds, looking at Kinu's Cernif and Volfi, I don't know if the fires are worth it for Rishi right now. I think that they've done a lot of work to get him where he is now, but potentially Kinu, Volfi could do more than 2 fire Tems.
Yep, Rishi started with Cernif last game too, but ended up swapping it out pretty early into the game, losing the settling stacks. Tsubaki currently has Bastion highlighted for a ban, which we know went through last game. So, okay, now he's on Raze. We'll see what he decides to do. Looks like he wants the fire to be out of the game, though.
Yeah, Tsubaki's still, I guess, thinking, fire does a lot of damage to my team. I do have the answers. Grumper and Volfi have some earth. Platypus has some water, but it's nicer not to think about it. But now he's looking at that Volfi as well. He does decide to ban Volfi instead. Tsubaki realizing he handled the fires pretty well last time, and he thinks he can do it again, picking up his own Grumper. Rishi then following up with the Rise, saying, Tsubaki, you wanted to ban it on me. I think that means I want to bring it with me. I think that means you're afraid. Bringing Kinu Rise into Tsubaki's Platypus now. Final picks coming up.
The Nox is banned out, and if he picks Kinu here, we may be saved from a late game Tsubaki team count. Maybe. Because there's still the Kinu and Volorant possibility, but that's not nearly as bad. So no Nox. Obviously, Mr. Ishii couldn't really deal with it last game, And there comes the Cash to follow it up with his 2-fire lineup. Okay.
That could actually be a big deal for Tsubaki, not bringing Cernif this time, losing out on that Revitalize that he did use on Nox a couple of times. I mean, he does have Kinu. It is the same but different. You know, there's a lot of things still at play here. Tsubaki, of course, I mean, we've seen him in the past. He has multiple Tems for the same purpose, typically. So you ban one of them, he surprises you with another. This is a little bit more straightforward, though, and Kinu's certainly feeling pressure from Drakash and Rise if they ever decide to find themselves in the field at the same time. But currently, I believe this is the same lead that we had last game.
I think it was, right? Just with the Nox swapped in the Volfi slot, but with no Nox being banned out, it's we got a Platimus here. It looks not as juicy without the possible trans proc. So I'm curious if Rishi just fires off into this Volaran here, and if the Kinu still comes in.
Yeah, Tsubaki maybe thinking the same thing, brings Kinu in for Volaran, buffs up his Volfi just a little bit, going for the Plague towards this Barnshu. We saw it do quite a bit of damage last time. Neutrality, though, means it won't be trapped, and it won't be exhausted, so Bamboozle towards this Cernif. Not doing anything this turn, but could potentially save it from a hit now. You never know what Tsubaki was thinking about doing for this coming turn.
Kind of reversing things there from what I kind of expected. Instead of buffing the Volaran, the anaerobic Volaran, buffing the Volfi. Okay, so Volfi seemed pretty valuable to Tsubaki early on here. Now Cernif can chill with its Bamboozle, stack more settling. And we still have 2 fires in the back that, you know, at any time feel decent, except in the Grumper and Platimus.
You know, in a way, this is a bit of a reverse from the last game. Last time we saw Rishi turn 1 swapping out Barnshe for that Kinu, and then Shy Shield going fully defensive, now a little bit more offensive. And Kinu swapping it instead from Tsubaki's on turn 1. But now we have Volaran finding its way back out on the field. And Kinu, good old trusty Kinu, coming in for Rishi, buffing up this Cernif for the Water Cutting Lily. No Shy Shields this time, much more offensive. Says, listen, I am evading right now. You can't hurt me. I am going for it. But now the Stonewall towards this Volaran. That is already so strong. +2 defense, +1 special defense on an aerobic Volaran.
Oh, the snare on Volaran just caught the sweatband for Cernif. That's a pretty big deal. Oh, the Cernif needs sweatband so bad. So good anticipated swap by Tsubaki there to catch that sweatband.
Yeah, that is always the scariest thing in the world. Can you lose your most valuable item? Realistically, I mean, this Cernif, it needs Sweatband. It needs Sweatband so much more than your Rise needs a Fire Chip, more than your Kinu needs Takma Mask or Rock Shield. Yeah, now Rishi, feeling the pain, brings Barnshe out for this Cernif. 2 mental Tems now, staring down Kinu and Volaran. Revitalize, though, going for Volaran, back up to 100%. Followed up by the Hypnosis onto Volaran, so no more attacks coming out this turn.
Yeah, put the Volaran to sleep, and now I have a feeling we're going to see another Stonewall possibly, since there's still not a lot of pressure here. Yeah, chat's let me know that the Sweatband was snared the same way last game, right, by the Vola, so the Vola swaps were just, I guess it's something you can look for, right? Because I thought the Vola was staying in on turn 1, but the fact that the Vola swapped out, maybe should have been a sign to Mr. Ishii that it was coming back to catch that sweatband.
Yeah, I mean, especially, that was a fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me situation. Rishi losing his sweatband the same way twice. Betaverse towards this Kinu now as Drakash finds his way out on the field, and yes, another Stonewall onto Sleeping Beauty. Volaran wakes up at the end of the turn much stronger than it was when it went to sleep.
Okay, that Volaran's +4 defense. All right, so this was the point of the game last game that I think things started to fall apart with the Drakash swap. I think it's really important here to utilize this Drakash here. There's no trance to worry about. It's only +2 special defense on Volaran, so it's not really bad, but it's not, doesn't feel that great. But Cash needs to do something. I'm still looking at a heat up here. I thought heat up was good last game. I still think heat up feels really good here. He might not run heat up. I don't know. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, depends on how the Trikash is built. We do have the Rise coming through, though, so potentially this Hellfire with Synergy. Demoralize on Kinu and Voloran. Kinu swapping out, though, knowing something's coming, bringing Wolfie in to take the Hellfire. And of course, Voloran won't take too much damage from this. Wolfie a little bit more, but still not bad, considering Wolfie can push himself later, get it all back, and he's challenging both Drakash and Rise so much with Dust Vortex able to come through now.
I can only assume at this point there's no heat up for Drakash because it just feels like these turns were so good for it. And Wolfie gets swapped in, dodges that Hellfire, and it just tickled Voloran. That really wasn't that effective at all. And as each turn goes on, it just feels like Tsubaki's just getting tankier and tankier in multiple ways. And Rishi's main late game Tem, which was swapped out, lost settling procs, and its sweatband is Cerny. So it's looking rough again.
Yes, indeed. Rishi, though, bringing Cerny back on, and Tsubaki treating Fluffy like a queen, bringing Voloran back for this Grumper. Bush Synergy, there we go. Wolfie healing himself back up from any damage taken prior. Not at risk this turn.
One thing I want to talk about is, I'm sorry to cut you off there. I don't know if it was intentional, maybe trying to dodge Noxious bombs in a certain way, but the swap in order was a little back there. He buffed the Rise and not the Cerny. So don't know how significant that would be. I don't know if you ever really need Rise to be buffed. That doesn't seem very important. And it is your Cerny. So yeah, so the Rise is now +1/+1, and the Cerny stays at +1/+1.
Yeah, I don't know how much damage this Rise will be doing later on, but we do have it swapping back out now for Kinu again. Are we going to see the chain Kinu Rise, Kinu Rise, Kinu Rise, buff and demoralize over and over again? Now the Kinu coming back out again for Tsubaki, buffing up Wolfie before the plague comes through for Cerny. Exhaustion will be so big now without this sweatband. If Cerny decides to go for the water cutting lily, it does. That is 27. That is 77% stamina for one water cutting lily.
Yeah, we're just in the forever loop of Kinu Rise, Stonewall, Bush, buffs. I miss the old Gallus, the heat up Hydo Gallus, kill your whole squad Gallus, power of God Gallus. That's how I'm feeling right now watching this.
Yeah, we're very interesting situations. I mean, we complained about Gallus so much, we didn't know how good we might have had it.
Yeah, it's I'm looking and I don't want to go out on a limb here, but I think I might know Rishi's next move. It might be Kinu coming in. I don't know. Something's calling to me. It seems odd, but let's see what happens here. Maybe he throws us for a loop.
Yeah, I mean, if we do see the Kinu come in, it'll be nice towards this Cerny. Phrase does swap out for this Kinu. Yeah, there it is. There it is indeed. I wonder if Rise is coming out again next turn. Dust Vortex does go through towards this Kinu, though, so, it was a good swap. It wasn't just for the Protector buff. He didn't want Rise to take that unnecessary earth damage.
Like the new Gallus, they did a great job with the rework. They turned it into a deer. Yeah, look at it. Yeah, look at it go.
I don't know about that. Gallus could die before. It was hard, but it could die. Cerny for this revitalize with this bush, it's pretty much a god at this point.
I'm so entertained by chat. But yeah, the Voloran it seems like the main concern if I'm Mr. Rishi, because when I look at these late game threats, I like to look how they match up against each other. And Cerny can go +5/+5, and Voloran can tank up 2, and Voloran's just always going to be doing 2 times, while Cernif's doing nothing. So I think that's just always going to be the problem here in this matchup. You get rid of the Nox, well, deal with my Bowler end.
You know, I'm really surprised that Rise came out there for that Kinu. That was a big move. Didn't see it coming. Very, very cool. Water Cutting Lily, though, from the Cernif towards Platimus does a nice chunk of damage, down to 68 because it outsped that Stonewall. If Stonewall went first, it would have been much nicer, much easier to take.
Here at turn 10, not a single Tem is below 50%. There's green and red arrows all over my screen. Yeah, we're taking this one turn at a time here. We do have a Platimus appearance, though, so we'll see what he brings to the table. He doesn't want to go into that Cernif, but he loves looking at that Rise. But, oh, Cernif's out. We're losing set lane again. Okay.
Yeah, that's interesting. Barnshee comes on out, and then Rise swaps for the Kinu. What? Why? I've never seen that happen before. Protector buff towards this Barnshee. Kinu retreating from Tsubaki's side as well for Fluffy the Wolfie. Oh, I'm sorry. Fluffy is a Volarend. I am too used to things. Arushiel comes out towards the Kinu, though. 4 ticks of toxic damage won't be enough on its own, but certainly soon.
I am so sick of this little green alien. Please kill it. I don't want to see any more swaps to this thing with its big eyes. This is what we just everything going to be +5 at the end. What are we doing here? Are we just going? Are we going to lose a Tem? We're just going to go 5.
Boy.
Again.
You know, I have a poem if you'd like. Settling here, settling there. There are Cernifs everywhere. I miss the meadow where games ended quick. Now we're stuck with the Cernif pick. Time to sleep, time to rest. Without Cernif, I'm not the best. Only one solution. Oh man, time to hit the Instaban.
Yeah, but then you just have to deal with Nox or Saku or Volarend. Baki, amazing player. He's found a comp here that this looks painful. Like if I'm Rishi, I'm feeling like, man, what do you do? There's just tank stats everywhere.
Yeah, this is... Rise came back out. Didn't know if you were expecting that one. Tornado towards this Kinu. We've seen it do damage before, but not that much this time. 59%. I was expecting maybe 5 or 6% more, but I don't know why necessarily. Nox just bumped towards this Rise, thinking Kinu is staying in. Tsubaki, what are you thinking? Rise, of course, comes back out, slows you down, takes your hits, and runs away.
Yeah, I just, we're making a lot of jokes, reading some Kai passes. These players, obviously, there's a lot on the line, doing what they need to win. And Rishi, I think he identified that he can't just kill Tsubaki's Tems. He's hoping to somehow get into a late game turn 30 situation where he has more Tems alive. Or honestly, at this point, it might just be higher health percentages because we might not lose any Tems with the way the Kiwi buffs are being tossed around.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams now have been developed to survive Tem on Tem that just heals itself, buffs itself, keeps it going. Now Rise dropping physical, or I'm sorry, only from Grumper. Yes, Platimus is determined, so Roar doesn't do a thing to this Platimus. That's actually a pretty good situation for Tsubaki. Minus attack would have been a pretty big deal.
Yeah, Platimus gets to dodge that. That might not really be that huge of a deal in the grand scheme of things. But hey, dodging that minus attack good nonetheless. Kinu's in the back, just losing its HP over time to the poison ticks. Could be making another appearance here. Cernif's only +2/+2, so we still have 3 more swaps to go. I don't even know if Kinu survives to get there, but we'll see.
Oh no. Yeah, Rise does swap out indeed again for Little Green Alien Kinu friend. One more buff to rule them all. Cernif coming on through. Tsubaki bringing in his Kinu as well.
This has to be an attack into the slot of Kinu slot. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Aquatic Whirlwind going towards this Kinu. I mean, I don't think that you were expecting Rise to stay in. You did do enough damage for the Toxic Ticks to bring it down, so Cernif won't be finding perfect buffs anytime soon. The damage may already be done. 3 is quite a lot. and Drakash is still around for this Bush synergy.
Here we go. We got one Keanu down. So the swaps are minimized to some effect. Just kidding. Here's Rise.
Yeah, that Rise, unexpected ol' Rise coming in, trying to bait another water technique from this Platamus, but I mean, Barnshi's just going to come in and not quite mind it, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, there's just always feels like there's not a lot of damage present. It's just, well, at some point you'd think Rishi needs to stop taking a Cernif out. He's losing that settling every time, and it's been like 2 or 3 different times that Cernif's come out of play. So at some point, I think Cernif has to stay.
Yeah, swapping the Cernifs, that always feels so weird when it's settling. I mean, you see, the reason that settling works so well is because it comes out on turn 1 or 2, and you find yourself on turn 25 with all of those stacked buffs, and your water cutting Lily with your War Drum Gialis standing next to you is just so destructive. But instead, we have our 1 or 2 turns, and Cernif is swapping out.
Cernif leaves the field. All right.
We have Barnshi coming in to say hi to his friend Rise. Fluffy, the Volarend, I got it this time. Volarend. So probably, oh no, the Sharbrain coming through. Rise stays in to take the hit, and it survives. 3.2% remaining. Firestorm now going down on this Volarend. Not going to do too much thanks to all of those special defense buffs that we saw in the first 10% of these turns.
Yeah, when looking at the end of the game in terms of HP and Tems, that almost feels like it's going to seal the deal. I'm confused what that turn was, because Cernif once again loses its settling stacks. I know its stamina was low, but it looks like he wants the Barnshi to target the Platamus, which I understand. But why is the Rise staying in? I mean, I don't know. That the game.
I mean, Rise could have stayed in thinking Noxious Bomb or Toxic Ink was coming instead. Maybe the Urushiel, but now Cernif finds his way back out. Tornado towards this Platamus. Finally, a really good technique. Lots of potential damage. 38% followed up by the Urushiel towards this Cernif. Now Toxic ticks ×4. Doesn't care about your buffs. And now Volarend with this Noxious Bomb on Barnshi. Not doing too much, but still bringing it down below half health. Could be very big.
Yeah, let's get these Urushiels cracking here. That's one way to kill some Tems. I mean, obviously, Barnshi doesn't care, but, let's get them out when we can. We need to get some HP down.
I mean, that's certainly a good way to handle things, though. If Tsubaki is able to use these Urushiels along with Plague on Volphy to keep Cernif's stamina down, Bush won't be able to proc it off forever. It's going to go down to those Toxic ticks sooner or later.
All right, someone in chat pointing out the Bush coming. Okay, Cash coming in for some +5 special defense at the end of it. Yeah.
Unless we see Rise.
Could see Rise. +4 speed, -4 speed, -2 speed. Let's make it -3. Who cares? They're already slow. Let's just really slow it down.
It's a good thing Naga didn't come through. Yeah, but I mean, looking at these teams right now, Tsubaki does have the advantage. Platamus making its way off. Doesn't want to take any more hits. Grumper instead taking its place. Still 100% HP. And yes, that Bush indeed does clear off the Toxic ticks on Cernif. Save it for a turn. And Windburst going towards this Grumper. Noxious Bomb, though, doesn't really care about your Bush. It hits your Barnshi instead into the red. 17% remaining. And still so much health remaining for Tsubaki. I mean, as low as 10, still has 38%. Rishi, on the other hand, Rise with 3%, Barnshi with 17%, and Keanu with 0. Ooh, and we do have the concede coming through. Rishi saying, you know what, Tsubaki, this time you're the victor.
Yeah, it feels rough, Mr. Ishii. He said he had such a clean run with, his such a damage heavy. It felt like comp, just really cranking out fire moves and damage across the board. And then he runs into Tsubaki, who just has all types of stall, tanky stats. And Tsubaki played it really well, but I'm sure there's some comp problems there where it's just that tank is just a problem.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Tsubaki's team is built to be the tankiest of the tanky right now. So it just wasn't enough in the tanks for Rishi to pull it through. Now let's see. With that victory, we'd almost forgotten that Alola versus Setsuka went on earlier, went by so quickly. Setsuka with a 2-0. So it'll be Tsubaki versus Setsuka in the finals, and Rishi versus Alola just before that in the third place decider match.
Yeah, so we're going to take a small break here, and we'll talk a little bit about the third place match coming up. There'll be two new. There's going to be who we swapping out for. Blue Sapphire and Potestas will be coming in for that match. Like you said, Alola versus Mr. Rishi. And just to give everybody a heads up, what we're looking at, there's only one Cernif, all right, and it's on Rishi's side. So should be pretty fast paced, I think.
And I don't think that Alola necessarily cares about that Cernif. Keep in mind, Alola's running Drakash and Rise, along with Nidrasil and Voloran. So a lot of Toxic and Fire that could just threaten out Cernif and not even let it set up.
Yeah, so they're actually pretty similar, right? They both have Drakash and Rise. Rishi has that third Fire 10 Mastion. And then, Kinus and Volfis and Volorens. And there's a Nidrasil that's different. Alola has a Nidrasil that, from the matches that we saw Alola, he didn't play Nidrasil very often. Nidrasil didn't seem to make the cut. And then Rishi has his Cernif that he's been playing a lot with his Size Munch and Gialis combo. So yeah, it should be a pretty good match.
I think that Tukai will be quite a big deal for Alola as well, bringing Sharp Rain towards all of these Fire Tems. So that certainly will be nice. Alola is fan favorite name, and Rishi going so far in this tournament, going undefeated up until the semifinals. The third match decider will be just as good as the finals.
Absolutely. And we're going to have the Setsuka Tsubaki final then afterwards. But I think now we're going to take it to a short break, get some coffee, get food, whatever you're doing, and we'll be ready for that third place match.
You've probably heard this many times before. You have the potential to do whatever you want, and to become whoever you decide to become. You are capable of fulfilling all of your dreams and desires, every single one of them. Do you believe that it's possible? The stark reality is that tamers everywhere do not believe in themselves. They do not believe in the path that lies ahead. They do not believe in their Temtem. They do not believe in their training. If you want to make your future a success, you have got to believe. The only thing that ever stops you from reaching the top of the mountain is yourself. There can be no limits. There can be no slowing down. You're on a fast track to success, baby, and you can never quit. You must believe. Everything is possible. The Roadhouse Rumble is going to tear your defenses apart. It's going to shred you down to nothing. It's going to leave you wishing your mama was still cradling you. You have got to rise above. Be better. Be faster. Be stronger. There's $1,000 at the end of the road. We'll see you on the other side. Temtem up, tamers. The only thing that ever stops you from reaching the top of the mountain is yourself. There can be no slowing down. There's $1,000 at the end of the road. We'll see you on the other side.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Roadhouse Rumble Temporium GG. We are in our third place match, Ishir versus Alola. My name is Blue Sapphire, here joined with Potestus. We are going to see who will be taking home the money for the Roadhouse Rumble. Potestus, are you ready for some fired up Tems?
Well, welcome to the other side of the road. This match is about money. And it's actually about $100 and $150. And this is just the match for place 3. I mean, come on, who doesn't like a little bit of a bonus, you know, at the end of a stressful and exciting tournament?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what these tamers can do. Again, as you mentioned, it is the money match, so they cannot hold back, no holds barred. If they want the dollar, they gotta work for it like a blue-collar Gaialis. So, gotta bring it to the table.
So, these players didn't get torn down by the road. They stayed ahead. They took a pit stop, but they are still going. They still have some gas left in their tanks. And let's see how much that is and how they fare against each other. It's Mr. Rishi versus Alola.
Yes, very interesting. It'll be Once they get into match, of course, we will be taking a look at how they play. But Rishi, running that triple fire, actually powered his way through the semis, the top 16s, and the quarters and the top 16 cut. He powered through them, but once he hit that brick wall, of course, the fires did not work out in his favor. But this is where he has a shine. He still has opportunities for that third place position. Alola, of course, also very good player against Setsuka, fell quite short, but still the possibilities are there. It will
Here we
be
go.
interesting to watch. Yeah,
Finally.
here we go.
Alola coming in place 7th, beating FZEC that we have seen quite a bit on stream, and now versus Rishi, deciding what to ban out.
This will be a monstrous battle, and for sure it'll be a bloody one. Rishi running that Cerny, of course, in preparation versus Alola. At least he has that back pocket idea. As you all have seen, the Cerny very, very solid. So solid, in fact, that it is impregnable. It breaks your opponent's spirit so much that they concede. So, again, Ishir has that in the back pocket. Of course, Alola does not want to allow speed control on his side, so removing the Rise instead, but of course has access to that Noxalotl, has access to that Ninjasil, has access to that Volorant, and also, most importantly, he has access to the devastating combination that is Kinu and Mix versus that Cerny.
But then again, Alola has access to the hypnosis of Kinu and Grandpa, and if the spirit of Mr. Rishi after this last game isn't broken, Alola tries to break it even further with the flashbacks of the hypnosis metas. So be excited to see if that comes into play.
Exactly. Let's hope Rishi isn't too broken, or otherwise this might be one hell of a match for Alola. Of course, we have yet to see his dual picks. We'll be picking up the Volorant into Rise. Again, that speed control is incredibly important, especially against aerobic Volorants, which Ishir has, or Rishi has. Science is going to be picked up as well, so he's going to be eating that Demoralize straight to the face. Interesting choice of Thames there. Did not want to get it banned, of course, but now that leaves his Gaialis exposed. He could just lose Gaialis here, and the bonuses would not be beneficial, but of course, if he does not ban Cerny or Kinu here, you'll be playing into that devastating tank ball game.
Actually, the Gaialis is not a bad ban here, as Alola might just pick up the Drakesh and, with Gaialis on its own and mix, this Gaialis could be a real threat from Rishi's side onto Alola's team, only rocking the Rise. Going with the Kinu, but most certainly the Gaialis would have been a fine choice as well. And here we see the Hypnosis left over in Grandpa. And Mr. Rishi instantly picks up this Gaialis. He knows exactly what he wants against Alola's team.
Yeah, Mix is going to be picked up here as well by Alola. And as you mentioned, Drakash is also on the plate. Of course, with that size bunch on the field, it's not as confident to pick up Drakash, so maybe perhaps a Gaialis is perfectly reasonable as well. Have that threat against that Wolfie aside from that damage. But if you do pick up that Gaialis, then you leave Ishir or Rishi open to that Cerny pickup, and I wouldn't be surprised if you did. Again, we're seeing Cerny pretty much be the MVP of these matches, just being indestructible, and it will be picked up. We will see if Alola can break this wall, or if this wall will stand tall. Rishi versus Alola. The opening will be that Size Munch Volorant into this Rise Volorant as well. Mirror matches all round. We'll have to see what it does.
The speed drop turn 1 actually is pretty significant to both Volorant and Size Munch. Both of these Thames doesn't really like that Size Munch, obviously more of an offensive Tem. But if it hits second, it might just be that. And here we see Gaialis preparing maybe for that Size Max spread. Clap.
Yeah.
Can't speak, but Grandpa on the field now.
Yeah, swapping in that Grandpa and the Gaialis. The Gaialis gonna get thrown on into the Gaialis immediately. Aerobic Volorant will get that buff up straight up. Size Munch will also heat up here just to bolster his strength and is preparing to go rock bottom. But that Grandpa biggest threat on the field. Of course, Hypnosis most likely now fastened the Side Munch as Side Munch was sped down. There is no way to prevent this, so perhaps a swap here for Rishi might be recommended. Gyalis, of course, does have that damage output, but how fast is fast enough? Gyalis most likely not faster than a max speed Grandpa, so again, momentum going the way of Lola just because of that speed pacing, and we go again. When the Gatling comes out, Gyalis will be taking that hit, and again, Hypnosis might go fast, and that is the important part, and in fact it does, so Cyrus does not get the opportunity to get that rock bottom to work. Put to sleep, will be off duty for the time being, but Crystal Bite will trade the Grandpa in time. Doesn't go below 50% HP, so still with massive potential and has Hyperkinetic Strike and Turbo Choreography most likely available.
Yeah, and this Valorant, the Grandpa took a lot of damage, but this Valorant is at +2 already and might look towards +3 eventually. And at this point, just sprinkle in a Turbo Choreography here or there, and this will do some heavy damage later in the game. Speaking of Hyperkinetic Strike, here it comes onto the Gyalis. How much does it do?
Yeah. Oh, it does quite a bit, but it survives just barely at 7.3% HP. Turbo Choreography applied, and oh no, he thought he could speed up before that happens, but unfortunately, the other way around occurs, and Sidewalk wakes up. Rock Bottom is on the field, and he gets played. He goes last, and the roar comes in. The Gorilla comes in and crushes down. It doesn't do enough damage, however, because these are wind temps. But look at that devastation. Grandpa now at risk of a sharp stab, but Turbo Choreography was played, so this Gyalis is no longer safe. The Side Munch done its duty, but it is unable to perform any more damage.
What a turn and what a 5-head play from Mr. Rishi. Dude, this speed TVs need to be calculated on point, and dude, what a play. Double nashing Side Munch into the wreck, but a little bit like the Valorant didn't really one-shot the Gyalis. The wreck did a lot of damage, but not quite took care of the Grandpa, and suddenly both Mr. Rishi and Lola are stuck here with some low life temps, and I know for sure both of these can handle these situations. Don't think Tsubaki-chan is particularly well equipped. I don't think he has maybe very much practice with low level temps, but low life temps, but here it goes. Mix comes in for Lola, maybe a second swap as well with the Grandpa.
Yeah,
no, Windburst comes out.
Connects. Ooh, just sacrifices the Gyalis here, understands that Side Munch's duty is done, does not necessarily need to heat up again, but he sets up the mix. Thank you very much, says Alola, as Side Munch has sort of, unfortunately, shot his own foot there. Gyalis gambited for exchange of damage, but not necessarily the damage he wanted. Now Side Munch set up the mix very nicely. Rock Bottom would be excellent here, but with Hyperkinetic Strike available along with that energy manipulation, it is very questionable if the Side Munch will be able to even get those off.
And now the question also is this Valorant actually faster than the Side Munch? Otherwise he could just repeat the play that he did before, but I do think with the Hyperkinetic Strike, as you said, should take care of the Side Munch. And there's not really a good swap in here for Mr. Rishi.
Oh, refuses to leave. Hyperkinetic Strike will connect on the Side Munch. Now EM will be devastating, and in fact that will be the play. Side Munch is sacrificed here for the sake of glory. Another gambit on the side of Rishi, but we'll see if he tries to feather Gatling the Side Munch. That was interesting there.
Yeah, he wanted to repeat the play again because, well, there's a mix.
He thought he was gonna hypnosis. He thought he was gonna hypnosis, and it didn't occur. He tried to outplay Alola, but unfortunately the gambit does not work. Sacrifices the monkey for naught, and again Alola still has the triple threat on the team, but of course the superhero, the favorite tem of the chat and the tournament, Cerneef.
Can Cerneef make this work all on his own? Yeah, so the play Mr. Rishi anticipated was this hypnosis into the Side Munch, and therefore would have been faster. Further getting the Side Munch then would enable Side Munch wreck and killing Mix and the Grandpa, but instead there was no Side Munch to wreck here.
Devastating. The only person he wrecked was himself there. Volarant will be swapped and Hypnosis finally thrown out here to put the Volarant to sleep. So nothing there for the side of Rishi. However, Watercolor Lily will be thrown out and picks off that Grandpa, secures that bag. Volarant, though, is set up at maximum speed. He is the fastest bird alive and could cut the Sernif in half if he wanted to. Rise, speak of the devil, he will slow down the Sernif and the Volarant as well. So Rishi does not even get a response. Now threatened without Hyperkinetic Strike to shut it down.
And if I remember correctly, this is an aerobic Volarant at -2 speed. So this is crippled quite a bit, to say the least. Lola, for most certainly looking like a win here for him. We have seen this Rise and Mix previously reign supreme on very tanky Sernif, but here we go.
He goes for it. Hyperkinetic Strike gonna wake up the Volarant. What a rude awakening that is. But of course, that allows this Volarant to actually get a move in, and it gets the trade off. Will cut that Volarant in half. Says, get out of my game. Will shut out Alola's Volarant, but at what cost? A lot of damage has already been affected. This Volarant, this Wolfie does not have access to Dust Vortex, and Fire Flame will impact the Wolfie first.
Did you see that? The Doppelganger's Brooch actually made it so that was a kill. At -4 special defense, this -2 speed Volarant would not have killed when it wouldn't be for the Doppelganger's Brooch. This is how much this Volarant was crippled just by 2 swap in from Rises.
Of course, and there's still a mix. Unfortunately, there is no longer a tank to hold onto that Sernif, so Rise will have one hell of a job in front of him, which is deal with that Wolfie. The mix comes back out here just to try and do some damage, and damage it will do. The Volarant on the side of Ishir currently still -1 special defense and sped down, so most likely not faster than a Crystal. Spikes might just eat the dust, so Sernif lives here, but the problem is this Rise. Rise has to die if Sernif wants to stay in this fight, but the question is, can the Wolfie give that to him? We'll find out now. Rishi, or for Alola, will swap out the mix here, setting up for the Gaialis. A double gash will be available to pick off this Wolfie before the Rise even gets eliminated out of here. But the guy's gonna get thrown out onto the Rise though, which allows Dust Vortex to be played here for the side of Rishi. Will he use it? He uses Sandstorm instead. Will take that on the Gaialis and the Rise. The Rise gets low. Fire Flame connects on the Volarant, but you let that Volarant have Hyperkinetic Strike. The Rise might gladly eat that. But the question now is, Alola, how does he actually fight back here? Hyperkinetic Strike into Plague might just kill the Gaialis on his side.
Yeah, this Wolfie most certainly looks quite dangerous for Alola. Hyperkinetic Strike here as well. Onto the Gaialis, will it kill? No, it won't. That might be actually game for Alola. As the Volarant overexerts and dies actually. Last ditch effort, and here comes the hook kick. Rip Wolfie, and yeah, that couldn't gone better for Alola. What a turn.
Absolute disaster there for the side of Rishi. Now stuck with just a Sernif. I mean, this isn't the same scenario. Sernif is not set up at all, and his access to ways to kill off the Rise is very little. I'm not sure how he wants to play this out, because Mix could just swap in here and then suddenly you're in a very bad spot. We'll have to see. Does Rishi have something in the tank here? Unfortunately, his Wolfie was just too slow to deal with the Gaialis, and that is what cost him this moment.
35%.
And the Fire Tornado may be fairly coming. Watercolor Lily doing
this will
so
do a lot of
much damage already. And the Fire Tornado will obliterate the Sernif as Alola takes game 1.
And in what fashion? Not Resident Sleeper at all, guys. This was a quick match. This was heat-packed. Not only because Blue Sapphire obviously commentated. You can't have a slow game with Blue as a commentator. No, actually moved their throne. Sernif died in 1 turn. Did not use Revitalize. What a game. And yeah, we are finally back to exciting Temtem here. Yeah. Looking forward to game 2, because I felt like Mr. Rishi, he had the chance, he had the place, but you know, was kind of caught on the back foot.
Yeah, just Absolute monstrosity of a fight there. If I could quote Katy Perry, I am wide awake, ladies and gentlemen, because Game 2 is incoming. And what a bloodbath that was. Both players neither decided to back down, just kept pushing onwards into the fights. Just terminal velocity on both Volerans as well, just going onward, trying to do some damage. We'll see if in these sort of matchups, it's all about the reads, isn't it? You have to read your opponent very well. Otherwise, you will be caught off guard, especially by just the difference in spreads. So again, we'll have to see how these guys decide to play against this. The Rise made a very solid impact, preventing that side smash from being used effectively, and a wrong read at the wrong time cost Rishi that match.
I do think same bans come out. Rise ban for Rishi, and the ban on Alola's side is Nidrasil. Here comes the Size Munch, and we will see how Alola wants to respond to that. Maybe even picking up the mix here, turn 1, and I do like the Rise still very much. I do think that is kind of what won him the game, and yeah, here we go. Mix and Mixed Rise picked up to not only combat this Size Munch, but only limit Mr. Rishi's options here a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Rishi does get the option to pair with Volfeed. This is a solid pairing. That means Rise will not have a good old fun time, but EM is also very, very dangerous. So if you heat up, you're gonna get Fire Flame into some electric energy manipulation. And now Gaialis is now available for ban. You get rid of that pairing with the Gaialis and you are golden. But of course, if you do spend on the monkey, then you don't really have anything to worry about. So decides that Kinu is still the solid ban here. Volerin and Grandpa are also available, solid pickups on the side of Alola. But the question will be a repeat.
Yeah, we do see both players ban Kino, and the reason for that is, well, they kind of don't win the long game here against each other. They, if your opponent for both parties here can't set up with a Kino, you know, they don't have the huge late game tanks like other teams we have seen. So if that Kino can swap in and out and, you know, artificially make a Tem super strong, super tanky, that might just, you know, spoil just defeat for you just by some swaps here and there from a Kino. So Kino ban. Both players deciding a fast match will be in their favor. So here we go, game 2. Alola is up 1 match.
Yeah.
And we will see how this plays out. If Mr. Rishi can come back here, or if Alola actually blue side and winning turn 1.
Yeah, and the big problem here is that Rishi, I mean, we talk about being fast-paced, but ironically, that's not the case. -1 speed immediately on Volfie and Size Munch is going to be a problem, and Alola understands this. Grandpa will be swapped in. He is ready for that Size Munch wreck. He knows he will survive it, and EM gonna come through and look at that damage. Devastation on the side of Size Munch. He cannot stay in for any longer. Plague will connect, though, so Mix is guaranteed dead, but the Grandpa is here to put the Size Munch to sleep. As we saw, again, the Size Munch is way too slow. Heat Up is thrown out, setting up for it. So this will be all about the Volpe picking up the Mix, but aside from that, this Size Munch is most likely not staying in. It's just way too risky at this point in time.
Oh yeah, it will for sure die. This energy manip does 38%, and Grandpa with a hyperkinetic strike with a tornado, maybe even a wind burst, will just outright do the rest of the damage for the Size Munch. And with that being said, you know, there's a Banshee that might be looking to pick up this energy manip and the wind move from this Grandpa. Oh, actually, Hypnosis onto the Wolfie.
Yeah, shutting it down. Assume the Size Munch would go away, so try to remove the Volpe from the equation. C-Spike's gonna get thrown out. He thought the Size Munch was swapping in, so this Crystal Spike is gonna connect into thin air. The Volpe is asleep, but the rock bottom is going to drop and deal a lot of damage. The Mix is out of this planet. The Grandpa survives, but still, the Size Munch does its duty once again and says, "Bring it." Rishi reads correctly.
Yeah, and Alola kind of outplayed himself here a little bit. If you stay in, you kind of want to do the energy manip into the slot anyways. I mean, that was a hard read on that Banshee. Like a super hard read. And now it's punished for it quite a bit.
Gaialis comes in now, avenging the fallen brother. Now, of course, Seismuch no longer is able to wreck this Gaialis into the next universe. So it has to chill out, literally, for the moment. So right now, Seismuch has to leave for the time being. Volarant, Banshee, and Cerneef are the options of swap out. And I'm not gonna lie, all of them look very nice.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially, since there's just a double niche for now for the Skialis available. That probably will go into the Wolfie. And we see a Turbo actually. That is interesting.
Yeah, it's just speeding up the Gaialis for down the line. Seismuch is staying in. Seismuch does not care. He's going all out berserk monkey mode. Grandpa is going to take a lot of damage as well, and now drop to 9.2% HP. This Seismuch, he's a madman. Arrest this man. He is going bananas.
But now it's actually really, really dangerous here for Mr. Rishi. There is a +1 hyperkinetic strike for that Grandpa available. There is a hook kick available on that Gialis. How will he swap to combat that?
Ooh, Windburst connects on the Wolfie. He says, you know what? Fine, you're finally swapping out. Finally, he says, surely the Seismuch doesn't stay in. And even if it does, I will get a free pick off. So the Wolfie will be unfortunately sacrificed for the cause, but now Cerneef comes in for free. And this is what the ideal looks like, ladies and gentlemen. The Volarant is here, threatens the Grandpa, forces the Rise in most likely, and this Gaialis also not as safe as it seems. There's still a lot of setup that Rishi can do, but of course the HKS will be weaker here. Of course the Cerneef will not do as much damage.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe Grandpa can just swap out or just HKS himself. It's this Volarant is aerobic, so every little bit of damage on it can potentially matter and give him a little bit of the edge, and we see exactly that. It's +1 as well.
Yeah, exactly. Every strike will be thrown out. Cut the Volarant's HP, but luckily it survives. Crystal Bite is trying to seal the deal, and it does not do so. So Volarant gets a say in the matter, and Grandpa is sacrificed for the cause. Unfortunately, the cause was not good enough. Grandpa will be leaving the field. The Volarant on the side of Rishi gets an opportunity to say something, and his voice is loud and clear. Gets that Hyperkinetic Strike connecting on the Gaialis. HKS now unlocked, but Sharp Stabs might be coming soon as the Rise inevitably swaps in, slowing down the Volarant once again back to square one.
He doesn't even need the Sharp Stabs, even though I do think it would kill. Well, because there's a Rise here now, and see that? The Volarant back on neutral speed. And who would have thought that Rise would dominate this match quite so like it does? I mean, it's good against the Cerneef. Here comes the Sharp Stab against the Volarant. That was crippled so much by this Rise, and Swallow Cutting Lily.
Ooh, does some decent damage. Fire Flame thrown out. So Cerneef, very, very risky spot here because of this Rise, because of Fire Tornado. Seismuch comes in, he is ready to punch a fool, and I think that fool is going to be Gaialis. Of course the Rise could Fire Tornado, and the Gaialis could still Crystal Bite or Hook Kick into the Seismuch. Both options seem reasonable, but of course Revitalize on the Cerneef is also a chance here. The question is if Seismuch is going to live at all. Defense is up, but special defense is not. This is all about math now. Alola, is he willing to take a gamble? Does he have to take the gamble? Those are two different things, and they are two different outcomes. Volarant will swap in for Alola, wanting to eat that Seismuch wreck if it does occur. Watercolor Lily will be thrown out as well in that position. Overexerts the Cerneef just to do as much damage as possible. Softens the blow for the Volarant, so the Seismuch will most likely be getting that rock. Picks up the rock from the floor and will smack down into the field. It's out of here. Volarant's HP drops low at Gaialis. He's calling him out. Where is that Gaialis? Earthbound rocks to raise his defenses. Now able to resist that strike. Of course, HKS on Alola is available, but so is the Fist of the North Star. Seismuch is ready to rumble.
and this was a close call, but it's still a Rise. It's not the final evolution. It's slow as fuck. So even after a speed drop on the Size Munch and just neutral priority on the wreck, still outspeed that Rise. And after the heat up, that Rise has no say in doing anything anymore after that. So yeah, it's now on Gialis and Valorant, and that doesn't look good because, well, there's 2 stages of defense on the Size Munch because, well, it wrecked twice this round. So yeah, looking really strong here. And would assume just, maybe Mr. Rishi wants to sack his Banshee, maybe revitalize a little bit. He has an option now to win, actually.
HKS is thrown out on the Size Munch, wanting to seal the deal, and it will do so. Gets picked off the Size Munch, just not enough resistances to protect against that HKS, and it was inevitable. Gialis takes a rest, and a good old Banshee comes out from the back, but this Banshee dies to a sharp stabs, I'm pretty sure. So Sernif, I'll go down to a good old classic bar fight with that Valorant Gialis. Unless his Banshee gets something, Toxic Plume will be thrown out, so the Sernif will slowly chip away, and this is the big danger. Now Sernif getting weaker and weaker. Will Banshee get a chance to move? Not even close. The bite will eat the Banshee alive, and the Banshee will not get a chance to move. Rishi will be unable to respond, only Water Cutting Lily to try and retaliate. The Gialis will take it, but because of that attack down, his bonuses do not matter. Now Rishi in such a bad spot. The Size Munch down and concede. The concession comes out. Alola takes the win, and Rishi unfortunately will be going out first. Alola taking 3rd place in that very brutal second game.
Yeah, and in the semifinals there was a wall. There was just a curve that Mr. Rigi didn't really master, and suddenly he finds himself onto the 1st place. Congratulations! I mean, he won $100, and he looked so strong all through the tournament, and now it comes to a sudden stop after, well, like a dragged out. Let's not talk about it. And congratulations to Alola here, showing that actually Temtem can be exciting and fast-paced. Winning $150 on the 3rd place. Congratulations to both of them.
I mean, making it to top 4 isn't easy. Taking that cash money prize, of course, is very, cash money. So, well done to those players. Against 80 players is insane to think about. So, well done to all of them. And that'll be it for us for the 3rd place matchup, ladies and gentlemen. I was Blue Sapphire with Potestas again. That close game, especially in game 2s and 1. However, you will be joining, I believe, Quarter and Texas Roadhouse himself for the final matchup. It will be a best of 5 with Tsubaki-chan versus Setsuka. Let's get the hype going, and we'll see you all then.
See you then.
Welcome, Tamers, to the final, the grand final. Some might even call it the grandest final. This is indeed our prize match right here for the amazing $500 first place prize, or the $250 prize. Does Tsubaki-chan get it, or does Setsuka get it? We're finding that out today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got Tsubaki-chan from Club Enigma. No stranger to the finals, multiple tourney wins, high on the competitive ladder. I mean, there's no other name you'd expect to be in this position. Going against Setsuka, who is from the club Exotic French, who, despite not having many members on the TMR leaderboard, all quite 3 to 4 players had a great showing in this tournament. So they showed up, and one made the finals. And I'm really interested to see how they match up. And we'll see who comes out on top.
Exotic French have a long history of being very good players. And once again, Neko Blaki, one of the leaders, is claim to fame is, of course, their success in the Alpha tournament, and they have maintained a grasp on competitive play ever since. So it's old blood versus, well, Enigma, who is also pretty old blood.
Absolutely. And we know what we're kind of getting into here. We saw Tsubaki play a pretty long series versus Mr. Ishii. Has a pretty tank up stall team. And then if we recall back, Setsuka has a melee damage heavy team with a bunch of P-jabbers. So we'll see if he can get through the defenses that Tsubaki's trying to apply throughout the game and just take him down, avoid any late game shenanigans.
It could be challenging with those narcoleptic hits that we see on Tsubaki-chan's team. Fact of the matter is, 2 of his tanks are, well, narc hit users. We've got the Noxolotl and Saku. They may not be NID, but it's still 150 base power. It's not a nice thing to take, but we'll see how that goes down. Very excited to see our finalists debut.
Yeah, just looking at the comps, I mean, you'd have to give the edge to Tsubaki, right? Just with what you talked about with the narco hits online. There's just multiple tools to deal with those melee, the melee damage. And I don't even know if the melee damage alone can really work on the defenses. I know the P-jab can do some damage and break the defense, but you just got to give the edge to Tsubaki here going into it, just with the experience, his recent success, and just his comp seems to be just stifling everybody in the bracket.
Well, with that, we are off, and, well, we do still have some very powerful things out from Setsuka here. I mean, as much as we have just talked up the narc hit, in this first match, we're not even seeing the Saku in play. Off the sideboard here in exchange for Nagai's and we've got Nagai's, Kinu, Platimus, Volfi, a number of sort of more old suspects, and in fact, that Nidrasil I was just talking about, so an even worse narc hit is available for us. We do see a Loali ban and a Kinu ban right off the gun here.
Okay, so yeah, Setsuka looking to not bring the Grandpa and the Volcrane are sitting on the bench there. So we're waiting for the second or for Tsubaki-chan's first ban here, playing from the blue side, and he's hovering over the mix, which is pretty interesting. I'm sorry, I messed that up. Sorry, he already banned Loali. Mix is the first pick, sorry. And so we're going to lead with Mix here, and we're going to see what Tsubaki-chan's going to follow up here in his first pick.
We have a number of options here. I feel like this could still very well be a very easy Cerny early pick. We're not exactly seeing too many things out of Setsuka's lineup that can deal with that alongside, say, a Valorend right off the bat. Like Valorend, Cernif looks like an intimidating opener when Cernif is one of your best pressuring tools. When Nidrasil is one of your best pressuring tools against Cernif. God, the flashbacks.
Yeah, so he's hovering his Volarn pretty hard. And, you know, not very often we get to see it, but Nagais is left open here. And it's almost like Setsuka's daring him, like he has something planned for this Nagais here. You know, Nagais seem to be, if they're not banned, they're usually picked. They usually just don't flow through pick and ban.
Well, we have seen Nagais be a poison pill. I mean, if we look back to our very first match of the tournament, Zanir Platt brought his Nagais through, and it wasn't necessarily the best option there. Granted, Senior Platt wasn't facing a Scunch and a Size Munch, but we do still see a Nidrasil out here and a Volphy. It's not exactly smooth sailing. Tsubaki-chan does instead go for the Valorant as expected, and the Platymus. Very strong against the Volphy and some other elements of the lineup here. I still do tout Platymus as, one of the easiest waters to splash at the moment, pun intended, because it's toxic, so you're not immediately dying to all of this nature spam that's going on.
Tsubaki's going to hit it with the Kinu ban, and then the Nagai's ban, so we won't get in Nagai's game. And then we have the Nid pick, which is rocking that Narco to deal with Scunch, and Size Munch possibly if it's picked here. Looking at the opener, though, here, it looks like it's going to be Rushial City from Tsubaki's side, looking to really get those poisons sticking early.
Oh, man. Are you saying we're on a one-way ticket to a Rushial town, huh?
Absolutely.
It does look like we're going to get some pretty spicy P-jabs right off the bat as well, quite potentially here. Scunch is a powerhouse, and the fact that it basically maintains its pressure from turn 2 onwards is pretty intimidating.
I was curious before we got to the second ban. I really thought the Nagais pick was pretty sweet because of all the fighting that Setsuka has. And now that Nagais was picked and he just followed up Gallus, Size Munch, boom, and we just have a full punch squad ready to unleash. So I don't know if Nox and Cerny could be able to really tank up like they like. It's going to be interesting to see how it gets to the later part of the game.
Yeah, yeah, I would agree with that. Right out the gate here, I do think that getting some early damage onto the Scunch, given that outside of Narcoleptic Hit, there aren't too many things that are easy for Tsubaki to do against that particular beastie. And taking it out means that it's just a much safer board. Very early Crystal Spikes onto the Valorant here, causing a snare onto Mix's item, of course. That snare Kraken right there. We do see Valorant go down to under 50%, though. The predicted Rushial does come out alongside a Noxious Bomb, probably landing on that Scunch as well. Taking it down. Oh, that's a spicy one. That takes it down right under 60. Alongside the Poison Ticks, that's quite a hefty amount of damage on the Scunch. Fortunately, it's not exactly something that necessarily wants to leave the field, and my biggest issue that I always say about a Rushial is it does kill, but it takes time, and in the meantime, that Scunch is going to be doing damage. It's better to have it than not, but...
Yeah, the unfortunate thing for Tsubaki here is this anaerobic Valorant stacking up that special defense. Kind of looking at Setsuka's team saying, for what? The mix? Yeah, that's pretty much all it's going to be able to get involved with. But already down below 50% HP. Tough spot for the Valorant here. Wonder if Scunch is coming out. I mean, with 3 Poison Ticks, it almost feels like you're trying to keep him in and just wing it. Get something off of him before he goes down to 10% by the end of it.
Okay, we do see the mix bounce, and Gallus hits the board. Full mental field right here as the Aquatic does come out. Is that going to land on Scunch? Yep, right. So we're going to see a very quick Scunch deletion happen right here. This is, full-on double. Just get that crap out of here before it spams any of its harder hitting moves. Savage Suplex probably would have taken out a Tam, and Tsubaki was just getting that off the board as fast as possible. Good times.
Yeah, so I think Setsuka's play there was, Scunch getting out speed by everything, so no Savage Suplex can't get off. I guess he was hoping that Tsubaki would chicken out and the Valorant would leave the field and then maybe be able to survive there, a little bit of HP and pop off. But nope, Tsubaki calls the bluff, doubles in, Mix is the one that actually leaves the field, and that Scunch dies without doing anything really big, just one P-jab.
Quite sadly. I mean, sometimes these things happen, especially when you take that much damage pretty much immediately. The Rushial combined with a very aggressive Nox Bomb there. This is a very attack-invested Valorant, or a very, very squishy Scunch. But either way, that was a very quick KO from what is normally quite a powerhouse of a Tem. In the meantime, I feel like this Nid is a ruse, because any Nidrasil that's staring a Valorant in the face is not a Nidrasil that feels like it's comfortable.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird situation here. It almost feels like this is just a bait. Like, I don't know. Nid doesn't do much at this point in this setup. And it doesn't even really have a target to heal. Maybe just preemptively heal the Gialis. So, could be a swap here. Nid coming in, just maybe bluff an attack and then swap out. But he's pulling the bowler out anyways. Doesn't want to lose it to the Gialis. And then comes his own Yggdrasil. So we have a little snake battle here.
Oh yeah, no, Tsubaki's like, I see you're a man of culture as well, and brings out his own Nid to quickly flex it. But outside of that, we could be seeing a Toxic Ink here onto the Platymus. We do see a Sharp Brain out onto the Gialis, and yes, we do see a Toxic Ink onto the Platymus, bringing it down to just above 75%. And in the meantime, Gialis, yes, a comfy 30% off of that Sharp Brain. It's nothing to write home about by any means, but damage is damage.
Yeah. Both using their main attack abilities, not doing too much. Platymus takes that. It's okay with that. Not a big deal. Gialis takes a little bit. Just a little bit of trades going back and forth. Still pretty close game, all things considered. And well, I say that, and then I look, and Tsubaki hasn't even brought out his, secret weapon X, his Noxodal Cernith combo, still sitting back there, yet to see the field. So it's a little scary, the fact that he's going. The game's in a pretty even state, and he still has his two. You could call them powerhouses sitting back there.
I mean, I would say that Tsubaki's taken a pretty early lead, having deleted that Scunch as fast as possible. Playing with only 4 Tems against 5, even if you've injured one, that's still a step in the wrong direction here.
Sure. So in comes the Noxodal, and just continue to put damage on the Yggdrasil. Allergic spread really only going to be effective on Gialis, and even then, it's only 2 ticks of the poison. And so it's just poison back and forth, snake to snake, 3 heads to 3 heads. It's getting crazy.
Oh yeah, no, these are some 6-head plays we're seeing right now.
But
it does appear that Setsuka's Nid is going to assert itself as the superior noodle. I'm assuming that there's going to be a bit more confirmatory damage onto Hydra, because that is a very intimidating narc hit that Nid can bring to the table. Only takes 260 something like that attack TVs to guarantee the one shot on Scunch. That's like 75 onto Seismunch. It's a bad time.
And here we're in a state where Gialis is getting kind of low, and he's just continuing to stay on the field. He's going to go for another attack, and does get the Yggdrasil kill. The Crystal Bite does take out the Yggdrasil, so it's not gonna be able to retaliate, and just a little peck, a little 10%, and Tsubaki says, you know what, madness buff time, and I'm getting tanky. It starts now. The tank train starts now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like that Yggdrasil died a warrior's death specifically to give Noxolotl the space that it was looking for here. Like, in fairness, it's not as though Yggdrasil had very many things to do against it. I feel like a narc hit may have done more, but you got to save that stamina, and you got to save that hold. It makes sense.
I'm a little surprised that Tsubaki wasn't working on his Cernith a little earlier, because I'm not too sure about Noxodal's effectiveness with the special defense. I mean, it's like I said, it's just mix. I'll just hit the Nox and the Volarant only can really prep for the mix. So we'll see how that factors in when these just P-jabbers come on the field and just continue to do the normal damage they would do. But the mix comes into it. And out goes Volarant with a quick Gialis attack, just taking it out. And Gialis is standing by himself, and yeah, it's his signature move. There it is, just spitting the goo across the field, and that Gialis is dead. Poison applied to mix, not going to bring in a Puppet Master, so still vulnerable.
That's the best case scenario there from this particular turn with Tsubaki, but that's, once again, a lot of turns that Setsuka doesn't necessarily have to give Noxolotl very much mind.
And here they are.
Especially when the Turnafe is just waiting in the wings. Setsuka, very good decision bringing out the Yggdrasil again here.
Yeah, the tank twins, right? They're both looking to go as long as possible. Defense. And here they are together, holding hands. So
wow.
Ninja still feels pretty good about this, though. Looking across at that Cernith, that's a juicy target to put some poison down.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so
We've seen many times this tournament. Cernif can be a very strong opponent, but if it's going to take a tank to the face, nobody enjoys that. We do see a water-cutting Lily come out from the Cernif onto the mix. Pretty expected there. It's going to take it down into Puppet Master range, but not past it. Even with the poison tick, that's going to stay pretty comfortably there. The Narkit's going to drop onto the Nidrasil and do very little damage as a result. This Cernif's looking like it's probably going down this turn, if I'm honest. This feels like a very good execution.
yeah, so Setsuka traps it in cages, saying, you know what, I'm taking the Cernif out now. No swaps, no tomfoolery. Trap it in now, and let's take it out together. Mix and the Ninja are working together. Mix surviving on 6%, still hanging in there, but Tsubaki has acid reflux, which just doesn't care about Puppet Master. So he's not too worried about the Puppet Master being activated.
Yeah, the mix is in tense territory here, but it's got a turn with which to Crystal Spikes a deer for sure. Like, that Noxolotl's not doing anything this turn unless Freaky Wuckle plays happen, and it doesn't look like Freaky Wuckle plays are happening immediately here. We do see a Revitalize come out from the Cernif onto the Noxolotl. The Noxolotl being identified as a very serious win condition here. Makes sense. And goodbye, sweet prince. The Nightmare of the Ages goes down. Cernif has been defeated. We see only 2 Tems alive on Tsubaki's side. This is a very tense first match.
Yes,
both players certainly sizing each other up.
So Acid Reflux should be up here after going through the Narco hit and the sleep turn. So we'll see if this is Mix's time to go, or does he let Seismos come in? I would assume no. I assume Mix is just being sacrificed off here. And we're going to be an old-fashioned 2v2, which honestly looks in the favor of Tsubaki.
At this point, yes, we do see a hefty Crystal Spikes once again go down onto the Platymus, putting it down under 50%, which is honestly, I think, the best thing it could do with the last of its life. That Acid Reflex, as you say, was definitely going down, and we wanted to make sure that that Platymus was not alive. Narc hit also going down. Interesting choice there. Interesting as well that we see our Nidrasil actually go to sleep there. It looks like it was snared at some point or has an item that we have yet to see. I
think the energy drink was snare.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
it got
no,
hit ages ago, didn't it?
No, that's Pillow. It does have Pillow.
Oh, it is Pillow Nid. My goodness. That's not something we see very often. Seismunch eats that Aquatic Whirlwind remarkably effectively. And, oh wow, that is a very greedy heat up in the face of Platymus.
It's not going to work here.
The double with the Narc hit. Oh, baby. I really hope this is a fast Seismunch, because otherwise this is going to be quite an anticlimactic finisher right here.
It should get the wreck off this turn, though, right?
It really depends on the speed, because even if Platymus isn't hitting with any triple pryos here, Seismunch and Platymus do have pretty similar speed tiering from what I immediately recall.
Yeah, so Wreck's going to go off. This will do pretty good damage. Does get the Platymus kill and just hurts the Nox, not too much. And that wakes it up, though.
Which is going to get that tank off, which is unfortunately going to spell defeat for this Seismunch. But the Narc hit does actually do a reasonable amount of damage there. However, this is not the easiest matchup to read right here, right? We've got Nid versus Nox just barely staying out of trance range right here.
Yeah, this is really close, but I don't think Ninja still has it here. I mean, this is going to do almost enough on its own, and he's going out with a Narco hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he either kills there or he goes out on his own terms, Sudoku style there, and that Ninja still overexerts and dies. Ninja still lives, going into trance with a little bit of HP. That was a really close game.
Definitely. Interesting to see how both players adapt as they move forward. Ninja still died a warrior, if nothing else.
Yeah, so game one, going over to Tsubaki, Last Tem on the field, of course, none other than Nox. It's not Cerny this time, but it's the other stall Tem, Nox. And there wasn't a lot of Kinus were banned, and there's only one Madness buff, so it wasn't really a stall game though. It was just narco hits and toxic everywhere, and game was over pretty quick, and just Tsubaki takes game 1.
Certainly, Tsubaki showing that just because you bring 5 tanks doesn't mean that you have to play an incredibly slow game, and crushing Setsuka after once again, I feel like there was a lot of sizing up there, right? There was a lot of sort of assessing what was genuinely going on, sort of like taking risks. It seemed like one of the reasons why it was faster paced is because this is game 1, right?
Yeah, so we'll be able to see what kind of changes are made. Sideboarding, into a final possible 5 games. Sideboarding could be a huge swing here between each game. I was talking about how that Nagase wasn't picked, and he picked Scunch and Size Munch. I thought would be huge, but I guess that doesn't really matter when you just have a bunch of narco hits, just popping off all over the place.
Speaking of which, we are into our second match right now, and Setsuka has already made use of their sideboard, with Grandpa being on their list.
Okay, so Grandpa comes in and no changes from Tsubaki. All right.
I feel like the Grandpa is an interesting opener right here, and it's so interesting that Tsubaki's like, yeah, no, get that out of here.
All right, so Setsuka's trying to limit the amount of tank up and stall that Tsubaki can. Bans out the Kinu. We saw Mr. Ishii try that, and Tsubaki just tanked up anyways. So we'll see how Tsubaki decides to play it. Hovering over the Lawali here. All right, first pick Lawali. S tier Tem. Off the start.
Indeed. We do still see that Danger Noodle over on Tsubaki's side, the worst of the narc hits for any of those 4 melees on Setsuka's side to see. Might not, it's made it past the first ban, obviously, because Kinu's a much larger target, but does it get picked inside the leads here? Because I think it does get banned otherwise.
Yeah, he's hovering the nid. Wally kind of feels bad into that, though, a little bit. So
yeah, it feels real awkward bringing that into Lawali, because those hypoxias are going to dunk on that poor snake. We potentially have a Nagais here. It's picked. We see what is most likely a Decidor Nagais alongside an anaerobic Valorant. Very interesting opener there with, the mix is a pretty reasonable counter pick to that in the leads.
Yeah, it almost feels like Setsuka was ready for that pick. He scrolled down to that mix super fast and almost insta-picked it to match up with the Nagais. So we got our opener here. Pretty interesting. Nagais wasn't picked or banned last round. Or I'm sorry, it was banned on the second round. He didn't pick it in his opener. So we'll see what Setsuka goes for the ban here. Cerny last game really didn't do anything for Tsubaki, but he is hovering it right now.
Covering it, it does mean that he isn't forced into picking the nid, which is one of his biggest tools against it. If he doesn't ban that and Tsubaki bans the nid, that could be seriously troublesome for Setsuka. He goes for the Nox. All right, let's see how this winds up playing out.
Yeah, I love that ban.
I mean, once again, if that nid gets banned and the CERN gets picked, there aren't as many ways to deal with that, which is a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, Nox is just so obnoxious, and Tsubaki plays it so well. I mean, just dealing with Trance and Madness buffs. Acid Reflux is just such a good move. Yeah, I love that ban. It's annoying. It's hard to play against.
Oh, definitely.
Taking a good amount of time here on his second ban, Tsubaki. Hovering the nid.
It is a very strong ban.
In this matchup, Nid has been a heavily picked and hovered over ban, and now banned at this point, Tem. So Nid making a strong appearance here in the grand final.
Honestly, the play that I was worried about, the ban of the Nid followed by the pick of the CERN, means that suddenly CERN is much more of a win con this game than it was last game. Nid being one of the best hard counters to CERN that exists. Will Tsubaki follow that up by picking his? He picks his own noodles. Okay, right. This could very well be a 3-nature game into Setsuka's composition.
Yeah, Tsubaki just feels like he has pick and ban down with this team comp. He just has it down. I mean, it's like he dances around and gets you to pick he gets you to pick the wrong things, and then boom, he picks the win condition that just isn't checked, with between Cernif, Nox, and, even anaerobic Volarend. And he got there, and this Cernif looks like it could be a problem coming into this game.
Well, you can't ban or counter all the win conditions when all of his Temzar taps on forehead. We do see a Platimus as the final pick, alongside that was the Kinu out of Setska. Should be a very exciting game, this one.
Okay, two floaty mental Tems staring each other down. Who floats higher? Well, Naga does a little bit, but we'll see who comes out on top in this matchup.
If we're taking it just by the height of the Tem, I feel like Loali's got him beat, sadly. Normally, I'd be repping Mix in this scenario, but Mix is actually genuinely on the ground, like he's actually not floating. Oh, is he at like a tiny bit? It looks like he is, but he does run.
Mix is definitely off the ground.
Ah, dang. It's been ages since I've actually looked at the idle sprites, but what we do see here is a Tem whose feet are definitely on the ground. It's Gyalis popping in directly to eat this beta burst and be like, yeah, no, that's fine. Is it fine, though? It's a good, that's not necessarily fine when it's just under 33% alongside a Nox Bomb taking you down to nearly half your health. Not what we like seeing, but the guy's going to eat it for it as gets right down into the 30s off of Crystal Spikes as a result. Double Screen does keep it much safer than it otherwise would be, though.
Oh, that hurts so bad. That's just such a chunky Crystal Spike there into the guys. You got some good damage on the Gyalis, but at what cost? That's 70% HP missing. The guys, Lullaby doesn't feel like a good click here because of Mix being on the field and resistant Gyalis. So the guys may be making an exit at this point.
I mean, that does seem likely. If you're Setska in this instance, it doesn't seem like you have any reason to click stabs here, because even if Nagais is leaving, Decidor stays up for the turn.
Yeah, you definitely looking at the Tems on Tsubaki's side, possible switches, Cernif, Hydra, or Hydra's the name of the Tem, Ninjasil, and Platimus. You probably want to click Crystal Bite just the whole way through regardless. No reason to click Hook Kick here.
Nothing resists C-Bite coming in, so seems like a pretty reasonable thing to go for. In the meantime, though, Mix is feeling pretty comfortable. Doesn't look like there's anything on the field threatening it.
Yeah, once again, this Volarend just feels so weird because the only thing... Well, now that we have a Loali in the game, but, this Scunchin, Gyalis, they don't care about the special defense that this Volarend's building up. So, Volarend's not really putting out that much damage, and it's still going to take quite a bit here from some of the Tems that can be played. So, I'm still interested to see when Tsubaki decides, you know what, it's Cernif time, and Shy shields and heals and just tank up time.
I hear that. I mean, at the same time, Volarend's got reason to, when Mix is on the board, making C-Spikes go burr up that special defense. Like, I can see that being a reasonable play here. It's a bit sad that we don't see any Crystal Spike synergy against, Toxic Plume synergy against a predominantly physical team. But, I mean, at the same time, that's one of the prices you pay when you're running this particular composition. Heavy nature and water means that you're not necessarily able to slot all those crystals in. As we do see Gyalis bounce, actually. Very interesting. Seeing a swap back into the Kinu for a quick and cheeky buff.
Okay, so he just stays in. He clicks Fury, and out comes the Kraken with smacking everybody around. And, that really wasn't that big of damage there. The Kinu obviously doesn't care about it, and with the +1/+1, Mix didn't really care either, and that's going to be a dead Nagais right off the bat.
Overwhelming, yeah. Makes you wonder precisely how specially invested it was, but it also tells you precisely the power of a very specially defensive Kinu and even one protector buff on Mix. Mix has a very high natural special defense, as many mentals do.
Yeah, so the Nagais goes down with not even be able to match up with the Scunch one time, and he still has the Nidrisil with Narco that can take a shot at it, but it just feels a little weird that the Nagais was just kind of thrown away. Maybe he just really didn't expect Mix to stick around, but why wouldn't it? I mean, Mix doesn't really have anything to run from in this matchup at the start.
No, certainly. It's not exactly as though it was threatened by anything that either Nagais or Volarend were doing right there, but At the same time, I feel like that may have just been a risk it for the biscuit thing, seeing how much damage was landed on the Gallus in the first place, or expecting a better swap in perhaps than Kinu.
Yeah, so here, once Kinu hits the field, Cerny feels better about coming into a pretty non-threatening board. Mix is low on stamina. So now Cerny can start to kind of work its way into the game, stack up those buffs. And Valoran, still high on stamina, probably just tries to click the same slot that it was before, the Kinu slot, with Noxious Bomb.
Like, once again, Noxious Bomb's a perfectly fine move here. If nothing else, it can hit the Kinu for reasonable damage, and it punishes switch-ins. We saw it deal approximately 20% or so to Gallus. That's still pretty legit for a switch-in, especially when the only other thing that tanks it well is, like, Scunch. And from what we saw, Setsuka's Scunch didn't take those Nox Bombs too well.
Yeah, straight up brawler Scunch. Not a lot of defense invested. And okay, Energy Mitt, not much stamina to work with, so it goes with the most stamina efficient move. 2 turns of Exhaust because of Synergy, and then here comes the Water Cutting Lily. And it's going to be targeted at the Kinu. So another half effective move from Spocky's side. But the Nox Bomb is not half effective. That is 2 times effective. That's a dead Kinu.
I mean, as we just described, this makes perfect sense because anything that was taking neutral damage from that Wuckle was not then also eating the Nox Bomb. It's combining Cerny's Water Cutting Lilies with other attacks that punish the switch-ins that would resist the Water Cutting Lily. Excellent plays. Generally what you want to be doing when you're doubling into a spot.
And now, someone, I play Mix a lot when I'm playing ladder, and this is a dilemma you fall into. You got a little bit of stamina. Do you just keep cranking out energy manips, or do you get them out and just try to get more stamina back? Because energy manip feels pretty good to click, but it's not great. So, it's like it's kind of a catch-22.
I mean, you do see the occasional rest get clicked on Mix. I killed one with Dreaded Alarm once because they did that, but we do see Setsuka actually swap his here in for Loali. Feeling pretty confident about it against this particular lineup as the Valorant vanishes for a Nidrasil. Pretty good predict on Setsuka's part, if that was in fact a predict. If not, quite a fortunate matchup regardless. A Water Cutting Lily does approximately 40% to the Scunch as a perfect jab lands back on the Cerny. How long is that minus defense going to stay there?
Yeah, just trying to prepare the Cerny for death, before it gets rolling. Has that sweatband, and settling procs are starting to roll. So we have a Loali versus Nidrasil showdown here. Possible win moves being able to click by Loali. Toxic moves can come out from Nidrasil's side. So a little bit of a showdown there. But I'm more focused on what the Scunch is going to do because it took 40% from Cerny. Is it trying to go another round here toe to toe, or what's the game plan with Scunch? That's what I'm interested in here.
I feel like if I'm Tsubaki-chan, I'm not letting that touch my win condition with a 10-foot pole. He's got plenty of attempts to swap into that. Platymus, for instance, isn't necessarily looking the best this game. It's not looking the worst. Either that or Valorant are perfectly willing sacrifices.
Yeah, reading chat earlier, I saw someone talk about that Platymus. A lot of the players that brought Platymus I don't know if they knew this for a fact, but they said that defense investment is pretty key. So it would be a good swap for Scunch. And Setsuka does go into the tank for this turn, and I assume that's what he's considering right now. What's the play with the Scunch here? Because if it takes damage from Nidrasil, or it takes Narco from Nidrasil, that most likely kills from 60%, I would imagine. So is he going for it? Is he trading? Is he swapping out? Scunch is the key piece this turn.
Remind me, have we scouted whether Tsubaki-chan's Nidrasil is pillow or energy drink? Because if a fancy little Haito happens on that Nidrasil, that could change the course of the game, not taking those poison ticks for a turn.
It does have pillow. Yeah.
And in that case, it's entirely possible that could happen. Instead, though, we do see the Savage Suplex on it, just blocking it a bit, almost 40% there, just a good little 38 alongside the exhaust. Should actually work for a very good double in alongside this Hypoxia, which will absolutely devastate this Nidrasil. It is gone.
Oh man, I'm so used to playing, back in the day when Ninja Soul was so tanky with special defense and coat. No, not anymore. These attack, it cannot take that from a Lawali. It just goes down like a paper mache snake.
Okay, well, the Valoran's back in being like, oh man, sorry, Nid, you didn't need to hit that, but it's like that. Much more frightening for this Lawali, given how hard these Nox bombs have been hitting. It's also pretty chunky now, and this is all drawing fire from the Cerneve. Some people I know do say this is one of the better ways to deal with Cerneve, is just deal with everything else, and then the Cerneve doesn't have friends to keep it alive.
Just overwhelm it with attacks from all sides and status debuffs from all sides. Yeah. I think that might be the game plan for Setsuka here. He switched priority to the Ninja Soul last turn. See if he takes to the Valoran. Ooh, out comes the Hido. So Valoran doesn't even get a turn. And Scunch is hanging on to 18% HP. Let's see what Lawali goes for here. Toxic Spores onto the Cerneve. So the damage is going to start ticking pretty early.
I'm one of those people that tends to side for Arushial over Toxic Spores, because one of my concerns here is all that Cerneve needs to do this turn is click Bush, and it's only taken 12.5% of that potentially it's goodness maths.
It's kind of late in the night. You're putting a lot of math at me. Come on, man. What I'm interested in here is still the Scunch. I think Scunch is going out. Ninja Jitsu, just balls to the walls, throwing out some damage last second is the plan for the Scunch here. And Lawali's just chilling. It can take Noxious Bomb doesn't feel that great, but Lawali's just been hanging in there. And Setsuka's the one taking the long. It seems like Tsubaki's confident in his turns at this point, and it's just Setsuka really taking his time, making sure he gets the best moves for this grand finals. And in comes the Platymus, straight. Most likely going to eat this Ninja, I think, since he wanted to get that Valoran out. Yeah, here comes the Ninja. How much is this going to do? Just a little bit over 40%. That's pretty good.
I feel like a lot of people are very laissez-faire with their usage of Ninja Jutsu. I feel like this one still getting that damage on the board is better than having your Scunch die before it can, and that's often the trade-off you have to make. And my goodness, this Lawali is just putting in work against Tsubaki's team, absolutely devastating all of these toxic types.
Yeah. Who would have thought that so far the MVP for Setsuka would be the Lawali? I mean, what it's not something I thought I'd be saying, but here it is. It's tearing the field up, took down the Ninja Soul almost by itself, and now the Platymus takes a huge chunk, 50%, straight from the Lawali.
I mean, at the same time, Lawali's got the highest base stat total in the game, bar, I think, Tataru. I'm pretty sure they go neck and neck, and it's got access to some pretty strong moves. We're going to see the Allergic Spread here just get us some value off. Just love tapping that Cerneve alongside KOing the Platymus while conserving some stamina. Not taking that OX today, as once again Valoran's back on the field like, oh man, I just left. Give me a break, guys.
This is getting a little sticky for Tsubaki here. He's down to 2 Tems versus 4. Valoran does come into a nice situation though with plus 2 special defense. So it's pretty good here for the Valoran, but still it feels a little like Setsuka's taking a lead here with some physical damage in the back. Scunch is low, but Gaialis can come in and take shots at this Valoran, just no problem.
Point, Setsuka's clearly playing to an advantage here. I think that's a pretty obvious thing to say anytime we hit a 4-2 scenario here. And being able to just straight up delete 2 Tems with win moves worked out pretty well for him. It's pretty good when that happens. As it stands, though, Anaerobic Valorant does, in fact, possess a special defense stat, and Water Cutting Lily's probably going to... Oh, it doesn't quite take out the mix, but the Toxic Plume was set up, and we're going to see a full-on wipe of Setsuka's side of the board as a result of this. Pretty sure he was kind of willing to let that be, but it at least evens the playing field as we enter our final hurdle of this battle.
Oh, what a turn from Tsubaki. Both Tems go down. I didn't even really play the turn out in my head to think that the mix was dying that turn, and that is a key death there. And here comes the MVP, Lawali, back on the field, and then the Gallus, who wants to get right on that Volarun as soon as possible. And honestly, with the damage coming out of Cernif and Volarun, this could be a 1v1 Lawali versus Cernif showdown at the end.
Stands, this is still a very tricky field. Okay, the Sharp Steps is just going to immediately turn this into a 2v1. And in the meantime, Lawali still does possess those Toxic Spores, which now that Cernif's OX'd, I mean, yeah, no, it looks a bit better, especially since Cernif did not confirm that KO against Gallus. Very unfortunate. That Gallus is at full stamina. It's perfectly happy to C-bite this Cernif that still is at neutral defense. It never got to plus.
And it overexerted, so it's just taking full punishment here from both Tems. And this is going to tie up the series at 1-1 on the back of a Lawali. Really was a difference maker here. And when we think about specific turns, you look back at the Nagai's turn early on, who just died in 2 turns, Crystal Bite, and just died the next turn. I don't recall what the attack was. I mean, I don't know. Interesting game, though, all around.
2 Crystal Spikes that took it down. Lawali did amazing work there. Mix really put in the gains as well. I feel like Tsubaki perhaps wasn't necessarily expecting the onslaught from Lawali that actually happened there, and the double in to the Nidrasil that occurred. I think that, alongside the pressure that was given to Platimus, 2 Tems that are usually kind of half ignored on fronts as other targets of priority are taken instead, having those get shot down almost immediately really changed the tide in Setsuka's favor.
Rorzy would be so happy right now. My fellow caster who's cosplaying Luma Lawali in his pastime. Lawali, what a monster Tem in that second game there.
One of the things I like about Lawali is it's got such a versatile move pool. I mean, even back before it got Resin Trap, people were hyping up like heavy special attack sets, super support sets that run like turbo choreography and bark shield for super fast defense ups. Like, that sucker has a lot of things going for it.
Yeah, I see Ken say Setsuka needed it bad. You get down 2-0 to Tsubaki, and that's hard to come back from, with a player caliber. Tsubaki is just such an amazing player. So tying up a 1-1, this series feels close. And, we'll see what changes are made. Now, the winner can make changes as well to the lineup in terms of sideboarding. So, you'd imagine that wouldn't happen because he just won with that lineup. So it looks like the game is starting. Let me get in there.
Speaking of changes, Offan in chat suggested that perhaps the Saku would come out, and it does indeed. We do see the terrifying fat plant on Tsubaki's side.
Look how happy he is. He's so happy to be a part of this tournament. Showing up in the grand finals, game 3. Big smile on his face. Helicopter in full effect. Let's see if he gets picked or banned.
Likely that he gets picked. Does still seem like a pretty strong candidate against a lot of these options. Not necessarily as good against Perfect Jab, but does have that bark shield, unlike a lot of other things on Tsubaki's side. Much better tech against a physical lineup like this.
Okay, so Kinu ban to start for Setsuka on Tsubaki's side, and now Tsubaki pointing the arrow at the little green alien with the big eyes saying, I don't get to play it, you don't get to play. Let's see if he follows through here. 45 seconds left of reserve time.
And goodness, it's still... We're kind of letting a lot of this reserve time tick along here, really contemplating whether he wants that Lawali in or not. The sudden hover, and nope, the Lawali is gone. Very clearly identifying that as the thing that should not be. This does mean that Grandpa gets a free ride into the game, and we didn't get to see that. That was the insta-ban last time.
That has to be the first pick for Setsuka, right? Grandpa feels pretty good here, I think, on all fronts. We'll see here. First pick Nox. Yeah, first pick Grandpa to follow through to match these Toxics. And possibly get speed control with some sleeps going around. And a good choice, a lot of choice here for Setsuka. Kinu being open is a big deal. Kinu has been a problem all throughout the tournament, all throughout the ladder, throughout the history of the dang game at this point.
Well, we're seeing a mix once again as a lead alongside Grandpa. It's actually a pretty strong little combo right there. I'm assuming that this is probably a Stare Grandpa, but even then, Mix is perfectly happy to work alongside it. A combination of Windburst or Hypnosis and Crystal Spikes on other slots. Very good pressure early game. Volfi is pretty enticing here, though. Like, Plague traps in the Grandpa, leaving it very susceptible to a lot of attacks on Tsubaki's side. Cernif can set up on Grandpa fairly easily.
Yeah, you called it. The Volfi comes in, matches up real nice with the Mix, and pretty nice with the Grandpa. When I think about the first ban, if Tsubaki, I'm sure he saw the Grandpa, but maybe he was hoping Seska wouldn't pick. I mean, Grandpa just seems better than a Luwali in this specific matchup. So we'll see what's in store for that. And now he's hovering the happy plant boy, Saku. Saku might not get to make an appearance, and it's just a sad day for him.
Yep.
And there it goes.
No Saku for you.
Go sit on the bench, Saku. Your time is coming. Maybe in game 4, maybe in game 5.
Well, we'll see which one of them takes the second win this time. We do see once again the ever-present Valorant. Been making it pretty consistently through ban phases this time, which is unusual given its performance in previous metas and tournaments. Almost instant Scunch and Kinu picks off of Setsuka's side, very clearly identifying how he's going to deal with this. And is it gonna be Nid or is it gonna be Cernif? Tsubaki-chan is forced to choose here.
Yeah, Setsuka's been loving this Scunch, despite the 15 different types of mental moves from Tsubaki's side. Scunch has still been coming in and getting good damage off, usually going 1-for-1, if not more. So that's really interesting to see if maybe Tsubaki can utilize kind of isolating the Scunch a little bit more when it tries to make an appearance, just deleting it, just not doing anything.
Once again, I think a thing to recognize here is that Setsuka has done a lot to limit when Tsubaki can actually get those tasty, heavy mental hits off, right? Like, he annihilated that Nagai's early on and also just immediately deleted the Yggdrasil, which were the primary things that were going to be able to take out Scunch last game. Let's see if he can manage something similar this time and keep the Scunch safe to do its job, because oftentimes, just keep it away from mentals and it will tear things apart.
Turn 1 pretty interesting here, a little game of chicken. So Setsuka decides he doesn't want his Mix to come up against his Volfi. Once he gets trapped, it's just dead. And getting the buffs out early is good, though. And I'm sure a Madness buff is in store here for Tsubaki. But it's going to be after the Wind Attack comes through. How much will this do?
Oh,
wait, whoa.
Spicy Hypoxia. That was a Hypoxia too, so that can just come in right up again next turn. If this Kinu isn't beta bursting. Oh, wait. What did this Kinu do?
It just got swapped in. It was the Mix that was there, yeah.
That's right. The Mix was there, so we got the extra buffs onto the Grandpas. This is certainly a great boss Grandpa coming on. Sorry, fatigue getting to me a little bit there.
Yeah, I'm thinking, so I wonder if Tsubaki even clicks Madness buff there, thinking probably has it already calced out, been in the situation before. If the Wind Attack comes through, I don't even get to click a button. If he doesn't do it, I click it anyways, type of situation. So Mix comes back. This could be just some Kinu swaps back and forth here in the future. Yeah, good point.
Noted in chat, that snared the handcuffs alongside everything else. So that worked out very effectively. We do see a tornado. Oh, goodness. This is a full-bore special attack, Grandpa. Very unusual build. These are attacks we don't see on Grandpa. Where's the HKS? Where's the Hypnosis?
Now that the handcuffs is removed, he doesn't have to worry about dying these following turns. Grandpa, low on stamina, he's probably leaving the battlefield. But here we are in a similar situation last game where it was Nagais lined up across from a Mix, and Tsubaki kept it in 2 turns in a row. But I don't even think 2 turns is needed. I think 1 turn, I don't remember the percentage exactly, but I do think it will kill 1 Crystal Spike here. Maybe just shy, maybe just shy.
I think it's necessarily going to KO, sadly. Additionally, the fact that it's going to be going last in this turn means it's going to be a little harder to get off. But I definitely feel like Setsuka's got the momentum right out the gate here.
Yeah, right back.
And oh no, we've seen exactly this before. It was not, however, followed up with a Dust Vortex, but that does get it into PM range alongside this Crystal Spikes, which I was wrong. That does
Yeah.
guys. Man, you were better at remembering those percentages than I was.
And
I thought that was only going to do, what, 50% or something?
Man, this is just a repeat of our last game where he presses, goes for the Fury, and it goes straight into just a 2 targets that it doesn't really affect, especially after +1 special defense on Mix. And now Mix is sitting in Puppet Master range, but Wolfie does have Sandstorm, so has a possibility to sneak it in there, but I'm sure Setsuka's aware of that. And depending on what is brought out from Tsubaki, if it's not a mental Tem, it could be Scunch time. We could be getting Scunchy.
I don't know. If he tries to bring something out like, I don't know, his Valorend, or, okay, if he brings out the Valorend, it's Scunch time for sure. If it's either the Noxolotl or...
And that's what I'm saying. There it is.
So yeah, no, it could very well be Scunch time.
Yeah, I think this looks pretty good for Scunch, and I think I'm taking Kinu out with him, and I'm going Ninjasil Scunch. And if I'm Tsubaki, I need to get one step ahead and get prepared for the Scunch, because when Scunch comes in on a free board without a mental check in place, it's bad. It's Scunch killing a Tem almost for sure.
I feel like I like Ninjasil on this field just because we've clearly seen that Tsubaki runs a very offensive Valorend, and it's not the sort of thing that's going to survive those Feathergats.
Yeah, but I'm thinking that if I'm Setsuka, I'm thinking that Tsubaki isn't looking to do some feather damage here. I'm thinking he wants this immediate turn as a Nox Bomb. So I'm looking for that to land on the Ninjasil so I can following turns swap in Kinu. And that way all the damage is minimized. I'm getting Kinu buffs. Scunch is coming on a free board. So yeah, so here comes the Nox Bomb right onto the Kinu. If this onto the Scunch.
Nope, it's kicked onto the Scunch.
Yeah, so is this the Relive? Oh, buff the Scunch. Okay, so take the damage on the Scunch and buff the Scunch. This Scunch, without the mental Tem that we just talked about being on the field for Tsubaki, this is where it gets a little ugly.
Pretty impressive right there. It's going to be interesting seeing Stonewall on the Scunch, how well that will survive some of these potential Narc hits, perhaps, or just how well it's going to keep it alive. We have seen that Setsuka runs a particularly frail Scunch. Perhaps this is the reason why, if this is part of Setsuka's game plan.
Yeah, so we're probably looking at a P-Jab here. Wolfie is a juicy target for a P-Jab. But if that swaps into Nox, it's kind of weird.
I don't think this is the time to P-Jab if he's manually swapped. He's got all his good moves ready. A high toe on that Wolfie feels much more threatening.
Yeah, I love pressing P-Jab. -1 defense is so sweet, and so. But you're right. There are options to go for the higher hold moves with more damage attached to them, and try and maybe just get a kill quickly. If it's Nox, could just kill his turn.
This is very true. If Nox comes in on an inopportune switch, that's a real bad time. I don't think Tsubaki's willing to make that play at this point. You got a Noxolotl at 44%. You wait for the safe time to bring it in rather than anything else, right? You're not about to just splurge that willy-nilly, especially a player who's made it this far.
I know what you're saying, but what's going to kill a Scunch here? With the Kinu on board, it could get healed. It can take Kinu buffs in the future. Getting a mental move on the field is something that I would make a high priority. And here comes a narco hit.
Instead, yes, the Ninjasil comes out as the stronger narco hit, usually teched to just obliterate Scunch in the right circumstance, and more than capable of also still just delivering heavy blows. Also appears to be very physically defensive, and this is energy drink after all. Pillow was on the other Nid.
So, yeah, and that's why I kind of like P-Jab there, because you just don't know what you're really attacking into, and that didn't really do much.
Yeah, this is true.
If you catch a swap, you're not, nothing's sleeping really that has any effect that turn. So a P-Jab setting up something, a clear threat when you put that -1 defense saying this Tem will die next turn, which is always a good situation. So the Heido comes in, does 21% damage. Scunch actually took pretty good damage from that plague, but the heal keeps him healthy. If that Heido goes into the Wolfie, Oof, that would have been ugly.
Some concerns that this could very well be the momentum that Tsubaki needs to get back in the game. A cheeky allergic spread alongside a bit more doubling in on this Scunch, removing all of its stamina and making it waste its moves on inopportune targets could be what Tsubaki needs to level this out after a rough start.
Yeah, I said it before at the start that I was really interested in how Setsuka plays with the Scunch again, because it seems like it had a lot of impact despite there being a pretty heavy mental presence. And already the Scunch has been on the board, has gotten some buffs, has gotten an attack off, got some heals, and has dodged the mental attacks and come back later with big holds online. All right, more buffs. Setsuka taking the tanky approach. Usually we see Tsubaki doing the tank stuff. And he tries to get a piece of that Scunch with that narco hit, and it just goes right into the snake and does next to nothing.
Yeah, no, we're seeing Setsuka attempt to beat Tsubaki at his own game from earlier as we see more Stonewalls come out here. I'm kind of intimidated by this Nidrasil now. It looks like it's going to do a much better job of dealing with, well, the Volphy. First off, the Stonewall makes it much more capable of taking those Feather Gats I was worried about, at least. Which is about the only thing on Tsubaki's side that I think really threatens this Nid.
I mean, would you agree that it kind of feels like Setsuka's just one step ahead, maybe half a step ahead of Tsubaki this game in terms of swaps and moves? I mean, look at the battle log. Look at all those buffs just spread across with not that much damage lost compared to what Tsubaki's lost. So you think about how much he's been swapping Kinu in and out, and to stay even in terms of tempo, and now I'd say ahead. It just feels like he's ahead just every turn.
Yeah, no, it's very hard at this point for Tsubaki to sort of bring things back from this point, because so far it's, as you say, it's definitely been sort of a one step ahead kind of situation. I don't know, I feel like one misstep and this could go a very, very different direction. This is one of those razor's edge matches that I like casting because it genuinely could go either way.
Yeah, and this is what I mean. It feels like Tsubaki's chasing Setsuka, and I'll explain what I mean after this turn here. So Bark Shield out, get the defenses up. That Scunch is going to have a lot harder time doing what it wants to do and just deleting Tems. And what I mean,
what I was worried about.
If Tsubaki chasing, he's swapping in the Volarend like previous turns to get a favorable matchup. He's chasing the Nidrasil with the Volarend, and Setsuka's same turn is swapping out the Nidrasil into a Wind Tem to get a piece of the opposing Nidrasil. So it just feels like Setsuka always has the favorable matchups on the field, and Tsubaki needs to jump a couple of turns ahead to try to get back into this ballgame, because I still think Setsuka's just miles ahead, not miles, a pretty good bit ahead in this matchup here.
I feel like Tsubaki's fine biding his time and looking for a better opening, though. Like, just because he keeps meeting poor matchups doesn't mean he's not going to keep swapping here and try to get a better one. Certainly there's a bit of attrition associated with that, but in the meantime, sure, you're eating tornadoes with your Volphy like you are right now, and oh goodness, that's not what you like to hit. But you're not losing any Tems immediately. You're still looking for those openings. You're trying to get a bit more of a defensible position going here, which what I think Tsubaki's trying to do. Just sort of, game the matchups, try to find something that's a little bit less one-sided against you. Because this grandpa is genuinely intimidating. I am mortified by this bird.
This is the second time that Scunch threw out a big damage move, Heidoth being thrown out, and with the turn that Volphy's on the board and just doesn't catch the Volphy, goes into what you could say the wrong target, and does about 20% damage. So close to getting that Volphy off the field. And when we talk about the swap battle that's happening here and why I think it's bad for Tsubaki, it's just because of Kinu. I mean, if you have a Kinu and your opponent doesn't, please, let's swap all day. I do not mind +1/+1 for the next 20 turns, and then let's fight.
That said, another thing there, I do think that Haito was pretty fine, partially because this Jutsu just clapped that Volphy anyways, but also that Valorant didn't get a turn off, which is also big. All this action economy that Tsubaki isn't getting every once in a while because of all these swaps, and then the Temi does leave on the board, doesn't get to move either, feels bad. Does finally get a Nox Bomb off after what seems like a long time, but that Scunch is still sitting pretty comfortably at around half health. It's +2 defense from that Stonewall, really helping it out against these.
and a clear problem here for Tsubaki. Whichever Temi decides to bring in here, whether it's Nidrasil or Naxatal, both just stare the grandpa in the eyes, and it's a little spicy. And by spicy, not good, because grandpa is going to rip into one of these Tems.
Oh yeah, no, Hydra's looking like it's got a big juicy target on it, and once again, Haito is up, and we have already seen that Valorant right there is outsped by Scunch. So once again, we could be in a situation here where the Valorant can't react, and it's just kind of whittled down. And in the meantime, we see a tornado just come out and annihilate this poor defenseless Nidrasil. Really feels like it's defenseless when that HP goes down that fast. It's not even a Haito, it's just a suplex, getting tons of damage onto this pretty chonky bird. We do finally see a Nox Bomb come out against the Grandpa, though, as we are finally seeing some attrition on Setsuka's side here, although this is a very one-sided battle. Very one-sided. Absolutely no KOs on Setsuka's side, and yeah, no, Tsubaki's kind of been had circles run around him, as you say. It's been a merry chase.
Yeah, and Grandpa has HKS up. He's low on stamina, though. Scunch is still living and feeling pretty good, just above 50% HP with some good defenses. This is looking pretty bad. We're seeing another Haito come out. That's going to put it in trance range, and it's already sleeping, doesn't care about sleeping some more. And we'll see if he's going for the kill here on Nox. This could just be doubling in here.
Yep, nope, that Nox is down. One trance buff and one madness buff was not enough. This terrifying wall breaker Grandpa cannot be stopped by such feeble things as trance. Even the mighty power of the Nox spam is not there, as that Valorant dies a hero as Setsuka takes away the second game. It's intimidating stuff here, all of this wall breaking that we're seeing come out.
Yeah, Setsuka going down in game 1, but just turning it around in game 2 and game 3, kind of locating what he needs to do to get on top. And I still want to focus in on the Scunch. I still think Setsuka's playing the Scunch just so well. I mean, there's just mental all over the place on Tsubaki's team, but yet the Scunch is still getting onto the field and getting 3-4 attacks off. I mean, the Scunch to me is the problem. I know the Luwali did work last game, and the Grandpa did really good work this game, taking out multiple Temps, but that Scunch is getting free damage and kills.
Okay, so the Scunch definitely got a kill in the form of the Luwali, but I feel like just space created that the Scunch gave that game, right? Look at the Haito turns that happened there, right?
Yep.
That kind of the amount, like, I feel as though in that particular game, it wasn't necessarily the biggest damage outputter, but it didn't need to be. It drew fire when it had to, and it stopped more turns from happening when it had to. That combination, I think, is really important when you're facing somebody like Tsubaki, who is supernaturally good at finding openings and exploiting them if you leave them. Look at how quickly he was starting to crawl back in there with those bark shields. Very impressive player.
These games have been so different from what we saw from Tsubaki earlier, where it was just, it felt like he controlled the match the whole way through. He was tanking up and just knew how much tanking up he could do effectively without dying. And compared to this match, he was chasing the whole time. I mean, he was trying to get matchups that were decent, and Setsuka was just reading them and putting matchups in that were just countering again and again. And meanwhile, we're seeing the +1s go up all over the board from Kinu. And we're going straight into the next game here.
Indeed we are. This could potentially be our last game of the night, folks, as we once again see Tsubaki-chan change up his lineup with a Grumper, the sad boy himself, showing his face. Setsuka, I don't think has changed his lineup at all and is still first banning Kinu like it's something that needs to cease existing.
Yeah, championship on the line here. Game 4 could be the last game if Setsuka wins. And like you said, the Grumper is in the lineup, and we have opposite ends of the spectrum. We got the sad Grumper, and right below him down there is the happy Saku. So these two guys feeling different about the finals, but let's see if either one gets picked, because we didn't get to see Saku. And when I look at this Grumper and I look at Seska's team, Grumper feels kind of bad. I mean, I see the target, right? Grandpa was a problem. Can it get to the Grandpa? But this melee damage, I don't know. Grumper feels pretty bad when I look at it.
I'm not necessarily convinced by that because of that Scunch that you kept touting in previous games. If that Scunch gets a single juicy Haito off on that Grumper, then it feels incredibly bad being that slow, weak to melee boy. On top of that,
Wow,
yes,
mixed
you're right, but I feel like that just changes the lineup that Setsuka goes for here. You can still run those incredibly juicy wins while at the same time, prioritizing, okay, Gallus does actually do some pretty reasonable work out the gate here and is not generally 1-KO'd by Grumper. But are we seeing a Gallus Scunch opener or like a double melee trying to continue this like devastating onslaught into this? Or are we going to see a blast from the past? He's hovering that Kinu.
Yeah, so the mix first ban, and when I see that from Tsubaki, I'm thinking, man, he must really want to get this Nagase in play, because really the only thing the mix has done these past games is just solo Nagase. So maybe he's sick of it and he doesn't really want to deal with mix anymore, and he's saying, get rid of the mix, I can play Nagase and I'll figure everything else out. I'll have another answer for these mental Tems. Grumper first pick, staring down at Gallus, kind of scary. But maybe he just doesn't want to get banned on the back half and have Grumper get picked or Grandpa get picked.
Yeah, Grumper's just changing into every other Tem, right? No, he does go for the such an original play. This one, I can't say I've ever seen anything like this. He's gone Gallus Kinu.
If this is the last game of the tournament, what a way to go out with the old faithful Gallus Kinu combo to open up the game. It would just be poetic.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, fight new meta with old, I guess, is one way to go for it. If nothing else, getting those buffs onto Gallus is genuinely a good thing to do when you're up against something that's going to be mud showering you right out of the gate. Immediately Nagase as well. Definitely a good way to support Grumper, changing its speed. A lot of people, Grumper is one of the Tems that people do breed with imperfect speed SVs to underspeed under Decidora as well. So that's something to consider there. We are seeing potentially another Nidrasil ban out from Tsubaki as well. Yes, it is another Nidrasil ban. And we see the immediate Saku ban as well. That plant is not going anywhere near this field, as we see a very similar lineup outside of that Grumper to the previous one. We also, the mix ban is very significant here. We're going to see that Nagase actually potentially do things, as intimidating as that may be.
Yeah, so the Nagase did get locked in since he got rid of that mix, and the fans are coming in so fast here. Saku doesn't get to come and play, and of course, what I would consider the MVP for Setsuka in this final is Scunch coming out to play with Lawali next to it, who did a lot of work in the game before. And we're coming into it, and let's check out this opening lineup and who gets the early advantages.
All right, so this magnificent lineup, this Kinu Gallus lineup, actually does look pretty good here, as I've said before. Double Gash onto the Grumper is going to be a reasonable clap. It's just good damage. Alongside, I don't think this Kinu is actually really invested in staying in here, but I suppose if it was, it would be beta bursting the Nagase. What do you think?
Yeah. No, I think Kinu has to come out because, looking at what Setsuka's game plan was last round, the Kinu buffs were just all over the place. And right off the bat, we're seeing Kinu come out, and in comes the Butterfly, floating high to battle here with Nagase and Grumper. And so Gallus is the focus here. The +1/+1 Gallus is the focus. So we're going to get a beta burst and a mud shower onto it. And it's going to leave it sitting at around 45%. So it cannot take the same combo again.
No, it cannot. And under Decidora, it does get undersped by both of these Tems. Very frightening right out the gate. This is much more what Tsubaki wants out of his openers, right? He wants to take that Gallus down, get it out of the field, make sure the Nagase is relatively uncontested here. There are a few other things that Setsuka has outside of, this very Lawali that can check this Nagase and get it out the field. Resin Trap should do some pretty dirty pain out to that Nagase, though. Imagine that's something like 60%.
mean, yeah, he can go either place with it, right? I mean, Resin Trap can send it left, send it right. I mean, it feels good either way. So Tsubaki really has to think about what his game plan is here to avoid taking massive damage from Lawali, because this is a scary situation, and not to mention there's a Crystal Bite behind it, or a hook kick onto a Volfi that swaps in, Crystal Bite onto a Volar and it comes in. I mean, there's just so many options. This opener just feels like it's in Setsuka's favor once again.
Yeah, I don't feel like this Gallus feels comfortable staying in, though, with that Grumper just, breathing down its neck with its own incredibly long neck. Quite potentially seeing instead, I mean, Skunch is clearly not going anywhere near this field, but actually, that's a point. There aren't very many good switch-ins for Setsuka at this moment. Kind of backed into a corner now that I look at his comp versus Tsubaki's opener here.
And he's going deep into the tank to figure this out. I mean, with the Decidor active, if it's just a brawl, a blow for blow trade, Gallus is going to go down first, which is huge on Tsubaki's side.
I actually forgot for a moment. Kinu isn't in play. It totally can swap into this and feel completely fine.
Yeah, and we know Setsuka
on that one, especially if we see the same Nagai's Fury that we've seen before.
Yeah, if we know Setsuka loves his Kinu buffs, and if Kinu catches another Fury, I mean, but there's no way it's happened 2 games in a row, and he's already staring down a Lawali. There's no way he's clicking Fury here, and if it goes on to a Kinu buffed up Lawali, it just feels bad. I mean, and then if Nagais dies off the back of it, it would be such a huge advantage for Setsuka.
Yeah, no, it makes sense in terms of that. I do hope it's not a Nagai's Fury, but I would giggle if it was. Like, honestly, that would just tickle me. Double spread here is always an option out of this particular lead as well. Very fun thing to consider there, as the Grumper is like, nah, man, I'm out. As the Valorant's going to take advantage of this and get in on what is most likely that Kinu swap that we were considering. As yes, the Kinu does come in and buff that Lawali, giving it that juicy +1/+1.
Okay, so he didn't click Fury. He clicked Side Surge on Lawali. Does about 25% damage. Lawali is +1. And here comes Resin Trap. Is it aimed at the Nagais? It is. Oh, look at it go. Slime time Nickelodeon. Just all goo all over Nagais. Nagais already down to 30% and trap.
Yikes, that's actually 10% more than I expected it to do. Once again, Setsuka is just bringing all the best special attack boys to the yard, and that Nagais is not living another turn.
Once again, the Nagais just feels like it just gets countered so well by Setsuka. Oh no. Just like that, it feels like the momentum just kind of flipped, switched. Boom. The Nagais just has been kind of bad.
One little fly in our ointment here in terms of Setsuka's charming play that's happening right now is that Lawali has a terrible base defense, and even after a single Kinu buff, I'm pretty sure that Nox Bomb's going to clap something on Setsuka's side. There's absolutely nothing that's going to stop that outside of a swap to something else that doesn't want to take that damage off of that Valorant. Kinu does decide to just be like, yeah, no, I'm going to assert my dominance with a T-pose, and just sits there with his Stonewall, as in the meantime, we're actually going to see the amazing Toxic Spores out from Lawali, as Nagai's going to get attacks off, Lawali's going to get attacks, Valorant's going to get attacks off on Lawali. That's down to 20%. That's a ton of damage on that. I imagine that if that Stonewall hadn't gone down, we would be seeing Lawali entirely down here. Great seeing the abuse of Stonewall onto the Lawali, though, inside this Decidor.
Yeah, but then Nagais is locked in for death now, and Lawali can come out of the field with pretty good buffs and make an appearance later, maybe after a heal, or maybe just go down and take a hit. So if you look at health advantages, it's in Tsubaki's favor if you just go by that. But there's more buffs on the side of Setsuka, and once the Nagais goes down, that's just another area where it opens up Skunch. Who's gonna take care of Skunch? I'm looking around the room. It's the John Travolta meme.
Yeah.
Who's got Scunch in check? Nobody.
It's actually a really good point with this. Even though, I mean, Nagais has carved things up a little bit. That Loali isn't looking as healthy as it was. There's very few things that are going to be able to deal with that. And the Psy Surge is not enough to deal with Gallus either, as Nagais is most likely... even though that Toxic Spores was, reasonable for setting things up, that Nagais has to go down. Kinu's just going to, quickly blap it.
Okay, is this coming in on Kinu here? Oh, no.
Nope, it's on the Gallus, which still, thanks to those buffs... man, this is that old Gallus we know and love. Man, just one Kinu buff.
Yeah, so Kinu dodges a noxious bomb here. It comes on the Gallus, barely does anything, and in comes the Cernif. Maybe this is a time where Cernif can start to carry. Looking at a Kinu, it doesn't care about, and Gallus is low, so it's either dying or swapping.
I feel like Gallus, now that the terrible, sort of shroud of Decidor is gone, it's got this fancy sharp stabs thing I've heard so much about that can get some cheeky damage out before it dies. It is at full stamina too, though, so if it is dying now, it feels a little bad, but I don't know, that's a lot of damage that's not going on something else. Setsuka disagrees with me though and brings out the Scunch, which in fairness, this is a perfect Scunch field. And we're seeing in fact a double swap as Grandpa also comes to the field. Ah, yes, the Terror duo.
Yeah,
Watercolor Lily will come out against Scunch once again, taking it down. Oh, is this going to be a double up, you think?
Okay, he catches the Scunch with his pants down. That's just a hurt Scunch. So this is the first game where the Scunch kind of just gets really beat up before it gets to make a move. And that could be pretty key because, like I said, with the Scunch with Nagais going down, it had no direct answers. So the fact that Setsuka brings it in and it gets beat up like this, that's not the Scunch play we saw in the last two games. So this could be where it turns around.
Very much so. If Setsuka can crack this Cernif, then I think this game's won. Although, okay, caveat to that, needs to have a way to deal with the Grumper. A lot of the Grumper counters on Setsuka's side of the board looking mighty low. Scunch is suddenly at 34%. Gallus is at 12%. Loali is at 20%. None of those are going to be living a strong hit against them. This very easily could go into another game after this. So Tsubaki's not out of the game yet.
Yeah, so the Kinu comes back in. I don't think we've missed a turn yet where Kinu hasn't swapped. So, in great Kinu fashion, making sure the buffs are maximized from the trait. And Kinu doesn't really take a lot of damage there. And we're just going to trade blows back and forth. Wind attack to wind attack. Water Clay Link comes out. And then the Hypoxia comes out to end the turn. 50% done to Cernif. So another one of those, and it will die. And I was thinking about what the difference is in this game because it seems like Setsuka's played pretty similar to how he's played in the past. He's been doing a lot of Kinu swaps. Scunch came in towards the middle of the game. And I think Tsubaki realized, well, I'm done swapping and chasing. I'm not chasing your matchups and your Tems around. I'm just clicking my buttons and doing damage. And these swaps are coming out for Kinu and getting buffs, but the Tems are getting beat up for it.
But at the same time, I mean, I think Tsubaki rightly assessed that letting your Cernif take a hit that two-shots it is not a good play, and does in fact swap the Cernif out, which does give Setsuka room to actually revitalize his Scunch in the wake of this Grumper swap. Once again, Setsuka, even as we're describing Tsubaki changing his style, Setsuka's still getting the better matchups.
Yeah, but that Scunch doesn't have any buffs, so we know it can put the Boloran to sleep here. Well, it could put either to sleep, but obviously I don't think Grumper stays in here, right? So it still has the option to put Boloran to sleep if it stays in. Cernif comes right back. It looks like Tsubaki really wants that Cernif to match up against Scunch. And, okay, he aimed for the Grumper. It was swapped out, so Boloran does get a turn here. And let's see who he targets. Probably the Scunch. It's been his focus since the start. No, he switches it up. Now it's the Kinu.
Although Kinu does get yet another cheeky Stonewall out, as Scunch is now in his rightful place as Chonky Boy and Grumpy Hand Squirrel of Pain, right?
So looking at the health bars on Setsuka's side, I mean, he's got Thames barely holding on. It's looking dire. Life alert. We need backup. So the buff's coming on Scunch. It looks like he wants to really hone in on the Scunch here in terms of carrying in the victory since there's no immediate check.
I mean, yeah, Setsuka's still got the sort of, technically not lost any Thames here. I think that at this point, if he can get another sort of, value pick off of Tsubaki, like if this Sernif goes down this turn to a Ninja Jutsu, for instance, then Setsuka can afford to lose a couple Thames for momentum's sake, right?
Yeah, actually, now that I play this turn out in my head, this looks pretty bad for Tsubaki, this specific turn. Valoran's got no stamina. Ninja Jutsu's online, so it can kill the Sernif. Kinu's sitting there with Revitalize up. It can heal the Scunch again. So the Scunch just once again gets to do an attack and get healed in the same turn, and it seems like there won't be a lot of counterplay to really fix this turn for Tsubaki. Unless he chooses to overexert, but that's bad. It doesn't seem like it's worth.
We do wind up seeing the Jutsu just clap that Sernif into the dust, as once again we are seeing just onslaught of attacks coming out from Setsuka, not letting up this pressure and keeping his win condition alive. Very clearly setting up, like, this Scunch is how I'm winning this game. You're not taking this away from me. This is the hill I will die on.
Yeah, it took me a while to think that turn through, but now that's bad. This is bad. The Scunch has big buffs on him. It has two defense, one special defense, and it's facing down matchups that it loves. I mean, the Valoran's whatever, but the Grumper Volfi matchup, Scunch is just licking his lips.
I was, a couple turns ago, I was genuinely concerned about how Setsuka was going to be dealing with a bunch of these threats, because if that Volfi, caught the Gallus unawares, I mean, even if the Volfi caught the Gallus awares, a Plague's going to take it out. But in the meantime, the Scunch is like, yeah, Plague me. See what happens.
So in comes the Grandpa, and I can't remember if this was last game or this game, and I think HKS is online, or I forget when I said that. I think it's this game.
Jason Timer, no obstacle to Grandpa. It doesn't run HKS. It runs Tornado and Hypoxia, and it's coming for you.
Yeah, Heido lands on Volfi. Big damage, down to 13%. Is Valoran trying to target the Kinu that was there? It sure is, but Kinu is gone, and I'll tell you what, Kinu's probably coming back to give some buffs. Scunch is trapped on the field, and I think Setsuka's going to want to keep the Scunch alive at any cost. So bring the Kinu in, sacrifice it. That +1/+1, I'll take it.
If I were Setsuka, it also makes sense at this point to potentially just do some more sort of space creation with Grandpa at this point. Grandpa isn't necessarily looking too hot against Grumper, but is likely to still clap it with its just absurd special attack that we're seeing out of it. So, and also, another reason why this I've cracked a thing that I wasn't thinking about as to why this Grandpa's hitting so hard as the Plague comes out here. This Grandpa has Bully alongside all of this special attack. That's why it's maintaining this, and that's why Setsuka is keeping all of their Thames alive on that side of the board to make sure that Bully is harder to stop. Maintaining specific kills like this keeps the wall-breaking potential of Grandpa very strong in comparison to otherwise.
Yeah, he didn't even use... He saved HKS for this turn. This Grumper, unfortunately, is going to get comboed with Ninja, HKS, and won't even get to match up against the Grandpa like it wanted to. And I'd imagine the Scunch kills itself here, so it can get off an attack before the Valoran goes. I don't know. I'll see how this turn resolves, but this is bad for Tsubaki, and he doesn't have any more games to lose. This was his last one.
Oh my goodness! And Haito is just gonna demolish this Grumper. Our sad boy is just gonna be falling over like, oh man, didn't get to kill no birds, as he's just going down. It's Valorant versus the world now, and this is looking very quickly like Setsuka has indeed won all of the marbles. I mean, is it wrong for me at 5-1 to say that perhaps the game is over?
Yeah, last game he didn't lose a Tem. It was a 5-Tem sweep, and this game is looking to be just about a repeat. He's just trying so hard to work this Scunch down, but look at these buffs once again from the Kinu. I mean, the Kinu, it's just so obnoxious with the +1/+1s, and he's bringing the Scunch out. One last Kinu buff for good measure. Oh
man, this feels like BMs at this point, right? Like what more can you do to Tsubaki here? You've torn him apart, and you're just, buffing up your grandpa even more against him? Like, on the bright side, at least, apparently, somehow, Valorant's snare had not been triggered this entire game, and only now has that actually happened. And the willpower drain!
Oh, boys.
Excuse me, the ultimate BM play.
No, not BM.
In the west right here, as this Nox Bomb's going to come out and just sever this Valorant's health.
Not BM. He didn't have a way to kill it. It was +5 defense with that current lineup that was on the board. So he said, I can't hurt it. Okay, it'll hurt itself. And just takes its stamina. And Valorant overexerts big time for like 30% damage. And now the Skunch, who in my opinion for the grand final for Setsuka has been MVP, is just looking to just finish it off. And it sure does. The Savage Suplex takes down the Valorant. The 3-1 Setsuka in the grand final of the Roadhouse Rumble. $1,000 prize pool, $500 for Setsuka. What a showing.
Amazing games from Setsuka today. I love seeing willpower drain, and I'm so glad to see it close out this magnificent tournament. $500 go to Setsuka, $250 go to Tsubaki Chen in 3 amazing games.
Yeah,
wow.
I personally haven't been able to see Setsuka play that much outside of some of the main tournaments. I haven't really seen him on ladder or the minor ones. So watching him play Tsubaki, who we all know how great Tsubaki is, he looked so good. And I talked about a Skunch a million times, but that's so hard to play. A Tem that has such a hard weakness to a certain type, ×4 to mental, and he just swapped. He got the Skunch in just great situations against heavy mental team. He played so well in the grand final.
Yeah, that was impressive to see. Those 4 games were just off the charts. Very quickly, you see Setsuka learning from his mistakes and just putting the pressure on, just keeping it on Tsubaki at all times, making sure that there's no chance for an adaptation, no chance for some sneaky stall plays, just all wall breaker all the time, just crush the other side with truly terrifying attacks. Impressive way to close out this tournament.
Yeah, that was so sweet, man. And it makes you think, how the other matchups would have went. That once Setsuka figured out, he lost the first game and then just came back 3 games in a row. And Tsubaki took care of Mr. Rishi. His tank lineup was just too much for the full. I don't even know if I call it aggro comp, but it felt like it was doing tons of damage. A triple fire team, and you just. Now in my head, I'm sitting there playing. How do these other matchups go? I just wish we could see more.
It's at the same time, I feel like this. It's a fantastic closer to this, and I'm glad that we saw that summed up in the way that it did, with those plays occurring in the way that it did. I'm also super pleased at Temporium and you for putting this on. Like, you guys went on a limb with the fun sideboarding concept that people leapt into, playing things like Anna here that we haven't seen seriously for a very long time, seeing 3 fires compositions alongside toxic water compositions, alongside stall and hyper-aggression. This is one of the most diverse metas that we've seen in a while. As much as we will grieve about nature stall, we have answers to it, as Setsuka has proven to us.
Absolutely. And to everybody in the chat, thank you for tuning in and sending your copy pastas or your insightful commentary. And I'll be reaching out to the community because the sideboard was a new type of format, and I'm gonna be looking to gather as much info as possible for future tournaments, possibly Roadhouse Rumble 2 on the horizon, maybe after we see some Yaller action. And I'm looking to get the perfect format going and just big prize pools and the best players coming out trying to take it home.
Sounds like a fantastic time. Well, man. At that point, I think it's time for us to close out here. I hope everyone has a fantastic rest of their day, evening, night, early morning, whenever you are. Thank you for listening. It's good to see you on the other side, I guess.